I've been
I
working
mean,
at an airport for 10
in a
years.
room,
I have
in a
not seen
room,
anything.
yeah, in a room where you already have gas pressure, or outside, you already have a gas pressure, and to create a special spot in the air where you have a higher gas pressure than the rest outside. Do you think that's possible?
Wait, sorry, can you just repeat yourself again? My internet connection is bad.
Yeah. Uh, for example, in your room, you have a overall constant gas pressure. Oh, yes?
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Now, in the middle of your room, can you have like in a space or in a volume of like 1 cubic centimeter to have a higher gas pressure without a container, um, in regards to all the gas pressure from your overall room? Do you know of any such thing set up?
No, I don't.
Do you believe it's possible to have?
Yeah?
How could you achieve this then?
I have no clue.
I can give you a clue, and this is sono levitation, acoustic levitation, where you use a speaker to emit these sound waves, yeah? And on the top you need to have a acoustic reflector, a reflector screen. And when these sound waves they bounce back, they interfere at certain uh, positions, yeah, levels, and that's where you will have higher gas pressure without a container, but it requires already a gas pressure, and uh, uh, it's a special setup, so
Okay.
yeah, but it's not a physical container, it's just using sound waves. Yeah, so we do know, uh, we do look into these things, and yeah, it's very good to know, very important to understand the physics, the reality. But to say that, like Matthew did, his example to my question was quite silly, you know, because gas pressure gradient comes with gas pressure. Uh, I mean, when they teach you the gas pressure formulas, equations, etc., they will start giving you these formula and equations with ideal gases. And those kind of gases, they don't exist. Uh, all we can work with is the real gases. And when you put a real gas, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, whatever, into a tank, uh, the gas pressure inside will not be constant overall. You will also have a gas pressure gradient from the bottom to the top. when the tank is small, like your room, this gradient will be very small, but it will be there, and
Okay.
you don't notice it. Like if you stand up on a chair closer to the ceiling, you will not feel that the air is more rarefied because the gas pressure gradient is very, very small. But there is.
Well, okay, put it this way.
Yeah,
Would it still be the same as in for me? I am currently 144 feet above sea level.
yeah,
So that's where I live. I live on top of my island, so to speak, like from the mainland,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is going around us, right? Well, the
Hmm.
island is going in a circle,
Yeah,
so to speak, not really. And when we drive down to go to the mainland, because we're on the top of the island now, because I
yeah,
live on what you call the bluff, which is just a raised part of the island that
yeah,
goes directly down the center. For us, well, for me, at least for me, I can feel the difference in pressure because down below, I do not have any sinus issues whatsoever. But
yeah.
as soon as I come home or I go to sleep or wake up, I have sinus issues. But as soon as that
Yeah,
pressure, so to
also,
speak, is released, huh?
this is something, a hypersensitivity, which is common also to asthmatic people, and when they change air pressure and stuff, they encounter some breathing
Well, I'm
difficulties.
not
I
asthmatic and
think
I've lived
that,
here my entire life. That's the thing that I don't
yeah,
understand though.
yeah. So,
Because, like, right now, I am sick
mhm,
because I just came off of work, and work for me is on level land because I work at an airport.
yeah, yeah.
So I just came home and I mean, I have a deep voice anyways, but
Mhm.
I am sick right now because my sinuses are draining, my throat is sore, and I'm just like, this is what I deal with every day, and I refuse to take medication for it.
Well, one thing that worked for me very, very well is um, olive oil droplets through my nose, in my nose, and I
Um,
pour them
what?
straight in my nose, going to my sinuses, and I felt instantly how they are cleaning. In the beginning, it gives you like a stinging sensation and stuff like that, but it's nothing that it's unbearable.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I have two bottles right now. I have Havana Club and Captain Morgan Spice Rum, filled with coconut oil. I get freshly made coconut oil every month because we do it on a full moon down here and whatnot. That's the best time
Yeah.
to make it, yada yada. Would
Yeah.
coconut oil still work instead of olive
Yeah,
oil?
coconut oil is also good. It's very healthy, and it has these cleansing properties. Yeah, try it, but you have to make it warm to be liquid so you can pour it. Yeah, but even so, when you put a little bit of it in your nose, it will melt by the contact with your skin. So yeah. I don't advise you heating it up and pouring hot oil. Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. Are you the same guy I was talking to that one time?
I'm not sure when, like how long.
We were talking about ladders, if you remember.
Ladders. Maybe. I don't
Before
remember.
you go to sleep, say I'm not on a ladder.
Ah, I don't remember, to be honest.
Then do
What
you
kind of
drink?
ladders? Higher? No, I don't.
Well, there was someone I was speaking to that sounded just like you, and uh, we were talking about something that apparently he doesn't talk about often. So if it's not you, then I guess it's okay. But then I don't want it to be you, and then be like, okay, well, I'm ousting him, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't remember us talking, to be honest. But
Because you were
yeah,
like, well, you or the other person was like, have post-its around the house saying, I will not climb a ladder.
uh, no,
And no.
I don't think I said that. No.
Okay, because there was someone talking about.
Yeah, when I heard you saying about ladders and stuff, I was thinking maybe something like hierarchical ladders, like,
No, like a literal
yeah,
ladder.
yeah,
Because they were talking about
it wasn't me.
simulation theory. So
Yeah, it wasn't me. So no problem.
you sound a lot like this person, but maybe they're from another channel. I'm sorry.
Mm. Well, I don't know how my voice hears, like on the other end.
I understand.
I
Yeah,
just wanted to let you know too. Well, thanks for joining the server. It's really good that you
yeah.
were able to join us today. So there's an event that we do here in the live stream called Ladies Night, and that runs from 4 Central till, I don't know, can run for 3, 4, 5 hours depending.
Okay.
So I don't know the time zone difference, if that's something that
My
you would
time
like
never
to...
changes.
Welcome.
It is currently 1 o'clock, almost 5 minutes, 1 minute to 1.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, you're good. So then that's not too early or too late. So then, yeah, you can definitely come and join us on Fridays if you like. There's a ping that goes out as well. So if you
I know
wanna...
I get in all the notifications, but I really don't be on my phone like that. Like I
Yeah.
come on my phone literally once in a while. And I've been on vacation for a really long time, so I'm just like,
Oh, nice.
I'm not trying to be all up on my phone too much because
No,
I'm
I get
trying to,
that. Yeah. Yeah.
detox
It's a
myself.
great show. Yeah.
But yeah, the offer is definitely there, and it'd be nice to have you to join us. But I do want to let... Oh, I'm gonna butcher this person's name. Medeli?
Oh no, it's all good.
Okay.
You may you may just call me May.
May, okay, perfect. All right. Welcome
Hi,
to the
hello.
server. How I
Yeah.
guess you've been here before?
Yeah, I have been, and I haven't really had the time to look into it. I heavily moderate another server. And yeah, I've been trying to free
Flutter
up some
server?
time.
Flutter
No.
What server is it?
It's a vegan server. It's like the
Oh,
biggest one, I think.
fascinating.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
I'm a
when
vegan
it comes
too.
to you're vegan? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Send in the invite. I'll take an invite.
Yes,
Come
me
check
too.
it
Oh,
out.
is it okay if I send an invite here?
Yeah.
Send
just
the
let
invite.
us.
Yeah.
I'll take one as well, but I'm not vegan. I'm
Ah.
pescatarian, but I am slowly, in essence, transitioning.
I'm sorry to. I feel like I'm being a little bit rude that I'm taking this opportunity to advertise our server. But if you are, I'm sorry, and thank you for this opportunity. And
No.
Oh yeah,
sorry,
don't,
I'm pretty
don't don't
flustered.
apologize. We always look for like different places, right, to go.
Yeah.
And I mean, we can even go and talk to people in your server about Flat Earth if they're interested.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
definitely nothing wrong with that.
I mean,
for sure.
yeah, we do encourage a lot of topics other than veganism there, but a lot of our conversations do circle around animal rights and veganism in general. I'm not I mean, like they're all like we users are free to talk about other stuff, and we just really want like the focus of conversations to focus on animal rights most of the time. And yeah, if anyone is interested in joining,
I am.
we do welcome non-vegans in that server. It is a great place for resources, and we try our best to help people with transitioning. And if you are vegan, we do have a really strict verification process, which is really easy if you are actually vegan. And we don't really discriminate on people there, whether you believe on like, globe earth or flat earth. There's not like, unless it's like infringing on human rights or just troll content in general, we don't really like, deal with that. So yeah. Hold on, let me just get the invite. I'm
Yes,
really
post
flustered
it,
right now.
please.
Take your time, yeah, and then we'll get to your question after. So yeah, thanks for joining.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sending it in the live stream voice text. There you go.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Yeah. Anyway, like I feel like my tone whenever I type is a little bit snarky because my conversational English isn't really perfect in the first place. I'm not a native speaker. I'm from Southeast Asia, and yeah, I'm sorry if some of my semantics would be, I guess, a little bit frustrating or insulting. I never mean to be any of those words. Because like the first time I went here, someone got a little bit upset that I described this server as bizarre, when in actuality I'm just really it's some sort of interest that I really want to know more about. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So like the first genuine question I had is like, how long did it take you, like, and any, like, I hear that you've you folks do like some sort of test to see for yourself, right? So like, how long did it take you to like be convinced of this truth of flat earth?
Um,
I would really
Um,
accept like personal anecdotes, and I would
maybe
encourage that. And I'm just really curious.
I
maybe
am
Golden Lemur
sure.
wants to answer. Oh no, see, you can too. I was just gonna give somebody else a chance. But you can
By
go.
by the way, I joined the server, but
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't see.
please just ping me in verification, and I will be happy to verify you.
Oh,
Oh,
awesome. Okay,
Anyway,
yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so Golden
yeah.
Lemur, did you want to answer her question?
Yeah, the question is, how did we become a flat earther, or how did we get into it? Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I think I was curious, like a lot of people are. I came to the subject asking the same kind of questions you're asking, like, what's this all about? How could somebody possibly, for me, it was in 2019. How could somebody possibly believe the Earth is flat? And so I was listening to it more or less to kind of understand why these people were so crazy. But then I started to hear the arguments, and mainly for me, the thing that was fascinating was globe geometry. So NASA tells us the Earth is a specific size, so we have a radius number, a radius value, and then you can use that value to do predictions, long distance predictions, how much curvature should exist between 2 points, or where the horizon must be. And I started to notice that everywhere we did long distance observations, we see too far. We see far beyond where the horizon should be, and we don't notice any curvature. And then I did those observations myself, and I realized that globe geometry was wrong, and that's what really was finally what convinced me. Was that. And it took me a long time because I made sure that I understood the calculations for the curvature and the calculation for the horizon. And I'm okay at math, but it took me a little while to do that on my own. But I did it, and I became convinced that we see too far. And then I showed up at this Discord after that.
Oh, yeah, that's amazing. How, like, is there like can you give me like some sort of time frame? Like
Well, I suppose that it started to dawn on me that the world probably wasn't a sphere after a month. I mean, I had moments of that. Maybe right away, I started to realize, oh, wait a minute, this isn't right. And then, but I the way that it was for me is I didn't allow myself to believe anything. So I would get glimpses into the fact that the world is probably not a sphere for months. But I think it was about 6 months or something, because I was trying to work out the math and do long distance observations and look at things. And I finally fully allowed myself to say, yeah, I'm convinced, even though I probably realized it a lot, well, before that. Probably a month or two of looking, I started to realize, the globe geometry is wrong. But then it was a few months later that I finally just let myself say, well, I'm a flat earther now because there's no other choice.
Okay. Okay.
Mine
That's
wasn't as
interesting.
long.
Oh,
Yeah, I'd actually
nice.
like to hear yours because you said 2 months, right? You just started looking into it?
Me?
Yeah.
No, no, not 2 months. Mine didn't even take 2 months. Like my brother. Okay, I kind of put it off because, all right, put it this way, my brother is who got me into flat Earth, and he's been talking about the seed of the world and all this for years, like years. But when you're just all up in the mix and you're not really, you're young, you're dumb, full of cum, and you just want to spread your seed, that kind of shit, you really don't pay attention. And I'm the youngest of 9 siblings, right? I'm the only child between my parents. So I was always, living for the world, put it that way. Like I wasn't really paying attention. I was just going through the motions. So, he would always bring up these things and whatnot. And then COVID hit. And I was just like, all right, cool. Let me just, take a little sneak peek. And then I was like, okay, got a little sneak peek. It did about 15 minutes. I was like, this shit is ridiculous. I'm out of here. And then we got locked down and we reopened and we got locked down again. And I was like, there has got to be some shit that is going on out here. And I said, you know what? Fuck it. Let me go and research flat Earth because I have nothing else better to do. Like, I work at an airport that is not flying anyone in or out unless you're essential. And I'm bored. Let me find something to do because I can't go out nowhere. That everything's locked down. So about like 2 weeks, I was just like, holy shit. Yep, that's it. And I was like, I literally went to the end of my island and I looked out around me. I was like, look at all this fucking horizon. Where is the curve? Like, I'm just looking for miles.
Can I ask what you watched?
My brother actually showed me, because when I started to get into it, it first took me to the Flat Earth Society, and I was like, that's why I was like 15 minutes. I was like, okay, this is shit. This is actual like bullshit. So I don't need to get into it. Then I went back to my brother eventually when the lockdown happened again, because he's a police officer. So he was, dealing with all that too. And I said, give me someone to watch, because I have nothing else better to do, bro. And he's like David Weiss, Bart Sabril, Nathan Oakley, Matt Long. And I was just like, oh, hold up, let me write this down. So I have a notepad, and I'm just like, got people's names written down from like a year, 18 months ago, basically. Where I was just like, oh, okay, let me go. And I started with Bart Sabril, I think it was. With I hope to God I got the name right.
Astronauts Gone Wild.
Yes, I started with that, just that. And I was like, oh my God, these guys are not trying to touch the Bible in any which way or form. What the hell? If you did something, I would have been like, smack that on the Bible and said, God knows I'm telling the truth. That's me. And anybody who has done something should have no problem doing that. None. So I was just like, yeah, there's something bigger here. And it took me 2 weeks. I was done and I was hooked. And ever since I've been talking at my workplace, because I work at an airport. So I've even spoken to pilots. And it was, it's been like 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I've been on vacation. So 2 weeks ago, I spoke to a pilot and I was like, hey, Reagan. I said, do you ever have to tip the nose of the airplane to follow the curvature of the Earth at all? And he's like, no. that gravity does that. And I'm looking at him. I was like, Reagan, like, gravity is only a theory, buddy. Like, it does not exist. I said, we only have density and buoyancy. And he's like, wait, hold up, what? And I was like, yeah. I said, look at your manuals. Look at how, for when an aircraft is built, they clearly tell you, assuming a non-rotating Earth, a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. Like, I can show you this. And he's like, hold up, V, hold up. You're telling me that the Earth is flat? And I was like, yep. And he is like, nah. And he's like, okay, so if we leave our island and we go west, are we going to end back up here? And I was like, yeah, we're going to end back up here. Like, you can circumnavigate the world east to west, but nobody has ever gone from north to south, around the south, go back to the north. Nobody. And he is like, holy shit, V, like, are you shitting me right now? I was like, nope. Like, you can go and research this. And he's like, you got me questioning. I was like, yes. And I said, because when you think about it, if you're following our atmosphere would have to be circular, spherical, if you're following the curve of the Earth. So you would have to dip the nose of your aircraft. Gravity. He's like, that's what I was taught. And I was like, yes, I know that's what you were taught. We were all taught the same shit, all the same lies. And I said, the Earth is flat, buddy. Go and research it. I'm not even joking with you. And he is like, you got me thinking, so I'll probably do that. And I was like, all right, one more. Because it's good, because he's a pilot. You know what I mean?
Pilot told you that some natural phenomena is doing something to aeroplane to adjust. Oh my God. If pilot told you that gravity is doing something when he's flying the aeroplane, this is incredible, you know.
Yeah, I know.
You
and
wanted to see something, sorry?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I took up a lot of time. My bad, guys. Sorry.
No.
No.
I was actually going. I was actually going to answer Mayday.
That's May. May is good.
Okay. I was going to answer your question and also tell Only K-Manian a story. Kind of like addressed to both of you, if that's fine. I told this story before, but I think it's very interesting. Sorry, I'm getting over like a sickness.
I get it.
So, first of all, do you know? Okay, so Only Comedian. First of all, before I answer May's question, I really appreciate your contributions. It's really awesome. You have passion in your heart. That's what we're looking for. That's what we really like. Some people in the community don't really have that, and other people have it and they make it very out and open. So it's everyone has their own specialty or how they communicate. I think it's awesome that you're very passionate and excited to share your findings. I think that's amazing. And I had an experience like that, actually. It was while my passion was kind of dwindling a bit, and I found something out that kind of sparked it again. So, May, to answer your question, yes, I've had personal experience, and I've observed this stuff myself. And it's there's a difference between knowing something and living something. And once you live something, that's when you're 100% sure of something. People will say they're certain about something, but they're really not until they experience it. When they truly experience it, there's a difference between trusting the experiences of others and saying, yeah, that makes sense, and actually experiencing something. And I had an actual experience with something. So basically, there's something called specular reflection. This is one of my favorite points. This and Marconi are my favorite things to talk about when it comes to the subject of the Earth. So specular reflections are basically like perfect reflections. They're very rare. I'm gonna post a diagram. And it's basically the idea that like perfect reflections. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't really like most of the photos people post of specular reflections because most of them honestly are photoshopped. Okay, I won't say most. A good few are photoshopped. But so like I was a little skeptical of it, but if you think about it, specular reflections prove flat Earth because you cannot have perfect reflections on a curved smooth surface. They will always be distorted. And clouds are also flat and they level out, okay? Now, this is a really cool like idea, right? Because reflections do not curve, okay? Now, while my dad was driving, okay? Now, my dad was going like 40, 50 miles an hour, okay? And I saw specular reflection and I said, Dad, stop. I got to take a photo of this. And he was like, what are you talking about? And I said, it's specular reflection. And he's like, what?
Yay!
And I was like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, this is like a rare thing. I got to snap a photo of this. And unfortunately, the car is moving. But considering how fast we were going, I think I got a pretty good photo. I caught a photo of specular reflection. This is my photo. Look at how clear that reflection is. I experienced this. So when people say, oh, specular reflection doesn't exist, bullshit. I've experienced it. I snapped a photo of it. That's my photo. Incendiary claim? Did I say something bad? Okay, it's not like super rare, but it's like, it's cool, right? The fact that I've experienced this. Incendiary claims.
Yeah, when you
You
say
have me
that
feeling
the
all types of
images
ways
are
now.
CGI, and
Oh, I
most
didn't
of the
say
images are
CGI.
CGI, that's an incendiary claim, and you
That's why I
should
corrected
mention
myself.
that to the person who's posting the wrong image, and not say all of our images are CGI.
I didn't say all, and when I said most, I corrected
It
myself.
sounds that way. That's why I'm mentioning it.
When I said most, I corrected myself because I realized that was an absolute statement or kind of leaning close towards one, so I corrected myself. And I said some of them, or a handful. That's why I corrected myself because I realized that was dishonest.
Yeah, I was also just mentioning, like, if you see an image that is wrong or a CGI or not correct, then let us know so we can remove it.
Okay. I was just trying to say, like, I think it's cool that I was able to experience this because May asked a question saying if we've actually experienced this.
Yeah, I think that's really cool too.
Because most of the things we talk about
Mhm.
aren't really like something we individually experience. We may experience like one or two of them and contribute to the giant like portfolio memes or whatever, but we don't actually like we can't experience every single one of these. I mean, there's just not enough time for the average person to really do every single one of the memes. So we kind of just say, okay, well, that makes logical sense. We're just going to take our word for it because we can repeat it. We can do it if we want to. But I actually experienced specular reflection, and I've never seen it before in person, or at least if I did, I wasn't paying attention to it. It was just diffuse reflection. So the fact that I saw specular reflection and this clean reflection, and I was able to get a photo of it while we were moving, it was just really cool because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is something I can say I've experienced now. And if someone tries to say my photo is fake, I can say, no, I snapped this photo. This is real. There is no curve. I can say that confidently now. It's like when I
I agree.
experienced it myself, it's like a confidence
Agreed.
building. So
Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate that you shared like your personal anecdote, your experience, right? And yeah, I actually was asking like another question in lobby a while ago, right? Because like unlike other social issues such as feminism, veganism, maybe fighting for human rights, LGBTQ rights, all of that sorts. Like I was curious, like how can me knowing this sort of truth like benefit from like how can I get any sort of benefit from this? And from hearing from your story, like
well,
it's great.
This is easy
I would like
question.
to answer this first,
Oh
and
yeah.
I'll make it quick.
Okay.
Sorry. Um, it tells you about yourself. That's really why this is important. It tells you about yourself, and it tells you where you belong in the world. And it also lets you know that you cannot trust information unless you can verify it. It's okay to be a skeptic. It's okay to understand that not everyone has your best interests. That is a very important concept. Like, it's not about the shape of the earth. Some people say it is. In my personal opinion, it's really not. It's about the idea that some people can lie, and it's important to know that you can't trust government. That's really the big picture message. And I like telling this to people who are like, well, why would I care about the flat earth? Who cares? Right? Because that's how most people think. And that's a perfectly reasonable thought, though. So it's really not about that. That's what I try to tell people. It's really about not trusting government and doing research and understanding where you belong in the world and what it means for literally everything else. Get, I think, wanted to answer.
Yeah, actually, the knowledge of flat Earth is very important in man's life, and this is because it is the place where we live, where you live, where I live, where C lives, everyone. It's your home. And when you don't care about your home, then it means,
anyone can come in and destroy it.
You know, yeah. How could you know who you are if you don't know where you live? You know.
No, the thing is, like, I was hoping to get answers concerning, like, how will my knowledge... Oh, sorry. How will my knowledge of... sorry, like a while ago, sorry about that, Roger. I know that my responses in the lobby were snarky. Or at least I perceive them to be a little bit. I really apologize for that. I never mean to be snarky. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, how can I apply, like, the concepts of, like, your studies on how you prove your theories and all this sort to, for example, maybe environmentalism, right?
I have a question, if that's fine.
Oh yeah, go on.
How is my observation of speculate? And I'm sorry to bring syntax into this. I just think it's very important. How's my observation of specular reflection a theory when I was able to verify this?
Oh, no. I'm not going to say that it's like, yeah, okay. Like, your observations are valid, right? I'm not saying that it's like I'm sorry, it's not, English is not really my native language, so I'm so sorry for the semantics and the complications that I'm bringing by using terms that I'm not familiar with, okay?
No hard feelings, don't worry. I'm sorry.
Like, there's, like, common concepts, like, such as, like, how do you explain gravity? And then there's, like, water buoyancy, and then I heard a while ago you were talking about Boyle's law, air pressure, and all of that sorts, right? And I would say I have, like, some sort of knowledge when it comes to these things because I study pharmacy. I'm currently studying pharmacy, and I do know these laws because, chemistry, and then we have to touch on physics and all of that sorts. So, like, can you give me some practical applications of, like, your knowledge from flat Earth that I can apply in real life?
Okay, you study gravity.
Well, that's... Yeah. It was really not something that we touched upon. I wouldn't really go on more of the physics side. Rather, it's more of, like, I'm more knowledgeable in chemistry, I would say.
Okay, that's great. Do you think that we have experiment for the gravity?
Oh, if you're willing to tell me about it, I would be happy to listen.
Me, like a human being, I can tell you one thing. I'm 50 years old. I don't know till now anybody who presented anything about scientific evidence for gravity, whatever that is, and you can only say that word, gravity, but that for me doesn't mean anything. You can say whatever word you want now. is the same. If it's not something what is like in chemistry, you said you know something, you know, water boiling, for example, you know. Why? Because water, you put the heat and boiling, you know. That for gravity, you don't have, you know. You don't have scientific proof for the gravity. You know, you have the word. You have pseudoscience. You know what is pseudoscience? You must know what is pseudoscience if you're working in chemistry.
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they're using pseudoscience to explain gravity.
Can you define pseudoscience for us? Or would you like me to do it? I can post here.
Oh, see, can you DM me what you sent? I would like to listen to that later. Jury systematically factual, incompatible with the scientific method. So, okay. Can anyone tell me which part of the scientific method did gravity fail? For it to be considered as a pseudoscience.
The experiment.
Yeah, can you tell me about these things?
Well,
you cannot hear me?
The experiment implies three variables.
Can we try like this? Because she's saying, can you tell us what you think that gravity is?
Well, as I've told you, I'm.
Only what you think. It's not a question of your knowledge. Only what you think. You know.
Okay. As far as I know, it is.
A force.
Oh yeah, a force, and then there's this 9.8 m.
Acceleration. Downwards acceleration.
And then it's constant, and the rate on how an item falls depends on its mass. And you know, in a vacuum, when you test gravity.
One moment.
No. Hold on.
You already made quite some statements, positive claims, and
these are what I've learned in college. Yeah, I'm willing to listen.
Take them one at a time because you think you understand what you just said. You know. That's
I never claimed to understand these concepts. I claim to know them.
Yeah.
Knowing means you have experienced and understand them. If you just have the information, that's not knowing.
Knowing the story is not knowing reality.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
you can make that claim.
Yeah, we can learn poems.
Oh, sorry, what was that? I wasn't able to hear that. And you know, there have been
learning the backstory to the gravity means that you've already got a satisfactory answer that's crushed your suspicions of any other possible outcomes of why things fall at a certain rate.
Yeah, the way that I learned gravity is there have been experiments shown to us by our professor, like in a vacuum chamber, for example, take an item with different masses, right? And you know, in a vacuum, there's supposed to be no air resistance. So
yes,
with differing masses,
all the objects fall at the same rate.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do.
But I can tell you that have you ever played with magnets?
Sure. I've done experiments.
Okay, so you know that they have poles, and when you put the same pole together, they repel each other. You have to press them quite hard to put them close together, to touch each other, correct? Yeah. Now, if you glue together two magnets which repel each other, and you drop them next to a piece of metal, which is pretty much the same size and shape and weight. And
Sorry, can you repeat the last statement? Sorry, I wasn't following.
put them,
well, what he's saying is the magnets that you glue together, right?
Yeah.
And some of that replica of a piece of metal that's a similar density and similar shape, dimensions. Both of them are getting dropped. They're identical in weight, but one obviously is a magnet which has the two repelling that's been glued together. There you go.
Yeah. And these magnets, which are glued together, when they repel each other, they will fall at a slower rate in comparison to all other elements of nature.
Wait, hold on. So you're telling me, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, can you explain that again, like in simpler terms? I'm so sorry.
Manipulation of magnetism, magnetic fields, directly affects the downward fall acceleration.
So what he's trying to say in a nutshell is that the gravity, when you're in a vacuum, you drop two similar objects and you say they both fall at the same rate. He's saying that if you manipulate two battery magnets, put them north to north, and drop them, they'll drop at a different rate to 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah.
It's also we showed you pseudoscience and the definition of that. It needs to follow the scientific method. So now let's look at what your teacher was doing. He evacuated the chamber, so the only thing he's wiggling or changing here is the medium. So the medium is the independent variable.
Sure, go on.
And then the effect or the dependent variable is the drop. You change how fast it drops when you affect the medium. So this does not help gravity at all.
Well, I disagree because I think
No.
you have to
I
isolate.
think
You have to isolate. Taking the air out doesn't mean it's an independent variable because you do have to isolate your variable.
No, you don't take the air out. You just lower the air volume inside.
But you said that manipulating that.
It was a
manipulating
vacuum.
that makes it the variable.
No, vacuum is not achievable. We can only achieve very low pressure. But we never achieved vacuum.
But you said taking the air out makes it its independent variable. That's what you said.
No, as you change the medium, you are wiggling your independent variable. That's the only thing you're changing in this experiment.
How do you isolate an independent variable that needs? You need to remove the air around it in order to isolate it to make it an independent variable. To make it an independent variable, you need to take away the other variables in order to make it.
Yeah, that's why you have a container.
But taking out the air is taking out one of the variables to break down for your independent
air.
variable.
You just wiggle them.
You're changing it. You're manipulating it. That's the thing that you do. You vary the independent variable. That's it.
Yeah. But you have, first of all, the independent variable. To make it independent, you have to get rid of the other variables in order to make it an independent variable.
Can I cut in?
How can you make something an independent variable if you don't make it? If you don't make it independent?
Can I please cut in?
Yeah. See, go ahead.
I feel like this is starting to turn slightly more aggressive and more about semantics. I kind of apologize for starting the semantics trend. May is not a primary native speaker. She's also newer here. I feel like we need to slow down the pace a bit and not talk about the advanced semantics. We understand the vocabulary. We understand the concepts and very specific terms. But I feel like we have to dial it back because we have newer people here who aren't familiar with how we do things. I'm
just I was just explaining what was taught to me, right? So it was an experiment in a vacuum chamber, which one of you have claimed to be does not exist on Earth because it's just an environment of very low pressure, right? But that's not really the point that I'm trying to make here. Rather, there was a variable of air resistance that was removed that was able to prove that there's constant acceleration of gravity. That's why even with different wait, hold on, okay. This is what I know, okay? So if you want to make a claim that disproves my knowledge, you're very much welcome. But I do really appreciate if people stop cutting me off. Because as much as I'm trying to approach this topic with very much a lot of skepticism and still with respect, because I know that I'm ignorant. For you, for you people, I'm very ignorant about this topic. And yeah, I just really
That's
don't
okay though. That's why you're here. Sorry, I had to step away for a bit, so I missed what happened. But yeah, please, I mean, just
welcome back.
Not overtalk. Thanks, Skip Get. But yeah, we're glad that
I'm not trying to. Yeah, like I'm not really trying to jump from claim to claims, right? I'm just sharing what I know. I'm allowing for proper conversation to challenge my arguments.
Yeah, I know that, and I have also been told the same, like you. And I thought I know, but actually I did look. You see, when you started explaining what you think gravity is, I mean, what they told you it is, and you said that this is what you know, you started from calling gravity a force. The problem of gravity, of being a force, is that is Newtonian gravity. And Newtonian
so what's
gravity.
the concern about this? Mm-hmm.
Newtonian gravity says that mass attracts mass. And Newton's laws of motion, which we all learned in primary school, elementary school. But when you go to high school, this gravity, Newtonian gravity, has been superseded and debunked more than 100 years ago by Einsteinian gravity, relative gravity, which is the bending of space-time. And it's not one and the same kind of gravity. And Einsteinian gravity has no scientific theory as a backup.
Mind explaining why?
Because it's just a story of a beautiful unicorn, you know. And we don't have a control variable, you know.
Like what we had 4.5 billions of mass attracts mass, and then we have 100 years of bending of space-time.
What he's trying to say in a nutshell, right, is that the gravity you learned in school is like mass attracting mass. But what's happened is they've been teaching that in the schools for a certain level, and then when you get to a certain grade, you actually learn in physics that mass actually doesn't attract mass. What actually happens is the distribution of mass in space, basically the large body of mass in one area, like warps the space around it, and kind of like creates like a kind of a field that kind of like, you know, so it's an effect. So it's not actually a force pulling you; it's the effect of the large body of mass warping the space time around it. So it contradicts mass attracting mass, which means that they're trying to have their cake and eat it. So basically, what you learned at school is actually a contentious topic. That's what he's trying to say, I think.
Yeah. And also, space and time are not physical stuff which can be bent. You know?
Okay.
I mean, time, for example, is a concept. For us to better define and understand motion or life itself, you know, the ongoing of life.
Comparing time and freedom, they are the same in that concept. That
if we can bend the time, we can bend the freedom.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when it comes to gravity, right? We're taught mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space-time. We're kind of taught both of those. One allegedly superseded the other. But what you'll find is most people, the average person you speak to, thinks that gravity is basically the effect that we see in nature, right? We see an apple fall from a tree. He thinks gravity. but what they're saying gravity has only gotten to the first step of the scientific method, right? We're observing the phenomenon.
Yeah.
So when we observe the apple fall, if we were to do science and apply the scientific method to that, what we would need to do is prove the cause of the effect that we see in nature, right? So then what hasn't been done is proving the causal agent, but people are taught gravity pulls things down to the ground at such a young age that it's very hard for them to wrap their mind around the fact that we've just applied a word to an effect that we see in nature without actually proving the cause of the effect. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So,
And I would like also to give you another hint about Newton's laws of motion, which say that for every action there is an equal reaction, and that is fake. And you can find that it's fake in quantum physics, in the study of superfluid liquid helium, which is a liquid that has two flows in opposite directions in the same time. So it can flow in two directions, opposite directions, in the same time. And also, it is a frictionless environment. So if you were to have a lake of
Can I stop you
this
for a second, Get? May, are you following what he's saying? Because I can tell that you're making little. So I don't know if you have questions before he continues, or are you following?
Yeah.
Make sure, because maybe that's a little too involved for right now.
When it comes to liquid helium,
it's a little too much right now. Okay.
I could go to the chemistry part of it and explain why they two flows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think I'm more interested in learning what's the causal, Napalm did mention, or what causes this phenomenon that we observe, which is commonly known as gravity for the majority.
Oh,
what is the causal agent? I want to know about that.
I can tell you why is that happening.
Yeah, go on. I'm willing to
That's
listen.
happening because apple is more dense than air, and apple is falling down because of that. Nothing.
Yeah, what causes the fall?
The you know that it's time when apple is growing on the tree, and in one time that apple, that kind of, how you call that where it's stuck to the when it's stuck to the, yeah, when that's stuck, it will fall down, you know. But
so is it just the inherent property of density of every object that makes things fall?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, it's what we observe, right? So I like to give this example. I stand on the side of a river. I have a stick. I drop it on the ground. It falls to the ground. I throw it in the water, and it floats. Same stick. So what have I done? I've changed the medium that the object is in, and it reacts differently, and that's how I observe it.
Okay, question. If you take the apple and drop to the...
Wait, Sasha, what was she saying?
Sorry.
So you would say that you adhere to the concept of density versus buoyancy, considering the mediums where these objects are in. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that correct?
Not only the density, I will say, if I can interject and add this explanation. What is important, it is also the state of that element, the state of matter. You see, water is usually liquid. That's how we experience it and know it, but it has a gaseous state also. And when it's in a gaseous state, that's a very different kind of fluid.
Yeah, I know.
Not liquid anymore. Yeah, it has
Mhm.
different behavior.
So how does this add to
So
your
you see,
explanation?
how does this add to my explanation? Is I'm telling you now that they have made graphene aerogel, which is 7 times lighter than the air that we breathe, 7 times lighter. But aerogel is a solid. It is not gas, so it does not rise above in the air, above the air. It will fall to the ground because it is solid, and solids belong to the ground, to the negative plane of existence. The first is the solid, then come liquids, and then gases.
Okay.
And plasma, which tends to rise. But yeah, when there is energy loss, entropy, and all that, the plasma turns into gas, hot gases, and they rise up. So,
Mayday, I want to try simple. If you drop the apple, what causes that apple fall?
Well, I know it's gravity.
What
How do you know
causes?
it's gravity?
Listen this. I have ball on the floor, and it's not going through the ground. It's staying there. If you take the ball, if you move the ball from equilibrium, and if you drop the ball, who caused it that drop the ball to fall?
Sorry, are you can you repeat the
If you take the ball from the ground, the ball is not moving, it's on the ground, If you take the ball from that equilibrium and move from 1 meter, let's say, and drop, who caused it that drop fall?
I applied external force on it.
Yeah, that means you. You took to one thing from the ground, what is more dense than air, and then you drop it things through that medium, and that thing will go back because of it's more dense than that medium. That is my answer of anything. Yeah, I don't see any gravity. You are pushing your energy on that. For the apple example, that is nature. It's doing in one moment. Apple will fall down, because it's how to say, it's fresh to fall down, and it fall down.
Okay, but let's I'll challenge you with some hypothetical. Okay, for example, there's sure, go on. Sorry.
Well, I just would like you to tell me, how did you know when it was gravity? When Sasha, I think it was, asked you when you dropped the apple, you said it's gravity. How do you know it's gravity?
Well, that was the concept taught to me, and I am just adhering because like
No, I just wanted to. That's honest, and that's a good answer. So thank you for being honest, right? Because it's just something that you've been told. It's not something.
Yeah.
Have you proven it?
Well, I would like to ask a question. Like, would you correlate like the mass of an object to its acceleration when it comes when it falls? I mean, yeah, sure. Hypotheticals are not reality, but it is like one way that we can assess these situations.
No, we're here to discuss facts, not hypotheticals, not made up scenarios. That's what we do here.
Okay, thank you for informing me that you do not recognize hypotheticals here. But okay, so how is it that in, let's say, in a space, for example, with my room and within my room, right?
Yeah.
With the lack of air resistance, how is it that a feather and maybe a steel ball can fall at the same rate?
Are you telling me that the things with the same weight are falling down on the same rate?
Falling down the same rate, in which I mean that they have the same.
In a low pressure system.
This is question.
No.
Are you telling me that
Hey, one at a time, Sasha.
Question.
Go.
Yeah, but I want to know. She said that it's falling at the same rate. Are you telling me that the things with the same weight?
Let me just. Okay,
only to understand.
Can I just add something quickly?
May I simplify my terms first?
But the
please?
misnomer of a feather and a metal ball falling at the same rate only exists in a vacuum. So I'm just correcting you on your assertion, but now go ahead.
Okay, so based on what you've told me a while ago, vacuum cannot exist on Earth. Therefore, this is like an actual experiment that was presented to us, and so in
vacuum chamber.
In a vacuum chamber, in which you claim that does not. Okay,
we need to stop over talking each other, you guys. I don't know if there's a delay or what's going on, but Sasha, can you let her finish her question? Thank you.
Sorry, this is getting a little bit exhausting. And I'm not saying that we live in a vacuum, right? But these are the scientific method that we also value. So I'm just trying to explain.
In your room, though, and now you're talking about a vacuum, so it's a little bit different.
I was trying to, it's a little bit different, but I would just like to know what your take is on the experiment that I saw.
Have you ever heard of rigged dices?
But come back to that point. What she want to ask now?
Yeah, I am on that point.
So after I explained to you that a feather and a metal ball will not fall at the same rate in your bedroom, and that it's assumed to only be take that effect when it's in a vacuum chamber, when the air resistance has been removed. And the only place that they assume to have demonstrated that is on the moon, is where they tried to drop a feather and a metal ball. So as Get was trying to say...
I don't really want to have the conversation regarding the moon landing.
It was a camera trick. It was a camera trick.
No.
I don't want to engage.
Stop.
I don't want to engage in that conversation. That's why I'm not taking that example wherein they did the experiment on the moon.
No.
I'm asking for the controlled condition wherein there was very low pressure with no air resistance, and with very minimal error, the feather and the steel ball were able to fall at the same time. It was shown on camera and it was on slow-mo. I just want to hear your explanation on that. That's it.
And you saw the feather be weighed and the ball be weighed separately so that you could confirm that they were different weights.
Yeah, the mass is different.
How did you see that confirmation? Or did you simply see a prop that looked like a feather and a prop that looked like a metal ball being dropped on TV, and you believe that what you see on TV is true?
It was done in the dropping of the two objects were done in two separate conditions. One wherein the vacuum was not, one wherein it was held in a area with normal air pressure and with air resistance, right? So obviously the feather would sway back and forth before it lands, and then was done in the controlled area with a vacuum. So there you go. It's the same feather, nothing was switched. I was there, 2 eyes. It was replayed on slow-mo.
As I told you in the beginning, they didn't show you the magnets.
Okay, but let's put like this.
Sasha, I didn't get her answer first.
I didn't talk about the magnets, right? I'm talking
about...
Yeah,
I know, but in that vacuum chamber, they presented you a special setup. This is not an experiment. It's a special setup.
Well, there needs to be
Can I
variables
make
that
a point?
Go on.
I think just put helium in that ball, so it falls slower.
Okay, but that's a claim too, right? Can you validate that?
No, I'm just saying. It just like you said, it was a setup. There's no way you can validate that it was a real experiment.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing. Sorry, guys.
And that would not happen in your room, by the way.
Yeah, but if we get that things falling on the same rate in the vacuum chamber, what we will do with that?
Oh yeah, I was just asking, how do you explain the acceleration of the fall of objects with differing masses?
Well, how you explain? Yeah, I can ask other people. This will be a joke. Sorry. How you can explain that why dog of the breath is not raising?
Sasha, don't answer with questions.
Please don't. I'm asking genuinely here because I want to engage in proper conversation. And I'm being met with a lot of skepticism and challenging the variables of the experiment. Okay, fine. I'm clarifying things with all of you. And now I've clarified everything. I just want to hear your explanation regarding this matter in this controlled experiment. How do you correlate, for example, I'm asking if you equate the rate of the speed of the falling of the objects correlates to the mass.
Yes. I will tell you what they did.
Okay.
What they did is a scam. Why? Because the
was
feather.
Something that I experienced.
I
saw with my both eyes.
I know, and it is as it was presented to you. It does happen like that, but you have to understand what's going on. The feather has its own density. Its mass per volume. It has a big volume and very little matter inside. The iron ball.
What?
I said the feather has a big volume and very little matter amount. It's less dense.
I said that.
The iron ball is metal. It has a high density, and it is very much matter inside a small volume.
Yes.
Now, in the medium of normal breathable air, 14 psi, the feather will encounter a lot of drag because it does not have the same force like the iron ball has.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The feather does not have the same weight in comparison to the volume, so it encounters a lot of drag in the air.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Now, in the vacuum chamber, so-called vacuum, it's a very low pressure chamber. The feather encounters very little drag now, and it will be falling almost at the same rate with the iron ball. And you can take any other kind of elements. I told you they will fall at the same rate, except when you put two magnets that oppose each other. If you glue them together and you drop them in a vacuum chamber, in comparison to anything, they will always fall the last. And this is what they did not told you. And pretty much people didn't even know until 1970s when this guy from Martin Lockheed discovered this effect, phenomena, and patented it. It was a Martin Lockheed engineer who discovered this property of magnetism. That by controlling magnetic fields and forces, you can affect the downward acceleration rate.
Okay.
Despite
I will believe that.
despite the medium you are in. You can do this in water, you can do this in air, you can do this in vacuum chambers. You will get the same result.
Wait, so is this like?
Okay. I think that I would rather move on to like another topic.
Perfect.
Because
Okay.
this has gone very circular.
Yeah. So this is we're at 2:02 p.m. Central. So Precious Metal Takeover is now done. So thank you to everybody who joined us today and participated. And anybody, do you have any or no? Well, thanks to you for joining us and everybody else. And yeah, so May, if you want to ask another question, you can go ahead.
Yeah, May, you see, you said you learn like to become a pharmacist.
Yeah, but I'm trying my best to understand like the arguments that you're presenting me, but not like I believe that I haven't like gotten an answer regarding like the conditions that I presented. And like there's like skepticism in the live stream voice text, like saying that they don't believe me. Okay, fine. You may say that my personal anecdote isn't valid, but as much as I acknowledge the experience that like Sai experienced a while ago. So yeah. What else?
Yeah, like
maybe something else that
but it's just a trick. I don't really.
Sorry, I can't.
Can I try? Can I try to answer?
Yes, Godric. Okay.
There you go.
Hey, how are you? I'm not a silver, so I couldn't talk earlier. So,
okay.
Yeah, so we don't believe in gravity per se. There is an up and down, but not gravity. And mass doesn't attract mass. You can never show that. Okay. So when you're talking about your feather and your ball, we do expect that to fall downwards in a vacuum. So what is your question about that? What is your issue with that?
Yeah. So why do these objects with differing mass or density or whatever, in a vacuum, they fall at the same rate here on Earth?
They would do that because they have nothing to resist them falling down, right? So if you have a regular medium like air, right, the feather would go back and forth because it's bouncing off the air, right? But let's say iron ball will go straight down, right?
Why?
So what's your question with that? Without the medium, there'd be nothing to bounce the feather around, so that would go down. That would go down faster than if it was in air, right?
Okay.
Make sense?
So why does the feather experience air resistance and the ball doesn't?
Well, if you drop them, you see, if you have below an ocean, you drop them in the air, but they will be landing in an ocean, the feather and the ball. The moment the ball makes contact with the water, it will slow down, but it will still fall down through the water at a very slower rate in comparison to the air. Correct?
Yeah, I agree with that. But there's no water in the situation I presented.
The feather will fall on the water, but it will not fall through the water down to the ground, but it will float on the water.
Yeah, but that's not really like the condition.
To answer your question directly, it's because the bowling ball is heavier than the feather. So the bowling ball will fall quickly through the air, and the feather will fall slowly through the air like a piece of paper because it's got a lot of air resistance on it, but not a lot of weight. but the ball has a lot of weight, but not a lot of air resistance.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering that. There you go. Simple as that.
If you make a boat out of that iron ball, then
wait, hold on. Well,
the
let's not
boat
talk
will
about
still fall through the air, but it will not sink anymore in the ocean.
Yeah. But yeah, but this doesn't really explain why they fall at the same rate, at the same speed in an area without air resistance.
Okay,
Without
I give
air
you this one
resistance.
then. I give you this
Okay,
one
go.
then. You see, at MIT University, one of the most prominent universities in USA, at physics classes, the physics teacher is teaching the students incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the down vector, and he's saying it's not gravity. He's saying that what the students have learned in high school, that the down vector is gravity, he's explaining to them that gravity actually does not belong to physics, but it belongs to astrophysics.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with the world outside of our bodies, what we experience in this reality. Gravity belongs to what you see in the sky.
So your question is, why do things fall at the same rate, like a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum? Well, the thing is, we're not really about why questions here. Like, that's a question you'd have to answer for yourself. We can't answer that because that's a why question.
Maybe it's no. Maybe it's a how question. How does that happen?
We've already explained that a second ago. It's just because out here in the regular air, this is a medium, and in a vacuum chamber with very little air, that's also a medium, just a slightly different medium. And in that slightly different medium, with very little air resistance, just about anything, I think, would fall at the same rate. There's no air resistance.
Can you tell her how that's not gravity, Orion?
Yeah, and that's not gravity. That's just objects finding their equilibrium in the medium that they're in.
Okay, there you go. You finally managed to answer my question. Yeah. Thank you.
There's also a methodological misunderstanding, I think, frequently with people who come in to the Flat Earth server. I don't accept something that doesn't have a proven cause. So, globe earthers, obviously, as I once did, would claim gravity, but there has been no experiment that proves the cause. You can't manipulate the independent variable showing that this concept of gravity, say, the bending and warping of space-time, is the cause of the phenomenon that you're observing. So I wouldn't accept that explanation because there is no causation. There's no empirical causation that can be shown by the scientific community of this phenomenon that you're describing. So that's one of the things that sort of is dismissed out of hand. If you don't have an experiment showing causation in a careful that's in a carefully controlled experiment, you don't have the empirical foundation to make the claim that this concept of gravity, the bending and warping of space-time, is the thing that causes the thing you observe. So you might say to yourself, well, these flat earthers aren't giving me a sufficient explanation for the thing that I observe, while simultaneously you can't provide an example in the scientific community of the strict cause of the phenomenon that you're asking us about. You see, so it's a methodology.
So an example of this would be if you could somehow have a box. If you could somehow have a box and then put a bowling ball in that box and have it, held in the center of the box by a string or something, and then if you could somehow, some way, we've asked lots of people to do this, but it's understandable you can't do it. If you could somehow, some way, take this alleged gravity, because they claim gravity makes the bowling ball go down. If you can remove gravity from the box and then let the bowling ball just float there and observe it, and then put gravity back in the box and watch the bowling ball fall down in the box, that would be an experiment proving gravity makes the bowling ball go down. The problem is gravity is not a real thing, so you can't remove it from the box. So it's not an experiment, and it's not a real thing. I mean, you could say the same thing with invisible unicorns. I could say invisible unicorns make the bowling ball go down, but I'd have to remove invisible unicorns from the situation, let the bowling ball float, and then put invisible unicorns back in the situation, watch the bowling ball go down. So you see, you can't do an experiment to prove gravity, so it's just all pseudoscience.
Yeah, also
gravity.
Point is taken. May I speak? May I speak?
Yes.
I wanted to add something because I tried to tell you earlier about the independent variable. The independent variable in the experiment is the thing you're wiggling, is the thing you're changing. So that would be the medium.
Controlling.
Okay, well, I would like to move past this conversation. I would just like to say that there is very ableist language in your live stream voice text right now. And I do not appreciate the ableism being done towards me, calling me insane and psychotic when I'm just not informed about this topic. I think that's very disingenuous.
I don't know who said that, but
that's just one person's opinion. Please don't try to paint with a broad brush all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not generalizing it, but if you're allowing it here, that's just a bad look for your server. Just saying. But thank you for having this conversation with me. Definitely will encourage me to look more into this.
I wanted to give you. I know you have this more chemical in-depth knowledge.
Sure.
And I wanted to ask you something in regards to our anatomy and stuff. But also in regards to Einsteinian gravity, that one makes a claim which sounds something like this. Would you agree that
wait. I would really like to hop off this VC right now because I'll be honest, it's 3:15 a.m. in the morning here.
Oh, okay.
And I never really intended to stay for this long.
If
and
I can only add very fast.
She's leaving, Sasha, yeah.
Where is the curvature? You need to ask that question. When you find out that things in nature, and then you will find all answers. Curvature.
Okay, you know what? I never really challenged the curvature.
Yeah, because Earth is sphere, and must be sphere because it's sphere. That means in nature must be sphere. That's obvious, and that's it. But if it's not sphere, what could be that? But it is sphere for sure. But if you look into that, it's for sure it is sphere. Doesn't matter, chambers, rays, everything. It must be sphere. It's there. If you look into that, you will find it, and then you will know all answers. That's it.
Okay, but I would just like to point out too that this conversation really, I don't know, like one of you folks really asked me my understanding of gravity, and it just
1 minute. Would you give me 1 minute to ask you
I would
something in your area of expertise?
Okay, go make the pitch. Yeah, go make the pitch. Last one. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. So, how can you prove that hemoglobin has 4 iron atoms? Contains 4 iron.
I have a very, very interesting from my own archives. Let me just check that. Where is it? I think it's here. So very recently, there has been a recent discovery in science wherein they are able to see chemicals, like actually see the structure of chemicals under some sort of imaging. I'm not sure what machine they're using, but it's called atomic force microscopy. And I'll be honest,
electron microscopy.
No. It's different. This is different. Electron microscopy. I've studied all of that. This is very different. It's called atomic force microscopy. It's a really new discovery in science, and Sorry, I would really love to explain the heme and hemoglobin, all of that stuff, but I'm really exhausted. But I still appreciate like everyone for this conversation.
Sure, I appreciate
and
you.
yeah.
Do come back here, and yeah,
Thank you.
I
Good
wish
night.
you get to meet more of us. You'll find that we have amazing people inside here, and yeah.
Yeah, I just wish that you would, like, people here would know how to monitor ableist language, because it's really discouraging to talk here. Honestly,
Yeah,
I'm just
I
trying
don't
to
like
learn.
that either. I also don't like that, but yeah, try to ignore it. And you know, we live in the world where we are all here, all kinds of us. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, I just don't think that like these discriminatory like actions shouldn't be promoted or like ignored in such spaces. But anyway, it's been such a pleasant conversation.
It was a pleasure. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here, for letting me advertise like the vegan server that I'm in. If anyone
yeah,
wants to
tomorrow I
get
hope you
verified, just
verify me. I hope you tomorrow verify me in your server.
just please do ping me. Like, just
Sure.
at me in that server. You will my username. Just note it down. Oh, wait. Discriminatory language. Oh, well, people were calling me psychotic and insane. And just like, I mean, that's very discouraging, honestly.
Don't take that to your heart. Ignore it.
And the voice text. And the text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a handful of people in here that, don't talk to people on here like they're talking to someone face to face, but they should.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm curious, who did that?
the EXO.
Oh, EXO. Oh.
Miguel, that's inappropriate for you to ask that. It's obvious. It's right there in writing. We don't discuss the moderation of server on the live stream.
Yeah, sorry.
If you had a bad experience, I gave you a link to the complaint department. You're welcome to type us a whole page essay if you want. We're not discussing it here. Topic over.
True.
Okay.
Sorry. Good night, May.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Rest well.
Bye.
Likewise, I'm going to resist the urge to comment. If anyone wants to know what I think about the last thing that just happened, you're welcome to read the live stream. Locker room, my last post in there. Oh, Indio is shocked by my last post. Thank you, Indio. All right, continue on. Is everybody being silent? Did I just kill the conversation? I'm not going to yell at you. I got my thoughts out. It's over. Just talk among yourselves.
Honestly, I think we didn't answer her question about gravity. I was trying to explain to her, but I was interrupted.
People are sensitive. There's no way around that. We could all work on our attitudes, but I actually do think, given what I've heard the past few years, that conversation, everybody was really trying to give her the benefit of a doubt. So I don't know what else to say. It ended up not being about flat Earth at all. So take that as you will.
Yeah, vegans are particularly sensitive.
Well, regardless of that, I'm just saying it ended up not being about flat Earth at all, and it ended up being about the way we handle things, which everybody can always work on that. That's, you know what I mean? Like, the point is flat Earth.
Granted, she was trying to make it about that this whole time, even before in the lobby. That was what she was about.
Yeah.
Any small thing was always tried to spin into that, and it was just towards the end she just got an excuse that she was like, this is the excuse. This is good enough.
She doesn't understand that see, here's the problem with us. No matter what kind of trolls come in with what kind of attitudes and how they present themselves, it doesn't matter. We have to keep our calm. Otherwise, we're dickhead flat earthers, right? Doesn't matter what they do. We have to be the adult all the time. Correct. And that does get frustrating.
We gotta hold the high horse. We gotta sit on that high horse like our life depends on it.
I just don't want to have to do that.
I gotta say though, these little confusion, misunderstanding things or whatever that we've all witnessed so many times here, I think they'd go a lot faster and a lot smoother if we did our best to answer simple, direct questions with simple, direct answers. Just saying.
Yeah.
There's always too many people trying to talk, and I'm guilty of it. But I also think this should not be talked about on a live stream. I think this is all administrative stuff that we can take care of in private.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably say that and remind them of that fact more often.
Yeah.
The irony of it is that I'm yelling at the non-glober. I'm yelling at the panel to go, why are we allowing these questions? I mean, we all witness things fall down. Oh, I had no idea things fall down. Okay, we live on a ball in outer space. Is that the question this person expected? Or can we say, yes, I've seen things fall down too on a flat surface? How hard is that?
Well, if you want to talk about the ins and outs of the way people do things here, then yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Orion.
I wasn't here for the whole conversation, but I heard her say towards the end that she wasn't claiming that the Earth is a ball. So I'm just saying, like, XO, what you just said, I wouldn't say that like that to her because you're putting words in her mouth.
Like, you weren't here. Your first part of your comment was I wasn't here for the conversation, so that was your second mistake. The issue is she said I've seen things fall with my own two eyes. How do you guys explain that? If you think that is an intelligent question, you have serious mental issues. Yes.
And you
how do you guys explain that?
Yeah,
how do you guys explain this?
Just keep doing that. Keep putting words in people's mouth. Yeah. You were just like, oh yeah, so
Princess Cupcake. Yes, little boy. You weren't even here for the conversation. Thanks for playing.
Okay, we're gonna end this again for the third or fourth time. We're having a discussion about it in the locker room. If anyone wants to discuss it there, maybe we should have a locker room audio channel. That would be fun. But yeah, what's the next topic? Anybody got one?
Well, I've just been continually asking for curvature, Earth rotation detection, and gas pressure without a container demonstration. I think those are the ones we should stick on just because they're really simple to talk about, and they're not begging the question for these globers whatsoever. But that's just me.
Well, Flo,
Yeah, I don't know if that person. I mean, not to rehash that conversation, but what you just said. Hopefully that person. I didn't hear the beginning of the conversation, but hopefully that person was at some point presented with the direct measurements or the laser test, because that's one of my goals, is to never let anyone leave here as a new person, never having seen that, because they will dance around and try to get away from that. It's almost instinctively. And so hopefully at some point that occurred. I don't know if it did or not.
Right, and as you can see, she took advantage of our jumping all over her, didn't she?
Yeah, well, it doesn't help with X opening words in people's mouths.
All righty, Jesus. Let's move on, please.
Didn't you guys already say we're moving on? Come on, man.
So if somebody asked you, Glad, how do black holes work on your flat Earth model? What would your answer be, Glad Flo?
Demonstrate black hole.
Shinji was going to say something. What'd you say, Shinji?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, please. Are you sure?
I mean, I asked what I missed. I joined and people were yelling, and I was wondering what happened.
Internet tough guy activity, Shin. Nothing to worry about.
There's a lot of stuff. So yeah, XO, I would say demonstrate black hole. Otherwise, we can't talk about it. Can you and I go and look at a black hole and watch what it does? No. So we can't talk about it. Next.
And then the answer, well, that doesn't answer my question.
Right? Well, too bad. The question you're asking a question about unicorns. Unless we can go find a unicorn and watch how it behaves, we can't talk about unicorns.
Unicorns are more real than black holes.
yeah, because you can find a horse with a horn. That's funny. Demonstrate black hole, and then they'd show a picture of Snoop Dogg's joint and be like, "Oh, this is it." See the end of that joint? It's just like a black hole.
Yeah, what are you talking about? How do you explain this picture if there's no black holes?
Take me to where that photo was taken. Let's go there. You and me.
It is by the liberalism or the very nice attitude that a lot of people give here that allows people to run into that deception back to their magical outer space religion, and we let them run back to it instead of going, can we just talk about the shape of the earth first?
Well, you can be nice and still keep them to subjects. You just have to be strict with nice.
It's a fine line, but yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Yeah, I did apologize to get in the robot room if anybody sees him, because I think I scared him away. Just tell him. I'm sorry. I'm harsh with him, but one thing I really don't like, and I don't want us to continue, is the Globers still here. It's like, come on, guys. This kind of thing causes, it was just illustrated. Somebody else who actually, is a mover and a shaker in the world starts like falling all over themselves to apologize for existing. And then, they slink away and we're still sitting here putting swords into each other. We don't owe these Globers anything. What were you going to say, Dre?
You were just roboting in the beginning of it, and you were talking about the locker room.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, I was trying to apologize to get Biget in the locker room because I think I scared him away. So if you see him, tell him to go read it, please. Because I don't want to make him feel bad. He is very kind. He's much kinder than me.
Yeah, and I think we can also just, if we have comments about the conversation that's not constructive, we can put it in the locker room.
Or DMs. There's plenty of places. We don't have to do it on the live stream, you're right.
Well, the locker room keeps it away from diverting away from the conversation, because they will use anything to try to run away from the actual point. So we don't need to give them excuses.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, it's become mostly not about evidence. And what we're doing instead is we have to like mold and shape the conversation so that these people even pay attention, let alone engage and say, here's my evidence of a globe Earth. Here's when I went out and measured it. Here's when I observed this. We don't ever get to that point because a lot of time, well, not ever. But there's been some people recently that we've had some good success with, actually. But yeah, we still need to handle things differently, I think. And I don't necessarily know how to do that in a group setting. I know what I can do, but I can only control myself, right?
I think the pace is important because you got to think if somebody's coming in and hearing for the first time, you got to make sure not to give them information overload and start by, like with 3 points, start by checking out where are they at and what kind of thinking do they do. Are they based in emotion? Are they based in logic? And if they're based in emotion, yeah, you can start with logic and explain to them why logic is important and how it works so they can get why the black swan is a black swan. Because if they're based in emotion, that won't resonate with them because they don't understand why
they won't even,
how it works.
You're right. They won't even start to think about it. They'll just be focused on how butthurt they are about something. And like I said, it's a two-way street.
Yeah, and their proofs will be emotional as well. They will be fallacious and like this feels right to me, therefore it must be right. So
yeah, and that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that's why it's important to try to approach it from where they are at instead of like logic. You can't shove logic down everybody's throat because everybody doesn't understand logic.
Right, and they think that what they've learned and the thought process in learning those things is so ironclad that it's almost embarrassing that there's people out there that think it's flat, right? So they come in with this like I guess it's a presupposition, it's a stigma, and like they're like, no, we need overwhelming evidence from the flat earthers. You need to convince me everything I've ever learned is wrong, and you need to replace all of my beliefs. That's a big problem.
I just wanted to say, yeah,
we can't do that.
You're right, but at the same time, like it's kind of unrealistic to ask for that because once we start actually doing what they're asking for, they just start panicking. They just don't want to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's not on us, though. But the only thing we can do is, like I said, control our outbursts. Try not to jump on them, even if they get offensive. Just, deep breaths, man. If you got to mute. A lot of us just go, ugh, and jump all over it, and it's like, well, we're not helping the situation then. We're stooping to their level.
Yeah, it's also a question of how were they convinced to begin with, because if they got convinced with emotional appeals or like fallacious logic, that might be the logic they're applying, and that's the thing that convinced them. So you need to kind of like dismantle that, or in some cases, because it's emotional how they were taught this, and it might even be a trauma for some people, you might need to resolve that emotional tangle first by being like, even ask them like, why is it so important that it is a globe to you? Like, why is it so important? Like, what's the worst thing that can happen if the Earth is flat? And like, let them actually think about it and realize it's not that bad.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's just pride. That's all it is. These people are smart enough by leaps and bounds to get it, but they just won't allow themselves to get to that point where they're admitting, "Gosh, maybe I was fooled. Let's just see. Let's just see if I was fooled, right? Let me go investigate." They won't even do that.
It's also, if they're the only person they know or in their immediate vicinity that is questioning this, there's also maybe the fear or the conformity part where they're like, oh, I don't want to be the only one and isolate myself for being the guy who doesn't believe in the state religion. Because then sometimes those people just need to see there are people that are like, hey, it's okay, you can chill with us, it's all good. You still have people willing to talk to you, and it's all good, and you don't have to go out and scream, the world is flat to everybody. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 3 points are really useful, and the black swan. I mean, I understand, like a lot of us, some people get kind of tired of that because it's been done so many times. But in retrospect, I wish that I had just gone right into the black swan with her when I was speaking, because that's really what convinced me was a long distance observation, and that is I mean, it's as plain as anything that we could possibly say. We just see too far. And if we did that and confront these things at the most concrete level possible, it kind of helps to take the, I don't know, it doesn't take the emotion out of it too, because people start getting worked up about that. But I think those are good tools.
I agree.
That's also why it helps to not give them the whole me versus you, flat earthers versus globers, you're a glober, we're flat earthers vibe. It's important to be like, bro, we all grew up thinking it was a globe, being told the same thing you were. And when I thought it was bullshit, and then I tried to prove it, and guess what? It didn't fucking work, because the globe doesn't work. And then you show them some of the reasons why you realized, like, just get them on the same side somehow.
Yeah. And I like talking about methodology too, because frequently, they come in hot with all these stories and explanations and assumptions, and if you can just cut those things out, what can you prove? Where's the independent variable? Where's the thing that shows causation or measurement? And that just removes the stories, or at least it provides the possibility of them letting go of all of their Narnia assumptions.
Yeah, taking the words of QE and walking around outside with a positive attitude, minus all the cuss words and all that, and just being regular with people, being a regular person with people. Just taking the words of QE and going out to the public and talking to people about, gas pressure and how you can't have it without a container, and axial rotation. How did anyone ever prove that? And, curvature measurements. Did anyone ever make a curvature measurement? It's direct from the ground or over the water, not staring up in the sky, making absurd ideas out of what's in the sky. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if you do this face to face with people, just randomly on the street with some spare time of yours, it makes this here on the Discord so much easier, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I was listening to, is it a Scottish fella, the construction worker, who does, he talks with people on the street. I think he does a great job, provides a good example of the thing you're talking about. Just be natural with people, treat them as a human being. It's, and you can't do that with everybody, because a lot of people, you'll have anti-flat earthers, you can't deal with those people. So
I think at the end of the day, especially if I've treated anti-flat earthers way better than they're treating me, I feel like it's been a good day, right? If I've been able to keep my cool talking about these subjects, then it's like, okay, that was successful, and I'll just try to do that every day from now on, and I won't let them get my goad, because most of them just want to do that, and if they don't want to do that, they're coming in here to, hopefully for them, reify the globe, and right, so they get really worked up when we start saying, well, actually, it's not true, and here's 100 reasons why. They get overwhelmed, right? I think it's overwhelming, and so moving around from topic to topic, yeah, I feel like there's almost should just be like 5 topics that we stick with, so that it's easier to maintain. You know what I mean? Like, it's easier to make progress that way.
Yeah, 100%. And I think a lot of people are super skilled at talking about the intricacies of the heliocentric model and showing and using that to show people why it doesn't work. At the same time, it can get so far away from the core issues that then you're kind of playing into the theoretical trap. You're stuck talking about this fantasy instead of really bringing it back to what can be observed, what can we show through direct experimentation or measurement. Even though those things are fun, and I really do respect. I mean, the level of knowledge and understanding at the server just blows me away. So I totally respect that. At the same time, I think it can be difficult.
Exactly. I mean, we just, in my opinion, and I'll stop here. We just bombard people because we know so much about this, and it's like, no, wait, here, look at this. Okay, well, here's another reason, and here's another reason. Like, that's why I said, if we stick to a handful of things, and because we've got these arguments nailed regardless of what the topic is at this point, keeping them focused without overwhelming them with, even if they do ad homs, don't respond with an ad hom, that kind of stuff. But even outside of that, it's got to be that they're willing, that they want to know something about this, right? How is it that, so we got them here, now we need to keep them here with their curiosity, their genuine curiosity, because that's what was sparked in me when this whole thing went down. When I started to realize this, I was like, man, okay, I'm super curious. Now I got to go find some stuff out. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, if they make an ad hom, the worst thing you could do is just make an ad hom right back. Far better is to explain, like, this is my argument, not my personality, so that falls under ad hominem. So can we please discuss the argument in question? Just bringing back the topic.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good point, because this is the same thing when you work in a store or customer service. If you have a really rude customer, and the more abrasive and abusive the person is that you're dealing with, and the more polite you are, the contrast between will often make the rude person realize that they're making an ass of themselves. And maybe even after the conversation, after that, like, obstinate guy's left, he might be thinking, like, we kept our calm and were polite and nice the whole time. He's going to be thinking, okay, they were actually being very civil. I was not. And then he'll have to go at it a different perspective, because he does not want to be that person. Then he's going to have to calm down and show up and be like, hey, okay, I wanted to ask about this, and be humble. Right. And that's one of the few ways to get one of those obstinate types, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's true if the person is openly obstinate. I don't know who we're talking about anymore, but if we're just talking about theoretical people, hypothetical people, when the person is being passive aggressive, which is what was discussed earlier, when the person's obvious goal is to kind of draw out aggression toward them while continuing to act victim, then actually the goal they have, is to make people say things that they can then sit there and use these, modern terms to, say how they're now an official victim. That's what they want, isn't that obvious? So like the people who are being nice to these people, it's like, oh, you're not giving them what they want. Like, that's fine. You guys can continue to do that, which is like what Karma was saying. Don't give them what they want, because what they want is for you to, lash out at them, because that's what they're looking for. That's what they want. That like gives them validation. They exist. They might be able to go back to their little victim club and say, I got 20 victim points today. A person called me this name and that name. They were sexist, racist, homophobic toward me. Give me 20 victim points. I think I'm the head victim. But yeah, if you treat them nicely, they'll be like, oh, gosh, these people are boring. I might actually have to pay attention to what they're saying. But, but at the same time, that is like the whole modus operandi of the world, isn't it? Like, just to push good people to their limits. That's what we're experiencing on a worldwide level. And it's kind of like, how much more do we have to be the good guys? How much longer do we have to sit here and take it? I don't know.
That's true.
But the thing is, what you're describing is kind of like with kids when they're pushing boundaries. And you see more and more in society today where people aren't as grown up because they're not being brought up properly. They're just in schools and things, and that's not actually teaching them how to be people and how to deal with their emotions and all that shit. I work in an after-school program where we're helping teach this to kids, because it's glaringly obvious that with the limited time that parents have with their kids nowadays and the way society is set up, that they don't have the time to teach the kids what they need to know to function as people in society. And pushing boundaries like this, when people act like this, you need to act like a grown-up, like you were talking about earlier, like Drayson was talking about in you guys. Because you have to be the adult in the situation. That's when you have to be firm, and you don't need to be like aggressive or loud or anything. You just need to put down the foot and be like, okay, hey, this is what you're doing. This is not acceptable. And in this case, since we're in Discord, we can be like, you're getting a first warning here. And if you keep on doing this behavior, you might get a second warning. But third strike, you're being put in timeout and you're going to be put on mute for a little bit. Yeah. And just treat them like kids. Because honestly, that's what we need grown-ups nowadays.
The boundaries, because it definitely is attention-getting behavior. You hit the nail on the head there. Well said.
And then people act surprised and they're like, what's wrong with my kid? Well, you haven't been paying attention very well, have you?
Or at all. Kids are raised now by the screens. What's up, Flathead?
What's going on, guys? Thought I'd jump back in.
Yeah. We're just talking about how to deal with this.
Well, it's going to be a little bit more than let's go, Brandon.
Right.
Funny, but is it constructive, or does it just keep you in the same place? I've been thinking about this a little bit. Anyone had any proof of curvature yet?
I keep asking.
It keeps you in the same place because the Earth is stationary.
They keep telling me that basketballs are proof of curvature.
Huh. Oh, got you. That's a fascinating notion, right?
Yeah, proof of curvature of a basketball.
That's what I keep telling them.
I thought a ball had to have curvature by definition to be considered a ball, but maybe I just have the wrong, image in my head. Yeah.
It is a ball. It just can't be observed anywhere.
Right. Just can't show you any actual proof, of said ball.
That's right.
Yeah, it is a ball, but if you squint your eyes just right, it looks kind of like a frisbee.
Right. I'm thinking more flat, like a chocolate chip cookie.
I guess the chips are mountains.
Hubcap Earth.
Right. Well, I think that's definitely, a lot of Globers and people in general are just ignorant. They go to that space disc floating in space with the water falling off the edges, but I don't think anyone really is in that mindset. Who is objectively looking at it.
I was just thinking about this the other day, but if their globe is correct, which we know isn't, but if it is, then every single flat on the globe would hold the water. It would essentially be like a bowl for water. Like all the water would just collect in the middle and form a puddle from there outwards. But it doesn't. Especially obvious.
That's not how...
Sorry.
No, I was going to say that's not how it works at all.
Yeah, especially obvious when you look at the salt flats, because they get flooded, and instead of there being this massive bulge you can slowly walk into until it covers your head, like it's equal altitude from there's equal thickness of the water the whole way over the entire flatness. That doesn't work on a ball. There would need to be a water bulge.
Also, I was thinking, they claim that the Earth is 4.6 billion years. So in all this time that the Earth has been spinning, wouldn't the water of the Earth have been gathered around the equator because of inertia?
In relation to your still image there, you're just not using your Sharingan properly to see it, man.
Yeah, I only have opened one Tomoe. That's probably why.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't have the Rinnegan yet, so...
You just have to get Madara, exactly. Anyone here who doesn't know anything about Naruto is probably like, huh? What are they talking about?
Funny thing is, with the centrifugal thing, Neil keeps talking about this, and he's calling the Earth hamburger-shaped now because it's flattened out due to the centrifugal forces. It's flattening out the stone, apparently, but not doing anything to the water.
Yeah, right. It's just acting on what it wants to. It's just cherry picking, right?
That's how it works.
Hamburger shaped? How hamburger shaped? What are the What are the dimensions? Because I look at the occasionally I'll go over to NASA's what do they call it? The Earth data sheet. I think the data sheet. So there's numbers there, and I think there's a difference of diameter of something like 16 miles on the horizontal versus the vertical. So from north to south, NASA says that the Earth is 16 miles less in diameter than along the horizon. So that's 16-mile difference, but it's hamburger shaped. I mean, come on, what is it?
It's so bad. He also said that eventually, because of centrifugal forces, it's going to turn into a pizza. So if you a pizza, and then if you look at the stars, they also tell us that all the stars and all the planets and all this stuff, it's all like you're looking at it in the past because the light is so far away. So it's actually probably pizzas right now. You just see it as balls.
I thought you were going to say taco. But I got to say, if the Earth were a hamburger, in that example or whatever, in that idea, that silly idea, would the ketchup be hot lava, magma?
That's the magma. Yes.
See, it's in the center, just like Earth's core. It's just hot magma. We haven't
you mean the core that we can't actually verify because we've essentially barely went into the surface itself, which is like 6 or 7 miles, as we're told, which is the equivalent of like going into the edge of an apple, not even all the way through the skin.
Yeah, not through the skin.
You've got to have faith in the hamburger.
But somehow that there's a core there, right?
Yeah, and as Earth turns into a pizza, the crust of the pizza will be the crust of the Earth.
The most updated model they presented is the geoid shape, but which makes even less sense because a geoid has like flat surfaces at some points, but then curves drastically at some other points to make up for it, like to make it like a whole ball-shaped thing. So that in theory, that would make the curvature to be seen way more clear, but there's nowhere we can verify that. So they dig themselves another hole, another grave.
Yeah, I think Neil is looking at the ellipsoid and being like, that kind of looks like a hamburger, because he was hungry.
They're not even claiming ellipsoids anymore. Like, since a few years ago, they say it's a geoid. Like,
I know.
I'm gonna put an image. Like this is what they claim, basically. I'm gonna post it in voice text.
Yeah, I have B up there, which essentially just shows that they have it all over the place. They also claim gravitational anomalies are causing these flat pieces, which is really hilarious because they claim gravity is a constant, but all of these gravitational anomalies prove that it isn't. And in the first place, it's not even a constant. They admit it's an average. So...
Yeah.
They just needed to be a constant for Einstein and all this junk, so they make it a constant. They did the same thing to the speed of light. They don't know the one-way speed of light, and the two-way speed of light isn't constant, so it varies based on the directionality it's going on the Earth. So that's why we have the Sagnac effect, and that's how optical gyroscopes even work. So it's hilarious to me that everything only works on flat Earth and doesn't work if the Earth is a globe. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Grace, what were you just saying then? Go back a little bit. You were talking about one-way speed of light.
Yeah, I was talking about how they need light to be a constant, but
they also need it. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, they need it to be a constant.
They need
it to this be is important.
They needed to be a constant for Einstein's equations to even make any sense. They don't even make any sense in the end, but to even start making any sense, they need that to be a constant because that's part of the equation.
And
so,
for it to be a constant, that would also mean it would need some form of a physicality to it as well. It would deductive reasoning suggests that it needs some form of physicality to it. That light itself has some form of a physicality to it also. That sounds a bit weird, but what scientists are using in terms of pseudoscience to try and prove now shows that they want it to be that way.
Said scientist, I mean, just because they call themselves scientists doesn't specifically mean they are, especially when they're teaching such
That's what I said. So I'm saying,
that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that angle. I like that.
Right. So what I'm really alluding to, Drace, is this, right? So effectively, what I'm talking about is I'm just going to pause this video for some reason. Let's just start playing them in the background. Is of recent, right? So obviously we have what would right. So for instance, for time travel, right? Wormholes, right? String theory, all of this attaches back toward warping and bending the space time as well, right? Because obviously, if you can bend time by warping and moving the fabric of space itself, right? And you attach these physical attributes to these conceptual abstract ideas, right? You then have to have certain things, right? For you to travel forth dimensions or to travel forward in time or back in time. What would we need? First, we need light. If everything in their theory is made of light, right? Like literally everything is made up of light. That's why light needs a form of physicality, right? That's why it needs photons. So we are light beings in their mind. We were made of stardust, right? It's all looper. It's all the same thing rewritten in a different way, right? So they add this physicality to light. And then recently, they then start to talk about how light itself has a crystalline structure. Well, why would they need that? Why would light need a crystalline structure that is on a quantum almost level, right? And they talk about this, and then they do this test where they basically bodge it in a pseudoscientific experiment to say that the speed of sound is now faster than the speed of light, or can be faster than the speed of light, or can be the same speed as the speed of light, right? Think about it. Like, they need it that way, right? Because if they want to time travel, for instance, or they want to create some sort of way of having, an AI consciousness upload or uplink, right? What would they need, right? They would need the capability to almost freeze time. In order to do that, they would have to effectively shoot data forward, right? Using light, using cables, potentially using optical cables, shoot the light forward. But then shooting light forward is fine. That gives you your imagery, that gives you your material. If you hypothesize that, light is what we are and everything is made up of photons and that light is some form of physicality. But that doesn't give you sound, does it? Where are you going to get your sound from? So then they start to talk about crystals, a crystalline structure that's left after light itself, that it resonates with light, that there's a form of a, like literal quantum crystal on a level sort of thing. I can show you the articles for this. It's ridiculous, obviously, at best. And then they start to do these like stupid tests where they manipulate the test so that it comes out that the speed of sound is actually faster than the speed of light, right? When really all they're doing is effectively using a vibrational wave as a way of moving something and then measuring the end of the thing that moved that was physical, i.e. a crystal, for instance. You put a sound wave into a crystal, it hits one end of the crystal, the other end of the crystal moves after the other, at the front end, it's going to move. It's like if you push a pencil on a desk, the moment you touch the one part of the pencil, the front part of the pencil is going to move, right? That doesn't mean that, all of a sudden sound is traveling at that speed. It just means that sound hits something that is one physical object, right? You know? So obviously the front of it moved straight away, as did the back, because it physically touched it with enough force to move it, right? So it's like they're misequivocating sound to vibration. So it's like they're trying to basically rein everything in towards this idea that sound is somehow going to be able to be passed along with the speed of light by adding this idea of a quantum crystal attached to the light flow itself and a physicality to life with the photons, right? And that could be then the thing that projects the actual reality that we live in a new dimension. You know, they've got everything then needed, and they're effectively trying their hardest to prove all of these things so that they can, you know, get people on that wavelength that they can have everlasting life.
Funny thing is that's all super interesting, but
is there a globe there?
I'm forgetting the thing I was going to say. It was super interesting. You totally like blanked me out.
Sorry.
I'm going to look at that though. It's super interesting.
I'll send you some stuff on it, mate. But basically, right, so, alright, I was going to tell you where you were going, yeah. So, I never stop anyone. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to real quick throw it out there. Essentially, they're working within the framework of Einstein where the speed of light is the fastest thing or something like that, and that dictates the flow of time or some stupid stuff like that. So I see where they're coming from with their stuff, but it's still within these broken conventions.
Yep. People really need to look at the ridiculous level and nature of it, though, as well. Like how far they're going to assert their theories. Now, you know, they're really taking it so far, and I just don't see how the average human isn't seeing it. It doesn't take a genius. That's my point.
I mean, at this point, it's so blatantly obvious in the media and whatnot, just like you're saying. I mean, you should evidently see it. It's so obvious at this point.
I think it comes with the lack of actual education, because these people haven't been educated in logic and fallacies, and they haven't been educated in what the scientific method is and how it actually works. So they are not qualified to dismiss absurd claims as pseudoscientific claims when they're claiming that it's science. So they can't dismiss the fallacy because it's not logical. It sounds good to them.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a mixture. It's either a mixture of indoctrination with ignorance, or it's just one or the other.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, Grace, can I interrupt real quick? Are you guys in the middle of something? I just wanted to apologize to Get Bigot because I saw he's here. I'm sorry I was mean to you, Get Bigot. It's not you. It's just in general, I was trying to avoid, just things being discussed publicly. But you didn't do anything wrong. You were being very kind and patient and gentle, as you always are. And you have many more of those qualities than I do. So I appreciate you very much. And I'm sorry that I was harsh with you.
Get Bigot, you deserved every bit of it.
Did you hear that?
I wasn't here. I was joking, really. He knows I love him.
No, he's gone. He's run away again. It's fine. Maybe he really is mad at me. Gosh, if I could have gotten Get mad, that's got to be an accomplishment. Right? I've never actually seen
That's some serious stuff. I didn't think he could get mad, so...
He could not be. It could just be a coincidence. Okay. Go back to what you were talking about.
I'm just going to say...
We were actually talking about, you offended him and how much you offended him. No, I'm joking.
Apparently so, because he ran away when I apologized to him.
Yeah, if anything, she didn't say anything offensive. It was just she had a strict tone. That's all.
Me?
Yeah, you. You were just being nice and just being like,
yeah, you.
Like, we don't want this on the stream, so please stop.
Okay, thank you for your outside opinion. I do appreciate it.
I forgot what I was going to say though.
Oh my goodness, Crackville, another achievement unlocked. I just made Crackville speechless. Gosh, I'm just racking them up today. Do I get to move on to the next level now?
You can. I think that's level 3 now for you.
Yeah, it's actually a cube.
I think you just turned me into a fucking glober. Shit.
I don't think there's anything that powerful to make me go back to that.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
Me speechless is sort of like equivalent to like someone becoming a glober. It's sort of, yeah. You should know me long enough to realize I'm rarely speechless.
I know that. What were you talking about, Trace?
Talking about the religious nature of what they're doing with science. Well, scientism.
I know what I was going to say now.
Yeah.
I know what I was going to say now as well. Thank you for that. That really helped. So effectively, Drace, if you notice this, just to point this out to you is, you might have heard me say this already because I've said it once or twice. The pattern that I'm noticing is like, for instance, right. So like I've spoken about Ted Wazinski in here and how Andrew Murray in the program he was involved in and how he was given a scholarship into Harvard, and that program was used to create the torture techniques for the CIA Black Ops centers for torture techniques, basically, effectively, right? For MK Ultra, the real form of MK Ultra, not some sort of conspiratorial things. I mean, I could back up with documentation if anyone wants to challenge it. But you know, so he went in as an intellectual, came out as someone that was an environmentalist, but they needed to add a sort of face to the environmentalist and toward libertarianism as well, for instance, a violent face to it. And I feel like they used him as a tool to do so, and also as an antecedent relationship toward the writing of the Patriot Act, because I think the FBI grew by about 60% in size under Ted Wazinski, under the Unabomber, right? So he went into Harvard, right, as an intellectual, comes out as a violent man. And then we see a lot of this opposite with these intellectual types. We have Bill Nye, the science guy. They use the term science as a deified word that puts someone, man, up on a pedestal. He's not a scientist at all. He doesn't even have a science degree. He's the guy that teaches people that boats go over the horizon on, you know, national cable and television and all these types of things and broadcasting. Nothing to do with science at all. It has nothing to do with science. This isn't a science question. Michio Kaku as well, for instance, another pattern I noticed. He goes into the theoretical, but what is it that he's really actually was interested in? Apparently, he created a particle smasher that was 21 miles long of copper cable and steel cladding. Where a 14, 15-year-old managed to receive 21 miles of copper cable, I'm yet to figure out or, you know, even dissect where that could have even occurred or how it could have occurred. But isn't it weird how there's this sort of pattern toward these individuals, right? You know, they're involved in hands-on things with Michio Kaku, who's involved in the hands-on form of science of, you know, building things, tinkering, and then he becomes one of the most renowned, you know, speakers for science as a scientific explainer in the realm of the theoretical astrophysics, right? And then we have Bill Nye, the science guy, you know, someone who's not involved in science whatsoever, but portrayed in media as involved in science. We have people like Ted Wazinski, intellectualist, and now violent person. You know, I just find it very funny how all the people in media and all the people that affect our culture the most seem to go into things one way and come out in a different way. And to me, it seems like someone maybe got hold of these people and rattled their cage and changed their directive and in their own agenda and their own form of pattern of thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a great point because the pattern coincides with the modus operandi of how MK Ultra operates, and the more you look into this, the more you see that trauma-based mind control is used and even used unconsciously by some abusers. So it's not like this is something new.
Exactly. But like, some people would laugh at that as a suggestion, as a form of like, how would I put it? It's even Stephen Hawkins, for instance, right? Even look at his life story and what the things that he was interested and involved in, and then what he eventually becomes, and you sort of start to think that these characters are realistically cultivated through these universities and through secret societies that are attached to these universities. It's almost as if this narrative is already drawn out and they just choose the actors as and when they come along, and the best person that fits the bill is chosen as they come along. Ted Wazinski was literally picked out of a small town for his high IQ.
Haven't you heard this argument made with movies before?
Where
they don't actually have to, get a think tank to sit there and come up with all these different ideas for movies, or hire all these different people to come up with all this. Basically, it's the writer, but they don't actually have to do that because they've cemented their propaganda into people when they were young, and all they have to do is approve the people that are doing the message that they want to get out. So
it's game theory 101.
Yeah, it's genius, to be honest. But
yep, you'll have people that are organically doing exactly what you want them to do through the thought of their own free will. As in, they will feel as if they're enacting. It will be their free will to do so for you. They will choose to do so via the very world you sculpt around them. The choices that they'll have will be limited toward a directive of them eventually choosing to do that which you wish them to do, or at least a certain number to do so. You ever ask the normie if they actually have free will, or if they're just being persuaded by everything all the time, and if their choices are actually theirs? Their brain starts to melt and they start to freak out. I still think your choices are yours, but I think you'd have to understand the very advanced, sophisticated things that are out there to guide your choices. It's like
that's what I'm saying. The persuasion.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying that the persuasion, that's what they can't understand.
Yeah.
The last two American presidents are a great example of this idea, I think, too. You have this this bombastic buffoon and then a demented guy that's just decomposing in front of our eyes. These are not.
And as well, he's also everything they said Trump was. He literally is the epitome of everything they describe Trump to be. That is what Biden is, Golden Lemur, which is funny, isn't it?
It's almost like,
what do you mean?
It's almost like Biden believed everything they said about Trump, and then he was like, "Oh, that's what the president can do, right?"
Oh, the Russia collusion and so forth.
No, not just that. The racism. We're talking about comments about Mexicans. His comment about black people. He was voting to stop black children from being mixed with white children in schools. He was, he campaigned hard for very racist legislation going back a very long time. He's a genuine, true racist that's very good friends with lots of people in the KKK, for instance. He's friends with lots of people that are leaders of white supremacist movements. This is all stuff that's not like, this isn't even controversial. This is shit that's like out there in the public spectrum. Like, you can very quickly look into it, and you'll find very quickly, like, literally him having speeches saying how Obama was the, cleanest, most intellectual and eloquent black man that he'd ever met.
Yes, 100%.
Things like that. Like, imagine, like, what?
That's part of the deception. It's part of hiding the plan in plain sight and keeping people's minds off of, the non-existent curvature and things like that. It's that illusion of choice. There is no real choice in the system. Voting does nothing. Presidents are controlled opposition. Compartmentalization is real. And, most of us in the server are aware of this. That's why we're having these conversations.
Or as well, something to be very careful of, guys, is the feeling of organic research. Organic research no longer exists. Okay. So, and I like to try and say this to people. So, in fact, this is how we end up with very extremely weird forms of people when they say they I'm a non-binary, and I'm not taking the piss out of people that have problems with their gender or gender dysphoria. I'm saying how media influences things. So, someone could somehow be a right-wing, gender, non-binary, anarcho-communist, for instance, right? And I've heard someone say those exact words. So that means that whatever algorithmic formula they were taken down, it was able to swing them into, anarchism and communism. But no, they were capitalist anarcho-communist, sorry. Meaning that they believed that fully putting everything toward capitalism would be the quickest way toward the downfall of society into anarchism. So they were basically working on both, so that then eventually, when the chaos ensued with the anarchy, they could then instill the communism, right? So it's like, you see how these arms swing and then swing back out, and they felt like this is their own self-discovery. But the point is that algorithms, even though you're on the internet, it will make it feel as if you have a form of organic research that you yourself are putting yourself through. But the problem with these algorithms is that they're effectively pushing you and hinting you towards sort of directives and modus operandi that you don't even understand are going on. So research can feel very organic when in fact it's actually very cultivated. It's just that it's cultivated from behind the curtain, like in Wizard of Oz, right? People pulling strings from behind the curtain instead, but really it feels like you are the one walking up the yellow brick road, and really you're not. You're being dragged along the yellow brick road.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was thinking about that Wizard of Oz analogy just the other day. It is so relevant today, because these people they're pulling the strings. They are they really are just like little old wimpy men, sitting behind the curtain, making this big show of stuff. Yep. And really, they're nothing special. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, they got all the weapons and all that. I'm not denying that they have, physical, secular power. But, as human beings, as persons, they are like shriveled little, trolls of people just, they just have access to all this showmanship that they can, they're just wizards, right? They're just wizards, but they're ugly, ugly, ugly people. And more people are seeing their true face, which is what I think we have to keep doing, is exposing them.
Exactly. It's kind of like the way I see the idea of the devil. It's like if you were to ever actually meet the devil, see what the devil is, it would be this tiny shriveled up man who has a great costume that makes him look like a strong, well-groomed and well-dressed, beautiful individual, but really it'd be like a shriveled up, weakling sat in the corner, and he just had a load of little, strings that he could pull on to sort of make a fake sort of image or hologram of himself,
Yes. Yeah, and that's why the spirit of envy, the spirit of envy is the strongest motivating spirit for these characters.
And also, in the Bible... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what Crack just said reminds me of when I first defeated my nightmare. When you go through a nightmare, it's generally the more you fear, the worse the nightmare gets. And I learned how to deal with nightmares just by finding the creator and learning to love unconditionally. So once I loved unconditionally, the nightmare, instead of being this dark giant thing, it shrunk down into a shriveled little pathetic creature, which just ran away in horror at my shiny love. So
yeah,
since then I have never had any problems with any nightmares, because that just happens and then it's over.
It's like sleep paralysis, Drace. You reversed your polarity. That's what you did. you reversed your polarity from a negative, right, and seeing it as a negative, you turn something around, and it's basically a hermetic principle, really, and you effectively used the hermetic principle, maybe even subconsciously did so, just via the way that you had a consciousness shift in your own mind that allowed for, again, like you said, a shining of a light that would basically drown out and make a privation of darkness shrivel up so much that the thing that was in the dark no longer could even begin to be something that would be seeable, right? Because it's so dark now. Because it's been outshone. It's darkness that's been created by a shining of light. You know, something can be blinded and hidden by so much light, also, as well as so much darkness. That makes sense.
I grew up in a troubled home and had not the best childhood. So for me, nightmares were a common thing, and I spent most of my young adulthood trying to figure out why and how deal with this. So I fought them. I tried everything I could, and while fighting them, I developed all sorts of powers in my dreams. I could fly. I could move things with my mind. I could regenerate. I could become close to invulnerable and teleport. And so over time, it became a fun thing for me to just fight the nightmares because I felt like I was in a movie. But when I found the Creator and I found this love for everyone and love for myself, I just tried it as an experiment because I considered this entity not me. Like I've considered, because in our Icelandic myths we have an entity called Amara, which basically goes and
it's like a demon or a sleep demon.
Who goes and lays on people who sleep to try to feed on their fear and energy. So
it's called the one who sits on your chest, right? Yeah.
So that's what I basically just imagined it as and considered it as. So a foreign entity. So I fought it that way, and that worked for me and was fun. But once I loved it because I love everything when I go into this oneness creator mindset where I'm thinking like the Creator must love everyone because he's omnipresent, omniscient, because he knows the mistakes those people made to get to the place they are at, and he still wants them to be better. Generally, that's God is good, you know.
Can I recommend the Bible verse for you?
Sure.
Not the verse, but
reading the Bible, but I'm not biblical per se.
Isaiah 59.
I'll write that down.
All right. Very good verse. Very, 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 very good verse.
And also, what I wanted to say, when the Bible talks about the beast, like the devil, it says for the number of the beast, it's a number of a man. Let it go.
The number of man.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that it's actually a 666. What it is in the right. So I'll get this out very, very, very quickly because I don't want to bore people. So the thing is with mechanical translation of ancient Hebrew, right? Okay. It's that when you go back to the lexicon, right, and you look at the actual the letterings and the lettering of what it is, right, and you have the various forms of the Hebrew language as well. You have the very old, so you have like the primary, and then you would have the ancient, and then you would have the next part. And so when it translates back over, remember there's a numerical code also to the there's a numerical code also to the Paleo Hebrew. Does that make sense to you? As in, it isn't as clear cut as there's numbers that are representative of, like, let's say you have a tet or a bait or an aleph or a kof or a resh. There are numbers and numerical values that are added to these letters, right? So when we look at like the 666, for instance, right? It's, I think, if I believe correctly, I think it is the upside down early. It's the early order. I think it goes to the 6th century BC, or no, it goes all the way back to Moabite and early Phoenician of the B, and that would be the home as well, and then also the L as well, the mixture of the L and the B. But in pictographic, when you mix these together, it makes up like a 6. Or when you turn together, if you turn the king up, so the resh is the crown, which would be the R, the resh. You turn that upside down, right? You have the thing of man, which would be the kingship of man, then turn upside down, right? So, when you look at the old lettering and what it is, and you turn it upside down and you pervert it, then it starts to make these numerical numbers that look like a 666, for instance. When it's a bit more nuanced, is what I'm trying to get at.
In its most raw form, then, what would you say? Is there a meaning behind those symbols, or is that
100%.
something you've looked at? Yeah. What are the raw symbols then that 666 is derived from?
Have you ever seen a Monster can? Like that energy drink.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that?
Like the Monster drink.
Like 3 line.
Yeah, like
no, I'm sorry, I don't have a context for what you're talking about.
Like like the energy drink, right? There's an energy drink called Monster.
Oh yeah, of course, sure.
And the symbol for the energy drink, right? If you look at those symbols of those scratches, it actually represents the same symbols that were like characters that are used for the 666 in the Bible. So that's how it looks like. If that makes sense.
And then the back of the can literally says "Unleash the Beast" on it.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
Well, it's the Vav, right? So the Vav is like, it looks. So the 6 is, but it's hard because obviously Hebrew numericals are related to language. So that's the Vav, right? So that's why it looks like that, where it's like a line, because the Vav is basically like an eye. It looks like an eye anyway. But that's not like ancient Paleo Hebrew. Ancient Paleo Hebrew, when you go back to the Vav, right? It is different. So I'll try and show you this in a chart, for instance. So I'd have to get up a full-on chart for this. It's got the comparative symbols of all of this in one. So the Vav being basically the W in English, right? So in early though, right? It's more like a Y, right? It's more like a Y sign, like symbol. Okay.
Right.
So really, the Vav would be the W. Okay, but the Vav is also what is representative of the 6, and I'll show you as simplistically as I can.
Spelled, or how is Vav? What is that?
I'll show you it right now. Right there.
Is it the same the Monster energy drink symbol? Is that what you're talking about?
I'll show you exactly what he's just spoke about. Okay.
All right.
It's just easier for me to like sort of show it how it is.
I gotta get the voice text here.
I'll show you in the live stream voice text.
I see.
I also want to just. My point was essentially about the similarities between the nightmares in dreams and the nightmares in real life. Both veil themselves in the grandness and use fear as a means, so they both pretend to be something greater than they are, while they actually are just pathetic little goblins.
Exactly.
Right. And thanks, Exo. I see I wasn't in the live stream, so I see your image there.
So, what I'll do is I'll post I'll just post the number for you so you can see the VAR. I don't know if Exo may have already done it for me, but so as you can see here, look, the number 6 is the valve, right?
Yeah.
And I took a chart basically, and I screenshotted out the valve part, and then it goes from the earliest. So the first is Western, right? And then it goes to the earliest Hebrew sign, which is like a Y. Then it goes to like another symbol that looks like a Y. Then it goes to like a line and then another line, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at then the Monster Energy symbol, it's like that line that goes down like that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So the Vav being the reason why it's known as the 666 is because there's a numerical value to each letter, and the Vav is the 6.
Got it.
But there is meaning to this language. For instance, like you have what you would have in the lexicon, for instance, right? You would have a seed, for instance, right, being sprouted, right? So I can show you like the early being used. So like, let's say, right, I'll post it for you just very quickly. Like the inside of a box for holding something always empty, right? Photographic picture of a seed. So I'll try and show you what I mean by this. So the olive or the bait would be the house, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And this one I've like the early and the Hebrew to it. A fruit hides the seeds inside of it, right? The pictograph, and then it shows the seed being sprouted out of it is a picture of a seed. Seed is a picture of a tent or a house representing what is inside. Combined, these mean seed inside. Because obviously, if you see there that the top portion, so the top left, right, it shows like a house from the top view.
Yes.
Right? Like a doorway that goes in to a room, right? So there's a door and then a seed, right? So that could be a fruit that hides seeds inside, for instance, right? This is how you translate the pictographic. It's really simple. And then if I was to show that seed inside that house, and then afterwards show that seed show that seed in the doorway of that house, it would mean sun, for instance, or like the seed leaving the doorway of the house, because you would then go, okay, it's a seed that's leaving the doorway of a house. The seed could be the seed of a man, which could be his son. The son typically leaves the home or stays in the threshold of the home, if that makes sense. So like pictographics can be used actually quite accurately to define and depict language.
Well, all first languages were pictographs, so it makes sense.
Thanks, Platt, man. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So this is what 666 is, the number of man is derivative of is the seed. Is that where I'm?
No.
We're on a different track now.
No, yeah, no. The seed is right. So the seed, again, that's a different letter to the Vav, right? So, again, I'll get you the whole thing, okay? Right there.
Yeah.
So you have like a whole like a whole way of looking at it from early to modern. I'm trying to think of, there we go. And this can give you some of the better ideas. So like I said with the Vav, right? The Vav is the seed one, okay, is the Nun. That would be what would be the name of it, right? So like the Nun would be representative of the sort of sound of Nun would be the N sound, right? Which would be in our alphabet, the N, obviously, right? So, you know, the seed itself represents continuation, air, a sun, for instance, right? You know, the line earlier, though, that was spoken of, which is, remember, we said was the Vav, right?
Yes.
So the Vav, right, is the V, right? Okay. Which would be to add or secure or hook. So add, secure, hook. So when you have that 3 times, right, it's also a tent peg, the Vav, right? So to secure a tent, for instance, you could use 3 of those to say you're securing a tent, right? Or you could say to hook in man, for instance, right? Because that's why it's not just like 3 lines when you actually look at it properly in the original translation. The monster energy is very similar to the mark of the beast, but it's not exact, right? Because it's more a mixture of a line and then a mixture then of a of like a yoke or so a lamed, right? So to bind or to yoke, and then the way that it sort of works out as well when you look at the resh, for instance, looking actually like a real 6. And then when you turn that upside down as a crown, you turn it upside down, it looks like a 6. And then, you know, there are lots of ways of looking at it and lots of ways of disseminating it. But like, I'll just send you this so you can sort of get a better idea of what I'm talking about. Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? Is it you, Shinji, or is it? I don't know.
Oh, are you asking me? Golden Lemur?
Oh, it's you, Lima. Okay, right. Right there. So this doesn't give you everything, obviously, because when these pictographs, that's like the different stages of the language. When it started to get turned into real alphabetized language is when the Phoenicians got involved. It's when it changed from concepts into a more sort of linearized fashion, whereas pictographic was more not open to interpretation, but flowed more. Do you know what I mean? And actually, I think it's more enriching, in fact, and can be more edifying in certain ways.
Yeah. And that is the whole of the Hebrew alphabet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got this one here as well that I can send you a link to. So that if you ever want to copy and paste ones, so you can translate words as well if you would like. How do I? Right, so I'll get you this, and then Here's something you can use to, because obviously a lot of them are on charts, but this is a website where you can copy and paste. That's the earliest form of copy and paste that I can get. It's not the earliest form of Hebrew. It's not the early, it's more the middle, mixed with the early. So instead of it being a seed sprouted out, the seed sort of turns into more like a line with like a Y looking thing. And then when
Are
you
we
have the
looking
rough
at the
guide,
first figure? Are we looking at the first figure in this horseshoe circle, or where are we at? Or on the left side? Sorry, on the left side of the horseshoe. Are you looking at that figure? Which one are we looking at?
what I'm saying, if you refer back to the chart, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So you look at the chart, right? And then let's say you wanted to write out a word. Yeah. So you wanted to write out brother, for instance, right? You would find on the right side, yeah, you've got the A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You've got all of them going down, right? You've got the Aleph, you've got the Beit, you've got the Gimel, you've got the Dalet, you've got the Hey, the Vav, the Zayin, the Shet,
Gotcha.
Tet, the Yud, the Kaf, the Lamed. So you've got the different like letters there, right?
Yeah.
And they have different sounds and different things like that to them. So if you wanted to write them out, you could do, or if you wanted to translate, I'll find you a translator from Hebrew into Paleo Hebrew. So you'd have to translate from English into Hebrew, then from the Hebrew into the Paleo Hebrew, and then look at the pictograph and sort of see what you see in it. And then maybe look at a chart to see what some of the words are saying. You know, it's quite difficult at first. Once you get it, though, you get it, and it's really interesting.
So you can see where the modern Hebrew or late Hebrew correlates with its origin. It's
Yes.
the Paleo Hebrew.
Yes, and you can also test the Bible as well, the Old Testament, with this to see whether or not it's accurate, and it pretty much is. It's very interesting.
I gotcha.
It sort of shows how they would have actually translated Dead Sea Scrolls and tablets and stuff like this accurately.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how you actually end up with what was said there and how it still translates, you know, which is important. Because otherwise, it's sort of when you look at it all as just like one piece of info, you're like, what the hell, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Hebrew to a. Alright. Find your website a second. This is an accurate English to Hebrew translator, which will give you modern Hebrew. And then what I'll do is I'll find you a Hebrew to Paleo Hebrew translator. And then here's just a website that's some information on it all as well, which is good to sort of look into. Actually quite hard to find one.
An English to Paleo Hebrew translator?
That's very hard to find. It's usually you have to translate the English into the normal Hebrew and then from the normal Hebrew into the Paleo.
Right.
I'm trying to find you the. Right.
Hey, Crack, I have a question regarding something you were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, dude.
So, I know you talk about Ted Kaczynski quite often, and I haven't fully finished, but I'm in the process of reading Industrial Society and Its Future. And I was wondering if
his manifesto, right?
Yeah.
It's brilliant, right?
It is. And I was wondering kind of your take on, is this the character of him and what he became, right? Is that to kind of...
That's exactly who he is still to this day.
Like, right. It's so he throws out this major kind of truth drop about how technology can be used as control mechanism, right? Providing our needs very, very easily to us, creates this whole...
could be our downfall and destroy us.
Right. Do you think he was set up in a way to basically anybody that has maybe those opinions or sees the adverse effects of technology can be painted as this sort of
as a anti so it was to add a violent face to that whole movement, because at the time you had a lot of people saying the same thing as him, environmentalists, right? The hippie movement, yeah? And he became a culthood figure of that movement, right? His face was everywhere in, Art Deco style, in lots of various comic book styles, and because they had one eyewitness of him when he was outside of a certain building when he planted one of his bombs. And effectively that eyewitness, it was the picture of him with the glasses and the hood up, right? And it became an iconic picture that was, I believe, probably placed within the movement by agitators, because they wanted to create a violent face to the idea of environmentalism, right? And in doing so, the FBI using Ted Kaczynski grew by a massive amount, right? And not only that, right? We have the whole idea that I believe they created Ted Kaczynski into the character he actually was. You remember they took him and gave him a scholarship into Harvard, bro. Yeah, at an IQ of 170 something, right? Yeah, and he believed he was involved in a debate society between him and this other very gifted student, when actually it was Andrew Murray who was the leader of the creation of this MK Ultra thing, which he sold to the American government. And he used the data that he collected from the work that he did with Ted Kaczynski and this other student. He used that data, and what he did was he would shoot down every single one of their ideas, right? And that was the idea of it, to shoot down all their ideas, right, to make them feel tiny, abysmal, and small, right? And in doing so, to record the effects of the psychological effects of them. And he had people observing them on campus and to see how they changed, how they socially changed. And it's really about the opposite of what this thing was used to undo. So, like, you know, for instance, it was bought for hundreds of millions, this whole data of work that this professor did, right? And then, but you look at the billions that they made using it. Some of the torture techniques that go inside the lines of the Geneva Convention, for instance, right, that he created via these forms of data that he collected from people like Ted Kaczynski through these projects inside of the University of Harvard. You know, they've interrogated people using these techniques where they've received back gold stashes that are worth billions of pounds, for instance. You know, it was a great investment in both ways. But not only did it allow for that to happen, it allowed for the extension of the infringement of an American's rights. You know, postal laws changed. Laws on the Alchemist Cookbook was a book that was banned, right? So now the Americans no longer have the capability either as well. I think the Alchemist Cookbook plays a big part in this as well, toward the propagandization of that movement.
Right.
Of like the free thinkers, people that are libertarian who believe that they have the right to hold anything as powerful as any man next to them, right? You can own a nuke, I can own a nuke. If you can own an ICBM, so can I. And people like Ted Kaczynski sort of emanated those values. But I feel like they cultivated him through university into being this violent individual that would purposefully sort of tar the movement's face. That's what a lot of his work's about with his manifesto, I think, is to really lay things out correctly.
Yeah, and also in the future having the ability to tie anybody back to those violent acts that he committed, right, and paint what we would call in this country somebody as a domestic terrorist for sharing the ideals of a quote-unquote known domestic terrorist like Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, so all of the ideas that he put in that manifesto, that covers a wide array of subjects and topics, they're all extremely true, and they all resonate massively with anyone that will read it. It is an extremely genius masterpiece of work, right? It's a masterpiece. It instantly labels nearly all of every single one of those ideas in conjunction to the name of Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. It instantly places all of those ideas under the vernacular of coming out of the mind of a psychopath. They knew his ideas because they tested them all out in college. They had them all written down. And his dreams that he used to have about vividly murdering his professor, right, and his psychologist.
Yeah.
Again, this was working with a guy that created MK Ultra. I feel like he was inculcated in toward a mindset set where he believed the change that was needed for society that he knew to be true, knew this change needed to happen. But I feel like he was every avenue that he possibly could have exercised in order to change things amicably, I believe, was purposefully cut off by this program so that he would resort to the only means necessary, which would be violence, insurrection, a form of an uprising. And because he was a man on his own, he resorted to doing it in the way he did it.
Right.
Hidden away, using pieces of junk slowly over time. That's why he was undetected for so long. But at the same time, it was used as well to give the FBI credibility because they grew their whole department because of this. When actually a language expert pointed out at the very beginning, based on his handwriting on a couple of the bombs, they pointed out at the very beginning, this is Ted Brzezinski. We can tell it is based on his handwriting in Harvard and his handwriting on, let's say, fragments of the wooden framework for the bombs that he made.
Right, so they basically cultivated and allowed it to get to a point of a huge national scandal, and then you have this picture which we know that imagery can be very powerful, right, in propaganda. So now you have this visual image of the Unabomber, right, just like we have visual images of what's currently going on right now to solidify in the minds of people,
yes,
the narrative that is behind it, right? It's very well orchestrated and crafted event or series of events.
They make stuff off of both the antecedent and the post, because they end up with a character that effectively helps them widen the department of the FBI while changing multitudes of laws that were all the antecedent laws needed for the writing of the Patriot Act for that to be passed when the Twin Towers go down, right? Removing every individual little piece of law, legislation and law that would have been needed for you to enact something like a Patriot Act. Using him, you really think they didn't know where he was for 20 years while he was doing this shit? Come on. That's ridiculous. Of course they knew where he was. He was receiving checks from his family every month from a trust fund. So to tell me they didn't have a clue where he was, right? It's ridiculous. What they would have had to have done is wait at the office for him to go and collect his money each month, and they could have arrested him. I just personally find it hard to believe it's that way.
Yeah, many facets to the scenario or the story, right? Many different avenues that are accomplished via one set of events, or in this case, a collection of events. Many different repercussions and certain things that can, agenda items that can be moved based off of, one set of events. Yeah, I find the manifesto fascinating.
Right. Life changing, actually.
Yeah, it's it really is. And yeah, like with many things, even like people that come into the understanding of what our system of law that's been foisted upon us actually is, right? They have the ability to now paint everybody as a quote unquote sovereign citizen, right? So anybody who questions the law is immediately categorized, right? So they're really good at putting together these narratives and then being able to group anybody who thinks in a specific way into a specific narrative, right? Because anytime I talk to lawyer friends of mine or police friends of mine about anything that goes outside of what the average person's common knowledge is of the system of law that we're under, immediately what comes out of their mouth is the term sovereign citizen. It's amazing how easily they can place into the minds of people within society these little trigger terms, right, based off of narratives. Same with conspiracy theory, right? Immediately, if you question anything, that's what comes to the forefront of most people's minds, right, is conspiracy theory. And then the mind shuts down or immediately categorizes that person into a specific box that you may have in your brain that can contain anything that they say or any information that's coming from an individual, and put up walls because you've already placed that individual into a predetermined, preordained box that our mainstream culture has given you to place them into, if that makes sense.
course it does. Yeah, makes perfect sense. 100%. Now they create fault lines basically. So anytime there's any sort of what I would like to call real change in terms of political thought or ways of reasoning, of political reasoning, right? They want to keep this divide of red versus blue, right? And if someone comes up with an alternative sort of thing that could be life changing or shocking to the system, they have to instantly create a way of making sure that doesn't ever become in the vernacular of something that is legitimate. So it's like they preemptively struck with Ted Wyszynski's sort of forms of ideas. They knew there were going to be lots of people creating ideas around this directive, right? So this is the whole movement of cannabis kills, the cannabis crazy stuff going on at the same time. The banning of, to add the violent face to it, the banning of the, Alchemist Cookbook. You've got all of these different things going on all at the same time, the use of violence against us protesters back then, legitimizing it via the route of, people going, well, these people, their face of this movement is someone like Ted Wyszynski. So people were sympathetic to the police beating on these hippies that would chain themselves to, trees and things like this, right? And it was people seeing the Industrial Revolution really for what it was, the new Industrial Revolution. People really seeing what that was and what it was about, and people were protesting against it. And in doing so, they needed a scapegoat or someone to point towards that would be, let's just put it, I guess they're cultivated to the image that they want. That's what they did with Ted. They really did that with Ted very well. They cultivated what he appeared to be to the outside world very well.
Yeah, I agree. They're very good at doing that. Very good at the manipulation tactics that they use. Especially on the masses, the way that they can paint somebody to the masses. And just like most things, anything that initially gets reported, the first report that comes out, right, is typically what people are always going to have an impression of that scenario in their mind, regardless of if proven otherwise or redacted years later, right? It's always the initial presentation of the situation that is interpreted and believed by the mass.
Of course. Of course. I'd say even if he did half the stuff they say that he did, could you still throw out all of his ideas?
Well, I think they did a pretty good job on making sure that the vast majority of people don't look into his ideas or try to stay as far away from associating any information that he would have provided to society.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, I guess, as well myself. I have been saying it for a long time. I don't know, I just find it funny that he was an intellectual and a very ardent intellectual at that, look at what he went in for and how he got his scholarship and, how he was plucked out of this town. Specifically, I believe it was so he had no support structure around him, so that he was away from home when he was at uni. Or your guys' version of a university, which would be something like Harvard. It's a very prestigious school as well. And it just seemed to become a point of making sure that any idea of Ted's is associated with violence.
Yeah, I heard a very good point recently regarding intellectuals, right, and the university systems,
Yeah.
where really that's kind of step one in. Most people think that they can affect change through voting politically, right? The average person thinks that that's where change is garnered in society, is through the voting process. But really, the problem is the control mechanism. The political side of it is one of the final steps in actually having cultural change. One of the first steps would be within indoctrinating the youth or the people in specific ideas of culture, right? So step one of affecting change is affecting what goes out via the intellectual channels, right? The university systems, the curriculum. That's where real change is affected. Because if we've learned anything from this topic, it's so hard to get people to reel back in the years and years and years of indoctrination that they've had into the globe, right? Because they take that as second nature. So when it comes to things within culture and society, those things are also being indoctrinated into people via primary school and the university system. So trying to affect change 4 steps down the road through the political apparatus is a very I guess you could say
redundant at best.
Yeah. Right.
Stupid. Almost. How would I put it?
A futile attempt.
It's a scapegoat. It's like we tried type thing, right?
Right.
When did you really? No.
Cool. Well, hey man, I gotta jump off. Good talking to you. Gotta go get ready for a concert this evening.
All right. Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Going to see the Backstreet Boys?
No. Bad Religion. Bad Religion. For any of you punk fans out there.
Yeah, I'm a punk fan, so Bad Religion is the name of the band, right?
Yep.
Did you say it was your band, or?
No, not my band. Just going to see them in concert. I am not great.
I hope you have a wicked time, man.
Yeah, I will. Take care, guys. Thanks.
Shoot, brother. Yeah, mate.
Is there anyone on here convinced they live on a spinning ball sitting around through nothing? Nobody. Back to you guys. And now maybe it's time for a 20-minute monologue by Crack Villain. If you want
No.
10 minutes, 5 minutes. Just fucking with me.
So earlier somebody said that Neil deGrasse Tyson claimed that the Earth is hamburger shaped, and yet the NASA Earth fact sheet I just dropped into the live stream voice text claims an equatorial radius and polar radius of 6378 and 6352 kilometers, respectively. Which have they abandoned this claim? And do we have are we on a brand new spinning ball, according to Mr. Tyson?
If you ask me, they keep 3 or 4 different narratives out there just to create confusion. But since you pin them down to the radius numbers, then that's pretty much a perfect sphere, right? Like a 19-mile difference.
There's not enough in it.
Yeah. I mean, one time he'll be talking it's pear-shaped, the next time it's hamburger-shaped, so it could be a cucumber next time, who knows? But it just seems like deliberate obfuscation, just speculating, but who knows?
So he's not talking about some journal article or some new study that's come out someplace. He's just riffing. So it was a pear, now it's a hamburger.
Yeah, I think
it was oblate first, I guess, right?
Yeah. It's oblate, yeah. Chubby's a good word.
It was a perfect...
He may be scripted, but it seems like he makes up some of the shit he says, too. I don't know.
I think he's just speaking off the top of his head. First, it was a perfect sphere with the, the blue marble and so forth. Then it was oblate, and then we went to pear-shaped and now a hamburger. So it's great. Make up your mind. Yeah.
All these different shapes have almost the same radius on the Z and Y axis, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's about the same thing. This is lemur.
They deliberately muddy the waters to keep everybody in states of confusion, listening to different information. They know nobody will ever go below. Most people don't go below the surface. They don't really care what they're saying anyway. So.
Yeah. I would now. Maybe that's his prediction that the Earth is becoming a hamburger, and just as Polaris is going to get replaced in however many thousands of years, it's all these kind of predictive ideas when there's nothing in it, and then people fall in love with the story.
Yep.
So how are you doing, Dave?
Hanging in there. It's a Saturday afternoon here in Kentucky. I'm driving down the road looking for curvature. I see none.
Nowhere is it seen.
No. So, still exist in this realm of existence, whatever it is. I'm still 100% sure it's not what they taught us it is. It's not a spinning ball zipping around through nothing. That makes no sense.
No, everywhere I go, it's there's no curvature. A couple of months ago, we went out to the coast to a local island, and I looked across to another peninsula, which was supposedly 70 miles away, and I could see the whole thing. It was all there. That's 70 miles. Lots of missing curvature there.
So from a globe believer's standpoint, you have 2 choices there. You're either actually looking at it, or it's being magically refracted up to perfectly in front of you to make it look like you're looking at it. So which one makes more sense?
Yeah, this picture-perfect refraction claim that has no empirical foundation, that's a head scratcher.
Yeah, they literally make it up and just don't even try to back it up with anything. They just keep obfuscating, fraction. And they know 90% of the people out there will be like, well, they had an excuse for it, so flat Earth must be stupid.
Yeah, flat Earth is stupid because that's what we see.
Yeah. As long as the people on the globe side had something to say, that's enough for most people. It's frustrating,
Yeah,
They got a reason for that. Like a Selenelian eclipse, for example. They got a reason for it, even though they call it the impossible eclipse, but they still have a reason for it. Okay, it's still a globe.
Well, isn't that refraction too? Everything's refraction.
Yeah.
I hear refraction so much it makes my head spin. Heaven forbid you just believe your eyes.
For real. Accept reality as it presents itself. Is such a revolutionary idea?
Right. That's the starting point for understanding. And I people have such a hard time. They had this this woman at the gold and silver precious metals thing, and they have such a difficult time understanding that. Well, let's begin with what we see and experience, and then you prove. I think that was a fellow named Matthew. He was trying to tell us to prove the dome because of the gas pressure we experience. I says, well, you show me where the suspension of the second law of thermodynamics, okay? Because I've never observed that.
Right. Classic burden of proof reversal there,
Yes, sir.
Just because we're pointing out a natural law that always happens, we're not making any claim to any of the substance or what's contained it. We're just saying it's contained, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they flip it around and prove your dome, whatever. We're not saying that.
Yeah. Really tough to let go of those stories.
Right.
The disbelief is around, well, I was told all these stories and
right.
Therefore prove my stories wrong.
Yeah, so many people come in here with the globe is the default thing because that's what we were all taught. So you need to prove that wrong. You need to give me not only prove it wrong, you need to replace it. And
yeah, right.
Like we have all the resources and time, and even if we had the resources and the time, we can't independently explore everything to replace everything. And the whole physics of science they're so on the wrong track with all this gravity bullshit that it's going to take generations to fix that, probably. I mean, there's people working on it, the electromagnetism or whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
Whatever's really going on is being investigated. It's just not being publicized,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and two, the longer I've been at this, the less worried I am about replacing these stories. You just don't have to. All you have is reality. And
right.
as I think I heard Hank saying yesterday or the day before, you just have this pile of facts, these things that that are provable or that there's evidence for, and we have no model. We just absolutely do not have a model, and that's not on us to create a story to fill in the supposed blanks.
Yep. It's literally like somebody realizing there's no Santa Claus and they want us to replace Santa Claus all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But so many people, this is solely deeply ingrained and indoctrinated into them. They're like, well, if this isn't true, then you guys must know what is. And all we're saying, reality is true, just accept for what it is, and we don't know all the answers. But for a lot of people, that's just not good enough. They thought they had all the answers before. So
somebody said in the and I do realize we get a lot of kids in there, but somebody says show me a picture of the whole flat Earth. It's like, come on now.
Yeah.
You have to study the world as it presents itself to you, not in the way that you want. He was asking for a model, is what he was doing.
Yeah. Just frustrating seeing so many of our fellow humans living in various states of delusions, and they don't even realize it. Or some are just happy with it. Ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah, and it's it's not only the state of suffering and disinformation and lies that people live in. It's also the opportunity cost. If you see the world as it is and you begin to live in that place as it was designed, all of a sudden all these new possibilities open for you. Life changes. All of the suffering some of the suffering that we experience can be at least mitigated by living, according to our nature. Rather than within these lies. I mean, that's what Crack Villain and I forget the name. I didn't see the name of the other fellow we were talking about. Ted Kaczynski. We live in we're subject to this long list of stories, lies that not the least of which is the one that we're having to put up with right now. But yeah.
That was Napalm he was talking to. Napalm he was talking to. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man.
Oh yeah, Napalm.
It's like humanity in general has just we've been taken from our essence of what it is to be human. That, like you're saying, that a lot of the suffering and injustices that we all perceive in this existence now wouldn't even be there without all these deceptions and delusions, right? People would be more living as natural humans should be living,
Yes, exactly. It being awake to this is, in my view, preferable to being asleep. Just knowing that the Earth is not a spinning ball makes a huge difference. Despite the fact that a lot of globe earthers, say, well, it's not going to change my life at all. I mean, that's the opposite in my experience. It's the biggest red pill and truth drop that I have ever experienced in my life that seemed to unravel 1,000 lies at once. I don't understand everything. I understand very little, in the grand scheme of things. But what it does is gives you the opportunity to see that our world is characterized by deception, and that requires you to really, get your stuff in order and think about things, and don't just accept what you're told. Which for supposedly scientifically minded people, should be perfectly acceptable, but Globers don't like that. Now, they say, you stick with our religion. You stay. You don't think independently or exercise critical thought.
Yeah, most people that come in with that attitude, maybe they are just first contemplating this subject, but it just shows the shallowness of how they're thinking about it. Because they're talking about the very nature of our existence, being deceived about that. That's got to matter on some level, It's got to matter.
Absolutely does. I don't think you can understand the world without seeing, the deception. I hate to say it that way. I hate to think that our lives are characterized by having been deceived, but that's true. About the most basic things.
Yep, that's unfortunate, but we can only play the cards we got dealt, right? So,
That's right. You got that's about living now and living inside that truth and letting it shape you and change you in ways that you can't predict. That's been the best part. But one of the best parts is learning how to think and being extremely disciplined about what you say is true. You just can't, like, you can't back up claims that you don't have evidence for. You have to, I find myself being a lot more disciplined and also protected from some error, awoken to some, and that part of it is tremendous as far as I can tell.
yep, I agree. That's a key point. It definitely makes you think twice or even 3 or 4 times before you actually make a claim about what you're saying is a fact, right?
Oh yeah, that's bit me before. You you start making claims about stuff you're not quite sure about, then you're asked to back it up and kind of slink off in the corner and try to act like it never happened.
Somebody's on the list here. Looks like just a crazy globe deniers on here right now.
We got any Globers here?
No, don't see any. Just in case there's somebody listening to this broadcast right now somewhere out there, you think you live on a globe, you want to come in and discuss it civilly, come on in. The link's somewhere, either below the YouTube video or you should be able to find it. Just DuckDuckGo or Google or whatever 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll find your way here. This is the longest my mic has lasted in a while. Usually robot by now. But am I still coming in clear?
Yeah, you're coming in clear. You did robot just a little bit, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. But you're coming in pretty clear now. If you're on the road, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we're driving around as the satellites tend to lose contact with you somehow just because your vehicle's in motion, right?
You're right, exactly. Spinning overhead,
Yeah. I know the times I've heard you speak up on here, Golden Lemire, you seem to know what you're talking about, and you seem like you got your head in the right place.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. Huh?
Congratulate you for spending your free time here trying to help people think for themselves, Anybody that's doing that right now, I appreciate it,
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's I kind of showed up too because I knew that I would be confronted, and I would have to strengthen my arguments, and perhaps there would be parts of me that I'd have to let go of, or parts of my argument or my point of view that I would have to let go of, and that's certainly been true. Like I was saying earlier, you have to let go of making claims about things you can't provide evidence for, and that means you're, at least my cosmology, my view of the Earth has changed a ton, and but it's also, really, it's strengthening too, because if you choose to if you choose to allow reality to inform your, your point of view, then, man, it's crazy.
I mean, it kind of simplifies things, but even though they try to make things seem so complicated, and it's maybe simplifies the wrong word, but I don't know. I have a better sense of inner peace now that I'm okay with not knowing a lot of stuff, and there's probably a lot of stuff I'll never know. But if I do find out, that'd be great, But
yeah,
I may never know what the moon is or how it works or anything like that, but it's okay, It's just the moon. It's just there. It's the moon.
Yeah, that's right, and it's the most responsible thing to do to not, say anything about it beyond what you can know, and the things that you do find out are, well, transformative, true. Yeah, and I just try to learn from people too. When I first showed up, I talked to a few people. This was, I don't know how long. It's been a year, maybe.
Yeah, you've been here for a minute.
But there was a guy named Jen, was it? The fellow that lived in Japan.
Jen, CBR1.
Yeah. I talked to him and a couple of other folks. Maybe Truth Prevails. I spoke to her a little bit, and then they started doing precious metals, and I got involved in that a little bit. So just trying to learn, picking little pieces here and there, better ways to communicate and better ways to think. There's just so much about it that I don't understand. Some people, can talk all day long about, all the finer points of gravity and theoretical physics and everything. And I can only go so far, but like I like to use, Hank was talking about how he does the Black Swan, asking people to check out the curvature calculator and provide the radius and the predicted curvature, the predicted horizon and things like that. I find those like really nice ways to communicate the ideas.
Yeah, it's if you can get them to participate in it, actively, even looking up a couple things, it kind of adds to their comprehension of it usually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, and that's the part that took me a long time to figure out the math behind the curvature and the horizon. So I had to, because I was doing it on my own at the time. I was watching videos and then I'd say to a lesser degree using the curvature calculator, but I had to figure those things out on my own, and maybe that provides a chance for somebody to get it quicker.
Yeah. So I know back in early 2015 when I first watched my first video finally, of course, I was like everybody else when it first showed up in my feed. I just ignored it and laughed at it, and then I was going to take 10 minutes and laugh at it and never look at it again. Here I am 6.5 years later. But anyway, the curvature formula, I was 52 years old. I never once thought about what is the formula for the curvature of the Earth. Mm-hmm. And just seeing that formula, it just kind of obviously blew my mind. And, I was pretty much up until I actually went out to a lake over 8.5 mile stretch and did a sunlight flash across the lake. Once I saw that sunlight flash across the lake and I knew the water wasn't bending, it was over for me at that point. The globe is just non-existent. So
yeah.
There's no going back from that,
No, exactly. That's really cool. That's amazing. Well, all you're doing is you're using their geometry. You're using the math that is provided to us by NASA, the radius, and it's not as if I think a lot of times people have the impression, as I did, that you're making something up, or you're just seeing something a certain way. No, it has nothing to do with that. You're like you did. You went and using their ideas, you said, well, that doesn't exist.
Yep.
Yeah, you've been at this a little while.
The irony of it is the guy that went with me that day and was on the other side of the lake, he still believes in the globe. He just wrote that off as refraction and just never went below the surface. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's crazy. I was on the ride home from the lake that day. I was telling him, man, that's impossible. We should not have been able to see that sunlight flash across we were like 3 foot above the water. You know, if there was a hump of water, it would have blocked it. And he was agreeing that day, but then I talked to him a couple of weeks later. He's like, "Oh, it's still a globe. I saw this, this, and this." I was like, "Whatever, dude. You know, whatever you got to justify yourself with."
Right. Well, that refraction argument, that's a trap, because it's just used. It's used so carelessly. I mean, that's kind of why I often, like when I talk about how I came to it, I'll tell people like, it took me months. Well, I kind of understood bits and pieces of it, but I just wouldn't allow myself to say, yeah, this is true. So, it took me a long time to because I knew that I had to answer the refraction questions. I mean, because it's brought up. So I said, okay, well, yes, I do see, say, the Chicago skyline, or I do see across this to another, because I went to, like I said, a couple of times I've gone out and done observations myself. And so, yeah, I do see too far, but then you also I had to unravel. I felt I had a responsibility to answer that refraction question. And of course, it's done in just the way that so many things, we falsify these ideas. There's no evidence for it. Like there's not an example that anybody can point to, and in fact, if you look at the scientific literature, you notice that in terms of what can be proven, there is no bending of light as they describe. So, you can just dismiss it exactly like you do gravity, as Globers like to talk about.
And even if there were refraction getting in the way or making it so that we can see hundreds of miles, how do you prove that that's what's going on in the first place? Are you at the horizon measuring shit? No. Then you can't get to the horizon because it's optical.
Yeah. And
it's just moot.
And is it passing through two isotropic mediums? And did you prove that? How did you prove that?
Right.
Where's the data? And you're exactly right. Yeah, that's true. Because that, of course,
they don't get what we mean by show us. They don't get that. Demonstrate. I don't care what you're saying, chat. You should go out and measure the Earth, film the thing, and come back and talk to us. Guarantee you won't find curvature. Then we can chat. You don't have to get so butthurt. Sorry, go ahead.
No, man. No, that's exactly it. That's people think that we're being hostile, like by asking, okay, well, sure, show me the evidence for that. Do you have the data to back up that claim? And then people just think like, oh, they're attacking me. These flat earthers. Oh,
yeah,
gosh,
how about this? Pretty please with sugar on top. I'll pay for the trip. How's that sound? Like, come on, nice or not, Earth's flat. You know what I mean?
Well, it doesn't have that. When you understand the premise, it's not offensive to say, okay, well, great. I mean, and I do that frequently. I say, absolutely, show me. Well, really
how is it offensive to ask somebody to back up their claim? How's that? That can't be offensive in a real world situation.
No. It's part of the truthful exchange. Like, okay, right. Sure, I'm open to that, and certainly in the early days when I was here, I'd say, but by all means, bring that. I'd love to see that because I'm here to kind of test this out. And of course, everybody gets butthurt, and they start freaking out and spiraling, and you're just literally, right, as you're describing, saying, yeah, show me. I'd like to see that.
Well, not only that, dude, it's unfair to them to act that way, right? They're better than having to do that. Go out and do the research, guys. Then come talk. It's not like it's hard to go do. Even with the mirror testing, if you don't trust that, rent for $80 a laser and go do a frozen lake. Like, there's no excuse. right? I don't know.
No, there is no excuse, and it is respectful to. You're exactly right. It's respectful to yourself and to the person you're speaking to, especially if you're trying to have a conversation about empirical facts. Like, we're not just saying, "Hey, how was your day? What'd you eat for lunch?" We're saying like, "No, show me, like you." Okay, so I made this claim. I backed it up with this evidence. This is what we observe. We never see what you're talking about. So you show me how light is constantly bending at the same rate of the supposed curvature of the Earth. But then they like to run back to the safety of their little, stories.
Well, here's an
and
interesting
hold on
one.
to their teddy bear.
You're right, and they do that sometimes by saying, well, the independent variable is the horizon. You can manipulate the horizon by moving your vantage. And I
what?
Yeah, yep. I've heard that a few times.
Really, you've heard that?
You can manipulate the horizon. Not kidding.
You can manipulate the horizon, huh?
Yeah, I'd say, what's your independent variable? They say horizon.
Or
at that point, I find something else to do in the day because I'm just like, what the fuck?
Well, you need to get high. They say you could go up high. You got to get in an airplane, or you got to,
high?
That's not how the geometry of the horizon works. You have a predicted horizon based on your observer height and nothing else.
Right. Visit the horizon and come back and tell me all about it. Get out of
here. Yeah. Well, but that's offensive. That hurts my feelings.
Oh
man.
It's like me saying, like, somebody brings me a thing of mustard, and they're like, "Nah, it's mustard in there. Trust me, don't worry about it. You don't have to test it. You don't have to try. It's mustard." And then I put it on my hot dog, and it's fucking ketchup. Like, I gotta know myself, bro.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, somebody said in the lobby, Kessler. He says, well, wouldn't you trust the eyewitness experts who make this particular claim? And I said, nope, I need to see the evidence.
Mainly because I'm not getting paid to do it. That's really the big reason. I am curious. I want to know stuff. And that's what makes it, to me, valuable. And it should be valuable to other people, even if they don't believe me. Hey, if you really don't believe it, you really think there's curvature, go find it and prove me wrong. Make me look like a dumb shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd sign myself up for that, too. If you have the curvature, if you have a precise measurement, we want to see it. I mean, I've only been here a year and a half, maybe, something like that, 2 years, the most. There's been people here for, like Dave said, 6, I don't know. Show us. Well, I've been waiting.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, anyway, no, you're totally right.
Yeah, I hear you, man. That's what we need. That's what we're all about. It's very empowering too, because it raises the level of the discussion. Then all of a sudden, everyone is treated with the kind of respect you're talking about. Because if you have the thing, we want to see it, so show us, and we'll what will we say if you show us the curvature? I mean, it's falsified. We all know that here. But if in this fantasy fairy tale world, where you present the curvature, what am I going to say? I became a flat earther or a level earther because I looked at the evidence. I changed. I could change again. Doesn't matter to me.
Sure. Yeah, it's about the truth. So far, it's flat and stationary. So far. So we've got to say, okay, well, that's where we're at right now. We can't be stuck 500 years ago. Copernicus was ostracized because of what he was saying. Okay?
Yeah.
Ostracized. Same with the Jesuit priest that presupposed evolution and the Big Bang and all that. I highly doubt he was even fucking serious, and someone was like, "Wait, that's a really good idea. We need to make that a thing." No. People believe it for sure. No problem. Look.
Yeah.
We can make up stories. They're like, we can make predictions about the stars. Really? So can I. I can watch them for like a week and then tell you what most of them are going to do. Fucking idiot. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'll take that back.
There's some scar tissues for all of us, bro.
Yeah.
It's so easy just to be,
I gotta calm
you've
down.
said these things so many times. I mean, and you do repeat them over and over again.
Ow.
Huh? Everything all right?
Definitely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm good. I agree. My cat's being... he clawed on my knee.
Oh, those cats,
Well,
You want
I'm
to
reluctant.
pet them.
Yeah, well, I'm reluctant to cut his nails because it's kind of like cutting up the tips of his fingers. But he is really destroying my legs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
Whatever.
touch my cat. My daughter has a cat. That's how I look at that. I don't. We sort of have a respectful distance that we keep because of that very reason. My dog, not so much. I'll pet her. She's cool.
Yeah, well, you're competing for the rest of the family's attention with the animals, or at least with the cat. The cat's like, this son of a bitch might get in the way of me getting fed later.
Yeah, but then she screams at me every time I go to the kitchen because she wants food when her food bowl's
For
full.
sure.
You know how it is.
Well, you're a staff member. You've got to you got to keep things interesting, okay?
Right.
Sorry, let's get back to Flat Earth. I hate switching to cats. I feel like it's maybe one of the worst topics.
I think it's inevitable,
switch
but I
to.
think you're right.
Yeah. Nobody wants to hear about it, right? I mean, it's just you and me talking about it.
Right.
No,
Just the
everybody's
room
like, all right, I'm
empties as we
tuning
talk
out.
about our cats. Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go cook dinner or something. They're talking about cats.
One of the first flat Earth memes I remember seeing back in 2016 or whatever was, if the Earth was flat, cats would have knocked everything off the edge by now.
So true.
Yeah. Nope, I've been looking for that. I've been looking and waiting for somebody to come in with some brilliant measurement or something. Same thing that Mark Sargent said, and I don't agree with everything he says, but he put his videos out, and he was just waiting for. Obviously somebody was going to come, some university professor, somebody from NASA was going to tell him, "You're dumb, you missed it," and of course silence, like all of us experience. Silence or screeching.
Yeah. I find that people in public are a little bit more receptive because they're just kind of like going about their day. They're not really expecting, like people who come here for an argument, right? They come here for like almost a cathartic therapeutic release. Ow, stop. Anyway, sorry. And that's counterproductive to the conversation.
Yeah, the whole anti-flat earther thing. And it's easy to fall into just, yelling.
Well, they have to toe the line on the narrative. They've dug in so deep, there's no way, even if they learn the truth, all of it, which they probably already have by now, let's be honest, they won't say so. No way. No fucking way. Too much pride.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Or you're in a public situation and you have to kind of defend your position, and it is pride. Yeah,
I can't figure out what else it is, right? Because they're not dumb people. None of these people are dumb. They can argue with the best of them. So what? That means they're smart enough to do something. So that means they're smart enough to at least understand. It's not hard stuff out there. It's not hard to realize it's flat and stationary. But
no, it is not.
So it's a decision to go against the grain. It has to be pride at this point. I don't know what else they're doing.
Yeah, that's
but
the
anyway,
thing that strikes me how easy it is to find out the Earth is flat. It's not hard. I mean, it's really easy. I mean, okay, so granted, person has to dig into a little bit of math, understand the basics of spherical geometry. But beyond that, and you can just go to a curvature calculator, or you can learn the equations, which are any of us would be happy to share with you. Just toss a black swan up there, and that's it. You got it, and you can go verify it. All you have to do is take a Saturday, 4 hours. If you're close to the water, you got a big lake next to you. That's it. That's all you have to do.
If you're not willing to spend 4 to 8 hours on this, you don't deserve to come here and argue with us, plain and simple.
Yeah, but they seem to do that though. Yeah, it just really blows me away how
they won't even fucking get a cursory glance at what they're arguing against, and then they have the balls to come here. Whew.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna fall off the edge.
Fall off the edge.
What about the moon?
8-9 years of that garbage.
Yeah.
Just it's like it's never worked. So what makes you think it's going to keep working? Because it never did.
Eratosthenes, Alberuni. What about shadows on the moon? Is Mars flat? What about Jupiter?
Pictures from space.
Pictures from space. Show me a picture of the whole flat Earth. We have
Time
SpaceX.
zones.
What?
Time zones, yeah.
Time zones, yeah. What about night and day? I mean, no, dude, we're talking about your geometry, okay?
The tides.
They don't want to talk about it, sextants.
Mm-hmm.
How what kind of list do we have to get?
Cell phones.
How big does a list have to get of honest truth before people fucking just say, you know what? I'm sorry for being a dick. You're right. It's flat. Let's now take care of the rest of the stuff because there's a lot more important things to be angry about and fixing, hoping to fix, working to fix. Flat Earth is, to me, I keep saying it, entry level. Once one gets that it's flat and stationary, the mind is open enough to consider what's really happening and what really needs to be done in this world. Straight up.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Yeah, it's the front door.
That's why it's the hardest one to go through, right? First step is the hardest one to take on any journey. It's the most important one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. You have to have too. Also, I think it's almost like you need to have been burned or betrayed or have some reason to be skeptical. Like if you're just sort of naively cruising around, I have no reason whatsoever to disbelieve what I've been told by these altruistic government officials and scientists. I mean, you guys are nuts. Why would you question this?
That's a good point. I was raised in an environment where I was lied to a bunch, so then I started being a liar, and it was not good. And yeah, so I feel wronged by liars, and now I want them exposed and punished. Right?
You almost need that. I forget, somebody was talking about that recently, and that they were talking about this subject, and that was it for me. Betrayal. Betrayal. I've been lied to, and it happened once, and it was big, and that one event unraveled me all the way to talking to you here on the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. And it's, you need something like that almost, as hard as it is to say.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I've been cheated on by girls, and I've cheated on people. You know what I mean? Like I've just been through the dishonesty, fucking ringer, all sides of it. And so, to me, there's a passion there to at least out people who are benefiting from lying to people, hurting them and killing them. Like that's it. Yeah. That can't fly with me. And I honestly, the people that we have to deal with sometimes, if they don't see it's heartbreaking, to be honest. That's all it is for me now. That kind of stuff. But Flat Earth is still great because we get people learning stuff no matter how many people come against us, right? I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
Move it to a positive note. And it happens every day. At least once we get somebody considering the ideas.
Was somebody else trying to say something?
I just wanted to tell Gladfly, when he eats his peanut butter sandwich, it's really a steak sandwich. Because
I'm fine with that.
Because the experts told us what you're putting on there is not really there. It's something else, and it's really good for you. And it's expensive. So don't worry about it, bro.
This steak came from a meteorite. It didn't come from a cow. Come on, trust us.
I love it.
Be right
Eating
back.
bologna sandwiches. These guys are like, it's great. Eat bologna sandwiches. We're just gonna, rape you, pillage you, and everything. But you stick to your bologna sandwiches and be fucking happy. It's awesome.
Right. Hey, I'll be right back. My pizza's at the door.
Oh, here we go.
Why isn't it
I brought up the topic of food?
Yeah.
Bit of synchronicity there.
Yeah, for real. Disc meal.
Yeah. I wonder if the cheese falls off the sides.
The grease falls over the
grease. These people never seem to astound me, bro. It's like if you can't see this one little thing, you can't see anything else. You know what I mean? If you can't walk out there and you use your what they call the animalistic five senses, then fucking you got no hope of anything else. Don't worry about math, about this, about that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, and we have the benefit of having been beat up by the truth so much, So I mean, like, I went through that. I went through like, what are you talking? I was the guy saying it's inertia, and but you go through that and you realize you're stupid and wrong and you don't know anything, and pretty soon you're here thinking, what in the world? How could you possibly? But it's true. I don't know. And if you don't understand this, you cannot understand the world. Just can't. Not physically and not metaphysically.
Exactly right. I'll tell you something. I never bought into this. I got kicked out of my classes, and when I did, I got made to take an IQ test, and I finished school like 3 years early. But that's because I never believed none of this shit, which is rare. With me, it was stubbornness. When I didn't believe something, somebody told me otherwise. I had this stubbornness that I used to my advantage. I didn't do dumb shit with it. I'd be like, fuck you, I'm going to prove you wrong. And I'd go back and I'd just throw their own crap at them. But yeah, the system doesn't let you go forward if you're correct, because the people that are in the system have been taught by the system, and it's a perpetuation of the system. And if that's not, easy enough to comprehend, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Sense with that bit of monologue.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was an order follower for much of my life, just cruising along. I didn't, so I wasn't like that. I wish I was. I wish I had, but we all have our own path to take. So, but, one day you wake up and that's it,
Mm-hmm.
And
I think you can't get angry though. That's the problem. It's we all have our emotional things, but it's that thing that Drace was talking about. If you put out that unconditional love and you just give them information, and if you don't sit there yell at them, then I think it's a lot better. But that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough. I think one of the struggles we have in the server is, like a lot of us, we want to get our moment. We want to chime in, and so then, the energy goes up. But it's all good. We're all doing the best we can. And I think what amazes me too is, a lot of times what we get from, people say like, oh, flat earthers are religious zealots or whatever. But that's the opposite. The opposite is true. I think, and this astounded me at the beginning, how religious and ideological people who globe earthers are. And when you get down to brass tacks, there's no evidence for it whatsoever.
Yep.
Nothing. There's no foundation. There's lots of stories. We'll give them that. But the foundation of it, the empirical proof, I just couldn't believe how religious the heliocentric model makes people.
Yeah, it was brought about so they can introduce materialism, because at the highest points of the religious groups were crumbling, and they had no forward momentum with certain aspects of people's lives with technologies and stuff. So if you get rid of sentient being, a creator, whatever you want to call him, you introduce this materialism, then people flock to the materialism, make stuff, produce stuff, invent stuff. And it was a means to sort of forward society, but those pricks were still in the system and not letting go of it. And now they've made it, sort of stagnated, and it's gone backwards. It's like going backwards of, human progress, or the progress of mankind.
Yeah, especially lately with all of this ideological stuff getting infused into the culture, and we are witnessing the absolute loss of the capability of the average person to understand what could be true, because everyone's fighting over beliefs, and you don't. It's not a scientifically minded, logically minded society. You know, it was after I became a flat earther that I was introduced to, logic and logical fallacies, the Trivium, great book. An ability to think through things and take ownership of ideas and change when I need to. I wasn't given that, and I've had enough education, but I didn't learn that.
Oh, of course. They don't want to give you the trivium and the quadrivium because that puts you in the top 1%. Otherwise you just regurgitate. You just vomit out other people's vomit. It's putrid.
Yeah. They don't want that. They don't want the average person to be that strong.
Yeah, it's like George Carlin said back in the 70s. They don't want people to be critical thinkers. They're not interested in that. That's no good for them. They don't want a nation, a populace of critical thinkers that can question things. Oh no, that's not on their agenda, right?
Yeah,
of course, bro. Yeah, they lose their power. If everybody was at a certain level, then government is null and void. You don't need it. But because you have auto followers and so-called, people who are, lawyers or priests or whatever the hierarchy is, believing in this and believing that they can't do whatever it is, that's where you have the structure. Don't have to be a genius. Just use your brain.
That's why they don't have what? I missed that. Right at the end, you said that's why they. Not important. I understood your basic point.
I lost it. I don't know. I lost it. I think I said I lost it. It just went out.
Yeah, you were just talking. We were talking about how they don't want people to be put together and able to critically think.
Yep. Oh yeah. So that's why you have the people who follow orders and think it's out of their sort of field of knowing that they cannot know, so they rely on another man instead of themselves, which they can do to find out more, whether it's about law or, as you said, metaphysical, spiritual things. They have to always turn to another man to give them something that they don't need to go to another man to find out.
Right.
It's inculcated. It's inculcated everywhere, whether it's the system of the laws of nations or religions or whatever it is. It's all there. It's the same thing. You go through me to get to somewhere. Even though you can read right and you're good and you've done all your due diligence and you're as smart as them, they don't want you spouting what is empirical evidence and saying to them, hey, listen, whoever the president or Reverend Bigfoot is talking crap and pull them up. You can't, because they have the sheep behind them. You know what I mean? Even though they're sheep, there's like 1 million of them. How are you going to go through 1 million sheep?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, even the way that the scientific journals are say the scientific articles are discussed, the way that so-called researchers talk to one another, and there's truth to be found, obviously, but you see in the scientific literature, such and such an author indicated this, and this other group suggested that, and then what you have is all this appeal to a consensus. Now, in the best situation, when somebody said this group of researchers found this, you're giving credit to those people, and you also simultaneously know that what they're saying is true. But if you're just appealing, to names, you're not actually talking about the truth itself. I noticed that about the scientific literature myself.
Well, the first thing I look at is when they mention whatever they mention, they have to put in the prima facie evidence. If they don't put in the prima facie evidence, then their article it is just that art form that tickles you in a sense, and it's worthless. So you have to have the prima facie evidence right there. Otherwise, you go to the beginning, non pro tunc. Go back to the beginning and start again. And I don't see why it has to be that hard. It's two simple things. You ask for the first-hand knowledge. If it's not there, then you're talking about absolute rubbish. You're talking about somebody, he said, she said, she sells seashells by the seashore, whatever. You have to go back to the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
It's one of those ones, bro. It's like, fuck.
It is. That's exactly right. You're just patting each other on the back and not talking about what is, which is what makes this. It requires so much discipline to do real science. I mean, it is a monster to say something that is empirically a fact. I mean, and this is what I've always felt like. If you're going to say something, that thing that you say is going to judge you first. Like, that thing will get you. So you better be careful about it. Like, what if you start making claims, if you start saying, oh, the nature of the universe is this, or my spirituality, insert your assertion, like, that thing is going to get you first. So, and I always felt that. That was like when I came to Flat Earth, like, I felt a huge responsibility to work it out, which is why it took so long for me. I had to figure out each little part, and some of it was difficult, and it judges you. Like, it strips away all of these wishes and hopes and assumptions and things you've been told and things that maybe you find comfort in them. I mean, it's a brutal business coming up with what is a fact, what is a truth. Even though Flat Earth is pretty darn easy to sort out, it's not that hard.
To me, it's just like basic level. If you can't, as I said, notice, this fact that is punching you in the face, it's like somebody hitting you in the face and you saying, "Oh, he's not hitting me in the face." You know what I mean? It's to me, it's at that level, and it's really sad, to be honest.
If you're honest with yourself, it's pretty easy to figure out. It's just when you want to try. Once you realize that there is more to learn, of course, that desire to learn gets ignited, and you want to know how things work, and that's a whole other package. That's just an endless discovery.
Oh yeah, and that's the whole point of you being here. Once you have undergone or undertaken that process, and then you get to a certain point, and then you realize, once you've gone down to the smallest bit, or the smallest cutting of whatever atoms, whatever abstract thing you want to learn, you realize that you really don't know shit except for what is natural philosophy, which is now coined natural science. Observations, phenomenon, and you get your result, and it has to happen every time. You know what I mean? So, everything else is just abstract atoms and all the rest of it. Speed of light, like what that doesn't even make any fucking sense. The speed of light, flick your light off and on and see, try to capture how fast that thing goes. It's retarded. Like, sorry, bro. I just have to say it always gets me when they mention this thing, and I have to give them a simple example like this. I go, flick your light off and on and tell me how quick that thing goes. Like, it boggles. It's like, kind of frustrates me.
Oh yeah.
So that's the speed of light. What does that even mean? There's no light is light.
Yeah, well, Rupert Sheldrake, his TED Talk was interesting. This is not a subject I'm very well versed in, but I mean, even he said that the scientific, the scientists were fudging the numbers and averaging what they called was the speed of light, over a year, and they would update this constantly. And he asked for the data and found out that the speed of light is always changing. But nobody talked about that because they just accept that it's one thing.
Okay. So you measure this is how moronic it is. So you measure the speed of light in years, in time, which is another abstract concept, which years and days and months are for a calendar. And calendar comes from the word calendarium, which is Latin for bookkeeping. So everybody that's using a calendar, you're part of their chattel because you're using their shit. But anyway, that's a whole nother fucking subject.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. They're not even consistent with their own claims. So the whole thing is start to finish a mess. Not my area.
Yeah. No, I mean, to go forward in something, you have to have a sort of your own thoughts and your own opinions, brother. That's, you're doing the correct thing.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
other
that's
people
right.
don't do it. Other people just take it and go, okay, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You let go of the stories, and you can see the world. You can see the world for the first time.
Yep. Once you get beyond a certain point, you have to really let go of everything. I had to do it, even though I was at a certain level, and the bit where I had to let go of everything, I was in the worst pain ever, because I didn't just fill myself up with whatever was, comforting to me, or because, you're empty, you need to have something in there. And it's the most painful process, but people don't want to undertake that. They don't want to be in pain, in any kind of pain. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because those things are a kind. The thing that's hurting you is like this odd comfort.
Yeah, better the devil you know than the
yes,
one that
sir.
you don't.
Yeah. That's right. That and letting go of those things is painful. I mean, it was painful for me. And then there's not only is it the process that you go through, the personal responsibility you take to unravel these ideas down to what is really going on, but then there's also the faith and the risk that you must take to be that with your family, with the people you know, to then live in reality that you have found. And that's also the social pressure is something that people are just not willing to, take on.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. That is what you just said is, to me, proper faith and proper spirituality. Everything else is a question of religion, not a question of faith. People bring up books which are written by men, and they don't ask questions that are outside that bounds. Because, again, it's a book, and it's there, and they don't go past it. If you want to be spiritual, you have to ask about spiritual things. You don't ask about religious things. They're two separate things. People don't want to take that. I think, anyway. That's my thoughts.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, because if you're going, I think Flat Earth is a really beautiful introduction to these ideas, because we all understand the necessity. Flat Earthers understand, more than anyone maybe, the importance of really getting reality sorted out, having your arguments in place, being able to show evidence, and then the question of spirituality. I think that responsibility should be carried into every area of your life, that you're not saying things that you can't provide evidence for. And I'm not saying there isn't a metaphysical aspect, or that that there is not a spirituality, because I know there is, because of what I found.
Correct. Well, that's the thing. You've got everybody's making claims everywhere, from a pope to a monarch to a fucking president or prime minister to Joe Blow on the street. And not nobody, but most people don't have anything to back up their claims.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right,
yes.
You know, apparently you speak to God. Tell me what's going on. Nobody will tell you nothing. They'll say, look at the book. And that's it. The same book, you know, for 20,000 years. Just, you know, a different name for it. And they'll change whatever inside, a few bits of the pieces, and, you know, the old gods are demons, the new gods are good, and it's the same thing throughout time.
Mm-hmm.
They know how the human psyche works. You rebrand it. It's like these, you know, people that salesmen. They're salesmen trying to sell you an idea, a concept.
An ideology, a set of ideas, a story, say an internally coherent story like heliocentrism, and they say, you know, here you go, this is the answer, and boy, you have to. I don't know. I think it's brick by brick. Personally, I think you have to build the house brick by brick, and that means you have to pick it up and put the mortar down, and you have to. It's a discipline. The whole thing, piece by piece. You have to, and then, you know, not only are you building something that really has substance, but then it's also doing something in you every time you build something else. Put another brick on, then you know that brick belongs there, and I don't have to question the foundation, because you start at the foundation and work your way up, and maybe you don't finish it. You know, I mean, life is short. Maybe you don't finish it, but that's okay, and that's the kind of faith that I think you might have been describing, and that really hits me pretty strongly, I think.
Yeah, 100%, bro. What you just said, 100%. I agree with, and that's the allegory behind the Freemasons. You know, they're builders. You build from the bottom up, and you make it, you know, whatever it is, according to your, you know, ideology. You know, your idolatry, whatever you want to call it. It's the same fucking word.
Right. It is. Yeah, it is.
You know, and as you said, once you get to a certain point, some things you aren't meant to find out in this life, and if you
that's
don't,
frustrating. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't find them out, you don't find them out, and some things you aren't meant to basically know, and you have to be content with it.
Yeah, that's part of the discipline. Not, you know, is not knowing. That again that's work too. Not knowing is a lot of work, because then you have to tell somebody, I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. I haven't sorted that out yet. It's honest.
Yeah, well, how do you describe the infinite to a finite mind?
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Trying to give this, you know, bird's eye view of, you know, from, you know, the dawn of time and pre-time to a mind that can't even distinguish if they're spinning around on a ball or, you know, walking straight and level, you know.
Yeah.
How you gonna do it?
Yeah. Yeah, no, there are limits. You can't. There are more things that you're not going to know than what you do know. I think it's surprising how little we can know. I mean, it's extraordinary to me that when you find something that is true, you understand, you build that foundation, you understand the earth is level and flat, and that it's not in motion, and it is contained. You find like that's a life's work, especially living in the kind of deception we're subject to now, and maybe throughout history. But you know, that's big. That is big. I am so thankful for that. Like, I feel a sense of wonder at that discovery. Like, just to know that is such a big deal. But then to go beyond that, that's a lot harder.
It's painful. But this is the thing, because you were talking about MK Ultra before. MK Ultra is not nothing new. It's just been there since the dawn of time. Every time they put up an institution that's good, there are some dudes that are gonna go inside, infiltrate, and, you know, put dumb shit in people's minds, and they corrupt whatever was meant there for the good of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got these books on it, you know, from 2,000 years ago. They've been doing the same sort of, you know, like waterboarding. That's not something you do. They've been using waterboarding for 2,000 years. It's
right.
It's just come out to the public now. But if you did a little digging, you'd realise that so-called MK Ultra has been going on for a long, long time, bro.
Yes, a long time in a cycle. It repeats itself over and over every generation. I mean, I was born in the early 70s, and I had the benefit of living at a time when I didn't question these things. It didn't seem to be the kind of necessity. Maybe I'm naive. But we're living at a time now where everyone's starting to feel the heavy hand, and we go through this cycle. These cycles repeat themselves over and over again. And what blows me away today is most people don't realize this. They still are living in the dying carcass of a once somewhat flourishing society. And man, if you're not hyper vigilant, if you don't pay attention, you're off you go into that cycle of tyranny.
Yeah, and they say, "Come here, be a slave," and they open their arms and they give you a smile, and you walk in there and give them a hug and say, "Yes, I'll be your slave. Thank you very much." It's an ingenious, system. It's bad, but you have to give them credit, because
give the devil his due, man. It is something else. I mean, without being too detailed about it, what they're doing is nothing short of ingenious.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it is really something, and people have bought into it, as they always have.
Yeah, people are scared to breathe in air, bro. Like, this is this is the stuntiness that we've come down to. People are afraid to breathe in air. They think the air that they breathe is going to kill them. So how do you, converse or exchange anything with a person that is scared to live?
Yeah.
Scared to breathe.
Yeah. Who has given up the implicit right to exist and breathe.
Yep.
I just shake my head.
I'm shaking my head as we speak right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I am too. It's really extraordinary. Yeah. Well, I think I have to go on a walk. I see my family move in that direction.
Oh, you mean as in? You go for it. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we're going for a walk and then probably get some dinner and so man, I really appreciate it. It's really nice. IG, is that it?
Yeah, Iggs, yep.
Iggs Ed. Really nice to talk to you, man.
You too, brother. I think we've spoken a few times. I'll expect you to. You're cool, bro. Thank you for the conversation, brother. And have a great time with your family too, bro.
Will do, and thank you so much.
Enjoy your family time, man.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Thanks for chipping in here.
You bet, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Just ignore Iggs. Ignore Iggs. He's antipodal. He's one of them Australian guys. He's upside down.
He doesn't exist or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not even sure if he exists. Yeah.
All right. We'll keep trying to work it out.
I'm a figment of somebody's imagination, apparently.
Right. Good night.
Good night, bro.
Bye.
Yep, every time it rains in Australia, it's literally raining upside down. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, we don't walk on our feet here, we walk on our hands. It's all backwards.
I just flipped through the list again. I don't see any new people on here still. So if you want to do a 20-minute monologue, go for it, Iggs. Start now.
Sorry. Let's talk to the other brother. I don't know what the monologue about.
You can monologue about your brilliant leader, what's his name? Daniel, what's his name?
Oh, what has he done now?
Your great prime minister in Australia. He's always looking out for y'all. He did something good the other day. I can't think what he did. We're probably not supposed to talk about
Emperor?
it anyway. Yeah.
Emperor, what did he do? Because I don't have a TV, bro. So what great edict did he come up with now? What is it? Everybody has to walk off a cliff, or?
I can't even remember what it was. It was something very tyrannical, so I don't remember what it was. I paid very little attention to it. I mean, I sort of glimpse over headlines just to see what's going on, but it's just like if everybody would just realize we quit paying attention to these people, they would go away, But nobody would do
100%. Yep. No. Well, here we've been under the edict of lockdown for over, 280 days or whatever?
Yeah.
The longest in recorded history. Some to be proud of, yes, an achievement. Wow.
It's speculation, but obviously, it seems like China was the first testing area, but they're using Australia as a testing ground now. See what people have put up with.
Oh, yeah. Well, China went back to normal after 3 weeks. They had open dance parties, people are partying and whatever. We're getting locked down.
Yeah.
So, no.
The time for a pandemic already passed. The pandemic time is 2 years. The Spanish flu lasted 2 years, so we passed that time, so it's over. Finished.
Yeah, it should be over with, right, Godric?
Totally, already done. Now they're saying they want to learn to live with it.
But we got all the different letters of the Greek alphabet variants and stuff, so who knows how long.
I'm waiting for the epsilon. That one's the shit. The epsilon, that's the one.
Yeah.
Delta, beta, variant, alpha, kappa.
How many different names for the flu can you have? I don't know. We'll find out. Stay tuned.
If you tell people on TV that there's a deadly thing happening, and you got to quarantine, you got to cover yourself, a certain amount of people are going to make themselves sick mentally, and if they already are sick, then the next step is dying. So that's going to have an effect on the world at large, and there'll be a certain amount of people, albeit low percentage, that will, get unwell and die. And there's your 0.01%.
Well, the problem is these people need to be told that there is one certainty in life, which is death. So you were born to die. So if you can accept that fact, then the rest is, I don't know, shouldn't really faze you. Because this is not the be-all and end-all. The meat suit is not the be-all and end-all. It's not you. If you think you are a meat suit, then that's a downfall.
Yep, it's like I've said before, the number one cause of death, prove me wrong, is being born.
Exactly. It's the one thing that is guaranteed.
If you're not born, you won't die.
Exactly.
There's a new face on the block here. Maybe he's a Glober. It's Hank Hill. You have any propane or accessories?
Hank, let me explain to you about gravity, why it's fake, okay?
Okay.
See, it's a fallacy for a glober or a globe believer to say stuff falls down. What they need to say is that some stuff falls down, heavy stuff, but some light stuff goes up, upward vector. Helium, fire, smoke, evaporation, all that stuff goes up. So you can't say stuff falls down. You have to say some stuff goes up, light stuff, and heavy stuff falls down. And therefore, there's no downward bias. It's a balance, and no need for gravity.
Well said. I've been saying recently that the entropy law, second law of thermodynamics, tells us that hot goes to cold, high charge goes to low charge, high pressure goes to low pressure, and just like everything else seeking its equilibrium, so does anything in the atmosphere. So if it's very dense, it's going to seek its equilibrium towards the dense ground. If it's very buoyant, it's going to go up like a hot air balloon.
Makes sense to me. You got a citation for that, Hank.
Yeah, I said that. So
you are the citation.
So what I'm thinking makes sense because everything else in the world doesn't. I am the citation.
Yes.
For that one, as far as I know, I haven't heard anyone else say it. So
good citation.
But why do you have hydrostatic pressure like in water? Like as you go deeper, it gets more pressure. Why is that? If the water is seeking its equilibrium.
It's just like when you put a whole bunch of blankets on top of yourself. You got more weight, more pressure.
But isn't more pressure because of gravity?
No, it's because you got a bunch of blankets on top of you.
So the blankets
layer
are
and layer after blanket.
The blankets are falling into the medium, which is more and more blankets, so you get more pressure. And in the same sense, if you have more helium balloons, they'll go up with the upward pressure. The more helium balloons, same thing.
So think about it like this: you're at the bottom of a 12-foot pool, right? There's a little bit of pressure, but that's only one blanket. Now add like 130 pulls to that, right? You know, that's a lot more blankets, right?
We've been joined by like 3 different new people. One of them, I don't want to say their name, but none of them. I don't know if there's a mod who wants to do anything. Well, he just left anyway. The R man just left.
I guess you know what? This should probably work. Okay? Thank you.
Hello?
Hello. How you doing?
Dad, I can tag into this right now, and I can just say, this is all the people debating it right now.
Wait, those are people on right now, on live, Flat Earth.
I can say something right now.
We're flat earthers.
You are saying something right now. Can you hear us?
Kyle? Wow.
Yeah, Kyle, pay attention. We're all flat earthers.
He's about everyone.
Here.
Look at how rich! I gotta take a picture of that. Kind of trying to change it and always stand up and give me an
Hey, Kyle, we're going to mute you if you don't talk to us.
No.
Cam the man, you got one chance to respond to us.
Yes.
Cam the man.
Let me.
Muting, by muting.
Seize him. Can't just come in here and continue on with your party, bro. Gotta pay attention.
It sounded like he was, if you can believe what he was saying, he was telling his dad that he was talking to flat earthers. Who knows?
Yeah, but he ignored us. So
yeah, he wasn't listening. Was not listening to instructions. Yeah. Don't know what his major malfunction was there, pal. What about Sass though? He's no role person too. We'd have to do something with. Can you unmute people, Hank?
Not right this second. I'm gonna work.
We'll quit work.
Maybe in a second. I'll get back in the car.
Just quit work.
Yeah, right. I haven't thought about that before. I could just quit, right? Go home and stay there, right?
Yeah. Don't worry about paying any bills or nothing, man. Not have to worry about that shit. If there's a moderator around that wants to take a risk on Sasto, feel free to unmute them. You gotta keep it moderated.
He's unmuted. Why am I muted? I'm typing.
No. You're unmuted.
So
hello,
So how exactly does the day and night cycle work on the flat Earth? Is my question. Does it just like rotate?
Hello, how you doing? You want to get right into it, or you want to say hello?
No, I don't know. I'm just asking a question, dog.
Okay. How does the day and night cycle work?
Yeah.
The sun goes around. It's up in the sky. We don't know exactly how far away. It's on one side of the Earth during the day, and it's light. Then when it's on the other side, then it's night on the side it was on. Does that make sense?
Not really.
Look at the yin-yang symbol, dude.
What does it have to do with it?
That's the concept, the yin-yang symbol. One side is dark, one side is light. You've got it there, just look at it. One, the smaller dot representing the sun, the other dot representing the moon. It's not hard.
Yeah, so we observe the sun moving across the sky, so it's in transit above our heads. Keep in mind, the burden of proof would be on the other side to prove that the Earth is rotating and the sun is relatively stationary, but I can't find any evidence for that myself.
Hey, your mic is really close to your keyboard.
I'm sorry, I'll mute myself, sorry.
Is it like on your desk? Yeah, there's one of those.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can set a noise gate or like move your keyboard closer to your mouth or further away from your keyboard.
I gotta download some drivers. I'll be back probably.
Did he leave?
Yep.
Let's try Camden Man, see if he's still got background noise. Are you there, Camden Man? Or he may be muted. Yeah, I never thought about that, how the day and night cycles, man. It must be a globe, right, guys?
Yeah.
You would think
Sorry, okay.
I was going to say, I would have come across that in like 6 years of research, but I never thought about that one.
As soon as people have an image of something, they can't, I don't know why, it's hard to let go. They just don't want to let go. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. You don't see no fucking spheres in nature. Ever, anywhere. There's no perfect spheres in nature. They don't exist.
Did he get his question answered, how the sun works? The day and night cycle?
No, he stumped us, Hank. We're getting ready to shut down the server. It's a globe.
Oh, he provided evidence.
No.
Oh, darn. So close this time.
I think he said it didn't make sense to him. Probably should have asked him where he thinks the sun is and how big the sun is. So he can get an idea that the sun is not where he thinks it is and not how big he thinks it is.
Or you could ask him what doesn't make sense.
Don't really know. He didn't get a chance to elaborate.
Yeah, all he says was, I don't really understand or I don't really get it. And then he left.
It's probably that, though. That trips most people. They're trying to put, a huge ass
well, at least he...
in front of above a flat fucking space disc.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
At least he gave it the good old college try, right? At least he really tried.
Yeah. 30 seconds.
He was probably typing using his lifelines, man.
Is that your final answer?
There's no initiative from these type of people. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Ask questions when you don't know stuff or you're curious, but try and figure a few things out when you're by yourself, no?
Yeah, I only use the walkthrough when I'm good and solid stuck. It's like, okay, obviously I'm not going to be able to think outside the box on this one. I'm stuck. Where's the walkthrough?
It just demonstrates an unseriousness about the topic from the get-go. Yeah. When you treat it as a joke, you come in and you ask these 101 stupid questions that are on every top 10 reasons we know the Earth is not flat article. Yeah. But when you take the topic seriously, even a little bit, you'll find the answer to this real quick for yourself. I never have much faith with people that come in and start with stuff like that.
I had to have a laugh because I was laughing very hard. How does day and night work? It's like it's like a mechanical car. Like you can pull it apart yourself with your hands to put it into words in a scientific way. It's retarded. This way of thinking is just makes me laugh. Oh God.
It's funny because most people don't know how their car works, right? Like they're unaware of the internal combustion engine, right? Unless they're like, a mechanic or curious, right?
Yep.
Or maybe they took small engine repair, but most people don't know how that works and they just accept it,
Yep.
And they just drive it. And like a lot of people often like to say, they don't read their Bible, but they believe in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I seem to have noticed, and it's like same thing with the globe Earth model. Like they don't know hardly anything about it, but they believe it, even though they haven't read it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But the thing is, there's no manual for that. It like I don't know much about cars. I know a little bit, I know about other things, but at least with a car, if you want to, you can, take it apart, put it back together. Yeah. You can't go up there, take the world apart, take the sun, the moon, and all the rest of the stuff apart, and then put it back together. It doesn't work like that. It's not mechanical.
So I just heard a motorcycle go by, and I could tell by the way it sounded that it was running a little bit lean. Right? And it's like, I know how that shit works because I have one. You know, and it's like, you could hear it, right? Like when he let off the gas, like you could tell, like he pulled forward a little too hard, and the motor was like just a little thirsty. Needed just a little more.
The motor was thirsty.
Yeah, you could hear it. And I know that because my bike was lean when I first got it. And then after I made a few adjustments on the carburetor, it's like everything works great. And you know, that's really cool that I know how it works and everything, right? And it's like I can verify that this is how it works. You just go adjust the idle screw, and when you let off the gas, it shouldn't like jerk you forward. It might pull you forward just a hair, right? Because you're no longer like being pulled back off the bike. So it might feel like you're coming forward just a hair, but it shouldn't like jerk you forward when you let off the gas. And it's like these members have no idea how any of this shit works.
Can you also tell that he was riding over a flat plane?
Some people like to be jerked around.
Yeah, some people like to be jerked around by these crazy models, for sure.
Now, the way that he was driving, do you suspect a flat earther, a glober, or a normie? We should know if he was either a glober, a flat earther, or a normie by the way he was doing his controlling his pedals, you know, and the angle at which he was driving the motorcycle.
I imagine he's a normie, because if he ain't figured out that his motorcycle's running a little lean yet, you know.
Yeah, I agree. He probably doesn't know the arguments, right?
Right. He probably just upgraded it and hadn't adjusted it yet or something.
Because he thought there was gravity, that's why. But there's not.
Yeah, he was rolling down the curve.
So we've got Cam Demand back with VC Verified. Welcome back, Cam Demand. Can you talk?
Still muted. Server muted.
Did you guys see the new Candyman? I heard it was good.
Oh, you muted my phone.
Didn't you beat him one time?
Man, we unmuted you, bro. The last time you were in here, you were hot micing and talking to your people. So, are you around Cam Demand?
She picked up an aggravated speeder. Aggravated speeder is you go over.
Nah.
I deafened him this time. Someone else can handle that shit. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Was that him hot micing?
Yep.
Yeah, I tried to talk to him. I unmuted him. Who joins the server and come here and just like lays their phone down and like who does that, right?
People with no self-awareness.
I suspect Normie on that one.
When I join a server, I'm on mute and I'm kind of listening and looking around and see what people are typing, what they're saying. This dude's got a cell phone in his back pocket and he's probably going to take a dump in a minute and not realize that he's live on 24/7.
That's because you're not a knuckle dragger, Hank.
Well, I guess there's an argument to be had for that. Maybe I'm not.
If you've mastered common decency, you're probably not. So
Yeah, I think I got that one down. Common decency. Yeah, my grandmother did give me a compliment about that this morning. But she has to be nice, right? She's the grandma. So I'm not a knuckle dragger, but I'm pretty sure I'm a mouth breather. I think I got a deviated septum.
is there any actual studies behind that? Or it's just
No, but I can breathe through my nose. It's just doesn't work out as good.
no. I remember the mouth breather thing. You know, is it just something?
Oh
that's
yeah,
said, or is
I
it
think there
actually
is.
backed up by any
I think,
research?
yeah,
Mouth
I
breathers
think
generally
there's
lower
something to it.
IQ. Oh yeah.
What is it? Nitrogen, nitrous oxide. I think you're supposed to, when you breathe through your nose, it creates nitrous oxide. I think.
Really? I did not know that.
Maybe I got the chemical wrong or the compound wrong.
Isn't that what you use in cars? Nitro?
So was I right about that? Did somebody fact check me?
I didn't know I was supposed to. Give me a second.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm full of shit sometimes. Let's see.
Nitric oxide, yeah. Not nitrous.
Told you.
The same. I'm not sure, but yeah. Nitric.
Benefits.
Look, I just sent you a DM, bro. Have a look at that.
All right, cool. Yeah, when the whole mask thing was going on for like a few months in Texas, maybe like a year, I was breathing through my nose just practicing because I know that you're supposed to like breathe through your nose. So I would just like put it under my lips and breathe through my nose. Like, what? I'm wearing it. What do you want?
Put like a Batman mask on. Walk around with that.
I saw some really cool LED masks that like change faces. I thought about auditing with those things. I thought about getting one and auditing with it. You know, because Karens get so triggered over a man with a camera. You know, LED mask man with a camera. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god, it's Lucifer!"
Optimus Prime. He's come down.
Prime.
God.
Yeah, check out those changing LED masks. Pretty cool. I want one. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of a child when it comes to stuff like that. I want to fuck with people. I want to test the boundaries.
That's the only way you can stay sane, bro. I'm telling you. I'm been in this game for a while, and if you don't, make light of the situation, you end up going mental.
So today, there was like a, let's just say an event that I went to. I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm an introvert, and I went to an event, a very crowded event. And I filmed the whole time, and nobody said anything to me except for the people that were like, "Hey, Larry," the people that I knew. So I would like pause it and talk to them, and then I walked around, recorded the whole event, like walked all around, recorded everything, and nobody said nothing.
And from that test, what did you extrapolate, bro?
The Texans love their freedom. Maybe not all of them. I bet if I go to the east end of Dallas and try some shit like that, I bet it wouldn't work out the same way. So yeah, I got 20 minutes of footage on my phone that I'm probably not going to upload because there was no Karens, no cops, nothing. So my son got me to try some new tea, and I've been drinking like fresh squeezed lemon and honey, like raw unfiltered honey. And then I did like a packet of lemon honey. And now my son's got me trying chamomile and vanilla, I think is what it is. It's like I never had chamomile before. It's good. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't need sugar. It doesn't need it at all. I usually put honey or stevia, the sweet leaf, and it doesn't need either one.
Yeah, it's one of the best teas. It's good for de-stressing and stuff, to fall asleep or to be relaxed.
So I guess maybe next time I go to an event, I should strap a pistol to my hip. See if that doesn't get anybody's attention. It's a little more dangerous doing a Second Amendment audit, but probably worth it.
So isn't there a lot of people in Texas open carry anyway?
Well, they got the conceal to carry license, which changed to conceal or open carry license. And then now it's just everyone and certain private places, but no government places for sure. No post office, no anywhere they're voting. Avoid that like the plague. Okay, City Hall, avoid that. But yeah, I thought since nobody said anything, and there was a lot of people out there when I went. There was a lot of people. You had to walk to get there. I'll put it that way. You had to walk a few blocks. And nobody said anything.
So you didn't see any cops, or none of them harassed you?
Yeah, there was cops there. Cops don't care if you record. It's usually Karen that sicks the cops on you.
Right.
And I was thinking about naming my YouTube channel something like Karen's Tractor Beam, or because what they do is the Karen or Darren, whichever one, they'll do a beeline, 50 feet. They'll walk straight over to you and tell you that they don't want to be on camera. And then they're like, get the camera out of my face. It's like, didn't you just walk 50 feet to get over here and I'm sticking the camera in your face? It's like, you don't want to be on camera, huh? So why are you over here talking to me, genius? That's usually how it works.
Yep, what you just said
But
literally
I
happened.
didn't meet any Karens or Darrens today.
But what you just said literally happened to Whitson in Houston. As soon as he set up the other night on the sidewalk, this guy walks up to him. You can't record here. Nah, 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 nah. I'm going to call the cops.
I've also heard them called beeline Beckies because they just walk out of nowhere, straight up to you, get right in front of your camera, and they're like, hey, I don't want to be on camera. It's like, why are you talking to me then, stupid?
There's no expectation of privacy in the public, bro. They can't do nothing.
So I guess today and tomorrow there's at least a few hundred flat earthers gathered in South Carolina at the flat.
So no new people, huh?
My mic not working.
PC was full when I got here.
No, Dave, you're coming through, bro.
I am. I don't think Hank can hear me, though. Can you hear me, Hank? I don't think Hank's hearing me. Maybe he blocked me.
No, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Your many honey. Yeah, I was arguing the best in the world. Yeah, I was getting shot at on the way out.
Oh my God! Who unmuted that guy again?
Wow.
I was just checking.
He's gonna sit there all night with his mic open.
Wow.
What the hell?
What? Fuck. What is? Oh, please forgive me, God.
In a world.
It's like I'm
So he
living in
told all
the.
his friends, "Watch this! I'm gonna join a flat Earth server and not say anything. Just leave my mic open." Then they all laugh. Whatever.
It's like I'm living in the world of fucking The Simpsons. I just see Homer everywhere.
Let's see how long he stays. What if he's on for like the next 3 days? Just connected to, and periodically we can like peer into his life. Like, oh, he's in the shower this morning. Oh, now he's getting ready for work. I think that's an electric razor.
I think he's with his boyfriend now.
Hopefully they're at the gym.
Well, Hank, he claims in the text that he accidentally had his mic open and stuff. That's why he made noises. I don't know. If you want to talk to him, you can try. But...
He accidentally had it open 3 times. We can try a 4th, I guess.
Hey, Cam Demand. Hey, Cameron.
Talk to me.
What's up, bro?
What's going on?
What brought you to the server?
I've been in the server for a while.
Oh, yeah? So, is it flat or is it a sphere?
It's flat.
Oh, okay. What makes you think that?
Listen, I'm not here to investigate or debate. I'm here to listen.
Right, but you said it's flat. I mean, surely you've come across some information that makes you think that it's flat. I'm not trying to debate.
Correct. That's correct. Yeah, no, that's correct. And I'm not here to debate or anything. I'm here to listen.
Okay. Well, feel free to listen. Listen away. If you do have anything to say, just take yourself off mute and
I will say this.
speak up.
I mean, I will say this. There's a lot of things. What are you guys' honest thoughts about? What are you guys' honest thoughts about NASA?
What is my honest thoughts about NASA?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just here to listen, bro. I'm just here to learn. I don't really want to debate with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how you guys get. You get petty and just throw it right back.
No, bro. Here's the deal, man. If you can't verify it and you can't falsify it, then it's just poetry, right? Because what is truth? What is truth, sir?
Get him. This guy's a genius.
He asked you a simple question, dude. What's truth?
What is truth, sir?
Well, I can't tell you what truth is because how can you really know something?
If you can verify it, right? Like you have 2 testicles, right? So you can verify that, can't you?
Yes, there, Cam. Do you have 2 testicles? I would argue that you might not be able to even know anything.
Put your balls in a vice, tighten it as tight as you can, and then try to make that argument again.
That is actually true. That is true. I guess that's kind of actually a good answer to that you can verify it. You ever hear that philosophical argument, though, about knowledge?
Sophistry.
That's sophistry. Yeah, bro. It's not even...
Yeah. No,
it's not even real.
That's a philosophical argument, though. Or that's something I learned about, though.
It's not logical.
Solipsism is stupid, bro.
Yeah, I'd actually agree with that. That's just kind of fucking questioning rant. Things that don't even need to be questioned.
Yeah, I mean, everything needs to be questioned, but do you really exist? That's one of those questions that...
Yeah.
It's like, you ask it once, right? That's not like something you do over and over again.
Yeah, I don't want to keep investing. Yeah, I get that. I feel the same way.
So truth is that which is verifiable, right? And falsifiable. Correct?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So basically, they say that science is never settled, right? And if science is never settled, then everything's open for investigation, right? So we proved real fast that, as a human race, that you can add heat to water and it boils, right? And then we learned later on that if you take away atmospheric pressure, it also causes it to boil, right? So the science is never settled for that reason, right? But we thought we knew for sure.
Science is ongoing. Yes.
Right.
Here's
right.
the thing. I agree with that. Science is always ongoing.
But cosmology and theoretical astrophysics, that's not a natural science. Would you agree to that?
Wait.
Because you have to do the scientific method for it to be natural science, right? Hypothesis testing, experiments.
Brother, I told you, I'm not here to talk. I'm here to listen.
Right, I'm just talking with you. I'm not really debating you.
Exactly. I've done this. I've been in here 3 times where I've said the same exact thing, and you just keep questioning me. I'm here to listen. Talk to someone else.
I'm here to talk.
All right, that's fine. Who's here to talk? Yeah, debates don't really happen until you say that you know something, right? And I say, well, is this what you meant? And you say, yeah, that's what I meant. I know it to be true. And I say, okay, show me the evidence.
Listen, I'm here with my brother, actually. Here, talk to my brother. Because I think you guys can
Okay.
actually convince me of the truth. Here's my brother.
All right.
Hey, how's it going, man? How you doing?
Good, bro. Peace. What's up?
Peace. Sup? Hold on a sec.
So we're talking about... Oh, he said, hold on.
I had a quick question. Am I being recorded?
I believe this is going live stream to YouTube twice.
Oh, right here. I wasn't aware. I wanted open format where I didn't feel the pressure. So I apologize, but I'm not going to be able to ask any questions at this time.
Okay.
I know, that's why I said
If somebody wanted to go into another room with you where you feel more free to speak, we can do that. You want to arrange that to another room that's not recorded? Or not? So here's the thing. I mean, nobody's going to know who you are. I mean, unless you're like uber famous.
He's a rounder, so please tell him the truth.
He's a rounder. Okay, so here's the thing. The physics of water is always the same. No matter what container you put it in, it takes the shape of the container and it's level on top. That's why we say sea level. And they give us the dimensions of the Earth. They tell us the radius is 3959 miles. So you can Google this and see where the horizon would be when you put it into the Earth curve calculator. 1 foot observer height will tell you the horizon will be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot, it'll be 1.225 miles. So we've tested this claim that the curvature rate is this, and we've falsified this claim. And we've been doing it for 6 years all over the world. We go out to a large body of water that's at rest,
I
and we
apologize for
get no
interrupting.
landmarks and see what we can see.
I'm digesting what I can. I'm trying to digest what I can. You're throwing a lot at me. But when you said falsified for the past 6 years, could you elaborate on that?
We're like, no, this is bullshit. I'm going to go debunk it. And they go out and they measure the curvature rate of the Earth, and they can't find the curve. So,
well, what about NASA?
And to please yourself, and at 10 miles there should be 66 feet of curvature, and we can't find it. We've seen photographs like the Guinness Book of World Records, longest photograph ever taken. I believe it was like 273 miles. So I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and there's that big ass ship right there. They turned into a hotel. I think it's like a battleship. They turned into a hotel. But if you look across the way, and it's 10 miles, you can see the buildings at 1 foot above the water. So I'm in the water. I'm in the ocean, right? And the water's coming up to about my chest. I'm pretty deep. And I'm looking across, and I can see the buildings. They should have been covered by like 60 feet of curvature. But they were only like 2-story buildings. They weren't 6-story, because the major part of the city is behind you in North Beach. Right?
Okay.
And I'm looking out into like...
That definitely checks out. I'm trying to get a fresh scope, fresh understanding of this, but what about the sorry, excuse me. What about the pictures from NASA?
Well, see, that's the thing. You said picture as if like it's a photograph. But I can show you Robert Simmons.
Stuck on the
Sorry, hold on.
the pictures they took of Earth from the moon. He's stuck on that. He thinks that those are real.
Okay, well, the thing is that they faked the moon landing, and you can see that it's faked pretty easily. There's a documentary called American Moon, 3.5 hours in one documentary of evidence showing you that the moon landing was faked, including professional photographers.
We all know the pictures of the Earth. Those pictures they took on those bullshit pictures they took on the moon. He's stuck on those being real.
Well, who cares?
Okay, well, the film wouldn't survive in those kind of conditions.
American. What is it?
Oh, can I say something for a second?
Link it in live stream.
Oh, so Hank just mentioned physical reality that you can go test, and you're like, put pictures.
What?
How do you test the authenticity of an image, right?
That's what I'm trying to tell my brother.
How do you test the authenticity of an image?
You can't, dude. That's what I'm telling him.
Okay. No, you can. Image is going to portray something, right? And someone's going to say, this image portrays XYZ. Well, you can go to where they say they took that image and test it, right?
But isn't it on you guys to disprove the photo's authenticity as opposed to me trying to prove the authenticity?
Told you he did. Hank just told you he did, because images purporting to be from space show curving water, right? They show the
Let's not get contentious here. Right? I want him to understand. But your tone of voice, it's a little aggressive. I'm not gonna lie, but I agree with you. Keep going.
Look, it's real simple. The images portray curving water, a curving ocean. Now, if we go check to see if the ocean's actually curving and it's not, the image is fake. Just like if someone said, hey, this is a picture of my beach house, and then I go down to the beach and there's no house there, I know the image is fake. I don't need to inquire any further.
Yeah, but he's
I don't need to know why the image is
he's
fake.
stuck on NASA being a legitimate organization.
They can be, doesn't matter. What they say portrays reality. Those images, when we go test it in the physical world, it's not there.
Tell them about the wires on that one video.
Doesn't matter what they show. Doesn't matter what they show. He can go on himself and test the flat Earth and see if the Earth is flat or curved. He can test it himself. Doesn't matter what the stars do, what the lights in the sky do, what images are shown. What the physical world is what it is.
So, I'm not trying to
take mental contortions. Listen, it doesn't take mental contortions. You don't. It's not really even a thought process.
Let's not get aggressive here. Let's not get aggressive.
No one's aggressive.
Your tone is aggressive.
No, you're just.
I have a serious question. But how do you explain the horizon? How do you explain the horizon?
What about the horizon? What do you think? There's no horizon on a flat Earth?
Well, I always imagine it's because of the curvature of the Earth that I can't see.
Okay, well, that's your imagination. Because the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. And if there was no horizon on the flat Earth, then you would have to see either 100% sky or 100% ground. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?
That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm standing on a flat Earth and all I see is ground or all I see is sky. No, there's always going to be a horizon because your head is above the ground and the sky is dividing from the ground. And where the ground seems to appear to end is your angular resolution limit.
Okay.
Right? Just like think about a checkerboard, an infinite checkerboard. At some point, the checkers, right, as they get further and further away, they go from square at your feet to trapezoids, to stretch, to stretch, to stretch. But then when they get far enough away, you only see them as a line. That is where the horizon is. It's because your angle to the surface is too shallow.
So I have to ask, I kind of usurped my brother's phone. I thought it was a very interesting conversation, and I kind of wanted to partake. But so I actually just got off the plane last night. We were flying at, I believe the pilot said 39,000 feet. And if you look out at night taking a red eye, you can kind of see what looks like to me as a curvature, when you're that high up.
Maybe check your math, buddy. You should check your math. Okay? Because if you could see curvature from a plane at 49,000 feet, right, you would live on a ball whose circumference was 300 kilometers.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? Out there.
Here's what's happening. You were looking to bulge your
There's no way you can see curvature from an airplane on an 8,000-mile diameter ball. Okay? You are nowhere near high enough. Okay? 120,000, 8,000 feet is nowhere near high enough. An airplane certainly is not high enough.
But I saw it.
Well, you're deluded.
But how do you figure?
No, you didn't. Because
if you think that what you saw.
Well, listen
to me. Listen, slow down. If you think that what you saw is Earth curvature, then you live on a ball that's 1/100th the size of the ball they say it is.
You gotta listen to me as well. I've listened to you.
No math, and we already listened to this. We don't need to listen to it again.
Simple.
Hey, listen, I'm on your guys'
been through
side,
school.
I'm going to mute you.
You guys get too aggressive and you start over talking each other.
Nobody's aggressive. You're not listening and you're not addressing my point. You're trying to just say, I saw it. Real simple. The math says it is impossible for you to see a curve. You just disproved the radius. If you think that you saw Earth curve, you disproved the radius. The radius is supposed to be 3,959 miles. If you do the math, 39,000 feet, and you saw curvature, you live on a ball whose radius is 300 kilometers.
See, here's the thing. We're not being aggressive against you. We're attacking the idea, right? The argument, the model. Right, so Indio has a shitty mic because he's out with his headphones and he's having to raise his voice in order to be heard. That's it.
I do got a shitty mic. I got bad connection, quite honestly. But that ain't the point. The point is, if you do the math, right? You think the math is lying? Jesus Christ.
You guys, without interruption, I would just ask the same respect in return.
Then, listen, if you want respect, address the mathematics. Address the mathematics of you seeing curvature at 47,000 feet on a ball that's 3,959 miles in radius. How is that possible? How is that possible?
You're throwing out numbers. And
knowing the numbers. You don't even know the numbers.
But nevertheless.
Because
now, you don't know the numbers.
Because you can do the math.
The curvature of the Earth is then my question.
He needs to be muted.
You're not seeing the curvature of the Earth.
He needs to be muted. He's not even listening to at anything. He's just talking right now. He's literally just talking right now. While he's muted. He doesn't even know he's muted and he's still talking. Fucking awesome.
That's hilarious.
It's so awesome.
I just want you to address the mathematics, man. It's real simple.
He's not addressing any kind of math at all. He's actually saying, we're just throwing out numbers. No, these are the numbers for the globe. Thank you.
Well, listen, this is even what Globers say, right? So there's a paper titled Visually Discerning the Curvature of the Earth by David Lynch. And and he even says it. So with the mathematics, it's like pretty simple, man. No one sees curvature from an airplane.
India, is it 1/8? Is it 1/8
They sent me
the diameter to see the curve?
Some graph.
It would need to be like 1/8 the rate. No, 1/8 the diameter to see curvature. You have to be sufficiently far enough away.
You know what's really disappointing is that
No.
You know what's really disappointing is that we're here to have a conversation, and then we get muted. And now you are
the one just yelling over everyone.
We want you to address the issues.
Please address
and not talk about
the math.
Your feelings.
All of you, go fuck
The math is what we are talking about. We're not talking about feelings.
We didn't even call you out on lying because you know you lied.
We show you the math and you say it's wrong. It's awesome.
Listen, he didn't take a plane last night and see curvature. It's another bullshit lie they come in here and say.
When are you going to see curvature at night?
The math don't...
But because NASA...
Yeah, I want to know that one too. I guess he saw like the fucking city streetlights curving.
Dude, I was in the red eye, okay?
Yeah, you can't see the horizon at nighttime, bro. Only thing you can see is city lights. The cabin is way too illuminated.
It's so funny that they say
I was in
that.
a red eye and I saw the horizon.
Hey, but why would they lie? Why did I come in and lie? They took an airplane flight I never took.
Yeah, I also posted 2 videos of the world's most famous astrophysicist, according to National Geographic, telling him that he's wrong, but I guess he doesn't want to see that.
Even Matthew Learns would come in here and tell him he's wrong.
Yeah, Matthew would be sad.
We need like an official globe or standby to check their own people.
To protect the globe, yeah. Holy shit. These guys are just saying whatever the hell they want and just, it just goes.
Look, the fuselage is curved. The glass that he was looking through is curved, but unfortunately you can't see the curvature at night. So I don't know what he's talking about. You'd only be able to see the horizon during the day. And the thing is, I play guitar. If you want to see how curved the neck is, you don't just hold it to somebody like it's a sword, right? You take it and you put it up to your eye like it's a rifle, and you look down the neck of the guitar, right? Like you're trying to hit a target, like you're sighting a target. That's how you check to see if it's curved.
An airplane is equivalent to being 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot beach ball. Not seeing curve from 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot beach ball.
Did he say 35,000 miles? 39,000 miles?
39,000
feet.
I just go by 47,000 feet, which is the top, which is where the top altitude of commercial aircraft. They do not fly above that. They barely fly even at that altitude. I just go by that. That's 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot, 6.5 foot technically beach ball.
So divide an inch into 100 pieces, go that high off of a 6-foot beach ball, and tell me that you can see the curve at night.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's at night. From inside a little, like from a point, right? Basically, which the equivalent of a point inside the plane window, right? Which is basically like a, what would they call it? A point camera. But we all know he never took that flight, so whatever.
If you count 2,000 miles times 5,280 feet per mile, I get 10,500,000 feet.
Well, here's, like, listen, when you really think about it, you can, like, rescale this and use scales and just, like, rescale everything, right? So rescale the miles down to inches, right? And get it in a size that people are familiar with. So the International Space Station is like 1.5 inches above a 6.5 foot beach ball. Now think about what that would look like if you put your eye 1.5 inches above a 6-foot tall beach ball. Now think of the images they show and how far the Earth is away from the pictures they show. They look like they're at least, half a foot, maybe a full foot away from the ball, right?
How far does the ISS claim to be from the Earth?
250 miles or 400 kilometers.
$250 miles, I get 1,320,000 feet.
Yeah, just rescale it. Just refactor it. You know how to rescale stuff, right? Divide it by 1 million or divide it by 5 million. What you do is, what's the ratio of the altitude to the diameter? Okay, and you take that ratio and you change it to any scale you want. So if you want the ball to be 6 feet, you make that 6 feet ball and the altitude that same ratio. So say the ratio of the ball to the altitude is 1/1,000,000th. You make the ball and you want to change to a 6-foot ball, you go 1/1,000,000th of a 6-foot ball. It's not 1/1,000,000th. I'm just throwing a number out there. It's more like 120,000 or something. This is simple math, dude. This is like 7th grade math.
If you do 8,000 miles diameter and you put that to 250 miles, I get 1/32. Is that right? 32 times 250 is 8,000. Is that right?
You think 250 miles to 8,000 miles? I don't know, in my head. You think it's 32 times 250 is 8,000? That might sound about right.
Yes.
Yeah, so that might sound about right.
Yeah, but we did the math at like 30, and it was like over 300,000
So
miles.
take a 6-foot ball and divide that by 32.
I remember we had like a whole session in here with Quantum, and he was like doing the math too.
Yeah, that's essentially where we got these sizes for their globe.
Maybe also the ISS can teach us when the Earth begins to spin away from the things in the sky. Also, that would be a good thing to learn. At what point does the Earth spin under the things in the sky? Because it does spin under the ISS. On at least on the green screen, it does.
Flat earthers are just too real. You're so aggressive. Your testosterone is so high. I bet you're man-spreading right now, aren't you, Indio?
Dude, I take a red eye, and you guys are just throwing out numbers.
Your facts are just too aggressive. We just need less facts, so we're less aggressive.
Probably volunteers to get teabagged in Call of Duty.
But honestly, tone police. Sorry.
The tone police.
Yeah.
What you're saying is not true because you're rude. That's got to be some sort of a logical fallacy.
Yeah, what you're saying just it's wrong because I don't like the way you sound when you say it, even though like anything you say, like I haven't actually looked into it, it just sounds like that you don't like me, so I'm just gonna ignore all that.
That's the librarian fallacy. You didn't speak in a library tone, so I'm gonna ignore what you said.
Yeah, I don't know what the fallacy is for it, but I know that it's used as a discrediting tactic and used by narcissists and abusers, so I don't like it at all.
Don't you take that tone with me.
You can also say Catholic Church fallacy. You can't talk. You can't raise your voice inside the church.
Yeah, it either goes like he's being so aggressive that he's focusing on what he imagines is the emotion behind the tones, or he's either like, oh, it makes me feel like bad when you speak with these tones, so I can't listen to the contents of what you're saying. Both are just illogical.
It's like, hit me with your best facts. Okay? Stop hitting me, you're hurting me. You're killing me. I mean, they said they didn't want a debate. I mean, there never would have been really a debate unless, they made a claim. And if you make a claim, back it up. If you got a belief, we don't care about your beliefs. Believe whatever the fuck you want. You can believe in Santa Claus is the Tooth Fairy, or maybe they're cross-dressers. Maybe they switch jobs sometimes. We don't care about any of that shit.
Hey, could I ask a question?
Please.
Could someone explain like the meteorite that like blew up in the sky in Siberia?
You mean the one
that they're just like lights in the sky? Like what exactly was that?
The event of like 1918? Is that what you're talking about?
No, 2013 over Siberia. It was like a Chelyabinsk meteor.
Yeah, the thing that was detonated above a Russian city.
Okay,
so detonate, bro.
So it was
rockets.
Actually.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
we don't know what it was.
Meteorite. It was like a.
We don't know what it was, right?
Okay. Okay.
It was an unverified projectile in the air. Might as well call it a UFO. We don't know what it is. What's the point in making a claim about it if you can't prove it?
Can you show us some of that meteorite? Yeah, it was pretty big. Someone has a piece of it. Can you show that to us?
True. I guess you make a fair point. Yeah, someone would probably have to have a piece of it.
What they said was it landed in a frozen lake and sunk to the bottom, so they couldn't recover it.
Yeah,
smashed through the ice.
That does sound kind of fishy.
You're roboting, dude. Disconnect and come back. And I would just think if you had some kind of a meteorite from other planets, some other place in the solar system, that you have minerals on there that were not found on Earth. That just would make sense to me. We haven't found any new minerals. Any of these meteorites that are coming to Earth, they're all the same stuff. So I doubt the whole thing is true.
Did you hear about the ones that from the moon rocks? They said had a mineral only found on the moon. And then they found it in Australia. Someone did.
And then they found it in Antarctica as well.
Yeah. And you know what they said? A meteor hit the moon and blasted it back to Earth. This is what they said. That's how it got back. That's how it's on Earth. That's the only way. Because this is unique to the moon, and it had to stay unique, so it had to be blasted back to Earth. There's no way it could be here.
Didn't they find the moon rocks were petrified wood?
Yes, in
only the official ones.
It was Europe or whatever. But isn't it a piece of the moon broke off and hit Earth? Isn't that one of the stories?
Who knows? Who knows at this point? They'll say
like
anything.
A meteor hit the moon and then it broke off and then hit us. Yeah.
I just got the s'mores out. Okay, tell me more stories. I like these stories.
It's Thea the Wayward
Yeah, they're
Planet,
very awesome.
who hit us with a glancing blow and deposited its molten iron core into ours, replenishing it, saving all of life.
Tell me more about directed panspermia.
That sounds like planetary rape.
Pretty much.
Was the original Earth consenting when it had like that, material deposited in it?
It's too young to consent.
Yeah.
Come on, 4.3 million years is just a number.
Nah, bro. Can't contract until 4.8.
I think it was Tiamat, right? The ball planet rock, whatever, that collided with whatever the main Earth part was, and then it made it because it collided with us. Then it became the smaller ball known as the moon.
Tiamat Marduk, according to Zachariah Sitchin. Can't believe I read that stupid shit.
I know. I bought it too. I was all scared. 12 planet and shit. I thought, oh no, it's gonna come, man. It's gonna come into our orbit. It's gonna throw us off our orbit.
Hey, listen, guys. If there's gravity, wouldn't the asteroid belt form back into a planet?
Yeah. Well, none of it makes any sense. It's all like random.
Oh, that's the firmament, according to Zachariah Sitchin. The asteroid belt's the firmament.
There's another guy that does a really good job of spinning this tale, and he's got some good information as well, it seems. I don't know. But what's his name? Come to me. But he talked about how there was an alien spaceship came here, and they were being chased, and then they came down to Earth and seeded the Earth and all that, and then they were being chased by this other faction of aliens, and that's the faction of aliens that put the force field around the Earth, and that's the reason we can't go anywhere now. And he's got this whole story that goes along with it, the Adamic race, as opposed to it's the Adams and the Eves, and that there was a first try that they gave half their DNA to, and they were maybe the Jews or the whatever the people were, and there was too much of their DNA, so they were too smart and they couldn't be controlled, so they gave us dumbed down DNA. And then it was the serpent race that was the first one, right? So that was like the serpent that came and convinced the Eves to convince the Adams to not be controlled by God anymore. And that whole thing, it's kind of like a cultural thing he puts it in. And then we realized that there was the lizard or the reptile didn't try to protect its young or eat its own young or something. And it had like this cold-blooded lizard quality. And then they made another race with this DNA that added the reptilian DNA to it, so that they would be more controllable and more less of a soul, I guess, or less caring than anything else, So it kind of like puts all these different factions of people and how they might have been created to identify all the fucked up shit we deal with. What's his name? I don't remember. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
The evidence? Yeah. What exactly is the evidence for an asteroid belt?
Exactly.
All I've ever seen is artists' renditions.
Gotta have faith. George Michael says you got to have faith, India.
I lost my faith. Maybe I can reborn in NASA or something.
That's the day the Earth became a woman, when that hot iron injection happened?
That was so hot.
Yeah, if you want to know about that hot iron injection, you just ask Crack. He knows all about it.
If no one was there, did there have to be consent, or?
Well, supposedly the Earth-chan was so young that she hadn't developed life yet, so...
The Earth took it dry that day.
I am so tempted to tell you why smoking marijuana is like smoking pussy juice. I'm not gonna.
Cut out. What'd you say?
I'm tempted to tell y'all why smoking marijuana is like smoking pussy juice.
Ah.
Okay, so think of plant sex. What is the resin of a marijuana plant? What's its purpose? To catch pollen. And once it catches pollen, it has the seed. Because there's no male plants around, the resin, which gets you high in the trichomes of a marijuana plant, gets stickier and stickier.
Exactly.
And they become more and more engorged, right? Until they burst.
It sticks to the wall.
Right? And you guys decide to smoke it. You're getting high off pussy juice of a marijuana plant.
And that's why it tastes so fresh.
Precious.
It smells kind of fresh, too. Out panties.
Now, does a marijuana plant get high off female? I don't know. Guess I'm going to have to try and grow my marijuana plant in there.
Tasty flower.
There's somebody stoned right now throwing away all their weed. Going, that's gross.
I got a garbage can. I got a garbage can. They can put it in. Women, you are now lesbians. If you smoke weed. I don't judge, ladies. But if you need some help, I'm always there.
Society for smokers.
About time to smoke some weed, I think. For some reason that sounds good right now.
I don't know what I hate worse. The stupidity I hear from bowlers or the stupidity from this conversation right here.
Good. To pick a topic, lead us to something better.
Yeah.
The reason that
It's just a mirage.
Indio, I sent you a cool video a little bit ago.
I'll check it out.
I'll put it in this chat so no one's just like wondering what I sent. Oh, okay, flat Earth philosophy. This guy thinks he's got it figured out.
There's nothing.
You guys are just throwing out. How come NASA pictures aren't evidence?
Well, they are to the globetards. But then I can just show them, giants in space and the fourth wall shown by the newscasters. It wasn't a fake shot. It was just them faking everything. A live newscaster sent it to. She was so excited. Pushed that button, and they sent it to the fourth wall camera that was out of place.
Can you put that in live stream?
Yeah, give me just a moment. Here's the still shot of it, and then here's the video of it. And then here's the Giants in space, and a still shot with my, of course, my writing on there to make sure that you understand it's not a shadow. Yeah, that's not a shadow on his face, right? And you clearly see the shadow from the spacecraft on his face. There's only one way that can happen, is if the light is on the back side of the camera, shining downwards, and he is on the other side of the spacecraft. It's the only way it can happen.
What was it you're talking about? Is there a picture or something that you're referencing about shadow? I just came back. Michael Tessarian, by the way, is the one I was thinking of, but I put a link in the chat.
Scroll up to 59 after the hour. My first two clips there is the NASA Challenger. Oh, wait. Sorry, my bad. I was in the wrong lobby. 601. 601 says NASA Challenger cartoon Giants in Space.
Oh, yeah.
Still shot picture right underneath it.
Yeah.
You see the picture? Well, the shadow, if we watch the video, you can watch it clearly. You can clearly see him come into the clip, and the shadow does not move. It stays on his face in a still position. When he's moving, it moves around his face because it's the shadow of the spacecraft. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And then you actually get to see all of the background start moving. And as soon as the background starts moving, they cut and go to another shot.
Yeah.
They have 10 seconds to kind of get out of the way, basically, but they suck. They suck so bad. And then the newscaster one, it's up above there. If you go up to 601, it shows you a still shot. News crew accidentally goes live to the prop team preparing a spacewalk shot in a studio. And if you can clearly see that they're working on the spacecraft, okay? And then to the right of the shot there is the globe.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was really damning.
It's just so detrimental, man. How are you going to ever like say something about it? What is this place? No one actually said a word about this place that they're at. No one. So what is that place that we're seeing? Oh, well, we'll just put it in the conspiracy's hands now because no one wants to talk about it. They can't
it's like
talk
they did
about
it on purpose. It's like
they did it on purpose. Oh, yeah. Someone messed up big time.
Yeah, it was especially blatant there because she is like, we're cutting over to like the spaceman.
Really fast.
Yeah. And just all of a sudden, oops.
And then she's like, oh, those aren't spacemen. Where are their spacesuits? She was like so excited to send all of us to the space station. And then that happens. and she just like flips out. That was real. That was real. I mean, her tone, her voice, everything. That was real. You know?
Don't you think they could have edited it? It wasn't live, was it?
Oh, that was live. It was 100%
Was?
live. That was the only way it could be recorded. It was live. They would have edited that a lot. They probably edited it for other cities, other states when it got broadcasted.
Or they make these mistakes on purpose, so then they can justify the lie.
That's
they do
the thing,
that
but
and
it
show it
was
to you.
on
So then they're
News
like,
5.
well, if you believe that, we even showed you it was fake this whole time, so we don't feel bad if you believe it. You know, there's no way all of those harness videos just happened to leak. You know, come on.
It's just so crazy every time I watch
Elon said it looks so impossible and so fake.
Yeah, it looks so fake. It looks so fake. It must be real. It's gaslighting, guys. It's gaslighting.
So he's telling
Is it?
he's giving us a big hint on what it really is.
Yeah, they do that on purpose, and then they don't, and then they lower people's standards, and they cause the conflict because we start calling it out, and the people that want to believe it are stuck with having to believe stupid shit, and it causes the whole thing they want. But I don't know why they would do it so blatantly so many times, unless like maybe the whole idea is to eventually, you know, create a new paradigm based on flat Earth or whatever. You know, like it was like built to spill, you know. I mean, even the moon stuff was so shoddy. If they really wanted people to believe it, they could have done a better job. Especially if it was Stanley Kubrick, who already made 2001: A Space Odyssey before that.
Yep.
Could have made it look like that. It would look way better.
Considering most of this comes from Jesuits or Catholic priests, yeah. I'm pretty sure the plan is to eventually hoodwink people all back into the main church.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now that God is real because it's flat Earth, you have to do everything that we say God said.
I think it's going to be more like they're going to pretend the second coming is aliens and Jesus, and then this alien Jesus is going to tell us, no, it's flat all along. They all lied, and everybody's going to be like, oh my God.
There you go.
Jesus
the big
right.
truth to all our lives, yeah. And it'll be an outer ponder Jesus, you know? Just an ancient alien Jesus, not an ancient human Jesus that has longer lifespan.
You can just throw out the Bible and all this stuff. I got new stuff for you.
Yeah. Here's the version. Here's the new world order version of the Bible that you all bow down to, because that's the real version. I'm the outer ponder Jesus that's telling you the truth.
Can't be any crappier than the original viral Bible, though, can it really?
Well, I don't think their mistakes are actually mistakes. I think they do it on purpose.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
To create cognitive dissonance. Yep. You know anything about MK Ultra and the way what they found out from the MK Ultra program is that what you do is you flood somebody with contradictory ideas and make them believe both are true. And then whichever one you decide to arbitrarily pick, they'll die for that one. They'll die to protect it, even though they have that other contradictory information.
What, like flat Earth?
Crazy looking at yeah, exactly. But the crazy, it makes them, if they have to believe in one or the other so much and ignore the contradictory information, because the contradictory information causes pain, psychological pain. So they flee to the good. Exactly. So they flee to the good, man.
Yeah. And they
good in quotations. It's not really good.
That's what we're dealing with, the cult of chaos. They just want confusion more than anything. They can always rule that way.
No, I couldn't say it better myself. Cult of chaos. That should be a T-shirt.
Yep. I think that's what they call themselves. I think that's actually what they call themselves. Directly.
That spells cock.
Mic check.
Good job.
All right, thank you. So I heard the other day that in the MK Ultra thing, one of the other things they discovered is that if they can traumatize you and then implant information about that trauma, like you'll believe that trauma for like several years after, or you'll believe that information for several years after that. So, like the trauma-based mind control thing, that's the way it works. They traumatize you, they feed you information, and then you'll believe that information because that trauma sticks with you. And like, okay, if you have a memory that's older than 6 months old, it's some sort of trauma that you need to work with, right? If it's just a mundane memory. Now, if it's like your childbirth, obviously that was trauma. But if you're the man, then not so much, right? But other than like childbirth and stuff like that, like if you remember an event from 6 months ago, it was trauma, and then you're going to remember because of that trauma what you learned right after that. That's how they do it with the trauma-based mind control.
I think they have like the different levels of psyops all the way up. Like they have the people that are at the top that we think are at the top. They're under another psyop, another paradigm that they're convinced is true by the people that we don't even know about, and they're convinced that the outer ponders are controlling everything, and that's why we had to fake the ballers and everything. And they think they're in on something that's also a psyop on their minds to get them to bow down to this like omnipotent, story of these beings that they are controlled by, that they've been given demonstrations of, and the flat earth truth or whatever it works as a way of being in on something and making all these other possibly not true things seem possible to them, and they just fall in line. It's always passing the buck. You never really blame somebody that way. You just say it's the outer ponders eventually, and no one knows who they are and can't prove that they're not real. Don't you think that would be the best way to work it? If you were really at the very top, the ones that really are in control of the people that we think are in control, you get them to really believe in something that scares the fuck out of them, and then you have total control.
Makes sense.
Welcome to the show. So the funniest thing to do to ballers, I figured out, is that you get them to try to confirm that the Coriolis effect is caused by the west to east movement of the Earth underneath the plane that would deviate if it was going north to south. And once they confirm that, you tell them, okay, so why don't we just stick a camera on the bottom of a plane and we can show this west to east movement of the Earth moving if it has a wide angle lens and a really good zoom, and you can see the Earth below as it's traveling in another direction. And as soon as you mention that a plane could be able to take footage of this moving Earth, they start saying, no, that wouldn't be possible. There's no way to detect this movement of Earth underneath the plane. Oh, no, it's detectable. You just can't see it because it's so minimal. They come up with all these ways of trying to make it seem like the plane is locked into this reference frame that it's not, because it can go whichever direction as fast as it wants. They would be able to see the Earth turn. That's what makes their model totally falsifiable, and they have to run around trying to find ways of saying that wouldn't be possible, but then saying it's detectable at the same time. That it would throw them off course, but you can't ever measure it or see it.
It's also when they say that it's very slow, it's generally because they don't think about scale. They imagine the progress being very tiny, and therefore, you're looking at it from very far away, and therefore it appears to move very slowly, but this is just relative motion.
And they just say relativity, and somehow that has to be, it's just the same thing. It's like the whole gaslighting. They have to believe in the ridiculous and commit to it, even though if they really thought about it objectively, they'd realize how ridiculous it is. But now they're locked into this image in their head of it being slow but so fast, and it's all relative, so it doesn't matter, and the plane could always just be locked in and not notice the Earth moving below it somehow magically because relativity. Just a one-word answer, but it doesn't solve it for them because you can give them all the conservation of momentum that they want. You can give them all of the adjustments that the atmosphere is trying to make the plane do. but they can never say there's no difference between the Earth movement and the plane movement in an opposite direction. They can't say it's not there because then they're saying there's no Coriolis there. So if it's there and you suggest that you could actually put a camera on the plane and show it's moving, they come up with all these ways of saying that would be impossible. But it totally would be possible, and they know it.
Yeah, if
maybe that's what.
Well, you can go, Hank.
Maybe that's why drones are so heavily regulated, because we have drone technology that can go up like really, really high.
Yep.
But we're regulated and limited like crazy.
It can cross different latitudes if it goes far distance too, with different tangential speeds and different conserved speeds. And once you have a difference between the conserved speed and the tangential speed, higher or lower, there's going to be a difference of ground to plane movement. It won't be locked into this illusion that it's stationary. And you can prove it every time you fly.
Yeah, the higher you go,
in the vast majority
higher...
of places in the world, drone usage isn't regulated properly. This is in America, it is in Europe.
The higher you go on a globe, the further the distance would have to be, because you're making a bigger arc.
Right, that too. Yeah, you wouldn't be in sync with the Earth automatically because you're not at the ground conserved speed. As soon as you go up in the air, you have a greater circle.
Yep, and the problem is here that things rise up and fall straight back down if there's no wind pushing it around. So that would be impossible on a orb rotating with everything being rotated with the rotation, making it appear stationary, because it would lag, like you say, or there would be some kind of other force increasing the acceleration as it rises and then decreasing the acceleration as it falls to make it match the rotation.
Right, and that's what fucks it up though for them too. It's so funny because when they have to stick to that conservation of momentum idea, even though that's, I guess, technically what it would be, but it wouldn't really work that way with the open atmosphere and everything. But that they don't say that a hot air balloon can go up and travel by just letting the Earth spin below it. They can't we could test that like easily, and we see it every day, right? So they have to stick to that, but by sticking to the conservation of momentum idea, once it moves across different latitudes with different tangential speeds, it doesn't have that speed as its conserved original speed. So it would be moving faster sideways than the Earth below it. And so there's never a way to say that it would always be perfectly in this illusion of a stationary Earth. But we all know that the Earth is stationary relative to the plane's motion, no matter where we go, no matter what angle the runway's at. And that's what ruins it for them. So they have to think it's just this conservation of momentum that works perfectly so that you can never tell that the Earth moves. But it doesn't work according to their model.
When they say conservation of momentum, they're actually in a category error. They're not actually talking about Coriolis, because the only conservation of momentum in Coriolis is the ball conserving its momentum forward over the rotating reference frame. The Coriolis effect is just an optical effect from being within the rotating frame and rotating away from the traveling object.
Well, it's not just an optical; it's a physical displacement.
No,
because if the plane stays in a straight.
In Coriolis.
No. If the plane stays on it's like if the plane were just to stay in a straight line, then the Earth would move below the plane. And that's why it would be off course physically, literally off course. It's not just a visual outside apparent deviation. It's an actual displacement that would occur if it didn't correct for Coriolis.
Yeah, there's no displacement of the plane. There's displacement of the ground that they claim is rotating. Just like in the rotating reference frame of the roundabout, it's the ground that's rotating, therefore that's deviating. It's not the ball that's deviating. There's no force on the ball.
Well, it's the plane that deviates because the ground moves.
See, the problem with these people is the Earth doesn't curve, therefore lasers have to, right? And the Earth doesn't spin, therefore the Coriolis has one reference frame, right? And because you can't have gas pressure without a container, they have to say, well, gravity does it, right?
But that's not a good answer. None of their answers work. None of them.
Yeah, I know, bro. Lasers shoot straight.
I mean, even if it worked the way they wanted to, it doesn't work. That's the beauty of this one. They could say the horizon is refraction or whatever they want, and that can just be a satisfying answer because somehow it can work out that way. but they can't even work this one. There's no way for them to say it would always be in this illusion of a stationary Earth, no matter how fast it flies or what latitude it's gone over. They can't say that. They can say there's a difference. But then if you talk about wanting to show that difference from a plane with a camera, they start freaking out and saying it's impossible. Which they should be excited, right? If they think the Earth turns, why not be all excited about this idea of a camera that could catch this proof that the Earth spins? It just shows that they know it doesn't spin. When they start arguing that would be impossible. They want it both ways.
Where would this camera be mounted?
Underneath the plane. Right underneath the plane, a camera with a wide-angle lens that can zoom in on Earth and show all these, just show the whole picture of Earth, at all these different latitudes. As it travels thousands of miles, you would see a west to east movement perpendicular to a north to south plane movement, and you would show it moving. By the laws of the ball, it would necessarily be able to be shown.
Their model states that the plane moves in a reference frame with the rotating globe, doesn't it?
Just the original conserved speed, though. When it goes to a different tangential speed at a different latitude with a smaller circle, it doesn't have that same conserved speed. So they can't claim that it always will be so in sync with the Earth that it would never be observable. They would love us to think that because they want an unfalsifiable model. But it's totally falsifiable if you were to do this.
The plane would conserve all the motion of the planet if it took off from the planet, though, wouldn't it? If in their model,
it's just the original latitude speed, right? So if it takes off at the equator at 1,000 miles per hour, they can claim that it has 1,000 miles per hour conserved speed. But then if it goes to a latitude that's only moving 800 miles per hour, it's going to be technically going 200 miles per hour faster if it conserves the speed.
See, in order to understand a clown world, you have to put on your clown shoes, right? So they're saying that this is happening, right? And the conservation of momentum is constantly being conserved. But what about when the plane takes a bank to the left or uses its thrusters to speed up? Or what about when it slows down? Wouldn't all that, right? Wouldn't it affect it? And they're going to say no. Well, then you say, well, how about Newton's laws? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So, yeah, you can conserve momentum until an outside force acts upon it. And what would that outside force be? Gravity.
What if it took off from the North Pole where there was no conserved speed to have? And then it started flying into these latitudes where it's got, 200 mile, 300 mile, tangential speeds that supposedly this Velcroed atmosphere would be, working on the side of the plane to make it move sideways when it never had that conserved speed to begin with. The planes aren't meant to take that kind of whatever that force would be. It would just flip over. You'd think it would. It's not meant to do linear acceleration. It doesn't work that way. The planes they don't move sideways because the atmosphere moves them. In fact, they can go against the atmosphere. They can fly into the wind. They can fly against the spin. It's a machine designed to do all of these things. It's not bound by the wind that supposedly makes it magically have this illusion of a stationary Earth. There's no way that this plane is confined to those kind of conditions. And they wouldn't be consistent enough anyway.
In their model, the entire atmosphere is as one with the surface, though.
Right, but they're not. But the plane only conserves its original takeoff latitude speed, right? It doesn't. It would be faster or slower depending on which direction it went, because it moves into a latitude with a different tangential speed. So they can't say it's always seeing the Earth as stationary because it would have a differential between the speed of the Earth in one direction and the plane speed in a different direction. So you would necessarily see a west to east movement underneath the plane. Anytime you fly, you can see some of that. Yeah.
In their model, if a helicopter takes off from one spot and hovers 10 meters above the ground for an hour, it will still be under the same spot.
That's what I'm saying. That ruins it for them. They have to hold on to that idea. But then once the helicopter moves into a different latitudinal area with a smaller circle that has a different speed to it, the circles get smaller towards the North Pole, right? And eventually at the North Pole, there's no spin, according to their model. So as it goes towards the North Pole, there's less and less speed of the ground below them. But it still conserved its original 1,000 miles per hour speed. So that means it's moving faster. Now, they can claim the atmosphere tries to slow it down to be the same as the Earth, but that doesn't work because it goes west to east with the spin. And it wouldn't slow it down if it's pushing the plane in that direction. And the plane can resist the push anyway. The plane can fly against all these conditions that they want to have it be affected by. The plane's not affected by that if it doesn't want to be. It doesn't have to correct for Coriolis. It can just deviate and show the Earth spin if it was spinning.
I don't think that necessarily picks a hole in their model from their perspective.
Absolutely does.
Well,
no, they love it. No, they know it. It totally picks apart their model. I was just over there, and R.C. Meisty he can't admit that the plane would be able to capture this. He says there is a differential, and somehow the plane corrects for it with this in-plane, like somehow there's a plane function that corrects for Coriolis automatically, which doesn't exist. There's no proof. The pilots are never trained to deal with Coriolis. You'd be 450 miles off course after 5 hours. That's not small. That's nothing. That's the lowest. That's the lowest they can get it. And it still would be recorded.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I don't know anything about flat Earth, and I've come to this server to research. No, this is serious. I've come to this server, I'm not even trolling or nothing. I promise you. I've come here because I've got a college project, right? And it's about different people's beliefs and different people what they can prove and what makes their beliefs.
We don't believe the Earth is flat.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And what makes why their beliefs can also be true. If that makes sense. So basically opinions that go against what society says.
All we did was stop believing in the globe Earth.
Go ahead, bro.
Flat Earth is about giving up the belief that we live on a spinning ball, right? Okay. So if you were born on this Earth and you were never told anything about spinning and flying around the sun, you would just think that your reality is as it seems. A stationary plane is all you ever observed, all anyone has ever experienced. It's not a belief because it's just your reality. There's no reason to believe in that. If you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to say, I believe I'm sitting in a chair. You just are. So the belief comes when people start telling you that you're spinning, when you have no sense of it. You're flying around the sun when it's a totally different vector in a different direction. All those things are the beliefs that they did to invert our reality.
Okay.
So they can control our minds.
I get you.
And once you give it up, you're just left with your default reality of a stationary plane, just like all of us ever experience.
Okay. I've seen the word Coriolis. How do you say it? Coriolis?
Coriolis.
I've seen the term thrown around a lot whilst I've been in this call. I just wondered, what is that?
Well, it's when a plane, think about the Earth spinning, right? West to east, right?
Okay, got it.
And it has smaller circles, right? As the circles get smaller around the North Pole, right? Those, when you have a racetrack, and you know how they have the people on the race start at different points on the racetrack? Because the inside circle is smaller than the outside circle, right?
Got you.
That's why they have a head start on the outside, because they have to go a longer distance than the people on the inside. You get that? See the difference in the circles, bigger and bigger and smaller. So the reason that, you understand, it's like a racetrack. So if you're going 200 miles per hour around a racetrack, and it takes you a certain amount of time to go around the outside, it's going to take you less time to go around the inside, right? But to keep that speed consistent, you'd have to go a lot faster around the outside to match the inside circle that started at the same point, because it's less area to travel. So let me explain it. So then if they say it spins at the equator at 1,040 miles per hour. And then if you went up a different latitude, it's only spinning at 900 miles per hour or 800 or 700, and it keeps tapering down, right? So what their claim is about a plane or any helicopter or hot air balloon, if it goes up in the air, a flat earther might say, well, why is this still spinning with the Earth? Why couldn't it just let this Earth spin below it and travel to Paris by just floating in the air, right? So they have to say, well, it's the motion is completely conserved, and it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but this hot air balloon is stuck to the Earth with this conserved speed. So it just seems like it's stationary, but it's actually traveling with everything, right, at the same speed, right? So the Coriolis effect is if this plane were able to go, or it does, planes can go north and south and west and east and travel against the spin or with the spin. And so if they have this conserved original speed, they're saying it stays conserved, right? And then they're going to say
You're not answering
atmospheric.
his question, though.
The question, the Coriolis effect is the deviation that would be caused if the plane didn't correct for this Coriolis effect, because the Earth spins below it, which would knock it off course.
So
as it goes north or south.
My next question is, right? So as you're saying, the Earth is flat, right? So say I'm at one point, I'm at point A, and I want to see point B. Why can't I see point B? What's behind that?
Do you have human eyes or do you have owl eyes?
Okay, but like, I don't know, say I'm to use technology, right? I use a really good, like, I don't know.
Right, which will increase your viewing distance, but then you gotta increase it again with a more expensive device, right?
Correct.
And then there's a limit to that. So what the flat earthers are telling
you can't see through the atmosphere.
Yeah, what the flat earthers are telling you is you can't see forever, even if there was no atmosphere. Then you add atmosphere and fog and rain and clouds and snow, right? You can't see as far as you would think, right? But what the ball earthers are telling you is that you can see for quintillions of miles, light years, when you look up. But there's no way to prove that, right? So what
they're actually saying the light reaches you. The light comes to you, though, right?
Right. So what we're all about in here is it's not about what you know. It's about what you can prove. Or it's not about what you believe. It's about what you can verify. So do you understand what I mean by verifying something?
Yeah, like, just, like, be able to prove that it's correct.
Right.
Bear in mind that when the flat earthers tell you that even if you had the most sophisticated piece of equipment you can imagine, there's a limit to how far you can see, yeah? That's just a proposition. There's no proof of that.
Okay.
They haven't got a model. They haven't got a mathematical model or a model that proves that. They're just asserting that at that point.
No, that's not true.
Who's
if you look at
asserting
the
that?
criterion and the diffraction limit, all optics are diffraction limited. You claiming otherwise is just a baseless assertion.
That's gibberish. Diffraction limited means nothing in the real world. It's gibberish.
What? What are you talking about?
I'm not gonna sit here and take sides.
You can make it.
Yeah.
You can.
Wait, are you arguing for the ball?
I'm here for the research.
Okay, hold on,
No, not
researcher
you.
guy. Hold on just
Okay.
1 second. How come you've been in here this whole time, and then as soon as we get someone who's asking us questions, you think you're a flat earther and you can answer flat earth questions?
The assertion that there's a limit to how far you can see with the optical instruments, okay, right, is an assertion. It's not being proved.
So you think you can see forever?
No.
see
I'm suggesting that no one has proved there's a limit on.
Yeah, but
how
he's saying,
far-
please do not answer for flat earthers, okay? Because that actually looks really bad for us. So please
it doesn't
do not
even matter.
do it.
What he's saying is wrong. What he's saying is totally wrong. You could take a telescope and see that you can't see forever. I don't know why he thinks it's unproven. You can test it tomorrow with a telescope that doesn't see through the atmosphere.
All right, well, we're going to deal with him when we're done with the guy who's just here asking questions. We're going to answer his questions to the best of our ability. Sir, do you have another question? Or would you like to ask that question again?
No, I've understood what you was trying to get. What you was telling me. I understood that you can't see forever, regardless of the technology you use, due to different factors such as the atmosphere, fog, rain, etc., etc. But
I would say one of the hardest things to get out of your mind when you start figuring out this concept. I don't know how much you've looked into it. I'll send you a bunch of links.
I'll be honest with you, I haven't.
Okay, I'll send you some links that
Very
really help.
interested.
You can't really get a lot of the really helpful, good links anymore because they've hidden them with the algorithms on YouTube. So, but one of the biggest things is that people say, well, if the sun was just this close and it's only going into the horizon, how could we not see daylight all the time if the sun was that close? Well, the sun's a lot smaller and local, and it actually can disappear, and there's an attenuation of light. And there's actual proof of this. We can show you. There's they call it twilight zone, where you can see that the light only goes so far, and then there's night on the other side.
How far light bounces, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, you have to just get the idea that there's this huge sun that we're dealing with. It's a small local sun that could only really work the way it works on the flat Earth, because when you think about how far away they're trying to say the sun is, like if it's 93 million miles away, and then you notice in the afternoon when it moves just a few degrees in the sky, you notice a huge difference in the heat, right? When you have the sun, just a few degrees makes a big difference in the amount of heat you feel. Well, how could just a few degrees make that much of a difference if it's coming from 93 million miles away? The heat would have to be so extreme that those 2 degrees shouldn't make that much of a difference.
I got you.
So another thing about perspective, right, and why we can't see forever. So let's say you got a coin, right? You hold up a quarter.
Yeah.
You hold it in front of your eye and you can block out the sun. Well, they say the sun is like several hundred times or 100 times bigger than the Earth, right? Correct. So when things get farther, do they shrink? They appear to shrink. They don't actually shrink, right?
Well, no, yeah, of course. They look more distant. Yeah, they shrink.
Right.
They don't actually shrink, but yeah.
So they appear to get smaller, right? So when a female is right in front of you, she's quite voluptuous. But the further she gets away, right?
The less you can see them.
Right. So this guy in here that was saying you can see forever, can you see her cleavage from 100 miles away? No, she's going to be far too small. It has nothing to do with the curvature. She's just going to be too small. You're not going to be able to resolve her. You don't have enough, let's just say pixels in your eyes to resolve that.
No, I get exactly what you mean. As you look further, your vision gets more and more distorted, kind of thing.
Here's another good exercise as far as the distance. I'm sorry, go ahead, Grace. I was going to say, I was going to give him the example of if you see it like, okay, let's say you have a one-story building. Imagine it's a flat Earth, right? Let's say, just to guess, like how far away that one-story building needs to go before you couldn't see it at all anymore, right? Like say 10 miles, right? You couldn't see that one-story building after 10 miles on a flat Earth, right? Let's just say 10 miles, you can't see it at all, right? Now there's another one-story building right next to it that you also can't see. It moved back just at the same distance, right? Now you can't see either one-story building at all. But now you add 10 stories to that one-story building, and you can see the building again. You can't see the bottom story, but you can see the building again because of your angle of view, right? So when anyone tries to tell you that the reason that it's a ball is because there's bottom to top, that the ship disappears from the bottom to top, and that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. You can prove them wrong right there by saying, look, if you have that distance, right, you can't see the building, but then you make the building taller, you can see it again, right? Just like the top of a ship.
Yeah, I got you.
All about perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also one thing I wanted to note on that is that there's a lot of things to consider when you're looking at 10 miles plus. Like there's particles, there's a lot of things that corrupt vision, refraction, that make you not see clearly. Like that's why we
the fact that you can see that far. We should not be seeing that far when we are at 1 foot observer height. We should not be seeing 30 miles at 1 foot observer height.
No,
end of story.
Foot.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And you could actually see like some mountains if you're like I believe it was Alaska. You could actually see the shore of Russia.
No,
which you shouldn't be able to see. So there's a lot of things like that just kind of make it hard.
You're saying you could see the shore of Russia from where?
So my next, are we finished with this? I don't want to interrupt.
If you have another question, go for it.
So the Earth is flat, right? What shape is the Earth then? Is it a circle? Is it, I don't know.
We can't tell you that. We can't tell you that. I'm sorry.
It's not an object.
It's limited.
It's not a thing. They made you think
we
it
are
was
limited
a thing floating in space.
All right.
So
they
made you think it has to be like a flip, like a disc or something. It could be an infinite plane. They made you think that you could see the whole thing. That's probably not even possible. But that's not even the
general
question.
term is the ground level of the universe. When you say it like that, you are so open to anything, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, because of the fact that you don't know anything about the universe, right? So there's no shape to the universe, so there's no shape to the ground level of it either.
Okay.
Of our known universe, because there could be other ground levels somewhere that we don't know about.
What I was wondering then, so regarding like when people go to the moon, you know, when they take pictures of the Earth, right? Would you say that those are edited then to hide the truth
like
from
NASA
us?
from the
Yes.
sky?
They admit to it.
Okay,
Exactly,
yeah, that is.
They admit to it. They even tell us
They
that all of the
truly
images
admit to it.
are graphic compositions. They don't even try to say they're real pictures. I think they claim to have
they
true
admitted
real
it.
pictures of Earth.
Yeah,
they admit everything. Everything's artist rendition.
Have you got any resources on that? That's very interesting.
I'm sending you a bunch of links.
Thank you.
You're
Can I say
532.
something?
That's it. Yes.
Can I say something?
There you go.
I posted Trial by Fire, a video from NASA, where they will tell you that they cannot go beyond low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
And there's deadly radiation that will kill anyone who tries to go there. So they haven't solved those problems yet. So why do you think they went to the moon back in 1960 something?
Well, now they're saying that the moon is actually inside the Earth's atmosphere.
No, that's even like that's been proven.
Isn't that weird? They are saying that right now, today.
That's proven that it's not. What?
No, they just said no. They said that they augmented it and said no. Now the Earth is actually the moon is actually within the
like
Earth's
an order. I got you.
Yeah, right. Because they had problems with the whole like okay then how is it was the biggest problem for them, you'll find out is that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and they're claiming that this atmosphere just dissipates like indefinitely into the space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr, a lot lower pressure. And if we have a pressure gradient, we can't have that without some kind of container. We don't know if it's a dome or something, but there's some kind of containment is necessary. Otherwise, the gas would fill the space and we wouldn't have an atmosphere.
I got you. No, that's actually enlightened me quite a lot more than you think.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. So you say NASA's like the big thing, like they were lying about a bunch of stuff and like
well, that's what the propaganda is, isn't it?
Yeah. So basically, there's roughly about 130 space agencies around the world, and they use like all those.
Yes, but they all deal with NASA. You have to speak to NASA. NASA is the top, and you have to go through NASA before you go anywhere in space. Thank you.
That's one of the big realizations this is all about.
Hold on.
Like,
we're all on the same team.
There's like 70.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. If there's that many different space stations, then how could they all be like on the Earth space agencies? How could they all be like on the same side, like all agreeing with each other? And how come they wouldn't like turn each other in?
Yeah, there's like about 75,000 people working for each space, like working like in.
Most of them think it's all real. It's all compartmentalized. They think it's all real too. Most of the people working there have no idea that it's fake.
So 75,000 people.
No, you're throwing out numbers, but I want to see stats on that, please.
No. Yeah, he's got a point though.
Nope. Hello.
Are you saying that because it's wrong? Question mark.
Hello. So here's the thing.
Is it wrong?
Here's the thing.
Okay.
You can talk up a billion people. Say a billion people work for all of these agencies, right? But the bottom line is this, right? This simple thing about the radius, equaling out to the Earth being from 1 foot, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. That's given that this is the size that they claim. So all of the orbital mechanics for them to jot down all of these calculations to put man in space in the first place is predicated on that being right. So if that's wrong, your question is actually correct. Wait a minute. How many agencies are there? How many of them are dependent on this number that I know is incorrect based on my reality? What does that really mean to me? That's what you should be asking yourself.
Yeah, I just want to say I didn't get to finish taking off my clown shoes. So yeah, there's no way that this many people could be on a, like lying, right? Because most people are good and they wouldn't just lie to people about Santa Claus, right? They wouldn't lie, especially to the youngest, the most naive, the children, right? They wouldn't lie to the children. Oh, wait, shit, people do lie about Santa Claus. And children believe it because they're naive. Fuck. I was so close. I thought I was onto something, bro. Thanks for asking, though.
All right.
And another thing I want to mention about that note is that there's a lot of implications when it comes to, okay, let's just say somebody who does want to speak out. There's a lot of professors in schools that got fired because they speak out. Like there's implications to talking about a subject like this, and there's risks to it. So people know this. Like even if somebody wants to speak out, they won't be heard because there's a lot of censorship on the internet right now, and it's really hard for that to happen.
Yeah, you can get blackballed. If you look at Ben Stein's movie Expelled, you'll see what we're talking about.
Not to mention, there's departmentalization, there's compartmentalization, and you're assuming that the janitor knows that it's all a scam. That's just absurd.
One of the points I like to make is that there was plenty of scientists, doctors, PhDs, all sorts, mathematicians on the train on their way to Auschwitz in the Second World War, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't have a clue where they were heading.
Well, are you guys finished this discussion? I don't want to.
He interrupted, and it was really your floor, bro. Go ahead and ask your next question.
All right. So, concerning the sun, right? So, there's this belief around that as the Earth rotates, different countries have, I don't know, so like in Australia it's 2, and over here it's like, I don't know, 12, for example, right? How does that work then, saying that the Earth is flat?
Right. So you'd think the sun is like 93 million miles away and it's really big, like much bigger than the Earth. Right? But if you look at how your house is designed to have a really big house, and the light only needs to be big enough to light one room at a time. So if you were to, I guess, assume that maybe the Earth is bigger than the sun, right? And it only lights up portions of the Earth that it needs to light up at one time. Imagine if you could walk around in your backyard with your cell phone light on at night. And as you walk in a circle in your backyard, part of your backyard's lit up, while the other part is not, right? Because light doesn't go forever. See, they want you to believe that light can travel at 13.8 billion light years away, which is like a ridiculous amount of miles, right? But there's this thing called the inverse square law, right? And light doesn't travel at the same intensity forever. In fact, every time you double the distance, it loses intensity 4 times. Exactly. You lose Wi-Fi signal when you take out the trash, but when you go down the road, you lose it completely, right?
Got ya.
Right. So light attenuation, right, the way that it acts with the atmosphere, makes it even worse.
Got you. So, saying that this is like saying that, right? So, like, I don't know, like concerning around like weather, right? I don't know if this actually comes into play, but how does the weather work concerning a flat Earth?
It's the system where there's high pressure and low pressure systems. It's dynamic and it changes based on all sorts of things. But, most people will tell you that humans cause climate change. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, okay, that may or may not be true, but I think the sun causes it more.
Oh, I got you. Okay. That's really explained a lot. I'm just going to ask a question quickly. Am I allowed to record this to keep it as research? I don't want to.
This is actually live on YouTube, on 2 different channels on YouTube 24/7. This is streamed.
Okay, I see. So it is okay if I do record this, right?
You're fine.
Alright, perfect. Because I want it, and I've got your proof to include this in my college project.
Yeah, bro. We're trying to share information, right?
Okay.
So just when you leave here, we want you to be brainwashed into thinking for yourself and questioning authority. And we want you to actually go out into the world and measure it yourself, because you can do it with a mirror and like a 10-mile lake.
He kind of needs that understanding too. I don't think it's not that we haven't told you yet. You haven't asked that question, or we need to present it to you.
Present it to me.
The measurements of the Earth, basically.
Yeah, how do you get the measurements of the Earth? How does that work?
Google it, they'll tell you.
Okay.
Google the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, there's a simple mathematic form of just getting the diameter, and you could actually do it yourself if you don't want to take the word of Google or whatever. But Google will tell you a good method of. It could actually give you a calculator of curvature of the Earth.
It's come up here 6,371 kilometers, right?
Right. Now, if you go to Earth Curve Calculator and you type in 1 foot observer height, it's going to tell you where the horizon should be. 1.22 miles away.
Okay.
And if you do that, and then you see the horizon, and it's actually further than the object that you've laid out, right? You got like a landmark, like we've done over and over and over again, then you will be able to either prove the globe Earth model correct or disprove it. And that's the thing, science is never settled. So no matter how much you've heard the Earth's a globe, right, and that's settled, knowledge is never settled. Knowledge isn't like religion. It doesn't fear investigation. In fact, you're supposed to try to prove it wrong.
Oh yeah, no, of course. So would you say there is a war, like not a war, but like almost like a dispute against flat earthers, and what would you call someone that believes it's like the traditional
globalist, a ball earther, or a normie, right? There's like different levels of these people. So you seem like a normal guy. So you're what we call a normie. You haven't done the research yet. Some people do the research and they go and measure it themselves. And then some people refuse to measure it and they kind of get militant. And we call them ballers or globalists, depending on how retarded they go with it.
So,
but the thing is, go ahead, bro.
No, go carry on. I'm listening.
Yeah, the thing is that if you measure it yourself, you don't have to, go in belief and everything. Like at that point, it becomes knowledge. Right. And that's what we want people to do. See, if you go to the Globe Earth server, right, they're going to tell you to look at the sun, moon, and stars, and that's how you know the Earth is a sphere. We're telling you to directly measure the Earth itself. That's how you know if it's a sphere.
I got you.
Can I add something, Hank?
Of course, please.
I think the best thing to do is go away and try your best to find evidence, solid evidence, to prove the globe to yourself, so you know you got a solid argument. Prove it scientifically and observationally. Everything that you know to be real, you know it to be real because you can observe it in your physical nature. Try and go off and do that with the globe and see where you head out, see where you end up.
Okay.
And I want you to make sure that you understand what I said. We want to brainwash you to think for yourself.
Yeah, no,
and to question authority.
No,
we don't want you to believe us at all, right? We may be a bunch of eggheads, right?
Well, yeah, for all I know, do you know what I mean? Like, for all I know, I've just come in here and I just have loads of information thrown at me. At the end of the day, it's up to me if I want to, believe in it or try to prove it, etc., etc. I understand what you mean, yeah.
And what you leave with.
Oh yeah, no, of course. That's the product.
So has your mind been blown just a little bit?
Well, I've had a lot of words thrown at me. I'll be honest with you.
So my whole thing when I first got into it, I just thought everyone in here was just dumb and retarded. Do you think that about us at all?
I wouldn't say that, no, because it's very informative.
That's all we
very
wanted.
Informative.
But I think that's okay if he does, because I thought all you guys were retarded. And I thought I was retarded for thinking it. You know? I thought I was retarded for even questioning it.
Yep.
And I just wanted to smash you guys into the ground and prove you wrong.
There's
And that's how
literally
you
like
gotta approach
5
things.
stages that you actually need to go through from coming from the globe logic. And I think someone posted it before. There's like and a couple of them are pretty much the exact same, just more intense. But yeah, it starts out as just such denial of what you're actually looking at and not actually understanding what you're looking at. You just deny it in your head. 7 stages. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one too. Okay. Shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, testing, and acceptance.
Don't you like mine that's specifically tailored to the Globers? I'll find that for you if you'd like to see it.
No, I'm saving it right now.
I haven't even put it up there yet.
There's
Would you
a
like
pyramid
to see it or not?
one too. I think there's like 5 in the pyramid stage or something like that. It was pretty good too. But yeah, no, those are awesome.
I need it, Dandelion, so please post it.
Okay, I'll find it. Thank you.
And what you're going to find out, bro, is when you go out there and you talk to people, like a lot of people like are solipsists. Solipsist? How do you say that word?
I don't know.
But, yeah, solipsist. Yeah.
What does that mean?
They say that, how do I know that I exist? How do I know you exist? How do I know anything?
They
I
kind of
don't know
just
anything.
keep it, kind of thing.
Right. They're off on the deep end, bro. Those people, like, I call them relative truthers because truth is relative. Like, you know, they're the type of person to argue 2 + 2 = 5, right? Or the sky is not blue sometimes. It's only because the refraction and you think that it's blue or whatever. Like, there are people that will speak out of both sides of their mouth, right? And we call them like narcissists or sociopaths or psychopaths or gaslighters, whatever you want to call them. Like, they're not going to want to be that guy out there with you on the other side of the lake going, hey, hold the mirror, bro, right? Try to point the sun in my eyes, right? Put the mirror down in the water. Okay, I got my binoculars out. Wiggle the mirror, right? They're not going to do that with you. So you got to find someone that's going to go, okay, let's go check this out. Because, like, if you don't know anything about a subject and then you open your mouth, like, you're going to expose yourself as a fool because you don't know anything. But if you go out and actually test things and then you speak about them, like, people are going to know that you know what you're talking about because people have actually tested shit. So I would say go out and test stuff and don't really talk about it to anyone. Just be like, hey, come out here and do this with me. Let's go make some observations.
Mm-hmm.
Because most people they lack the capacity and they can't handle the cognitive dissonance. And they lack the ability to look at something on both sides of the coins without judging it. You know, like some people say, like, conspiracy theory, oh, I'm not listening to any of that. It's like, wait a minute, you can't just dismiss someone's argument just because you used like a word magic dismissal word, right? Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Okay. What about the conspiracy theories that were true? Do you know about those?
Well, I've heard a few. I don't know, like, if they're true, but I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories.
So Operation Northwoods, the Tuskegee experiments, what was the one in Vietnam? The Gulf of Tonkin. Anyway, all these things, we know that they were like fake, right? They were false flags, right? It was someone else. So you got to look into everything like really carefully and like take your time and use your own discernment, right? You got a bullshit, detector. It's usually pretty good, as long as you're sober and you got a little life experience.
Got ya.
The funny thing is people hear the word conspiracy and automatically say it must be bullshit because it's got the word conspiracy in it. But the only thing conspiracy means is it's more than one person in a group, company, or organization of more than two people that are being complicit tacit or complicit, lying or being deceitful. That's actually what conspiracy means. And a conspiracy theory is somebody who believes that somebody else is doing that. So when you think about it, when you hear the word conspiracy and you think, somebody's making something up, not necessarily. You know, in a court of law, you can get done for conspiracy to murder. You know, it's not it doesn't necessarily mean bullshit. Only a conspiracy theory can be bullshit until it's verified.
So detectives, like people that work at the police station that solve crimes, like murders, they're conspiracy theorists. They theorized, well, maybe it was the cook, right? Maybe it was the butler. You know what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
So that leads me to like another question. I've actually read it out of the chat, but it's very interesting actually. And they asked, but why haven't we explored anything else past the edge of the Earth?
It's illegal.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair, actually. I mean, I didn't know it was illegal, but
it's actually really hard to get to. Like, if you want to go to Antarctica, there's a lot of paperwork you have to fill out. There's a lot of surveillance, and it is not that practical to organize something like that. It's just really hard.
Yeah, no, it costs, first of all, you need to get accepted, and then you need to pay for environmental studies and get those through, and once all of that has been accepted, they can still deny you. And when people have gone there not according to the rules, then people have disappeared and gone missing. So it's not something that's viable as it stands, because all of the countries are in agreement that you're not allowed to travel independently below the 60th south parallel.
But here's the thing. People that are fact checkers, they'll take that, right, and they'll go debunk a straw man version of it. So if you find out that you can take a cruise there for like $10,000 to see some penguins at the edge of Antarctica, right? Then they'll say, "Oh, look, it says right here you can go to Antarctica for like $10,000 a person or whatever the price is," right? And they'll debunk the straw man version of what we're saying and be like, "See, I've debunked the whole flat Earth." So, do you understand what a straw man is?
It's like a version of that, but it's like a shortcut kind of thing. But it doesn't really it's weak.
It's like you misrepresent their argument to make it weak, exactly. So if I say, hey, we should decriminalize marijuana, and you say, you think we should legalize all drugs? Methamphetamine kills, that's not what I said. I didn't say anything about methamphetamine. That's what they do.
I got you. Okay.
And even if you could freely traverse out there in Antarctica, just the natural elements alone make it extremely difficult. Even if no one was guarding it, even if there was no treaty.
Yeah, and on top of that, they have rules like you're not allowed to bring any motor vehicles or dogs or anything like that. And if you poop,
no extra
you have
fuel.
To take that poop with you. You're not allowed to leave anything, any trace. and I want to add to the tourist trips are just down to this one little spot, and you're not allowed to go anywhere unaccompanied. And you might be able to go to Deception Island, that's literally the name of the island, and see some penguins, but that's about it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but they give you a time limit too. You can't be there all day. It's a very controlled situation.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your thoughts on how normies, globalists, and I forget the other term. What was the other term you used?
Baltards or ballers.
Got ya. So all these
we say different things. We have
So like you've got these different groups. Yeah, he's lagging. So you've got these different groups of people, right? How would you say that? Because these people, so I don't know, the government, for example, right? You've got the government. What is your opinion on them having this propaganda and control over the situation? What's your opinion on that?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, my opinion, right now, I heard you said, my opinion is that according to the head of the CIA in 1982 or 83, he said, "You know, our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false." So I think we're in the middle of an information war. Like, if you look at all the stuff that's going on, the United States has pretty much been at war since 9/11. But yet no one acknowledges we're in the middle of World War III, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Isn't
not.
that
It's
funny?
biological. It's science. It's everything. Everything is at war right now. Everything.
So there's no lines drawn between civilian and military participation. Like, we are all in an information war because we want to know. You sound Australian, right?
No, I'm actually from the UK.
I'm sorry, bro. I always get
That's
those
okay.
confused. But you know what's going on around the world? That thing that we can't talk about, our YouTube channel gets shut down.
Right.
Like, if it was true, wouldn't people be able to openly talk about it? And the truth is like a ravaged lion; it would defend itself.
Are you able to PM me or something?
What?
Would you be able to PM, like, direct message me?
No. I'm just saying that thing that we can't talk about that's going on around the world right now with the face nappy, right?
Hang on, wait. I got to think. I'm quite slow.
The face nappy.
Let me search that up. Wait, face nappy.
The face coverings.
Oh, okay. Yes.
That thing that's going on around the world right now that we're not allowed to talk about.
COVID, right? Yeah, got ya.
Yeah, we can't talk about it on the live stream or we'll get shut down. So, you know, we're right in the middle of an information war because doctors are being blackballed and
Well, no
they're
one knows the truth. That's what it is.
right. So we're kind of in a spot right now. We're kind of in a spot to where you have to decide: do you want to work and feed your family, or do you want to tell the truth?
I got you. That makes a lot more sense to me. So it's almost like a blackmail kind of thing, but with a lot more extreme, a lot more other factors involved.
Yeah, and this isn't a conspiracy either. It's pretty open about censoring on websites, on YouTube, on Twitter.
No. I study computer science, and then I do psychology on the side. And I can already say, just in my knowledge of cybersecurity, that a lot of things do get censored on the internet, and there's never really a reason given for it. It's just to protect something or information, because information is worth a lot of money these days. So governments try to hide a lot of the truth to other people.
Also, think about this for a second. Only 2% of all books in the world is supposedly on the internet, and people are led to believe that they have all the information at their fingertips.
No, the internet is so much. The internet's so much deeper. There's so many different portions of the internet that it's impossible to say that you've got all this knowledge, because some of the internet, normal people like us cannot access it. So I understand what you mean. Yes, everything theoretically.
Just literally, the books haven't been scanned, so they're not on the internet.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand what you mean. The off the grid kind of thing. But the point I'm trying to get into here is that where the internet is so big, right, you could say, oh yeah, I have access to like everything because I'm on the internet, right? But I think that's utter, I just think that's bullcrap. Because, I know this is going on to a different topic, and I mean, if you don't want me to talk about it, I can stop, that's fine. I don't want to, go off the topic, if that makes sense.
Just go for it, my man.
It's fine, just go for it.
So, where the internet is so big, there are different sectors of the internet. So you've got obviously your just normal internet, and you've got dark web, deep web, and then you've got all the government encrypted ones. We don't know if there's actually anything like us, normal people, because we're not high up in society and hierarchy. We don't actually know if there's anything past the government's internet, if that makes sense, their network.
Yeah,
so
we don't know how deep their cooperation goes and what information they're sharing.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm going. Because, they say, alright, 2% of the internet is, your normal internet, and then you got, 80% is dark web or whatever. That, I think that's bullshit. I think there are so many different internets. Like, the internet is basically one big network of computers connected together, right? So they can easily be made like another network, like another internet. Like, it's not difficult at all. Like, I can set up an internet within my house, if that makes sense, between three computers communicating to each other. So I think that there's infinite amounts, not infinite, but like not a set amount either. There's so many different types of internets that there's so much information out there that we don't know about, that governments are talking about, that we don't know about.
Yeah, just look at China, how China cuts off its access.
Did you see their recent law about video games on the weekends? I think that's just, they just want to control everybody. They want to like censor everybody from everything and make it a normal thing. Because I don't know, I don't understand why, but I think it's just stupid. I think it's a bit excessive, way too excessive. Because what we already have in the traditional world is already excessive as it is. China's just gone over the top, personally, I think.
Yeah, well, before the current crisis, we had a bunch of riots all over the world, and especially in China. So that's a funny coincidence.
Well, like the Muslim camps they've got. I think that's like really bad. There's so much going on in the world. Like, we don't even know half of it. Yeah, it might come up on the news, but how much of it is true? It's all propaganda at the end of the day. They're going to say what they want you to believe.
Yeah, exactly. Most of it you don't even see on the news. Most of the real protests and
you have to do your research.
Yeah, you get that from individuals from that country, and you see small clippets of videos from them, but you don't see that on the news.
I mean, I could give so many examples. For example, here in the UK, right? They say they have the whole situation under control. Have you heard about the the people that insulate the earth protests in the UK, where they strap themselves to the motorway and stuff? Have you heard about those?
Yeah, not yeah. All
Right.
on the M25.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Right. They've really censored us from it because the only one that was spoken about really was the M25 one and a couple of other ones. For example, if you go to where I live, right, it happens every day. There's a protest every day about it, but you don't see that on the news. And they're big. They're very big. They're trying to make it look like they're in control of the situation kind of thing, but they're really not in control. And I think that plays a big part in censorship because the whole reason for censorship is to be in control. Hide information from people. That way, everyone thinks it's a normal thing kind of thing. Like, it just goes back to, I mean, propaganda's been used since the start of the world, really. There's not really a way to measure it. I just think
if you limit people's options to choose from to the two options that are beneficial to you,
well, it could be 2, it could be 7, it could be whatever.
It could,
at the end of the day,
you're limiting people's options. That's
censorship. Control. Yeah. When in reality, there's unlimited amount of options. It's whatever the mind can think. The mind was made to think about things. It wasn't made to sit here and go, oh, I choose this or I choose that. It was made to sit there and think about things, challenge things, you know?
Yeah, and experience them. We are here in the moment to experience life, like not to get lost in delusions and imaginations that don't matter.
Exactly. 100%. I agree. I agree with this.
Those governments that do that, they are run by cults, and part of that power that they have is so-called esoteric knowledge. Knowledge is power type of concept. So the further away they can get the public from reality, and to where they can hold on to reality, that gives them power. So that, hence the globe lie. So you got the globe lie. You're removing people from their own instincts, their own experiences, and breaking their will, and putting them off in la la land. And meanwhile, you're holding on to reality with the esoteric power.
Yeah. Exactly. So play 3-2.
Yep.
So this is what it boils down to, I think. It boils down to right now there's a power differential because of the knowledge differential, because applied knowledge is power. And a lot of people don't realize what's going on, right? But it's basically they're losing power a little bit right now because of this. I think even not Henry Kissinger, but what's that other real famous guy? The guy who funds Black Lives Matter.
Soros.
What is it?
Soros.
Soros, yeah, George Soros. He was talking about how this is making people more nationalistic, and as a globalist, the original meaning of the word, like someone who doesn't have a country, they're no country people. They're losing grip on people right now because of this thing that's happening that we're not allowed to talk about. And a nationalist is basically someone who wants the best for their country first and foremost, and their countrymen, right? And the more nationalist people become, the less, likely it is that they're going to get their one world empire. But I'm pretty sure that's the goal, right? Because every emperor has always wanted to control the whole world, from Alexander all the way back to Nebuchadnezzar.
Well, it's the whole point of an empire at the end of the day.
Yeah,
for
to
sure.
Control everything.
And it could even be deeper than that, though. It could be a false dichotomy of one world order versus nationalism. Because if you look at it now, you got China, you got Russia, and America, all these people with their nations. It's almost better to give them the illusion that they're separate when they're really ruled by one cult. So it's almost more effective to let people hold on. So that may even be, to a degree, a false dichotomy. Because they rule people when they think we're in separate nations, the way they're doing now.
True.
Well, the whole world couldn't be in on it. There's China, there's this and that. Oh, China's going to get us. Iran's going to get us. Then over in China, America's going to get us.
It's almost
that serves them also.
It's almost like the Russian espionage against the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen that, for example, like Trump's election, right? Russia wanted Trump to win because it gave them perks, right? So did you see that they funded? Well, I don't know if this is true. I read this up, and I don't know if it's true. So I'm going to say this now. It's a belief, but apparently they had actually funded the election for Trump. Like they rigged it almost, like by putting like advertisements up and propaganda for Trump.
That was a propaganda thing. I don't know if Trump actually did do that. I think it's more likely that Russiagate was code for Israeli Gate. So when everybody went looking for evidence of Russiagate, they didn't find any. But what they weren't doing was looking for evidence of Israeli Gate.
Well, if you look,
and he was funded by a big tycoon in Russia, who was the aluminum tycoon, but he was part of the Jewish mob. He's not the Russian government.
If you look back, actually, to one of Putin's speeches, he actually references where he says something along the lines of, whatever we want will come at your expense. Whatever you want will come at our expense, if that makes sense. He actually quoted something along them lines.
I get mic check.
Well, that's just kind of like mic check's good. That's kind of like the 101 of contracting.
Yeah, no, of course.
It's kind of
the way he said it was in like a malicious form, if that makes sense. He didn't say those exact words, but it's along them lines. But it was almost like we're gonna take more than we actually get back, if that makes sense. Like in the sense he's gonna take more than they're gonna give back to. So I don't know, right? America gives them $50 million, they give them $2, kind of thing. That makes sense.
Hey guys,
just cut off.
Sorry about that. Do you want me to repeat that?
No, it was Hank that cut off.
Oh, okay.
I think if you asked him the question, I don't know who you're asking the question.
It was to everyone, really.
Oh, right. 532. I just want to ask you a quick one.
Go on, mate.
You know when what was your opinion on the because I cut off myself. What was your opinion on the Insulate Britain protests?
My opinion, I think it was a bit silly. I think it was a bit over the top. Yes, you want to get your points across, but it doesn't mean you stop ambulances in the middle of the road with dying people.
You know what I think? I think that Insulate Britain, I think that was completely fabricated.
Oh yeah.
I think that was to
it was to distract.
Yeah, to destroy freedom of speech.
Oh yeah.
Because they knew the protests were coming, so they create a protest that's absolutely ridiculous that everyone agrees with, but
don't get me wrong. The concept behind it, yeah, it works. No, the concept behind it does work. I mean, there's science even to prove it, and like you said, obviously, you can always contest science, but there is actually a lot of hard evidence against insulate Britain being a thing. Like, well, not insulate Britain, but like overall, like if the world was to go up, like I don't know, a couple degrees, it would kill off a lot of wildlife, etc., etc. There's a lot of hard evidence on that. So yeah, it's probably something that needs to be heard, but I think they expressed it in a very difficult way. And yes, I do believe that it was fabricated I believe that it's not that it was fabricated, but like in the sense that it was there to distract, but it was actually a thing going on in people. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. A bit of both.
Exactly, yes.
Something everyone can relate to, but controlled opposition at the same time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly, you've understood.
Hey guys, can I get a mic check again?
Still good.
All right, so I did have a question. 532 MS.
Go on.
My spidey senses always kind of kick in when I hear someone say, they're doing research, and then I hear them say something about psychology.
Okay.
And my question is just, is your research going to be about the measurements? Is it going to be about, falsifying the radius? Or is your research going to be more akin to psychology?
Psychology.
The second part of that question is which is
behind the theory kind of thing.
The second part of this question is which is the study of the mind, which is something you can't see, right?
Correct. That's exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking at basically why you believe or why you know that the Earth is flat, for example. If that makes sense.
So does it matter to you?
I'll be honest with you, it's interesting. I'm invested in it. But as of now, I wouldn't say so.
So basically, I have this concern because lately I've been hearing a lot of psychologists, people who study the mind, which is something they can't see. It's not physical, right?
Right.
So I hear a lot of people coming in and saying they're going to do some research or they want to know why we think this or why we think that.
Yeah.
And they kind of beat around the bush about how they're saying it into making people think they really care and they really...
No, I'll be honest with you. I'm not here to pick sides whether the Earth is flat, whether the Earth isn't flat. I'm more
Is it
here...
important to you? Is it important to you if it's not what they tell us it is? Is that important to you?
I'll be honest with you. It's not important to me, no.
I'm just asking you if it's important enough for you to stand up for the truth and stand up against the lie.
I'll be honest with you. I'm very, very new to it, so I wouldn't say so, no.
And you study psychology?
Correct.
I also love looking into psychology, so I think you're going to actually enjoy a lot listening to the conversations, because some of the Globers that come in here are just really good case examples. So I would just, even if after you're done doing your report and stuff, just stick around, listen, because sometimes it's very educational, sometimes it's hilarious. So both are good times.
Okay.
I completely agree, right, what this guy just said, because I'm somewhat of a, student of psychology. I'm obviously a low level, but I think the real case study is the Globers, right? The flat earthers, meh. The Globers are the ones that are really reaching and suffering from cognitive dissonance and all sorts of other things, right? Dunning-Kruger effect, to say the least. And when you do the case study on the Glober compared to the flat earther, because I kind of analyze everybody, The Glober's the really interesting one. He's the one that's suffering from the psychosis because he has to make the laser bend around the curve, right? Because lasers don't bend, right? They go straight. And then he's the one that has to make, the everything else like line up, and he has to come up with the pressure without a container. So he's the one really struggling to maintain his worldview, and he's the one really suffering from all these different mental conditions. So, yeah. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting, Northstar.
No, that's fine. Don't worry about it. That's what we're all here to listen to everybody else's.
Points. So to lead me to my next point is, do you have any natural affection for, mankind as a whole? And if
Not
mankind,
really, no.
If they're being lied to expose that lie and tell them the truth?
I wouldn't to that extent, because, after seeing what's happened to some people after so-called telling the truth, and there's so much around it. So much can happen that it's not worth it.
Yeah. Death, right? So death could happen. So death could happen, right?
Anything.
This is one thing that I brought up not too long ago. When I hear a person tell me to my face, and you might have time to grow in your spirit and in your knowledge and all these things and your actions, but to me, and I'm not trying to put you down or anything, but to me, you're telling me you're the enemy because you would step aside when the 100-man army came in to rape my family. You would be one to step aside and say, I'm not going to get in the way. I'm not going to stop it because I could get hurt,
I understand what you mean. Yes, I 100% understand what you mean. But it's not like a cause that I'm so invested in and I've done so much research on that I'd go to that extent
yet. It's just a step at a time,
But are you going to do the research?
You're just learning.
Experiment and check it out yourself. And you're only going to know how far you get, but it's just one step at a time. And that's it. I think that's just my opinion.
Just a minute. He already said he wasn't going to do the research on children. He already said
are lying to children.
Just a second. He already said he wasn't interested in doing the research on the radius, falsifying the radius. His interest is not that, right? He's already stated that. So
his interest is to reduce flat Earth to a psychological problem.
Correct.
Exactly. So I'm still trying to understand this man's mind, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
so you're telling me you're the enemy.
Okay.
And yet we're allowing you to speak, which baffles me.
At the moment, he's on a path, on a journey. At the moment, you can't speak his mind every day. His mind is today, and tomorrow may be different. He's in here and he's learning and interpreting what we're saying.
Yeah, but I hear
Can't
what North
call him an
saying
enemy.
that, I don't know about
It's
the
almost
enemy
like
thing,
having
but
a
I
news
think
reporter.
from what I've heard, I guess my concern would be when you were trying to emphasize what we think about the government and what do we think about these people doing this thing and that thing, because I could see some of the road that you were going down could be a concern to people if you don't understand the intellectual reasons why we have measured the earth as flat, have logically come to the conclusion that there's absolutely zero question about the globe model. The globe model has no scientific or mathematical evidence to back it up. So these psychological questions, while they might be interesting to you, can easily be twisted around to people who are not willing to actually look at the truth behind the matter, to just be like, oh, look at those kooks, they just don't like the government. Because that's a common thing that people come in here and do. So yeah, I can understand Northstar's concerns.
No, I understand. I understand that. If you'd like, I can explain a bit more about the case study. If you'd like, if that would help anyone understand why I'm mainly here.
Yeah, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it, unless people are going to object.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it as well.
What's your opening statement on your paper there?
I haven't started. I literally got assigned it the other day, and I'm just doing my research now. That makes sense.
What was the assignment?
So the title of the assignment was about conspiracy theories. So the title of the assignment, hang on, let me get to Google, and I'll read it exactly to you. Shobi. If you give me permission, am I allowed to get permission to screen share? I can screen share it for you.
Can't screen share, but you may or may not be able to upload documents.
Okay, let me see.
Or pictures.
Is a screenshot
You can
okay?
take screenshots and send it to a moderator, and they can post it for you.
Okay,
so that everyone can see.
what moderator should I send it to? Just logging in.
You can send it to Trace if you want. I can repost it for you.
Perfect.
So that is they were dead on. They hit the nail on the head. If it's a
Hello?
you already have the frame, so whatever conclusion you come out with is going to fit that frame. Especially when you're talking about psychology.
Right.
As if there's some psychological cause. Like, if I'm born on the Earth and I experience a stationary Earth and a sun that moves, that's not psychological. That's just me being born onto the Earth.
Yeah, I think that is a big misconception from people who are not, who have not yet seen the facts and evidence that lead you to the inevitable conclusion. If you're willing to objectively look at the situation without presupposition, our motivation is not distrust of the government. That's just a side note. It sometimes is a way to kind of get people interested because it's intriguing, but it's not our motivation. In fact, before Flat Earth, I would say I was more like that. Flat Earth has made me less like that. I don't really care that much what they're doing. It's not interesting to me because I am now able to explore the Earth on its own terms, the way it presents itself to me. I don't need to rely on.
Mute your mic. You're typing. Everybody can hear it.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Godric. Yeah, I don't need to rely on anybody else to tell me what's going on in the world where I live. I can figure that out for myself and accept life on its own terms. So if anything, to me, it's made me very much less interested in government corruption. I mean, we talk about it here just kind of like a side note or a casual thing. Oh yeah, they lied about Galvatunkin. Thousands of people died. It's like, yeah, that's just matter of fact. Like I don't even get agitated about that stuff anymore because it's kind of like that's old news. Yeah, we're about the future and building a community with people who are willing to raise their children in the truth of what this world actually is, who are willing to explore the world, who are willing to come up with actual scientific ideas, meaning making natural observations, developing hypotheses and testing them in areas that have been woefully underrepresented, such as electromagnetism and so on, or, other things too, like exploring the oceans, woefully neglected for these space fantasies and so on. So, I mean, that you're focusing on this certain little area, if of distrust of government or whatever it is that you're going to tell us that it is just, it's not at all what we're about. It's just kind of a side note. It's how some people got here because the clues are just overwhelming. I mean, to trust the government, you have to be literally a delusional person. So put that in your psychological paper. You have to be delusional to hear voices in your head and think they're reality. That's what we used to call insane. To think somebody in a little box that's talking to you every morning on the Today Show is giving you reality when it contradicts what you actually experience. That used to be called a crazy person listening to the voices in their head. So yeah, people who are part of mainstream society and think the government's telling them the truth and taking care of them, those are the delusional ones.
Yeah, he's making a category error and he's in the wrong place. The heading of his so-called case study, conspiracy theories and why we should or shouldn't believe them. We don't have any conspiracy theories to sell him. So he's in the wrong place.
Yeah, flat Earth is not a conspiracy theory. Maybe you should go to, 911 group or something like that. It is just a scientific fact, observation, and measurement. People here are empirical scientists who go out and do their own tests and observations about the world that actually presents itself. It's not really a psychological motivation. I mean, you find a widely varying types of psychology here, but it's mostly unrelated to flat Earth. It might be related to things that other people are exploring on their own or that they've explored before. Flat Earth is not a conspiracy theory. The globe is a conspiracy theory. Maybe you should go to Gem Panda server and find out about their psychology. I'd like to see that report.
That would be cool. Yeah, because they're basically the polar opposite of. They strive for the opposite of belief here, or we do. We don't want to just believe things because we don't want to. We want to verify things. So it's the opposite of belief here. Not that there isn't people here who do have their own personal beliefs with religion or whatever it may be, but as far as this server, they're focused on the opposite of belief.
So what we kind of have this philosophy here is that knowledge is the enemy of belief, right? So you may believe that I have 10 toes, right? Because you can't verify it. It requires belief. But I'm the only one here with knowledge, right? I'm the only one here that can verify how many toes that I have. So every one of you have belief, right? Maybe he didn't lose any toes. Maybe he did. Maybe he's a war veteran. Maybe he's got diabetes, right? You don't know. It's all belief, whatever you believe. And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to separate the beliefs from the knowledge. And we try to stick on stuff like the scientific method because when you eliminate all other variables and you manipulate the independent variable, then you're left with nothing but knowledge. You don't have a belief, right, that this experiment came out this way. You have knowledge that this is the results of the experiment. And then the scientist can, talk to he's blue in the face about the experiment. We don't care what the scientist has to say about the experiment. We only care about the results of the experiment or the results of the observation or the measurement.
Yeah, I can help him because we don't have a conspiracy theory for them, but the globe believers believe that the world itself is conspiring against us, making everyone see and experience the world as flat and stationary, but because they are in this cult, they know better. So they are the conspiracy theorists. So if you want to write something about conspiracy theorists, you should think about the globe.
And 532, I had a quick question for you. If you had, I don't know if you've ever watched any documentaries or anything like that on like cults where you've got these hardcore cult members who are all in a trance, who believe their cult leader is just totally infallible and believe anything that he says. It's usually a he, but he says. If you had one of those cult members, sometimes they escape the cult, right? They break the spell of belief and they break free from that cult. What would you call the psychology behind that person that broke free?
I don't know.
How would you describe it? How would you describe their psychology?
Well, I describe them as, you'd almost call them a traitor, but the reasoning behind it is that they were just trying to get people to believe them, and then they'd thought about it properly and thought one day, and it just kind of clicked in their head, oh, this doesn't make sense, kind of thing. Almost had like that light bulb moment,
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
and how would you describe the psychology of the cult members who didn't break free? Sorry, and then what he said after, sorry.
Well, they're just as brainwashed as so-called leader was beforehand.
Okay, cool.
It's kind of like what North Star was saying earlier about just it depends on what your intent is. If you just want to know, if truth is your absolute goal, then you're in the right place. Because what we do is empirical science and it's important. But psychology is a whole different thing, And even though it is interesting, it could get you. It could be a little mix up. It's just. It's not. I think it's important to find out the truth first, and then work your way backwards. Then focusing on the psychology of why people believe what they believe.
I think it was really interesting what you said about the cult and the breakaway people, because we're the breakaway society, right?
Yeah, that was my follow-up question.
That was really good.
Which one are us in globe and flat? Which one is the one that broke free? Which one is bombarded with information since they're born?
Obviously, it's us. So, new guy, I'm gonna ask you a question. So, according to the globe model, if you believe that, you believe if you go up high enough, you'll see the Earth start to curve, right? Hello? Are you on mute? Mic check. Mic check.
I hear you.
Where'd he go? Did he leave?
I hear you too. I don't know where he went.
He dropped out, I think, unintentionally or intentionally. But,
yeah, I just had one last thing, and then I was done.
I know. Weird.
Maybe somebody invited him to Jump Pandas. That's where he belongs.
Yeah, and then I think it said phycology or something, and not even psychology, right? Let me see it again. It says phycology. Not even spelled right, is it? Conspiracy theories and why we should. That sounds like some, Snopes article or something.
Well, I do hope that he does open his mind and go check this out by himself and for himself, and maybe he'll come back with a different mentality.
Yeah, and in some cases, he's not. If what he was saying was true, he's not the one that designed that frame. So a lot of people are just especially in school, you're just operating within your framework. So it's not necessarily you're some evil maniacal person out to deceive people. You're fulfilling that frame. Just like when they do these scientific studies and say, we want to find this exact thing, here's $10 million. You don't get to just go off reservation and rethink everything. You're doing what you're paid to do.
Yeah, that's why I wanted him to actually realize that if he wants to get a high score on his paper or whatever, he needs to actually fulfill the frame. Can't just be talking about us when we have no conspiracy theories.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that completely.
And it's almost like a newspaper. It's almost like a news reporter or whoever, or so-called journalist, they call them, that is tasked with making an article titled exactly that: conspiracy theories. Should we believe them or not believe them? And they try to make it look like it's unbiased to where it's going to be fair to both sides. Should we believe them or not believe them? But you better believe that the way they frame it, it's going to be we shouldn't believe them. Or make them look crazy or whatever. And no matter what you say to them, they're going to frame it in a certain way. By the time they edit it and all that shit.
Hello. Sorry about that. I completely.
Oh, you're back, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he had one last question for you. So are we the breakaway society that left the cult, or are we the people that are the cult? Because we're not the mainstream culture. We're the breakaway society, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, so if you believe the heliocentric model and you believe you live on a globe, so you would have to believe that if you go up high enough, you would eventually start to see curvature, right?
Right.
And then if you kept going high, eventually you would start to see the Earth rotating on an axis, right?
Right.
Well, I believe if you go up high enough, you could see unicorn nipples and Pegasus tits. Which one is true?
Not the second one.
How do you know? You can't go up there.
Well, that's true, yes. But like, I can't really back that up. You know? There's more, like, knowledge on it not being unicorns and tits.
Yeah, I was just making a joke to just
Yeah,
illustrate a point.
I know what you mean. But, like, it's what other people believe, if that makes sense. And that comes back to the whole propaganda thing, I guess. You know, we're kind of, like, programmed to believe what other people are made to believe, if that makes sense.
Programmed, exactly.
And it's also authorization, right? So, in your opinion, back in the days of kings and queens and all that, were you allowed to just say and do whatever you want? Were you allowed
No.
to just clown the king,
No.
go against the king? Or
No.
was there authorized behavior and thought?
No.
So when exactly did that end? Where the
It didn't.
people herders, or whatever you want to call them,
It
no
hasn't.
longer had a desire to create an authorized versus unauthorized?
No,
They just change it whenever they want at the times of they want to change it, you know?
Yeah.
So there's always a fundamental part of controlling large amounts of people is creating authorized thought and behavior and unauthorized thought and behavior. So it's a life choice. When you choose the authorized thought, whether it's right or wrong, life is going to be a lot easier for you.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be
100%.
less of an uphill battle. You're going to be able to network more. There's more people in there in that pool, right?
Yeah.
So psychology-wise, there's always been people who are willing to embrace both of those lifestyles.
Oh, no, of course.
For various reasons.
Well, the reasons are endless. That's the thing with psychology, is that no matter what it is, there is endless possibilities. Almost going back to the options point that was made earlier. Oh, you're given so many options, like, I don't know, 2, 7, however many, but it's all about control at the end of the day. And it almost goes back to that, but with psychology, you kind of break free from that. Does that make sense?
Yes,
and you could think of it in so many different ways.
Some people may have a lot of people, they just look at each topic separately. And like climate change, they look into climate change and say, you know what? To me, there's not enough science to back this up. It doesn't pass my smell test. That doesn't mean they're conspiracy theorists, or you have to lump them into the unauthorized people. Versus sometimes there's people who just simply look at each topic for its own merit, right? And then, so that was almost an unfair dichotomy I created with the authorized versus unauthorized. Some people just take it on its own merit.
Yeah, no, of course.
Like my parents, for example, they believe all the mainstream narratives for the most part, but they don't believe in climate change. It doesn't pass their smell test, but in no way are they flat earthers or conspiracy theorists or any of that.
Yeah.
So who's to say which topic makes you a conspiracy theorist just for simply questioning what's presented?
I haven't 100% understood what you're trying to say, but I think I've got a vague idea. So I think the reason we'd call it why it's called a conspiracy theory is because it's not something that everybody believes, right? Or knows.
That would be a misnomer. It's not a conspiracy theory.
There's an easier example. What about chemtrails, right? You know about those? Are those a conspiracy theory in your book?
What's a chemtrail?
Those trails that you see from a plane
He doesn't know
look
about
like
chemtrails.
thin clouds.
Okay.
The
plane goes by. The plane goes by in the sky, and you see the white going.
The clouds it leaves behind, or whatever.
There,
yeah.
It's literally conspiracy saying that that cloud behind the plane is chems, like chemicals, like they're spraying us with chemicals. That's a conspiracy.
No, I think that's bullshit.
Well, it was true. They actually found out that they were spraying. So it was true. Yeah,
This is why I'm
that's
asking.
why in your head you just throw it out, right? You just throw it the fuck out because that's what they want you to do.
Well, I asked this because this is like conspiracy theory 101. It's like JFK,
Exactly.
chemtrails.
But they found out
fluoride
that
in the
they
water.
actually did have it, and the president actually said, "We're stopping it."
Yeah. So, if you remember, during the Vietnam War, we supposedly sprayed the clouds so the monsoon season would last longer. And so this isn't crazy conspiracy.
Operation Pie Pie.
Yeah. So they don't like the words chemtrail anymore, right? Because it sounds conspiracy theory, like what you said, where then you can just throw it out. They now call it geoengineering, right? Where they say they need
trail.
Cloud seeding, geoengineering. They spray aerosols in the sky to prevent the sunlight from heating up the earth, or to make
in the middle
rain
of a
fall.
grand solar minimum. Think
Yeah.
about that. The grand solar minimum starting. Why would they need to block out sunlight during a grand solar minimum where in the past, when this has happened, a large part of the population were starving? The world population.
So they admit to this. So this isn't no longer conspiracy theory. This is just what they said. This is their facts. This is what they've told us. So if I said, 10 years ago, hey, they're spraying chemicals out of these planes, people would call you a conspiracy theorist, even though the patents go back to when the first planes flew, pretty much. In the 1930s, these patents go back that far, and even further back, but not in planes. So this technology has been around for a long time. It's just based off someone's ignorance. They can deem you whatever kind of label they want, like what you're studying, conspiracy theory. That's just two people lying.
Yeah, CIA even came out and admitted that they fabricated the conspiracy theorist label and propagated it through media to try to discredit people who are looking into their covert operations from ever getting out. So they can just discredit anyone by saying conspiracy theorist, even though it has no relation to the truth.
It really surprises me to hear that guy say, "What are you talking about? What is a chemtrail?" In today's world, this guy on this Discord channel knew nothing about the chemtrails. You got to be kidding me.
Well, he was describing conspiracy theory, and it sounded like he was describing unauthorized thought. He was saying it's what a majority of people don't talk about. So it sounded like he's
crime. Someone asked how about it.
Well,
He said,
wait. Majority of people, we don't actually know what number of people think about this stuff and what because a lot of people don't want to lose their jobs, right? So a lot of people just kind of do what the 48 Laws of Power says and think what you want, but act like everybody else. And then there's a group of those people who are like, fuck that, I'm going to say what I want and fuck everybody else, like us, right? And we don't really know that we're the majority or the minority. And like I said earlier, they're losing power. That's why they're getting so desperate, because can you imagine a world where someone said we're going to censor Americans just like the North Koreans do? Can you imagine that world just 5 years ago?
A good example of the word magic, like conspiracy theorists, my parents follow, they're pastors also, but they follow another pastor who simply said something about not requiring masks in his church, and he was branded by the media as being a right-wing conspiracy theorist extremist. So that was very obvious use of word magic to try to discredit somebody, and those people are quote-unquote liberals. So it's just obviously a weapon. It has nothing to do with reality. It's just to discredit somebody. It's to paint somebody and label them. Hey, these are the untouchables. You can't talk to them.
It's called stultification. So when you use stultification, you're basically saying like, oh, like he's a flat earther. Like don't listen to anything he says, which is a genetic fallacy, right? But it's a way to discredit someone so that someone will automatically go, oh, that's what he is. Like if you say to a leftist, like he's an alt-right extremist, right? They're going to be like, oh, he's a Nazi, right? But if you say to someone on the right, like this is the Antifa type, right? Don't listen to what they're talking about. It's the same thing, but we're divided and conquered in such a way that we don't realize that the people on the left have a point, okay? The bleeding heart liberals actually do have something to say that makes sense and the conversation needs to be had. And believe it or not all people on the right they're not racist. I know that may be a shocker to some people, but it's actually true. And at me as a centrist, like, I believe you should be free enough to smoke pot out of your shotgun as long as you don't hurt yourself or anyone else. Not that I recommend that you smoke pot or smoke it out of a shotgun, but you should be free enough to.
And for the record, I question
Shotgun
whether
hit
Hank
is
has 10
amazing.
toes.
Good
At this
one.
point, we have to question whether Hank has 10
I
toes.
think we do. He has, he has kind of a
10
fixation on that. I bet he only has 9.
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You have 6
The amount of toes
fingers
you
on
have
your
is in
left
question.
hand, Hank. 6 fingers on your left hand. Show it to me right now. You killed my father. My name is Manticilio Montoya.
And what the hell is a chemtrail? Good God. That surprised me. That's all I'm saying. I was utterly surprised to hear someone
He's
say,
young. I'm pretty
What?
sure he's very young, and he just doesn't have any kind of insight in any of it.
Well, like B. Carroll said, they've gotten rid of that word because they've turned it all into geoengineering. I mean, the way B. Carroll, I like to make that example a lot too. The way B. Carroll explained it was great. I think that was B. Carroll, right? Yeah, because now, like Dres and I just put in there, they just show it: climate change, engineering, geoengineering. They show pictures of like with the aerosols being sprayed and all this. And this is something, 10 years ago, they'd be like, chemtrails changing the weather, controlling the weather, you crazy conspiracy theorists. It's a great example. It's just like, and now it's just, Britannica.com. Yeah, we control the weather with aerosols, guys. Yeah. And so, people today calling anybody a conspiracy theorist, come on. It's either somebody who's just, not paying attention or ignorant, or it's got to be embarrassing to these people if they were one of the ones making fun of chemtrails 10 years ago. But we know these people don't even care enough to pay attention.
Yeah, I don't know how much he got of what was said because twice now he's left during the conversation when people were talking to him.
Yeah, he's not paying attention. He's not taking any of it. He's got his little idea. I mean, I know you guys think North Star was kind of harsh, but yeah, he kind of called that guy out. That guy
I don't
just.
think North Star was harsh at all. Not at all.
Okay, good. I'm glad you don't think that because I don't either.
It's too much for him. It's over his head.
Yeah, he's part of them. I mean, he's part of the group. That's why when Mr. Anderson asked him the question, what do you think about somebody who leaves a cult? He's like, the first thing he thinks of is a negative thing, a traitor. The first thing that came to my mind is somebody with a strong will, someone who's able to reason, someone who's able to stand up for the truth. I mean, like, anything I would think it would be positive. And Mr. Anderson's even framing it like something that most people would think is negative. You know what I mean? Like a cult, like a, whatever, like a Heaven's Gate or something, Yeah. And he's you're a traitor to Heaven's Gate. You didn't put that plastic bag over your head to go meet Haley's Comet or whatever it was, Halebot they were going to meet. You're a traitor. Like that right there shows this is a programmed person, sorry to say.
Yeah, he left right after that. I think that kind of hit him because the answers there were just, they didn't paint him in the best light.
Well, he did honestly, though. He said something about a light bulb going off. So that's not necessarily negative. I'm not sure if he meant it to be negative or not. Maybe he did, or maybe it came off that way. I'm not sure because I'm not in his head. But a good example, I was actually watching a special one day on one of these cults. It was one of the Mormon cults or just one of them, right? A typical type of documentary or whatever. It was actually my child's mom. She was watching it. I was trying to briefly talk to her about the spell of the globe and the damage that the spell does and how it works, how you can break somebody's will and their instincts with it. And I explained to her, it's like if we were outside and I said, "Hey, the sky is blue," and someone stood next to me and said, "That's not what you see. That sky is black," or "That sky is purple," or if I said, "Hey, the sun is moving," and there's someone standing next to me saying, "No, you don't. You don't see that sun moving." And literally, like 3-4 minutes later, in the cult documentary we were watching, where they interview one of the cult members that escaped, she literally said he could tell you that the sky is green, and you would not only say, "Yes, the sky is green," you would actually think it was green. Like, she literally, just like 3-4 minutes later, I was like, that right there is exactly what I was telling you.
Is that a Dateline NBC show by any chance? Where did you say you were watching that?
Well, it was. I think it was a documentary uploaded on a YouTube channel or whatever it was on one of the cults. But it was exactly what I was saying.
I've seen it. It was about the Scientologists.
Okay. It was one of them, one of the cults. And the same thing, I don't know if anyone's watched Star Trek The Next Generation before. Like, back in the day, I watched every episode of that. There was an episode where, what's his name? Picard was locked up by the Cardassians, who are a vicious race or whatever. And they were torturing him, and they had these, I think it was 4 spotlights behind him, and they would turn it on. They'd say, "How many lights do you see?" And he'd say 4. They're like, "No, you don't. There's 3." And they would shock him and torture him every time he said the wrong answer. And they kept doing this throughout the episode. Then at the very, very end, he almost buckled, but someone came to save him. And then when he was talking privately to someone, he's like, and this is paraphrased, and he said something like, "Man, like, not only was I about to say that there was 3, but I think I saw 3 lights." So it's will breaking. When you can literally break people's will like this, and that's what this globe does. It's broken people's will, to where you get into a debate with them, and you can show them anything you can show them, but their will's broken.
So here's the deal. A lot of people go back to the Jays, right? But it's actually a Jesuit thing, right? What he did in the cave to himself. The Jesuits, yeah. What he did to him. Right, I know. But Ignatius of Loyola, what he did, right? I know, I get it. What he did is that he like broke himself down and like beat himself to a pulp and then built himself back up from there. And that's what they do in the military, right? And it's what they do in school too, right? Because they never broke me. They were never capable, no matter how hard they hit me, no matter how long my in school or out of school suspension was. And out of school suspension is where you go to like sit in a cubicle for like 80 days. Like, no matter how long it was, they were like never capable of breaking me. And it's like some horses you just can't break, right? And it's like, I remember getting hit with the paddle and just kind of like laughing. It's like, you think that hurts, bro? Like, I play football. Like, what the fuck?
He posted a meme of the exact thing I was talking about in that episode.
Yeah, that is a really good episode. I love that episode.
Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't seen it for a long time.
I want to know how I missed this thing with Hale-Bopp and not wearing a bag to be there. I missed that altogether.
You don't remember the plastic bag people that they were supposed to go and meet Hale-Bopp, so they put the plastic bag over their head and killed themselves in some way? 1997, maybe?
No,
Gosh, I'm surprised you missed that. It was like big news.
That's what I said. I'm surprised. Where was I?
You were just saying that about the guy who didn't know about the chemtrails. So you got to remember, many men know many things. Of course, yeah. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything, right?
Yeah, I'm sure of that, and there's no doubt about that one. But how the hell did I miss Hale-Bopp? Good Lord.
Heaven's Gate. That's what they were called, Heaven's Gate. Probably could have been just a psyop like all these things. I'm just reporting what they said. Who knows? Could have been killed.
I know. I'm just saying. I just never heard anything about that. It was just weird.
It's pretty interesting that you see the purple background in all of their literature.
Royalty.
Which is high.
Oh yeah, Joshua Matthew's got that guy on there. Yep, the guy that Joshua Matthew put there.
Wasn't there an Australian guy that was trying to answer flat Earth questions in here earlier? What happened to him?
I don't know. Which guy was it? Is the Australian still here?
No, he's not here. He's his name
Blood's
is like
rushing to his head.
Was that Vlad? Did I hear Vlad the Canadian?
The Australian guy had too much blood rush to his head.
Yeah, standing upside down all that time.
Yeah, it's kind of like what North Star was saying, which is like, how far are you willing to go? Because obviously, if you believe in flat Earth, there's some type of social sacrifice, and that's very important that he called them out like that, because it kind of filters out the people that are just don't care and just want to be part of a group, a bigger group of the of NASA or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, but everybody keeps saying bigger group. Like, I'm really wanting to do like some sort of way that we could, get people to see if they're flat earthers or not, or conspiracy theorists, so-called, or not. Right? Because we keep hearing, on the mainstream media, they tell us all the time that we're the minority, but are we really? After this?
I think we're the minority.
Yeah, I don't know if we
not
are
as
now.
much as they say.
Because, okay, I'll tell you about the event I went to today. I went to an event today where everybody had one cup and they were all eating or drinking out of that one cup, and everybody got to sample multiple people's product out of that one cup. And this is supposed to be in the middle of a pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to like 10 different people who poured stuff into my cup and no questions asked.
Yeah, there's different.
And like refills. Shouldn't refills be against the law by now? Like, if we're in the middle of a pandemic, you bring in your cup in, could kill grandma. Refills kill grandma. If you get caught doing a refill, it's a $10,000 fine.
You had your lips all over the cup and shove it against the little thing that everybody else shoves their cup
Sorry.
against.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're not supposed to go down the road. But you get what I'm saying, right?
I do.
Yeah, and even just
because-
with I think with flat Earth, it's also the numbers are growing much more than people. They would want people to realize for sure.
Yeah, there's this time where I couldn't even talk about flat Earth, even though I really believed it. It gets overwhelming. What people say against you, and sometimes they'll be really harsh, and it really dismotivated me for at least a couple of months until I just went back to it. Not because I didn't believe in it; it was more because people are really harsh, and I could see other people believing it and not speaking out.
Yeah, because of the ostracism and stuff. That's definitely a deterrent for a lot of people. I still think it's under 50% flat earthers. I just don't think it's like 0.01 like they claim. I think it's pretty substantial.
Well, I think we don't know, I think if we're talking about people who want to seek the truth, right? I would say that, wouldn't most Christians be truth seekers, right? If they're really following the book. Well, we know everyone who calls himself a Christian isn't even technically reading the Bible. So, like, there's a percentage out of there, right? And then there's a percentage out of people who've had, like, their kids harmed. Like, my kid had leukemia, right? So, he's fine now, by the way. He's in remission and a black belt in Taekwondo. But, so, right, that made me like an ultra researcher, right? And then there's other groups like, Mary Mom, right? She's a teacher. She don't want to be, I'm sorry, Dandelion. She doesn't want to be teaching, BS to the kids, right? So she's got, responsibility. And all these people have these different reasons why they're truth seekers, right?
Yeah. A good example is the moms who had damage to the kids from the what that goes in their arm. because you can't gaslight somebody and tell them that their child wasn't harmed. Like, you can't tell that to a mom. So that shakes them, that breaks them out of the spell, at least for that topic. But I've also seen people break free in that topic and stay within that framework and not go further than that. So it's possible to break one spell and not continue to seek out and break other spells. That's more of a life
but
choice.
I think once pharma falls, like, a lot of stuff is going to domino effect after that.
Yeah.
Because pharma is supposed to be like the one thing that you can trust, right? This guy, he's been to school for like 16, 20 years, Yep.
That is a big one. It's obviously one of the big significant spells is the germ theory, and Western medicine is clearly probably one of the big three. The globe obviously is the biggest one, because I would say my estimation is about 100% of people who got the candy, whatever you want to call it, in their arm, are globe believers. That's just my random stats I'm throwing out there.
Well, they're people who trust in men, right? So I would say that they're the agnostic or atheist, extreme agnostic or atheist type, right? Because they believe that man is going to save them, right? So please give me the subscription once every 6 months. Got to pay my subscription bill.
Yeah, well, just look at what happened in Italy, man. I sent you some information on that, Hank.
Robot.
Sorry, I haven't seen it yet.
And yeah, they're not going to, mainstream, they're never going to, it's part of the art of war to not advertise your defeats. So they just keep it out of sight, out of mind for as many people as they can.
And it's also good to note that not everybody's searching for truth. Not everybody's priority is searching for truth. Like the religious example, there's a lot of people that join a religion not for the truth, but mostly for just being involved in a society where I think that's a big factor. I think truth is not the biggest motivation for a lot of people.
For sure. And it's like you said, it's networking even. Like if you're in an area that's very conservative and there's a lot of Christians and stuff, and you belong to the Christian church, something happens and you're homeless, then a Christian will let you stay at their house because you're a Christian. And there's a lot of benefits to belonging to a cultural religion like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that just in human nature, we want to be part of the bigger group because of survival or whatever, and it's just ingrained in us. But truth has always been throughout history the minority, and not everybody's capable of leaving the big group for truth. It's just the truth, I think.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's always, to our knowledge, it's always been that way. It's a tiny minority of people who are willing to take that path. And speaking of Christianity, even in that religion, they say narrow are the gates. So it doesn't even advertise itself as there should be these billions and billions of, it seems to be a tiny minority of people.
Yeah, like Dandelion was saying about 10 years ago, the trail thing, the people that believed it were crazy. So there's always that. Truth is a very small path, like you said, very small.
Well, it wasn't that long ago, 6 years ago, Cathexis and I were in a hangout, and we were trying to explain to people that, chemtrails were real, and he kept using the word chemtrail. I was like, bro, use the word cloud seeding. Don't say chemtrail, right? Because they can just look on Wikipedia and see the chemtrails, and as soon as he went in that debated the same guy he had been debating every single day, and he switched the word from chemtrail to cloud seeding, like there was no more debate. The other guy was automatically on board, like, oh yeah, they cloud seed, yeah, no big deal. And it's like just that simple of a thing, right? Just by using the right word and not using their weaponized words, it just changed the whole thing. Changed the whole dynamic of the conversation. Oh yeah, they got to block out the sunlight, because of global warming. It's like, okay, now they're blocking out the sunlight in the beginning of a grand solar minimum. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Psychotic.
So people are going to have to ask questions. Why in the fuck would they do that?
Yeah, I was trying to tell people about that topic many, many, many years ago, called crazy by family members and everything else. And then I don't know if you saw that 2015 Mount Shasta video where they brought in experts from different fields that testified that they were spraying aluminum, barium, and whatnot. The one guy even said it's basically like thermite being sprayed.
Yeah, all but one element is missing from thermite.
So you're spraying thermite all year long, and then it dries out.
No, it's missing one. It's missing one thing. So if they were to spray that one thing, right, and then spray fire, you get it?
Oh yeah. Grand finale coming up, huh?
1/3 of the Earth be destroyed by fire.
Grand finale of this season? Or
ooh, if it's in our body. Wait a minute, if it's in our body. Ooh.
Yeah, the spell's breaking for a lot of people now with this current thing, for sure.
That's how the media works,
even NPCs are like questioning shit.
And that's how the media works. They plant these words that create barriers in our minds, that they use, like you guys were saying, semantics. They just change the word, and now people get triggered and they stop believing certain things. And that's how the media works. They focus on these words like conspiracy theory, for example, where if somebody says, "Oh, I got this conspiracy theory," they just get triggered and they disbelieve. And that's why it's important to use the right words when it comes to convincing somebody about anything, really.
And that's why we have the uphill battle of the flat Earth terminology, because you say flat Earth, you're picturing that picture of the boat going over the edge of a waterfall. Like, that's instantly what comes to your mind from the non-stop spell casting. So that's why we have an uphill battle to eliminate the flat Earth term, because flat Earth denotes a positive claim. When you're saying flat Earth, you're making a claim. If you just say Earth, there's no claim. So I think flat Earth is very similar to the conspiracy theory terminology. I think it has a lot of energy and spellcraft behind it.
So the other day I was in the wisdom debate place, and I said something along the lines of fasting for 3 days resets your immune system. And then he was like, "Oh, that's bullshit." So I go and I'm like citing my source, and I couldn't find one that actually said reset. One said rejuvenates, one said starts, one said kicks into gear, and one said, and because, he debunked like that one word, like reset. Like I said Nintendo, I was using Nintendo terms, right? Like obviously your immune system isn't a fucking classic Nintendo, with the fucking gun and the AB controller, right?
Can you just blow on the cartridge?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Right. So he thought he debunked me because it didn't say reset; it said rejuvenates. Right.
Yeah, you need an article that said blow on a cartridge and reset.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
But he was telling everyone that he had won the debate, and it's like, bro, you're supposed to let the audience decide who wins the debate. You're not supposed to just tell them what to think. I mean, it's the whole point of a debate is to let them make up their own mind. Sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't know you weren't done, but I totally agree with you. That's just sad if he's quibbling on two words that are clearly synonyms. That's just silly.
Well, he was clinging for life onto a random life raft he invented, so.
Yeah, I was going to comment on just what Mr. Anderson said because that's what came to my mind when we were talking about this whole thing about the thought-stopping mechanisms of these certain words like conspiracy theory, chemtrails, and so on. Is that what you just said is exactly what I was thinking about? Because I don't think we have to like avoid saying flat Earth. Like I don't have any problem saying like the Earth is observed and measured flat, but I always try, with new people, definitely to hammer home, the destruction of the globe model. The globe model is entirely mathematical. I used to say theoretical. I'm giving that up now because that implies a scientific theory that has some science behind it, which we know the globe model doesn't. So I think definitely there's a lot of, we can still say flat Earth and, a lot of, obviously our servers call 24/7 flat Earth, but I think it's really important to switch people around and realize what we're really saying. And like you said, we're just, here on the Earth. We're just like people have always been, before this fantasy globe model was introduced. We're just like regular people living life in reality. We're like, and I think that was good how people pointed that out to our guest earlier, that it's not a conspiracy theory, because I do think that is the labeling that's part of how it's become in people's mind, is because of that whole flat earther thing, when they're the ones who have the theories going on, and they're not even theories, as we just mentioned. They're just fairy tales.
Right.
They're the ones who have the stories. Yeah, we don't got those stories.
Well, yeah, there's just Earth, and then there's globe Earth. Globe Earth denotes a positive claim, and so does flat Earth. So to me, it's just Earth and globe Earth, because that would be like going up to someone saying, "Hey, I'm a conspiracy theorist." You're not going to gain very much ground, because you're going to trigger them instantly with their training on how stupid a conspiracy theorist is. When you say flat Earth, they're instantly activated for their conditioning.
Their programming, their defense mechanism. Mr. Smith pops right out. And anytime you do that, you just encountered an agent. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So only the choice is to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think choosing the right words is really important. I debated countless amount of people, and I learned this from experience, that there's ways to go around these barriers, not using terminologies like specific words, because there's triggers in the mind. Flat Earth, unfortunately, has become a trigger, even though it is what it is. But I try to avoid certain words and just give them like little ideas and subtly explain to them what we really believe, because a lot of people don't even know exactly what we believe in the right model and stuff like that.
Look how Robbie Davidson did it in Scientism Exposed.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to use the word model. That's certainly a word that you'd never want to use. And if somebody uses it, you certainly should ask them why they would use such a word. But here's the issue. You don't have to say the F word. They're going to say it to you. If you even know how to argue this 1%, if you start bringing up anything that's going to go against the mainstream, they're going to ask you if you're a flat earther. I've seen it 1,000 times.
For sure.
And that's when you say, that's what you said. You just said that.
I was just earlier in the modern day debate Discord debating people, and they inevitably end up with the whole model thing. It's like, you guys already explained to you how fallacious it is with the model thing. And it's kind of sad sometimes to see the conditioning.
Yeah, I actually debated somebody from UCSD by just mentioning, hey, how does the water work? Water.
Huh? I lost you.
You cut out there.
Yeah, we lost.
I was debating like 8 people in there at one point. It's like 99% globe believers in there whenever they have a flat Earth debate.
What channel is that again?
It's the Discord modern day debate.
Oh, I didn't.
They have like an after debate after they have the streamed debates. It's moderated.
Very nice. Yeah.
So the moderators, they actually properly call me a globe skeptic. They don't ever call me a flat earther.
Do they treat you fairly?
Yeah.
Cool.
There's a couple people there that come in that are a little bit amped. Not too amped, but generally speaking, there's some pretty decent people there, and the moderators are cool.
There's some new people in here that don't have any roles, so like Gremlin, Deantron61. If you guys want to be able to talk, you can go up to check-in to get the VC verified role. Vangs. Just a quick conversation. And mic check up in the VC. Check-in. If you're interested, right under the lobby. You can head up there. Somebody will come up there and ping someone if you do that. Or we could meet you here, but I don't know if anybody's inspired to do that.
So what is your well, is there anybody here that believes in the globe and has any questions or proof of the globe?
Well, that's what I want to know about these three people. Do you want me to unmute one of them, Mr. Anderson?
Sure.
All right, we'll try one. The Antron. Is it the Antron?
Yeah.
Oh, the Antron. Hello, the Antron. Welcome to the server.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
How's it going?
It's been pretty good. Been listening to y'all talk. It's been interesting.
What was the most interesting part?
To me, the talks about debating other people and the terms that you generally avoid.
Mr. Anderson wants to know if you think you live on a globe.
Gonna be honest, I'm unsure.
Okay, fair enough. So have you investigated the claims being made of heliocentrism and any of that? And did it pass your smell test, or have you just not really looked into it? Or
I've heard about it. I haven't really looked into it.
Okay.
So what can you tell me about the heliocentric model? What do you believe is going on?
That's a question for me?
Yeah, like, the Earth spins at what rate? What rate does it go around the sun?
Model, Hank, why do you have to say model?
Well, I think the best way to show them, the truth is to have them look at their own model. What do you want to call it?
Oh my good Lord, guys.
So how about paradigm? In your paradigm, current paradigm, what is going on?
And it's not heliocentric anyway. I'm confused.
Well, if I say acentric, who's going to know what I'm talking about? Like maybe the flat earthers.
Let them make don't give them the fuel though. Let them make the claim and unwind them out of it. If you give them the claim, then they're stuck in it like the web. No, you already said I live in a heliocentric model. I'm just getting wrapped up, Charlotte's Web. Get the crowbar, Hank, all right? Just get the crowbar. You can recover. It's not a big deal. Maybe light it on fire. Use the propane tank.
I just want to see what he knows about, he said he's unsure.
Okay, it's outer space cartoon. If you need to fill the gap, it's called an outer space cartoon religion. There's no model. There's no heliocentrism. Okay, there you go.
So I mostly I don't know because I haven't heard much about it past, what everybody learns in school, but beyond that, I haven't seen anything else.
Does it resonate with you? Do you think that you're spinning? Do you think that the Earth's moving?
I mean, I can't exactly feel it moving, but either way, I believe both theories, be it flat or round, say that it spins, correct?
So, well, do you feel it moving?
Or
Do you feel the Earth
moves?
moving?
I do not.
So is that a theory that you don't feel the Earth moving?
A theory, yes, because I mean
That's your experience. It's not a theory. That's your experience that you don't feel the Earth moving.
It's your primary knowledge.
So when someone comes along and says, "Hey, I know you don't feel the Earth moving, but here's my theory. It's actually this, this, and this." Now that's a theory. Not a scientific theory, but it's theoretical.
Yeah, so the starting axiom for everyone is they don't feel the Earth moving. That's what everyone experiences. That is not a theory.
Okay.
In other words, if someone comes along and says, "I know you don't feel the Earth moving, but it's actually moving," that's now a positive claim that goes against all of our experience. Now we need some proof of it.
All right, I'm just going to hit them with a 3. So I got a question. 3 simple questions. Real easy to answer. If you know the answer, let us know. If you don't know the answer, there's no right or wrong. We'll just say, okay, moving on to the next question. But we're just going to judge what you know, right? That's what we're trying to do, is so we can see what you know. So anytime in ancient history up until recent times, has anyone ever directly measured the Earth curvature? And if so, how did they do it?
I did see something about someone had. I don't remember exactly how they did it. It was about saying something with a stick in the ground and measuring like where it moves exactly. There was one that was apparently done with a GPS signal.
All right, one at a time. So you're claiming that Eratosthenes, 2,300 years ago, with a stick in the ground, and he measured a shadow, and you think that's directly measuring Earth curve?
I think
he measured the angle of a shadow.
I think it's measuring movement, but it could have been movement of the stick itself.
No, there was a pillar and a whale, right? And he made a lot of assumptions. One of the assumptions was that light comes in at a perfect 90-degree angle, so it's parallel like railroad tracks. They never touch each other. They never get any further away. Because 93 million miles away, if you turn a little bit to the left, you're going to miss it by a lot, right? Like shooting a snub-nose 38 at a 1,000-yard target, right?
Yeah.
All right, so he didn't actually measure anything. He made some assumptions and then measured the shadow. But it's funny that Neil deGrasse Tyson said it actually works out on a flat Earth if you assume that the sun is smaller and closer, that it doesn't actually prove that the Earth is a globe. But why did they teach you that? Why did they go back like 2,300 years ago, like before Christ was born, and give you this Eratosthenes guy if it doesn't actually prove anything? Why do you remember that as proof? That's weird, right?
Well, it's what I had seen. I'd heard about it being redone a few times, but if you do the exact same experiment over and over, you're probably going to get the same results 90% of the time.
Right. Can you see the live stream voice text?
I can look at it. Okay.
So you can see here that this one that's curved. See that one on the top is curved?
Mm-hmm.
So do you see how this could work on a flat surface or a curved surface, and then it doesn't actually prove anything?
Yes.
All right, so now you said something about GPS. So care to elaborate on that one?
They had a GPS transmitter on I think it was a metal rod. They stuck it in the ground. they waited a while to see where it went in relation to, everything else around it. I didn't look into the exact results of it, but I can assume that they proved the point that they were trying to prove.
Okay, GPS signals stick in the ground. Is anybody else familiar with this, what he's talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what
I'm sorry.
communicate.
I thought we were talking about the measurement of Earth, but no,
Yeah.
I'm not familiar.
Right, so he's got something kind of vague I can't really address. Go ahead, Truth.
So I've got a mouthful of food, and I'm sorry if I'm talking with my mouth full, but I think, are you referring to where they have, like, not GPS, but where they have the laser in the ground, and they're trying to, like, measure for deviation of the lasers? Is that what you?
That may have been it. It's been ages since I've
Well, maybe if you post it, then they'll know what you're talking about. But I think I know what you're referring to.
So basically what it boils down to... Sorry, basically what it boils down to is you haven't done it yourself. You believe that someone else has, right?
Yes.
You believe it's been done. Okay, so the next question. Any time in ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the rotation of the Earth on its axis, also known as the spin of the Earth?
Not from what I've seen.
Right, but you believe it's been done. Somebody's done it. And the last question, is there any way we can prove that if you go up high enough, eventually the atmosphere turns into a near-perfect vacuum at 10 to the 17 negative torr, where there's a near-perfect vacuum without a container sitting directly next to the Earth's gas pressure, where the gas pressure doesn't fill the volume? How do you have a vacuum without a container or gas pressure without a container?
Well, it could be gravity as not exactly a container, but as a force that is pulling.
All right, so if I get a propane tank and I fill it up with 250 psi and I unleash the nozzle here on the ground where the gravity is the strongest, what's going to happen?
It's not going to move very much.
No, 250 psi is going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, and the propane tank is going to be very cold.
Yes.
Right, so the gravity didn't hold in the propane because what happened was that as soon as that barrier was opened, right, it reached equilibrium. Anytime you have high pressure system, it's going to move into a low pressure system. You familiar with the Weather Channel?
Yes.
All right, so can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? So you need to come buy some propane. You don't have a tank. You're going to take it home and you're going to grill with the family. You need 250 psi, but you're not going to have a tank. Can you make that happen?
No, not without something with enough mass to generate its own gravitational field that would be enough to hold the gas.
Well, that's a weird way to say propane tank, but...
Yeah, but sort of. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do it with a propane tank. No.
Yeah, that would be the way that you get gas and have pressure, right? You put 250 psi in your hands, right? You're going to have a rough day, right? But if you put it in, a container, right, it'll hold it, right? And that's our point, is that according to the Ball Earth paradigm, it's sitting in the middle of a vacuum, just hanging out with all this gas pressure that's not filling the available volume. And this is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, also known as entropy. And we never see that happen. Every time hot moves to cold, every time high pressure moves to low pressure, and every time a high charge moves to a low charge. That's how your cell phone works. You charge the battery, it slowly discharges into your phone. There's no way that it's ever going to move the opposite direction, ever. Like, not even on Sundays. Like 7 days a week. We witness this over and over and over again. That's why we call it the law of thermodynamics, because these natural laws, they can't be broken. Does that make sense? So basically what we've established is that you believe that you live on a spinning water ball that's in a vacuum, even though it's not really possible, but it's what you believe. You believe somebody's made the measurement. You believe that somebody's seen it spinning on its axis, and you believe that some pseudo-gravity 3-space force can hold gas pressure down, even though gas pressure doesn't act like that. It always fills the available space. So yeah, I'm gonna let you ask any questions that you might have. I'm gonna let everybody else get in there. But if you just Google the radius, right, you'll see that it's 3959 miles. And then if you go to an Earth curve calculator, you type in 1 foot observer height, it'll tell you where the horizon should be. And you can actually go test this yourself. Any body of water at rest, roughly 10 miles or more, you can measure the Earth yourself.
Okay. I don't really have any questions. I think I would.
All right, so
talk at this point.
That's fine. Let's go over this real fast then. So at 10 miles, there'd be 66 feet of curvature, according to the Earth curve calculator. Do you think we should be able to spot that? That should be pretty easy, right? That should make a 6-story building completely disappear at 10 miles if you lay your eyeball on the ground. You lay your head on the ground. So do you think there's any mechanism that would cause you to see that building after it's went over the curve?
I'm not sure.
Well, there's people that, will say that that's possible. And do you know why they're saying that it's possible?
Why is that?
Because we're seeing too far. We're seeing things that are too far all over the world. For the past 6 years, people have been trying to measure curvature, and we're failing over and over and over again. We're seeing too far. So there's people actually saying that the reason that we're seeing too far is because light bends. Does that make sense to you? That you would be able to see on the other side of a physical curve? Like imagine a 9-month pregnant lady. She's pregnant with triplets. And the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" And she's laying on her back, right? And she looks at the doctor like he's crazy. She doesn't know, right? Why doesn't she know the color of her toenails?
Because she can't see them.
Right. So if you can't see on the other side of a huge hump of water because there's Earth curve, but people are seeing it all over the world, if the Earth isn't measured to curve anywhere, what is it?
Well, it would be flat at that point.
So you can go into the Ball Earth server and they'll tell you to look at the stars and look at the moon, look at the sun, and that's how you prove that you live on a ball, right? But you're in a flat Earth server. So we're going to tell you to directly measure the Earth itself. And if you do that, then you'll know. You won't have to believe anymore. You can know that you live on a ball, a sphere. And yeah, don't believe anything I say. Do your own research. Like literally get out there and find like a body of water. Get you some binoculars or a high zoom camera, or if you don't have a lot of money, put a mirror in the water and get your friend to point that mirror at you with the sun at your back. And if you can see the mirror from 10 miles away reflecting sunlight into your eye, then it's pretty flat. So does that seem like something that would interest you to like, because, science is never settled, right?
Yes. It's a constantly changing thing.
Right. So does that seem like something you would want to do, or can't be bothered? You got cat videos or your football league or whatever?
I think the only problem would be finding a place that would be suitable for something like that.
Well, 95% of the population lives next to the ocean, and the rest has found a body of water or a natural spring somewhere. So, I mean, I get it if you live in the middle of a forest or in the mountains, but yeah, I did mine at Corpus Christi, North Beach. It was perfect. So yeah, go check it out. Is there any other new people in here? Go test it.
There's some people that could be unmuted, I think, if they're still here.
Also, one thing I would like to add is check out that what we're saying on this forum or on this Discord in general is something you can do. We'll never take our word for it. Everything we say is empirical. You could do this yourself, and you could actually tell the difference between the other community. That a lot of the things you will literally have to just believe, and they're very impractical. So that's something really good to know too.
Yeah, you'll notice if you stick around long enough here, we're hyper-empiricist. So if we start speculating, we're going to say, hey, we're speculating. Or if we're talking about something that's factual and we're not speculating, you'll see us start citing sources and backing up our claims. Well, we're never just going to blow like hot air. Well, and sometimes we get off topic and we do speculate. But when we're talking to new people, we're usually pretty on point. And if you have any question like, hey, how am I supposed to know that? Just say, show me, cite your source. And that is like completely acceptable in this forum. Just say, show me, cite your source. You're a liar. Show me. I don't believe you.
A trust but verify system.
Yeah, you can call it that. I do the same thing. Trust but verify system. I'll have to remember that.
That's what we say a lot at work.
Yeah, my dad told me to trust everybody but count your change because people make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're wannabe hyper empiricists. I mean, maybe we're not perfect, but everything we talk about, like everything that's down below, like there's so much information down below, like in the other rooms, like it's a ridiculous amount of information. One of the things we like to pile up is like when the globe Earth paradigm, when it contradicts itself, right? So you said that the Eratosthenes thing, I showed you how light comes down at a perfect 90 degrees. Well, during a solar eclipse, they say that the light converges around the moon, and the moon is supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth, but the shadow in totality during a lunar eclipse, it's only about 100 miles across, sometimes even less. So they say that the light is bending around the moon and causing it to magnify, like in a tiny little spot, kind of like when you magnify sunlight, that somehow this eclipse causes it to magnify the shadow. And I'll post some pictures here in a minute. It's really weird what they say. But how can light be doing both? How can light be doing one thing on Eratosthenes and then something completely else right over here? So I'm about to post that in just a second. Somebody else can take over.
Yeah, I think it would be more beneficial
You were
to
doing good.
me to hear someone else's perspective as well.
Well, you want to hear what's your question?
Yeah, what's your question, Neutron?
No, just someone else's perspective on all the topics as a whole.
Yeah, well, the basic perspective of most of us here is we accept reality the way it presents itself. We don't accept that the cartoons we see on TV or on our computer screen are actually reality when they contradict the reality that we experience every day, and their stories widely contradict each other. They're not credible sources. The so-called space agency putting out this nonsense science fiction stuff. So like Hank told you, most of us have gone out and seen it for ourselves. I personally observed Chicago on more than one occasion across Lake Michigan, which is at a distance of over 50 miles when the entire skyline should be obscured by thousands of feet of Earth curve, if the Earth curve were there. And in fact, you can actually see the entire city skyline of Chicago. Can you see the live stream voice text where I just put that image there?
Yes.
Yeah, 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. So, yeah, I mean, they say that we're on this globe, and basically you just have to take other people's word for it, or you can go out and do a long-distance observation and find out, nope, we can see way farther than we would, because based on the geometry that they give us and the radius that they give us, we can calculate exactly how much you should be seeing and at what rate the curvature should be increasing. So that's kind of the long and short of it. Have you heard that before? I mean, is this new to you, or?
I've heard it once or twice. I never really looked into it, but I definitely could.
What did you hear before?
Both sides of the argument, really.
Really? Where'd you hear that?
Just from a lot of different people growing up.
Wow, that's shocking.
Where did you grow up at, bro?
Yeah.
I moved around every so often. I lived in Tennessee. I'm in Texas right now. Born in Arizona, so.
Well, when you were growing up, you heard a lot about flat Earth and the failure of the globe model.
A bit of it, yes.
What did they tell you?
Not nearly as much as I've been told today. But it was something it was a good friend of mine. It was something that they had just discovered, I want to say. I don't know if that's the right word to use.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on the person. I mean, I don't know. That's why I was wondering about your experience, because experience might be changing. I mean, for a long time, it was very difficult to find proper information about the flat Earth because organizations such as the Flat Earth Society flood the whole topic with misinformation and lies. Yeah, and so it's very difficult to find information such as I just presented to you, unless it's be more widely available, and I'm just not aware of it. Usually it's just a topic that's ridiculed, made fun of. They don't really give you anything to back it up. You might have heard like a rapper say something about it, but they don't really have any evidence or measurements to back it up. And they're just kind of dismissed as a kook. Usually it's just, most people come in here with that as their background. So if you knew someone, I mean, it's possible that you knew a special person who is able to view objective reality, is more concerned in finding the truth than in, fitting in with the crowd or going along with the program. Like I had a person like that when I was a child, who was my dad's good friend, who was a PhD pharmaceutical researcher. He was the first one to explain to me how scientifically it was impossible for the moon landings to have occurred in the way that NASA claimed, and I knew he was one of the smartest people I knew, and he told us a lot of other inside stories about the pharmaceutical industry and so on. So yeah, I was very fortunate to have grown up with that. So if you actually had someone in your life who was willing to give you a story beyond the mainstream media programming, then you're a fortunate person.
It's really easy to just pick up the line and tote the line because, their rope is already assembled, right? You just gotta pick it up and tote it and, act like you believe it. And their line, it's not really made of, really good hemp rope or anything. It's just has to be just believable enough to, be able to pick up. But it's like when you're researching and you're on the other side, right? You have to find whistleblowers and you have to do FOIA requests and you have to look for things where you're not knowing where something is, but you have to look there anyway, and you have to pay attention to what you don't see and all sorts of other weird stuff just to be able to find what, is being hidden out there, because there's a lot of stuff that's just outright hidden. And they say, don't study the occult, right? And it's like, well, the occult means hidden. So during a solar eclipse, allegedly the moon occults the sun. So, yeah, don't study anything occult. Okay, like even the eclipse, I can't study the eclipse. And it's like we're put into these boxes with religion and society, and we're told you can't think that, you can't say that, you can't do this, you can't do that. You're just one person. What are you going to do? And it's like you have to like break through like all this programming and realize that you're like a powerful being. You can manifest thought and reality and change the world forever. Just one person.
Yeah, Hank, the thing about that is, what used to be, if you look in any kind of ancient writings, like the Bible, what used to be called the mystery religions or the occult was these globe liars. That was what you didn't want to mess with these like satanic globe pushers. Now they've taken over all the, the institutions, the educational institutions, the government institutions, the media institutions, and so on. And so this, what used to be considered to be a crazy freak idea. What are you talking about? We live on a globe that's moving and spinning. Like, obviously the earth is flat, stationary. That's what everyone knew and experienced. This is just somebody's crazy cult superstitious religion that they've managed to, get a hold of all the positions of power, as well as hoard all the resources and use guns to keep people out of the Antarctica and other areas that they would like to explore. So now, the weird, like, mystery stuff is the truth, right? Like, it's the obscure kind of esoteric knowledge is the fact that the earth is flat, just as it appears. Everything's just completely turned on its head. So it's funny. Yeah, they try to, like, warn people away from anything outside the mainstream. Stay safe. Right on the globe, right? It's like everything is just completely the opposite. Because in the old days, you'd want to warn your children against those weirdos around the corner trying to tell them they live on a stupid globe and join their satanic religion, right? You want to warn your children about that. Not like, oh no, we just put that on TV, for your kids to watch on a cartoon and just, and that's the right thing to do because you wouldn't want your kids to go outside the mainstream, right? Because that'd be bad, to get them to go outside what they're showing on TV, this beautiful globe. So cool. So, I'm being sarcastic there, the Antron, in case you didn't know. Like, the globe's a lie. You got that.
Just think about it for a second. Like, if Scientology became mainstream and was taught in schools and everybody but just accepted Scientology, it would still just be Scientology. It'd still just be a cult. It wouldn't change the world.
Yeah, and there was a reversal that happened at some place because even in Masonic literature, they're saying that the exoteric used to be the geocentric, and the special boy esoteric knowledge was the sphere. So that was
exactly. Yeah,
reversed. Like even, let me see. I even have a quote from Manly P. Hall, who said, "This resulted in two distinct schools of philosophy: one geocentric and exoteric, the other heliocentric and esoteric. While the ignorant multitudes worshipped the house of the sun's reflection, which in the case described would be the bull, the wise revered the house of the sun's actual dwelling, which would be the scorpion or the serpent, the symbol of the concealed spiritual mystery." So,
hey, can you send that to me, please?
The quote?
I just posted something. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, maybe put it in the voice text. I'd like to see that if you got it. Yeah.
The quote.
Yeah, the quote, please. Yeah, and also, hey, new guy, if I can get you to go to the live stream voice text and click on what I just posted a few seconds ago at 59 after the hour, it's Michio Kaku. So he's like a really famous theoretical astrophysicist.
All right. Okay.
That didn't work. Well, it's secret teaching to all ages that's in. I'm trying to get it to work.
So, new guy, did you click on that video, the Michio Kaku?
I did.
What did it say?
It said most of what they do is guesswork.
And didn't you also say that they don't use the scientific method?
Yes. Which is... Yeah.
Which is pseudoscience, right? So, you know what the problem is with pseudoscience, right?
It's not reliable in every case.
Right. It's not reliable because it's not based on the scientific method. See, the reason the scientific method is so valuable is because when you manipulate the independent variable, that's the only thing you're manipulating. And then when you see the cause the effect, right? You know this is the cause of that, right? And then it becomes science, right? We say knowledge, but we say science, right? So if it's pseudo knowledge, well, what does pseudo mean? Well, it's like a pseudo court or like a kangaroo court. It's not a real court, right? It looks like a real court, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about a divorce court and a criminal court, two totally different things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no jury in a divorce court. So it looks like a court, but it's not. It might take place in the same room, but it's a kangaroo court. So the important thing to take away with this is that model, the GIF that I posted right below it, that shows like what is going on in the heliocentric model, like all that stuff is not scientific, unless you can provide, some science. I would love to see it, but unless you can counter that claim, I'm going to say that cosmology is more like philosophy. Now, here's a really important thing to understand. Is that natural science...
You're so generous, Hank. You're so generous. Philosophy. Wow. Yeah. I just call it, science fiction, fairy tale nonsense. But philosophy is very generous. That's very kind of you.
You're welcome. Not all philosophy is science, but all science is philosophy. So it's kind of the same way that not all Americans are Texan, but all Texans are Americans. So in this case, this is like how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? And you might say 10, and I might say, well, they're so powerful that they could shrink themselves that maybe 15 could do it, And it's like there's no science involved. It's no knowledge whatsoever. It's just, it's like guesswork, like leaps of logic or logical fallacies. I wish he would have just said logical fallacies, because what is a leap of logic other than a logical fallacy, right? So that's what cosmology is. It's not a science. Theoretical astrophysics, cosmology, they're not sciences whatsoever. And the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific question. It's a geometric question.
Yeah. And the answer they're getting is the answer they want. Is that what you were saying? They're getting that answer because they want it, or...
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. confirmation bias. You know what that is?
Yes.
Right. So everybody's so extremely biased because you're brainwashed. We all were brainwashed. If you grew up like on the earth, unless you grew up in like a jungle somewhere, like you were basically brainwashed from day one. They put you in a crib, and above your head was a mobile with the sun, moon, and stars, right? And then when you get old enough, you start watching TV, and every Universal film has the globe, right? And they show you the moon landings, and it's everywhere. It's in the magazines. It's on every iPhone. The first iPhone had the blue marble. And it's like, you believe in the globe. I'm not wondering why. It's been shoved down your throat since the day you were born, right? But I'm showing you that it's a belief that you have, and I don't care if you become a flat earther or not, right? All I'm offering you is the red pill, the option to look at the debate. This is something you haven't had before, and if you look at the debate long enough, you might be curious enough to just be like, fuck it, I'm going to Corpus Christi or a really long lake. I think there's a few long lakes in southeast Texas. So you may not have to go all the way to Corpus Christi. But what I'm saying is that, like, all you have to do is measure it over water, because if the Earth is 70% water, then it would have to be curving in order for it to be a sphere.
Which in itself, water always finds level. So that in itself is something that we haven't been able to prove that water ever bends in any experiment.
Or you could just pretend that you're planning a vacation in Corpus Christi and call some of the hotels around North Beach and ask them, hey, when I'm at the beach, can I see the buildings on the other side, or is it dark? Tell them you like to see the stars. And if they say, oh yeah, you'll be able to see the lights on the other side, then you pull out the Google Earth and you measure the 10 miles, and you're going to be like, well, fuck, those flat earthers are right. Because I doubt that the lady at the hotel is going to be a flat earther. You know what I mean? Like, you could literally do that and ask them, like, hey, can you see the lights on the other side when you're in the water? And I'm sure the people at the hotel probably know. But you don't know till you do it yourself.
All right. Well, I think I've gotten everything I need to out of this personally. Got some new things to try.
Got your book report ready for tomorrow? For class?
Oh yeah.
Are you doing a report?
Probably not.
Just curious.
I could, but
You're a psychology student. Face it.
Oh, I wish. Well, I wish I was in college.
I put another video there. I tagged you if you see it. It's 6 minutes after the hour. It's short. It's like, I mean, I think 15 minutes. It's shorter than a lot of flat Earth videos. And basically, it's kind of like what Hank was saying. I mean, if you can't actually go and do your own observation, it's kind of a way to look at some. This particular one is buoys and finding out of the horizons in front of or behind the buoy. But basically, at the end of the video, it just asks you, what you have actually seen with your own eyes, which you also could verify if you wanted to travel to different locations and test it for yourself. And if you end up deciding the horizons behind the buoy, then you don't live on a globe of the radius of 3,959 miles. It's, it's just a number. It's just a little geometric figure that somebody created and said we live on it, but, we really don't. So you can test it in reality and find that out. And then you can decide from there. You don't have to, like you were just told, you don't have to become a flat earther. You don't have to do anything, but you can question a model, that has no basis in reality and has no science or math to back it up without having to automatically, make a whole bunch of other decisions. You can take it slow. But yeah, if I don't know if there's any of these other people like Gremlin, Link Blake, Marcia Miata. Do you know any of those people? Deantron, did you come with them, or are they independent of you?
I know Gremlin, and I know she wanted to talk about some of these things a lot.
Oh, cool. Oh, then I'll unmute her. Oh, Geomancer already has BC verified, but I'll go ahead and unmute Gremlin.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the server.
Hi. So I had a question, or maybe a series of questions, but they all kind of circle around the same kind of topic, I guess.
Great. That's what we're here for. Fire away.
Awesome. So space and space exploration really is not my forte, so I don't have any questions about like that aspect of it. But I did study geology for several years. And so my questions kind of pertain to how, like, in the flat Earth theory, how that all works out. Like, are plate tectonics still at work? What happens, if you dig a giant hole down into the Earth's crust? Like, what's down there, I guess? How does that play into the whole flat Earth?
Okay, one at a time. So plate tectonics is a theory, right? We know that there's fault zones where there's lots of activity, like the Ring of Fire or California, right? We don't know if it's actually plates that are causing this. It seems like a good theory, but it's not really a scientific theory because it can't really pass the scientific method, because we would have to manipulate the independent variable, which in this case would be the plates, and that's the very thing in question, because the cause of the earthquake is the plates, allegedly, but we can't really dig down far enough, which this is your second question, because we can only dig down 8 miles. The furthest we ever dug, right, was the Russian borehole, and it was 8 miles.
I don't know, man. They got them deep underground military bases hanging out. I'm just kidding.
Those are not
so they're nowhere near, probably closer to a mile tops.
Yeah, maybe tops.
I was just joking.
Yeah, I know.
You're okay.
It's cool.
I know.
It's okay. But yeah, the furthest we dug is 8 miles. So every layer we got, we predicted, they predicted that it was going to be like this, and it was actually completely different than what they thought. So you can only go down so far, but if you do look at what they say that the world is comprised of, right? It's, like you said, tectonic plates. I'm sure you've eaten off a plate before or seen plate metal. It's flat. The abyssal plains make up over 50% of the Earth's surface. Even though it's covered in water, it's still considered the surface. You know what a plain is, right? And then we have the Great Plains, like in the United States and Canada, and the Middle East has Armageddon, and Russia has Great Plains. And there's actually a study that says Kansas is flatter than a pancake. You can look that up. I think that was like Commerce or A&M University. They did a study and they measured.
I'll put it in there.
Thanks. They measured Kansas and compared it to a pancake, and they said that the Kansas measured so flat that they had to reformulate their system because it was measuring perfectly flat. And then when they recalculated it after they fine-tuned their system, that it was like a 1 would be like a perfect flatness, and it was like 0.997. So it was like
0.9997.
Oh,
and they did a follow-up. There was 2 guys that did a follow-up to that because they didn't like the idea of Kansas being advertised as flat as a pancake, and they added in the whole relief thing where they took the highest elevation, lowest elevation, and they did that in Kansas, and then they did it in all of America. They found out Florida was even flatter, and that all of America was flatter than a pancake. I need to get those guys' names, though. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, cite that, bro. You seem to got a lot of new stuff. You ain't from around here, are you? Give me that new stuff. I'm gonna need it.
Yeah, get us some good shit.
Let me go get those.
I appreciate it, bro.
I forgot those 2 guys' names that did it. They did a different methodology. Something to do with relief, they called it.
Yeah, we'll trade you some
Particle relief.
for some of your stuff.
Yeah, so if you look at the Bolivian salt flat, it's 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief. So 9,000 square kilometers, it's almost like perfectly flat. That's the largest salt flat in the world. But of course, that's just one salt flat. There's many all over the world. And the thing is that we're not like NASA, right? You have to believe that they're going into space. You have to believe the ISS is that thing that you see on the TV when they're floating around, and that it's also the thing in the sky, and that it doesn't take place in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab in Houston. You have to believe that it's, the size of a football field, but 250 miles away, but yet you can still see it. And you have to believe that it's traveling at 17,500 miles an hour without any motion blur when you take a picture. But you don't have to believe anything we're saying. We want to challenge you to go out, find a large body of water, and test it for yourself with a mirror, binoculars, telescope, high zoom camera, and a flat earth calculator. And that's the only thing we want you to believe when you leave here, is that you can test it yourself. You can prove it true, or you can prove it false, because if you Google the radius, it's 3959 miles. And if they give us the radius, you type in 1 foot observer height at the Earth Curve calculator, right? And it'll show you the horizon is supposed to be 1.225 miles away, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away. And you can measure it yourself and determine whether or not you do live on a spinning water ball. Next question. Sorry for being so long-winded.
No, that's okay. Yeah, it's just, I really just wanted to know how that all, played into it. So, still, I guess on this topic, so you mentioned fault lines and how you, wait, sorry, how did you feel about fault lines again? And, I guess earthquakes in general, too.
Yeah, it makes sense. The theory, it makes sense, right? That there's these fault lines, like the Madrid fault line, the Yellowstone thing in California, right? These are things we all should be, not really worried about on a daily basis, right? But, aware of, right? If you live there, right, you should, but yeah, so it makes sense to me that, there could be layers of earth crust that slide around and build up pressure and then just release all of a sudden, and the whole thing wobbles like, a big old waterbed for a little while, right? It's a theory, though.
Yeah, I live in Iceland, so we do have a lot of volcanic activity here, and there seems to be, there are hot pockets in the ground where there is lava and stuff like that, but there's also pockets of water and oil and other things. The Earth is supposed to be coming apart straight through my country, and it has not been coming apart my whole life. So this theory is very interesting, but I don't see any validity behind it yet.
See, I'm in Texas, so the only time we really see in East Texas, you see an earthquake when there's cracking going on. So most of the earthquakes we get are kind of man-made, or at least they seem to be correlated somehow.
Yeah, we get a lot of earthquakes, especially when we have volcanic activity. So when the lava is pushing through the ground or something along those lines, we do sometimes get earthquakes as something collapses down there. But it doesn't give validity to the globe either way, so it's not a hot topic here.
So you said you were into geology, right? And you do know that that's not a natural science, right?
Yes, I was, for 3 semesters, actually, studying geology and environmental studies.
So the thing about, natural science is, it's really dependable. It's not like home ec where it's what's your favorite color, Susan? It's when you get results from natural science, it's well, this is it, right? And anybody at any time can show me a better hypothesis or come up with a better theory, right, that we can test and, willing to change our mind. But so far, this is the results. This is what everybody's getting every time they do this experiment. And it's extremely reliable to the point to where we call it science, which means knowledge. So when you learn that all this stuff, none of it's really based on science, it's all kind of pseudoscience. Like, what do you think about that?
Well, all I'll say is I dropped out, so
Yeah, we don't care about that. That's not really a marker of your potential, right? There's lots of reasons why people drop out. So that's
yeah.
not really important.
All I know is you can track earthquakes as they're happening, and they make a pretty clear line on where they're happening in certain areas. And like you said, there were scattered ones due to fracking in places that we historically have not seen them. But other than that, they do draw pretty clear lines, and it does point to there being, a reason for them being in the places they are. Not to mention volcanoes and where they happen to pop up along these lines as well. So I was just wondering if that was part of the...
Yeah, that's correlation, not causation. We don't deal with trying to explain how everything in the world works. We just debunked the claims we were given.
Right. All right, I think that's all I really wanted to ask about, because that's just something I've always been curious about with how the flat Earth theory plays into what I've learned personally. Like I said, I'm not an expert on much else. I would call myself an expert in what I do know anyway, but that's kind of what I do know more about, I guess, compared to other things.
Well, I like your attitude because we have a lot of people that come here and try to pretend they know more than they do. So I like your attitude because none of us can be experts on everything. But I think what you'll find in general is that, because you've been raised on this globe model and so on, a lot of people assume, well, how can this possibly work? How can seasons work? How can time zones work? How can day and night work? They do work. People assume because they've been given this story that, all of these things can't work unless we have this model, but we can give you many demonstrations of how each one of these things can just as easily work on a flat Earth as they do on the globe. And and there's a lot of mainstream scientists, that will admit that also. They don't even claim that these things only work on the globe. That's not, and the thing of it is once you understand the concept of the geometry and the measurements and how these black swan observations that we've made falsify this radius, then, we don't have to have a perfect explanation for every natural phenomenon. In fact, science has been greatly retarded by the squashing of scientific inquiry and the fact that many people who do come up with alternative theories in multiple areas, not just the shape of the Earth, but questioning the dogma on evolution, which is similarly not scientific and very, very questionable in its origin. There's many scientists who have nothing to do with flat Earth who say these astrophysicists are out of control. David Harriman is one of them who back in 1999 gave lectures called Physicists Lost in Space. These people are just making stuff up. They're just pulling it out of their rear end. Pierre-Marie Robitaille is a more contemporary one who, has alternative views about the sun. Many, many scientists and physicists questioned this whole concept of dark matter, which is basically just a cheat they made up to try to make their math work and try to make their theories hold water when they don't. It's just a house of cards that doesn't make sense at all. So there's a lot of honest scientists that wouldn't call themselves flat earthers that realize that a lot of what these people are pushing on the public, it just is completely false. And, it is just not verifiable in any way. So they've got a stranglehold on scientific inquiry for sure. Oh, please do. By all means, go ahead.
Just that, it's not the data that you're talking about with seismic activity and all that. That doesn't have to be false for it to be a flat Earth. In fact, it probably only works on a flat Earth when you really look into it. Like just the fact that you're calling it tectonic plates, right? Well, if it was a ball, they would be more like tectonic bowls. It would have to curve, right? It doesn't work on a ball. Nothing that they propose in real science, any natural science, nothing that they propose as working on a ball would actually work on a ball. But I'm interested to hear what you have to say about like why you connect the tectonic plate movements to the spinning ball thing so particularly. Do you think it's attached? Do they have that baked in? Because a lot of times they'll bake in the real data that we're getting and say, oh, this is because it's a spinning ball, it wouldn't work otherwise, but that's not the case. So is there something about seismic activity or the readings that we're getting that would only be working on a ball as opposed to a flat Earth? Maybe?
I just want to add to what you said in perspective about these plates. Like, there's no evidence that the Earth is shifting. There's no continental drift or anything like that. They claim it, but there's no evidence of it because that
continental drift. Yeah, the seismic activity is real.
Yeah,
those seem to be real readings.
Yeah, just the rumbling.
What that means is the whole thing. They want to tie it to a continental drift, which is maybe there's some movement, but that could be caused from the toroidal field that goes through the center and comes out and causes shifts underneath. All those things are possible from this toroidal field that surrounds us, maybe shifting, but not the continental drift stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, News Perspective. Before Gremlin responds to your question, I just want to say, I'm being generous by saying these things work just as well on the flat Earth. No, they work better. They don't work on the globe. Many of their explanations don't hold water at all. So it's not just that they work just as well. It's that they do work on the reality where we live, and they don't work in the fantasy globe model. Very good. But Gremlin, did you hear what his question was?
Well, I mean, I wasn't quite finished. I was wanting to, the actual thing that I was wanting to add, though, is that there's alignments that they've made with these ancient structures that still align with the same star alignment.
Ooh, good point. Yeah, the Orion's Belt.
Orion's Belt and the pyramids of Giza and the pyramids in Mexico City, northeast of Mexico City.
There's monuments that line up with Orion's Belt from all the way from Easter Island to Tonga on the other side, all across it. In fact, that's what E1. Remember E1? He was making his map based on that because that would actually show us how to arrange the continents. Because if you line up, if you're looking at Orion's Belt, in fact, this is funny because looking at the sky, supposedly you can see Orion's Belt no matter where you are on the plane, right? So if that is the case, then they were using Orion's Belt and making these monuments so that you could look at the sky and know where you are if you knew the date and time that you were looking at Orion's Belt, because you know where they would be in relation to you on the Earth.
Also, the ancient Hopi settlements map out the constellation of Orion, not just Orion's Belt, the whole constellation.
Yes, there's evidence for earthquakes, but not drift, like not actual movement and shifting of land.
Yeah, and you got all the North Star alignments with the Great Pyramid, with the Atlantic, the Georgia Guidestones, with Arches National Park. That North Star always stays centered in all these different spots that you can observe from Earth, which wouldn't be possible on a globe. There was no way that alignment would stay.
That's not true.
What's that? Why is that not true?
Because it actually shifts a little. It barely shifts, but it doesn't stay for always center.
Oh, you're right, and it does shift. You know what? That's the other thing. Hey, Hank, you didn't see what E1 did eventually about the North Star. Craziest thing that he got. He was doing a time elapse with the North Star, and he had it all timed out for 12 months later. He would do the other time elapse to get the other half of its small little elliptical rotation that it does, and it totally forms the Eye of Ra. It has the small line underneath.
You gotta be shitting me.
Yeah, it does, and it has a little notch just like the Eye of Ra. He has it too. It's like he has the time elapse, and he's going to put them together and show it. It has this little notch, and it's like a football shape. And that's So it does deviate. It does deviate, but it just goes in that little Eye of Ra circle.
Wow.
Yeah, it follows the same cycle.
Yep.
Wow.
And isn't that crazy? That's a big thing.
Yeah, I want to say to the new people that are here,
Wait, hold on, Gremlin. Gremlin hasn't even responded. She's probably gone.
Oh no, I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Yeah, I want to say to Gremlin, real fast, Gremlin, if you're here, you're going to learn so much information because college is very compartmentalized, and you specialize in one thing, and you have a minor and a major, And in this conversation, you're going to learn about everything. Like, we study everything, like everything from like cosmology to like geometry, everything. Like, you're going to become like so well versed on your model, our model. Like, we don't have a model, sorry. Our way of thinking, paradigm. The way, maybe we should use paradigm.
Can we let her respond, Hank? I wanted to know if there's any seismic activity connection to the ball. Is there anything particular about that connection to it being a spinning ball flying through space, or is that just assumed?
Well, you do bring up a good point. I cannot think off the top of my head any reason why the plate tectonics theory wouldn't work with the flat Earth paradigm, as you said. Honestly, that kind of threw me for a loop. I'd have to dig more into that to see what specifically makes.
Well,
that
I will say this: I
explode.
imagine there'd be a lot more seismic activity if we were spinning and flying through space at millions of miles per hour. Have you ever looked up the speeds that they tell us that we're actually moving in all these different directions? None of us
There's
really
a lot in the
thought
ocean.
about it.
Since we're on land, we don't get a lot of those.
Yeah. What do you think about the speed?
We're on land. We don't get a lot of what?
We don't get a lot of earthquakes as much as the oceans get, and that's because of the. So we do get a lot of tectonic activity or whatever it's called. But
anyway, Gremlin. Wait, real quick with Gremlin, I want to ask her: have you ever looked up the speeds that will tell us when we're spinning and rotating?
Again, I don't know off the top of my head exactly what it is. I do know it's quite fast, but I don't know.
Okay, so most people think, okay, this one spin we got to deal with. They're saying that we're moving 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, and then they say in a totally different direction we're orbiting the sun that's 93 million miles away at 66,670 miles per hour, like 66,000 miles per hour, almost 67. And that's going around a sun that's 93 million miles away. Then they say the sun is going 500,000 miles per hour in a totally different direction, and we're corkscrewing around that as the galaxy also swarms us through the Milky Way at millions of miles per hour and all these different vectors. And so they use the math where they take all these vectors and they reduce it down to one vector and convince people that the math tells us that we wouldn't feel it because it's just so spread out. And that's what they did. They made it a scale thing. They created this scale issue. And one of the links I sent you, we'll talk about this, called Queen's Dethroned, where they talk about how this whole thing was created and how they moved the stars into an infinite spot so that they could be fixed and we could be the ones spinning. And they inverted our reality with that. And that's really the crux of it. Everything's scaled out so that you could possibly somehow believe that this is the case. Like, it's just so spread out, we don't feel the spin. People walk upside down in Australia, but that's no big deal. They don't know this difference. It's all ludicrous. I mean, you really look into this,
there's actually proof for the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, yeah, right.
Sure.
Foucault's pendulum or the three-ring gyro, right?
Wait, no.
The three-ring gyro of Foucault's pendulum, and what else?
Fine, you could deny global Earth, but flat Earth fails hard.
No. What's the proof? What were you going to mention besides those two, or was it those two?
It was the Coriolis effect, and also
Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis effect. Hold on, let me go at this because I was just talking about Coriolis effect. Coriolis effect is when the displacement of a plane or a projectile might be off course because the Earth spins independently of the projectile underneath, west to east. For a north or south projectile that's free moving, it would be off course because of this difference between the Earth moving below it and the projectile moving in another direction at a different speed, right?
Well, I wasn't talking about this one. I was talking about when the water goes into the sink and rotates from one side and rotates the other side, the other way around.
Yep. We have a toroidal field. You're right. Toroidal action was totally observable. It doesn't mean that the Earth's ball spinning with people upside down. In fact, it couldn't work that way. It's a dielectric plane, it seems, with a toroidal field that's constantly enveloping in on itself. And that's where the motion of everything is actually indicated. When you look at the gyroscope or any of these other things, it seems to be indicating that there's some kind of ether or some kind of toroidal field that it's picking up on.
Oh,
it's not showing Earth rotation, because we'd have to assume all these other things like people upside down and no feeling or sensing of this movement when it doesn't work out to be that way. There's no way that can be that way.
Don't you feel you have double standards?
Check that off.
Don't you feel you have double standards when you say it seems like something else is affecting it, but you don't even know what's affecting it, and I'm claiming it's the
if you have a claim, yeah, but you can't just say because I have a claim and you don't, mine's right.
Okay, you falsifying my claim doesn't default to your flat earther. So can you make a case?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not making a claim about anything. I'm saying that you're making a claim that we falsified. We have to figure it out together. Help us out, man.
Fine.
If we don't know exactly what it is, then there should be more people trying to dedicate themselves to figuring it out.
Hang on just a second. Before you start going into making claims and going into this debate, which I would love to hear and love to have, but I think they were Gremlin was in the middle of asking some questions.
Yeah. If you want to start later with us, let's finish with Gremlin first. Yeah. Gremlin, there's like three questions we usually go with.
Not
and
being
you can
Halamate.
If either of you have an answer to these three questions, when was the Earth ever measured to be curved? When was the curvature of Earth ever measured? Do you know of it? Either of you? Any references? Any experience with actually measuring it yourself? When did this happen? If you don't know, it's okay to say you don't know. Because we just
I don't know exactly when.
You don't know, yeah. Gremlin, any idea?
Well, I can't say I've gone out and measured it myself, so
I'll say it's probably.
And you don't know when they measured it, or you don't have a reference.
I do. I think I do know. I think it's probably 300 years or 400 years after Jesus Christ, around those time. But I'm not sure.
But who did it, and what was the measurement? I mean, like an actual cited thing. You don't really have.
Okay, let me try and find it for you.
No. It's not about trying to find it. We're just wondering. We're just trying to assess where you're at this moment, without going.
I think it was a Christian scientist, but I'm not sure. But I think the first people were the Greeks who did it, and then.
So you believe it's been measured, but you don't have evidence or proof of that yet.
No, I don't have.
Okay, that's okay. We'll go to the second question. The second question is, when has the motion of Earth, the rotation of Earth, ever been detected or measured? Ever? Cite that, and also use the independent variable method of showing that that's the cause of the effect. Any kind of source for that? Any kind of, besides the gyro, that could be a movement of something else? What do you think? Do you have proof of that? Do you have any evidence of that? Or you don't know when it's been measured, or when this detection of spin has ever been actually documented? No? Don't know either? So you believe that it's been documented, that it actually spins and it's been tested and all that, but you don't have that knowledge or that. The third one is
use the stars.
You can use the stars, but that's not proof of anything, because it could be the stars. The people, the leading people in these fields have to admit that all of these things work on a flat Earth as well as a globe Earth, and they'll say it. They'll even admit it. They'll even admit it. Well, you have to look into it. You can't just say because you didn't know the first two things I asked you. But look into it. Just keep an open mind here, because if you're just claiming that you know things, we've looked into this for 5 years. We've looked into everything, and we were hoping that it was a globe, and we couldn't prove it because the evidence isn't really there. And if you have it, come back to it. But for now, we're going to go to the third question, which is, how do you have air pressure without a container? How do you have air pressure without a container? Is that possible?
I believe we're in a container.
Oh, really? Okay. How's the container work? Where's the container?
There's a ceiling in the atmosphere that stops transfer.
What's it made of? What's the ceiling made of?
What's it made of?
Yeah. It has to be a container.
That's a good question. I should look into that.
You don't know. So you believe there's a ceiling.
Real quick. The conversation is getting to listen, guys, real quick. So he's made a claim that's good. So you, sir, would admit then there's no outer space travel, right? Then that turns out that's all fake.
How so?
Well, if there's a ceiling, how do you get past it?
Can you please let me just speak for 30 seconds?
I'm sorry,
go ahead. This out there because when we set our parameters, somebody might be saying something, they have no idea what they're saying. So we have to go further and say, okay, since we're in a container, do you think that we would be in a container that we can just pass through magically and go to space anyway?
Yep.
Wow.
But how I could give you? Yeah, you keep laughing.
okay.
Let me give you an example.
Okay, you guys
Let me
go
give you-
continue. Sorry, I'm done.
Let's not run them off. Come on.
Can I give an example?
We
For
all
example-
thought it was some different way.
Okay, so when you look into the ocean, I don't.
No.
Let me find the.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Wait,
So-
what's going on? Look, you're cutting in and out for me. Maybe it's me.
Okay, sorry, I have push to talk. Let me try to. Okay, so the two oceans that are meeting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. It's crazy, isn't it?
Okay.
Totally
So-
different color and everything.
Wait. So do you think we can pass from one ocean to the other if you're underwater?
No, you can totally go past that.
Okay, so that is the same reason why you could pass through a container. So it's like a ceiling. I don't know what you're saying now. Now, I want to understand how does gravity work in your worldview, or in your flat earther model, because you believe it's.
Did you know
believe,
people on the ball side that are in the leading positions to talk about this will not call gravity a force? They call it a pseudo force, and they say it only acts like a force. Did you know that?
doesn't change anything.
Well, it does actually, because if it's a pseudo force, that means it's not real. It's just acting like a force, right? So if it's a flat Earth, all you need is relative density, because things that are heavier than the atmosphere go down, and they've baked in this idea of gravity with this acceleration rate. That's an average acceleration we observe through moving bodies that are going downward, right? But that could just be a universal law of some sort. That's the average rate at which things fall. It's not a force of gravity, but they have to bake that into the whole idea because of the ball spinning and everything going to the center. This is our idea, okay? I'm just explaining to you how we see it, right? And in fact, the way that the baller side of it has to admit that it's not even a force; it only acts like a force, and there's no experiment proving it. They use Cavendish only, and it doesn't prove it at all. It's such an inconsistent test, and it's not even a real experiment. It has no independent variable. So, like this is the best point for flat earthers, because gravity is totally falsifiable.
Okay, so density doesn't take into account that acceleration is constant.
But it sure does. That's just the rate at which things fall, the average rate. That's the rate at which they find their equilibrium. That's all it is. It's not a force. In fact, they can't even call it a force, so they have nothing.
In other words, when we're underwater and we're going over, the rate should be the same.
What?
So the rate, do you accept the rate of 9.8?
When you're underwater, that's not the same rate, right? In fact, buoyancy.
It's density. It's density. Why don't you accept it? If it's constant, it should be the same underwater, over water.
No, because we have buoyancy. We have buoyancy and density. There's an experiment that actually follows the scientific method that shows that gravity is not even necessary. If you change the salinity of the water that an egg is suspended in, it will move the egg either up or down depending on the density of the salinity of the water within which it rests, right? And no gravity's there. You just change. All you did was add salt. So where's gravity there? Gravity is so debunkable. There's so many contradictions. Other people can take over and list them all for me.
Okay, how about people in space that they are in their what's it called, spaceship, and they're floating around?
What people?
Why doesn't density pull them down?
Do you know how to tell something that's like CGI and fake from something that's real? Like
you don't believe
they made 2001: A Space Odyssey before they even said they went to the moon, and that made it look like they were in space way better than anything they've shown us since. In fact, so it's just so debunkable. It's all terrible footage. It's like they didn't even do a good job. In fact, I think they're doing that poorly on purpose. It's really bad. Man. They show us harness videos.
Yeah, look in the live stream voice text chat. I posted 3 GIFs. We have hundreds of these. There's 7-hour compilations of NASA failures. So
it's so laughable, bro. When you really look into it with an open mind, you're going to be embarrassed that you ever believed it.
Yeah, and also another thing is the space situation, because it always gets brought up. It's not empirical. It's not something that you could go on a spaceship and see. Everything we're talking about is something we could observe, like density and buoyancy, something we could actually test with oil and water. So that's another thing about space topic.
Yeah, you got to realize that this was an important illusion.
So basically, they're lying. Every single astronaut out there is lying about.
Well, if
Well,
they
there
say they
isn't
went to
much.
space,
There's
I'd
only thing
imagine
that
they know about it. Yeah, but
Yeah,
not
they're
every
lying
single
about the
person
Earth
involved.
being
A lot of it's so compartmentalized that people that are actually working for NASA probably believe it themselves. I mean, they don't know any better. You know, they don't want to know any better, right? Most people don't want to know.
Did you think Sandra Bullock had to go to space to film the movie The Gravity?
No, I don't think you need to go to space to film a movie.
Yeah, so it can easily be faked then.
Yeah, it could, but I think someone would have claimed that it's fake. Someone that
They have.
Have.
People have been yelling from the rooftops forever about it.
Show me an astronaut that said it's fake. That went there and said it's fake.
There was a Russian astronaut that came out and said it. Why would they say it? They're bound by these contracts, bro. They signed a non-disclosure agreement, right?
After he retires.
Here's a Polish astronaut who also says it. He was the first and last astronaut from Poland.
Send it. I want to see it.
I have to ask Kalal really quick. So after you see this evidence, are you still gonna kick the can down and keep asking for more, or is this gonna be enough?
No, after I see this evidence, I'll look into it.
Okay, what is he asking for real quick, just so I'm on the same page? What is he requesting now? What do we have to show?
He says if this is all a fraud, how come no one said anything? And so
he wants some NASA astronauts to tell him that it's a fraud. That's what he wants.
Right.
So
that's the only way that he'll believe them, because he only believes NASA.
No, listen, let me tell you.
So the people that are lying. So can we talk about this for a second? Can we look into the psychology of this request? The people that are lying, the ones that we're telling you not to trust, you want them to give you more information when we've already told you we don't trust them. Do you see the problem?
Yeah, so I don't see the problem. Let me respond to you. So,
you
for
don't
example,
see the problem here. Okay.
He doesn't see it. No.
Let me respond.
I know. That's right. Earlier when I was laughing earlier because I knew we'd be.
Okay, then.
Hey, it takes time. Wait, give him a chance.
It really does take time.
It takes time. None of us wanted to believe it at first. Let him give him a chance.
I know, guys. If you continue to answer these types of questions, you're helping them run away from the facts of everything.
We don't want to answer these kind of questions because if we do, then we're giving you more. That's the thing.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me just ask you.
If you ever listen to that,
I got to drop out. I want to ask one question real quick. Okay, if the Earth really isn't a spinning ball and we're right about that, would you want to know? Just be honest.
Yes, for sure. That's why I'm in this.
Okay, perfect. Then just relax. Take your time. Have an open mind. And consider all of your options. Don't think you already know. If you really want to know, then you can't just decide that you already know. Okay, you have to go. You have to have an open mind to figure out if you're right or not. Okay, you have to falsify your model. And then you have to look into all of the information that I just sent you and see if there's any way that we could be right before you decide that you're already right. Because if that was the case, we would have been done with this a long time ago. We searched for the answers that you think you have, and they're not there, bro. Okay, we wanted it to be a ball.
Okay, so first of all, you can definitely ask from people that are lying. The reason for that is it is human nature to feel guilty when you do something wrong.
No, not for them, though.
Let me
not for them.
Here's the problem. Give him a chance to just say what he's going to say. You know, don't give up on the guy. He wants to know. So relax.
After FBI agents actually retire and many other people of different things, when they did something wrong, when they retire, when they get old, they feel guilty and they tell everyone what's going on.
Do you know that they're always torn down? They're always torn down. Every single
one. It doesn't matter. They still do it.
Do you think the government tells you? Do you think do you think the government tells you the truth about everything?
No. Now let me finish my point.
Okay, so then they have a reason to lie. Why do you think that they're not walking around?
Just let him finish so that I can talk about his point. Watch where we get to when we let him.
Another example of this is, for example, someone who created the ad for Germany when they tried to fight a war against another country.
Okay, so are we done? Can we move on now to the evidence?
Does that prove us wrong right there or something?
Okay, guys, listen. Are we gonna? Okay, real quick to you, sir.
Let EXO.
Are we gonna go down? Yeah, are we gonna go down this path of psychology? Are you telling me that I actually have to have the people that lied to us tell you that they lied for you to understand that they lied? Is that what you're saying is your only option? Hello.
Not the only option, but is one of the
Okay, then
options.
what would be another option besides the liars than giving me a news story so that you can understand reality, so you won't live in a cartoon on television?
Give me
What's
a
the
good
other
case for your model.
No. That's the point. We're talking about realities. That's the problem. You're stuck in a model, and you want the people that made a model to tell you about a different model. You're stuck in this Stockholm syndrome, and you're hiding from reality. See, that's what the point is. You're not interested in reality. You still want a cartoon model. The cartoon model is what got you into this problem in the first place.
Yeah,
That's
you
the
could do
problem. I know you're
that.
not. I let you speak. I interrupted them several times to let you finish. So let me just finish. The point is, we're trying to show people like you that have been deceived, that are living in a television model, that you've been lied to, and that you need to stop thinking you live in a model. That reality presents itself very differently than what they told us creation is. It turns out they lied about everything, but if you need them to tell you that they lied, then you're not going to be part of this awakening. You're not going to be part of this because you don't have the ability to realize that you have to figure out the evidence, not if they can tell you that they lie. This is about finding out for yourself. So if you can't figure it out for yourself in a manner that in which these guys and ladies have done, this isn't the place for you, bro. You're just going to hide from the truth. How could you ever find out the truth?
EXO is completely correct. And just to answer your question, if you look at Werner von Braun's tombstone, he supports flat Earth there and not the globe. And if you look at
Einstein supports the globe.
Sorry, what?
Einstein supports the globe.
Who?
Einstein.
Einstein didn't.
That crackpot.
Yeah, see, people think that he conformed to a size, but he did not. He did not conform to the globe.
Yeah, let Drace take that, Drace, and see where it ends up.
I'm just saying, you claiming that someone takes a position doesn't make it true. So I'm just giving another example.
You were claiming it, not us.
Right.
Didn't he say first that someone...
Right, hold on, just relax, one at a time. So let Drace continue on this Einstein path real quick. Let's see where we end up.
No, I'm just saying I'm responding to what he said. He claimed that someone took the flat earther view, whatever he said, something like that.
Werner von Braun, a Nazi scientist, the head of NASA, on his tombstone, put a verse from the Bible that says, "And the firmament showeth his handiwork," or something.
The heavens declare the glory of the God. The firmament showeth his handiwork. Psalms 19:1.
Yep.
Hello.
Of course. But that basically says that they didn't go to space, and you're just accepting the propaganda machine of the Nazis.
Not really. The Quran says humans went to space.
Hello.
That's where it all comes from.
Drace, you didn't point this out. He just contradicted himself. You understand, earlier you asked for evidence of somebody speaking out, and then when we give you somebody speaking out, you say, well, that's just a guy with a certain viewpoint.
No, he didn't speak out.
Exactly.
Yes,
right.
he did.
Well, that's the point. As soon as we give you an example, hold on, listen. As soon as we give you an example, are you going to run from it just like you did?
It's wrong. Every time we give him an example, it's wrong.
We're trying to give you examples, but you're running from them. Just like I said, you're not interested in the truth. You're looking for
let me tell you why you're lying. It's written on his grave. Did he write it on his own grave?
We are not lying.
Bro,
did he write it on his own grave?
Point. Bro, you're moving the goalpost again. That's ridiculous. Who could write something on there? Now you're just spiraling.
So he did not say it. Is it a quote from him?
You're spiraling, bro. That doesn't matter. Even if I proved to you he said it, you'd have an excuse to hide from it. So maybe we should talk about evidence.
That's not true.
Why?
Show me
so
the proof that he said it.
you're going to continue to hide from evidence, and maybe someone will allow that. You can continue, guys. That's
show me the proof that he said it.
Nope,
you claim that he said it. It's the proof.
That is what he asked to have written on his tombstone, according to his family. You can look that up and figure that out for yourself.
Okay, what's his name?
You want to see it from his own mouth.
What's his name? What's his name? It doesn't have to be from his mouth.
Just a second.
You got to let him finish, please.
Interrupt me. I have here Buzz Aldrin admitting to a child that they never went there. And he wants to know why they never did.
Can you post that?
Already did twice.
Yeah, and I know you might not have time to go, but maybe you can go back and look. I also posted, I think I tagged you, but I'll post it again and tag you in it. Cindy Holland, NASA whistleblower. So you can go see that there have been whistleblowers, as well as Gus Grissom, who was a whistleblower, who was also murdered for his whistleblowing. We can go into all these stories, but the point is, are you actually going to listen? Because every time we try to explain to you the thing you asked for, which were whistleblowers, Gus Grissom, one of the first astronauts, Apollo 1, said the supposed moon vehicle was a lemon and it was not possible for them to go to the moon. And he was murdered with his crewmates. And then the FBI came to his home, stole all his files. His family fought for justice, finally investigated it, found all kinds of questionable things about the place where they were, the vehicle in which they were burned alive, that it was that was locked from the outside. They couldn't get out. That they used a pure oxygen environment when they should not have, and all of that was because he was the original whistleblower. So there's many reasons people aren't whistleblowers. Maybe murdering the first one was one of them. But anyway, some people have been brave enough to go on and try in little ways, like, to put out hints and so on. And the Cindy Holland interview that I put in there earlier is one of them. But the point is, all of this is just periphery to, if you, understand that the globe model is not possible to, doesn't exist, it has no scientific evidence to back it up, and it is just basically a complete fairy tale, then all of these are just side issues.
What about the 16 documents from NASA.gov that say that the Earth is flat? And
that's a good one. 35 documents actually on that. There's a video I sent you that includes that. Paula, just keep in mind as you go forward, we were taught all the same things you were. We all wanted to believe it just as much as you do right now. So just keep that in mind. Don't come in here thinking, oh, these guys just haven't thought of the most simple things and they just don't know about what I know, because
we all passed our grades. Every one of us in here.
TV. Yeah, we've all watched Star Trek. We've all seen it. Yep.
I didn't pass my grades.
Exclude him. Exclude.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to invite someone who knows more than me in the server, and he'll probably.
Perfect.
Perfect. Why you? Hello. Can you go back, please? So you got shown evidence now of whistleblowers. I don't know, like 4, 5, 6, 7 different examples.
Not accepting it.
Yeah,
right?
so you guys are live streaming this, right? Yes or no?
Yes, on YouTube,
okay.
on 2 different channels.
Now if you
they can go back and record it.
If you go back, I clearly said, if you have evidence for this, I'll have to look into it and come back to you. Go back and look.
Great.
Right, that's what
also
we're trying to
asked
show you the evidence of the actual Earth, not of people's claims, not of psychology. We're trying to show you reality.
But wait, hold on. Just make sure he knows that, we wouldn't respect you if you just believed what we said. So that's cool that you're going to look into this, because we wouldn't respect that. We're only trying to ignite your interest to find out for yourself. That's all we hope for. But if you were just believing us, then you'd just be believing somebody like you believed everything else we were all taught. You can't just believe it. This is like a non-belief area.
Belief
like
is
giving
out
up
the window.
Yeah, so don't say I'm denying what you're saying. I'm just saying that I said I'll have to look into that.
Right, well, don't feel bad. We're not trying to be hard on you. Just hold on one second. We're not trying to be mean to you or anything, but you got to realize that this topic obviously hurts people's feelings, and we're used to people doing this, 24/7. That's why it's called Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. So the point is that we basically want to show people the evidence. And as much as I like the people in this room, in this Discord, I don't think I want to do a psychological exam with them and find out why people lie. I would like to just speak about the evidence and see if anybody's interested in what's tangible and provable.
You have to admit, if you were just born on the Earth, you're a grown man, and you were never told anything about the spinning ball idea, right? You would just rightly assume that your experience with your reality is as it seems, right? It would just be a stationary plane, just like everyone experiences, and anyone has always only experienced a stationary plane. As far as you can tell, that's all it is. So it's not a belief. The belief comes when you start believing that you're spinning, even though you don't feel anything, or that people are upside down, even though that seems ridiculous at first. All these things that are just like inverting your reality that you think are facts are actually the most absurd thing you ever could imagine when you really think about it. You would never.
By that standard, everything is just a belief, except anything by observation. So basically,
your direct experience doesn't need to be a belief. Is the point? you're sitting in a chair, you know you're sitting in a chair. You don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair. If the Earth seems stationary, that's not a belief. The belief comes when you think it's not stationary because it doesn't seem like it is at all.
When you see water far away, does that mean there's water there? And then when you go there, there's no water. It's still a belief. So observation
there you go.
can be wrong.
No, yeah, you're right. You have to prove there's water there. You don't just say there is water there because I see water. You have to go prove it's water. When you sit in your chair, you have to prove you're sitting in your chair. But you don't have to say I believe it when you're already sitting in a chair. When you're already in a stationary Earth, you don't have to say I believe I'm on a stationary Earth because that's just what it is until somebody comes along and says no, it's actually spinning in all these different directions at millions of miles per hour, and that's what it really is, even though it has nothing to do with your direct experience. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Listen, you destroying the global model doesn't default to your flat earther. So can you make a case for your flat Earth?
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. It absolutely defaults back to reality. I'm not claiming the Earth is a shape.
Yeah, we're not claiming anything here.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that
You're
reality.
Claiming the Earth is flat.
Halamit, listen, real quick. What I'm trying to tell you is that. Listen, Halamit, what I'm trying to tell you is that reality is real. I haven't made a claim other than what I'm experiencing is reality. I'm not experiencing a magical ball cartoon. I don't live in a cartoon ball. I live in reality. That's the difference.
Do you positively believe the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
I absolutely know for a fact it is a plane of existence.
It's not a belief.
And in the water. You won't even let me answer. You won't even let somebody answer the question. Yes, the Earth is a plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters. That's what reality shows us. Everywhere, anybody that's ever lived experiences this fact. Period. End of story.
Okay, so first of all, either you're claiming something or you're not claiming something. Are you claiming the Earth is flat? Okay, what's the third option?
I told you it is.
It's reality, so that's not a claim when it's reality.
So you're
claiming, we just stopped believing that it was the opposite of what we experienced.
Stop.
Your experience is not a belief.
Stop for a second. Are you claiming that the Earth being flat corresponds to reality? Yes or no?
We are not claiming anything. End of story.
Don't let them get you mad because the thing is that you'll find out when you look into this.
Yes,
that it's not about reality. We're not going to claim anything. Right. We're not going to stoop to the level that we were tricked into being at before. They made us believe in a claim that wasn't true. So why would we make a claim about anything that we don't directly experience or can prove to ourselves?
Fine, I'm not claiming the Earth is
real quick,
round.
Real quick, Hala, I gotta help you out real quick. So we're talking about claims now. Here's the problem, Hala. There is no claim for when an Earth that's spinning with curvature can be experienced ever in history. You can ask NASA right now, how high do I have to go to experience the globe? They can't tell you. There is no claim for a globe Earth in reality. There's only a cartoon of a globe Earth. That's not reality. Thanks.
Yeah, you guys are not making positive case for flat Earth. What you guys are doing is
it's
saying...
already proven. You don't have
only you are saying that we're not.
We're not trying to prove a flat.
Your opinions don't matter.
Wait. Don't get this. We're not trying to prove
a
flat Earth. We're not proving a flat Earth. You totally misunderstand the whole thing. Okay. We're not here to prove you a flat Earth. We don't care if you think it's flat or not. We do not care. We're just giving you the opportunity to find out for yourself. Don't think we're trying to convince you of something. Yeah. You're trying to make it like some kind of debate where it's like
still thinks that we're trying to convince him. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not
we're not trying to convince you at all, man.
Understand.
No, listen, right. Okay, so look into it for yourself or not. So in conclusion, there is no claim for anybody in reality experiencing a magical globe Earth cartoon. Nobody's claimed that. That's the point. So I have nothing to prove. I accept reality. I don't believe in cartoons on TV. There's no claim. Thanks.
How do you know what's reality?
Because I live in it. That's the difference. I don't live in a cartoon on TV. That's how I know what reality is. If you live in television, you can't know what reality is. That's the point. Thank you.
Do I live in a television?
Experience the same thing.
I live in a television.
Slow motion.
Yes. So I'm in a television right now.
You already admitted you believe in a model. You have a model you live in.
I'm in a television right now.
Now you're trying to use words now because of precise idiosyncrasies in my terminology. I made a mistake by making this clarification. I'm so sorry. You live in an imaginary cartoon you got from television. Is that better?
So let's go back to how do you know what's real?
Exactly. You can't. I can.
You can't. You can't.
You can't. You can't.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking me.
You have no claim. Right. That's the point. Yeah. You have no claim. I'm saying reality is real. You're saying I don't know. That's the point. You don't have a claim.
No, I'm telling you, how do you know what's reality?
No, that's the point. I already explained it. You can't
Explain it again.
understand it. You can't understand it. I live
Explain
in
it again.
reality. You can't understand it. That's it. I live
Explain
in
it.
reality.
Explain
I
Okay,
live in
okay.
reality.
I think I got this. I think I got this. So, reality, if you're talking about reality, the only way we could know anything, because everything's subjective, is by our five senses. And that's the only way we can know. So, using our five senses is the only reason you think anything or you know anything. And science is just a scientific method using our five senses. So, now implying rules, there's various methods you can do to prove in senses is in that the world is flat. And there's a lot of
I'm getting robot.
And that's it.
Okay, five senses only get you so far. You can't use five senses for everything.
Right, that's fine. That means you don't have you just admitted again, you don't have a claim. Thank you.
I don't have a claim. I have a claim.
Exactly.
Well,
You're learning it right now.
Well, sure. If five senses, okay, if five senses is so limited, that's the only thing we have. So you're just talking about metaphysical situations, which we're just going to go back and forth because it's just opinion based. Like the five senses are the only ways we could determine any objective reality. So using the five senses, do you have any questions that we could answer to help you understand what's going on with flat Earth?
Yeah, why does the Earth pull us down?
How do you know that the Earth is pulling anything down? Can you prove that?
I feel it. I feel it. When I jump, I feel myself
Can you
going
prove
downwards.
that? Can you,
Okay,
hold
feel
on.
the weight of your
Yes,
you feel the weight
right,
of your
right.
body. You do not feel the force pulling yourself down.
Before we
You just
allow
feel the
this
weight of your
attempt, okay,
Wrong. I
before
feel
we
the
allow
force
this
pulling me down.
attempt, okay, right, before we allow this attempt to pull us away from what's provable, yes, going down and feeling that down is only possible on a flat surface. Do you have any other example?
What? It's only possible on a flat surface?
What? See, they hate that answer. When you just tell them the blanket truth, the obvious truth that drives them crazy. Yes, everything that goes down requires a flat surface to fall down upon. Do you have
No, it
another
requires
example that I
mass.
don't know about?
Requires
You don't even
mass.
have an example. You have no example. Let me know when
I
you
have
have
an
an example.
example. I have an example.
Okay,
The
perfect.
Earth.
Let me know when you have it. Yeah, Earth, the flat Earth. Yeah, everything falls down to flat Earth. Thanks for proving my
How about
point. Yep,
Mars?
that
How
was
about
easy.
Mars? How about Jupiter?
Oh,
All those
Mars.
stuff.
So now you're leaving Earth. Exactly. We're talking about Earth, not Mars, and now you're running away to save your cartoon imagination. That's the point. You're scared
Besides,
of
you
what we
can't
can
define mass correctly. Jupiter is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have gas collect into a ball inside a vacuum.
Right. But Drace, but here's
But
the
we've
point.
never
That it took 30
went to
seconds.
Jupiter, so we don't know
So
exactly
here's
what
the
it
point.
is.
It took so on the explanation, it took you less than 30 seconds to run away from what we can prove on Earth. That's my point.
No, you said give me an example of a mass.
Yeah, you don't have one. No. I said things falling down. I said give me an example of things falling down that's not above a flat surface. Everything that falls down on Earth is above a flat surface. That's the point.
No, Hala, like we're open. Everybody here is open. We all went through it. So you give us something proof that we could do practical that proves that there is curvature on the Earth or there is gravity. Is there any proof that you could tell us?
Yeah. Proof for gravity is the constant acceleration.
No, it should be curvature. The first question made sense. The first question made sense. Yeah. Do you have any proof of Earth curvature? That's the whole point of the server.
You could probably do a test for it and like go next to the sea.
Just say I don't know. All you have to do is say I don't know. Saying I can probably do a test obviously means that you don't know. So just say I don't know.
Bro.
It's okay.
So people made up the curvature,
to be honest,
bro.
It's okay to be honest and say I don't know. Do you understand? It's okay. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. If somebody asks me, what kind of engine does that car have? And I don't know. I'm going to say, I don't know. It's not my Dodge Ram with a 360. I don't know what that car has. It's real simple. So do you know of any time in history that Earth curvature can be measured?
There is a measurement for Earth curvature, but I don't know how they come up with it.
Okay, well, it's very simple. Earth curvature is very simple. All you have to do is go on a curve calculator, and you could do this yourself on anywhere where there's water, and you'll find out for yourself that the numbers don't add up. It's very simple. In fact, what you're telling us is actually helping our case, and it's helping you realize this truth. So I'm actually happy that you're mentioning the curvature, because you could do this yourself and find out for yourself that there is no curve anywhere.
I didn't mention it. You guys mentioned
And
it.
keep in mind that it seems like what they've done is they reverse engineered everything that we already know to be true and then made it fit their model. So they mimic perspective with what they say would be the hidden value for these long distance observations. We can debunk that because there's long distance observations that go way further than they should for even what they say the curvature is. But there'll be observations that will look like exactly what they're saying because they reverse engineered perspective to make it seem like it could be curvature.
Hey, kosher meat.
Do you guys accept history?
I was just gonna ask something real quick, Hank. Where do you said when you jump up, the force pulls you down. Cool, man.
Yes.
Force equals, I mean, okay.
Mass per mass, or like depending on the bigger mass pulls the smaller mass.
All right, the energy, right? You have to spend energy, right, to create a force to do work upon an object. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
Repeat, sorry.
You have to spend energy to exert a force. So a quantity of a substance, probably we're talking about thermodynamic like systems, has to undergo a chemical reaction of oxidation in order, to create heat, exothermic reaction, which we can use that heat in your body to create force to jump off the ground because you're tranquil. So what's your potential energy or kinetic energy at the ground, right? 0. Both of them equal 0 because you're at the ground. So when you jumped up, you charged your body up, your system, you're going to model your system as a body, you charged up with kinetic energy. We know this as kinetic energy, right? And its maximum was at the top right before you reached 0 point. And when you stopped, that's where your potential energy is the most. And that's going to bring you back down to the ground, to the state of tranquility. So this is where the force came from. So in your mind, if this force is coming from the mass of the Earth, you're breaking the first law of thermodynamics, which is what? Energy cannot be created or destroyed. So you're telling me that this mass has this inherent ability to exert force upon objects without what? Consuming itself.
Yeah, so the answer to that would be whatever the other guy pointed out, that it's pseudo energy or something along those lines. He pointed this out, so I'll just adopt this view.
No, there's no.
That's the answer.
Well, which other guy? I don't know what that answer is.
One of the flat earthers.
Formulate it
for me. That we were talking about. Let me find it for you, bro.
So he's basically agreeing with you. He's saying the other guy said that it's not a real force with Newtonian physics. He said that it's a pseudo force, right? So he's agreeing with you that the real force came from his legs, right? And that the whole mass attracting mass thing is actually a pseudo force, so it's not real.
Fine, so it works then.
Do you agree?
Well, I'll have to accept this model because he pointed this out, so yeah, this model makes more sense than him.
It's not a model. It's if you open up your physics book, you look up kinetic energy.
This view makes... No, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about pseudo energy. I know what kinetic energy is. I'm talking about the pseudo energy.
Yeah, energy that's not really there, huh? Isn't that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Which is not really energy. Which is what?
That's fine. You believe in God, and God is immaterial, so I don't know what to tell you.
That has nothing to do with this conversation, bro.
No, it shows you something. Is God really there? Yes or no?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
And he's immaterial?
Yes, he did. He said he is everything. He said he is the beginning and the... Come on, dude. It's going to go down a religious path. Let's not go there. So let's stick with the science and Einstein. Yeah, if you want to...
God is not everything. So
he said he is the beginning and the end, the visible and the invisible. Okay? Are you with me? Aren't all those are attributes of him? Yeah. Yes or no? All right, then. The visible and the invisible. So what is that which is visible? Is it material? Well, a lot of it is, yeah. Not all of it. Light.
That's according to the Bible, right?
No, according to your holy book, bud. Or actually, how about this? Let me just break it down for you. I'll recite it from your holy book. God is light. How about that? In the chapter of light, this is where you find it. It says, God is the light of the heavens and the earth. And like his light, boom, boom, boom. I'm not sure what verse that is, but it's deep in there. Anyways, now, let's get off the religious path. We can discuss that somewhere else. Just down below in the religious channel or whatever. But now, let's just stick with the science.
Yeah, okay. So
are you done?
Excellent. Yeah, I'm done, man.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say earlier we were talking about your senses. Where did you perceive this idea of the Earth being a sphere to begin with? Didn't you see it on TV or in a magazine or in a book? I mean, you just didn't draw the globe yourself and say, this is what the Earth looks like, right? Someone showed it to you maybe on a television and you had audio and visuals, right? So your senses told you that it was a globe, right?
No, my senses told me it was flat when I was 5 years old.
Okay, and then someone came along later with a television or a magazine. I don't know what country you're from, but I'm sure you have those things in your country. You have TV?
Yes.
Okay. You ever seen a Universal?
12, so
You ever seen a Universal Studios film where it starts out on the globe and then it like zooms all the way in from like a GPS point, and it's like then that's the scene. That's how the movie starts.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so that's how you first came in contact with the globe, right? Somebody gave you some media, some sort of propaganda,
It was in
and
school
then
the first time.
yeah, school, right? And it was so much information that you probably couldn't have not believed it, because everywhere you go, there's that damn globe again. It's on the iPhones, it's on the internet, it's on the TV, it's like literally everywhere you go, right? So the problem with this is that the simplest way to brainwash someone is to repeat the same thing over and over again until it becomes true, right? This is like Nazi Germany, like Goebbels, the propagandist, right? So it's really easy to see this stuff. And that's why you believe it, because you witnessed it with your senses.
Wrong. You believe that the Earth is flat because that's what you see every morning when you wake up.
No, not just because of that. That's
okay.
not our proof for it.
No, that is your proof for it.
No, don't put
So what's
words
your
in
proof
our
then?
mouths.
What's your proof then?
You're just imagining things, so stop.
Bro,
it
I'm
right
gonna
now.
bring the clip from the live stream. You guys said that our senses are the proof that the Earth is flat. That's what you guys
That's
said.
not our whole proof or only proof for all of our proof. That's
Did you
just
say that?
what
Did you
people
say that?
experience. That is the starting axiom.
Did you say that's your proof? Yes or no?
I didn't say that was all our proof.
Did anyone here said that was his proof? One of his proofs.
Dude, all instruments
Why are you
built.
spiraling?
Listen, man, we read instruments with our senses. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You with me here? Like, come on, dude.
Guys, it's easier than that. Like, if you have a court case, or if I'm a cop, I'm trying to put someone in jail, I need a lot of evidence. I can't just say, oh, look, this matches this, therefore he's the murderer. You need to build up a lot of evidence, right?
That's a false category.
No, this is what you need. Build up a ton of evidence to be certain.
I can show you why it's false. Because in this situation, we agree that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So unless you're proven guilty, the default is innocent.
Right. So
but
yes,
you guys
so that's why you need a bunch of evidence, right? Because everyone believes in a ball, and until you get a lot of evidence otherwise, some guy is gonna still believe it's a ball, right? Just like you.
And you guys,
I have to show you a lot of evidence. I can't just say one thing, right? Because you're still gonna believe it's a ball if I only show you one thing, right? Is that correct?
Okay, but
I would argue that the default is that the Earth is round.
No, answer my question. Do I need more than one piece of evidence to prove to you that the Earth is not a ball?
No. One is good enough.
One is good enough?
All right, guys, let's debunk Newtonian gravity real fast. Does anybody
Black
got the
Swan?
Yeah, he just needs one thing.
Black
so
Swan.
we debunk mass attracting mass. How are Spaceballs made? With mass attracting mass gravity? So that's all we got to do is debunk gravity. This is easy.
Bro, density doesn't work. I already explained that to you.
Density doesn't work. What happens when you drop a helium balloon?
Doesn't drop.
What does it do?
It goes up, but that's just an exception case. You could go with that if you want to.
Okay, well, what happens when you drop a hydrogen balloon?
I don't know, man.
It floats up in the air. until you can't see it anymore. Is that an exception too?
Yes, because most cases it goes down.
Okay, so what happens when you're underwater and you drop a beach ball that's fully full of atmosphere?
Yeah, water is stronger than gravity in this case.
Right,
Okay.
so it's going to go up.
Yeah, all this works with the model, but
Well, I've got a question as an observer in this conversation. Full disclosure, I do believe in the flat Earth. I'm not a glober, but how does density of elements and different molecules play into the flat Earth concept?
You got this concept of gravity that you've been told mass attracts mass. The modern scientists don't even believe that anymore. Specifically, Professor Shankar, physics of Yale, he's the chair of physics. He talks about how it was debunked by the double slit experiment. I can cite my source when I'm no longer driving.
No, I believe you. You don't need to cite anything.
They taught you the wrong thing on purpose in school. Now, that's not my fault, right, that you believe that. But all I'm trying to show you is there are
But how does density play into this? I'm sorry.
No, I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to show you. So you guys believe the wrong thing. They taught it to you on purpose. All I'm trying to show you is the specialists in their field, they don't even believe that stuff, right? So I'm trying to show you a more scientific understanding, right? And once you understand the cause and effect relationship of the scientific method, do you know the three things that you need for an experiment in natural science? Do you know what they are?
Sorry, you went quiet on me for a minute. My internet's pretty bad.
Sorry, three things you need for an experiment. Do you know what they are?
Yes.
Natural science.
I'm sure I do. I just can't rattle them off my head.
Okay, it's fine. Dependent, independent, and control variables.
Right.
Right? So you see water boiling. You're a caveman. And you want to know what's causing the water boil. Right? You form a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat. So you go get some water, and you had heat, and it doesn't start boiling, and you walk away and you think you failed. And then you come back and it's boiling. So enough heat with enough duration causes water to boil. So you take the heat away and it stopped. You add the heat again and it started boiling again. What did you just prove with the scientific method? What's the cause? The independent variable, once you manipulate it, it causes the naturally observed phenomenon, which is the water boiling, right?
Well, the heat.
The heat causes the water to boil. The heat is your independent variable, the thing which you must manipulate to prove the cause and effect relationship. So now you got an apple orchard, right? And it rained in one of your pails and an apple fell in the pail and it's floating, right?
Right.
You remove the medium. You remove the water. What happens to the apple? It's still in the pail.
Right.
It sinks. You put water back in it. It rises. What's the cause of things here on Earth other than stuff like aerodynamics and birds flying and planes? What is the cause of things rising and falling here on Earth?
Would it be density? Regarding the pail in the water?
Exactly. It's relative density. Now I want you to Google the term specific gravity. Tell me what you come up with.
Well, Google autofilled specific gravity of urine, so that was kind of funny.
That's not what I was thinking.
I know, but that's just what Google autofilled. It pulled up relative density on Wikipedia.
Right. So all I'm saying is that they taught you the wrong gravity. This gravity, you can verify. Can you manipulate and the independent variable known as space-time? Can you take all the space-time away and see if your cell phone still falls?
Not personally.
No, you can't do that. So it's pseudoscience, isn't it?
No, I totally agree with you. I wasn't sure on the theory behind it. I appreciate the learning moment.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
I'll definitely take a look more into all this.
So that halal meat guy, he left, I'm pretty sure, but he was in the
never
House of
mind.
Wisdom. And there's 2 or 3 guys in there. They have the same tactic that I've noticed that a lot of people who have taken any kind of, I don't know, basic science class that thinks they know a thing or two about gravity will completely dodge the idea of talking about curvature because they have no evidence of it and will only talk about gravity the entire time. And he basically adopted that tactic and wanted to come in here guns blazing. And you could tell because after everything we said, he kept trying to somehow loop gravity into it. That was the background of halal meat. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew what he was trying to do the whole time.
Yeah, well, he's unlucky because gravity is a topic that we love to talk about.
Yeah, we're well prepared for gravity conversations.
There's a lot of new people in here. If anybody has a question, feel free to speak up.
We literally got the science on our side when it comes to gravity because we can manipulate the cause and see the effect right in front of us. I mean, we can show you anvils floating in Mercury. How is an anvil defying gravity? Well, it's because the buoyant force is the defining factor whether something rises or falls.
Yeah, that's why when you do the, like, you're asking him if the helium balloon falls, and he's like, no, it doesn't. I like asking them, does the anvil fall? And he's like, yes, that's for sure falls. But then I'm like posting the picture of it in Mercury, and because I didn't define what the medium was, I can control the directionality of where it's going.
Yeah, send me that picture. I like it. Please, and thank you.
Faith is asking to be unmuted, so hopefully Faith will have a question or something good to say. I'm going to unmute you, Faith, and I'm going to have faith that you are going to be civil and join the conversation. Hello there, Faith. Welcome to the server. Are you hearing anything? Are you guys hearing anything?
No.
No, I'm not hearing anything.
No. That's the best dunk ever, though.
It's a big negative.
I just wondered because this person just DM'd me and said unmute me, which is kind of like a rude way to do it. That's why I didn't have like a lot of faith, but I was willing to have a little bit of faith. Okay, well, Faith, if you figure out your microphone problems, let us know, or preferably go up to the VC check-in and get the VC verified role there. I muted you again. Or say please next time. That's always good. But if there's anybody else that has a question or comment, or you have to go up to the VC check-in or ping one of us there if you would like to get the role. But there's some people in there that have the role already, like Johnny. Hello, Johnny. Kings are.
So I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
What's your name? What's your question?
I think that was Kitty Cat.
Yeah, so my question is, so I've been a flat earther for 5 years or so, and I'm just stuck on one detail. So we could actually see some light going around the sky with some app claiming it's the International Space Station. Obviously, I don't believe in space or that we could travel to anywhere past a certain point. But does anybody actually know what that light could be? If it's some type of drone or something, some high.
So I remember before I got into the whole flat Earth thing, right? The military were claiming they had a plane that they could put up for 5 years that was like solar powered or ran off the magnetic fields of the Earth or something like that. And
Well, it was
I
nuclear,
didn't really.
wasn't it?
Was it nuclear?
That's what I recall hearing. I believe it was nuclear.
Maybe it was something like that. But yeah, so here's the thing. We don't know for sure what we're seeing on TV, right? The ladies in the bouncing around with the hairspray. We don't know that that's happening up in that light, do we? Like, we can't verify that's happening there, right? So what we see is a light in the sky, right? And there's the app, right? And you can see this light in the sky. But do you even know that it's like nuts and bolts? Because we're just seeing a light in the sky. Couldn't they project like an image up there? Or if it is nuts and bolts, right? Like, do we know that it's as big as they say it is and as far away as they say that it is? All we know is that it appears to be some sort of artificial or man-made light in the sky, right?
Yeah.
So that's all we know.
To say that it's the ISS and that's what we see on NASA.gov or Space.com, like, we don't really know any of that. That's just a story. So it really doesn't pose a problem for me because, for all I know, it could be, part of the like spy planes that are put up, right? And then this one just happens to be so low that it's visible, like it was one of the earlier models, right?
Yeah, no, I'm on the same page with you. I don't think that it has anything to do with proving anything. I was just curious to know if anybody knew what it was. That was just it.
I heard a claim. I forget who said it, but this is mostly speculation. Someone allegedly came out and said they were a whistleblower, and they said that what they claimed as the ISS is 5 different types of aircraft that basically take turns going around a certain path in the sky. But the easiest way to debunk the ISS is asking someone if they can see a football field from 250 miles away. So there's a video out there, and you can go on Google Earth even if you wanted to. Zoom in on a football field, zoom out, and you won't see it after not even that high.
It's not even a question whether it's ISS. I know it's not the ISS. I don't believe in that. But that's good information. I didn't know. Yeah, some type of aircraft circulating or some type of advanced military.
That's speculation, though.
It is speculation. I just want to point out, that we've been chasing our tail in the colleges for 100 years over E equals MC squared, right? While they've taken Tesla Tech and John Trump, Donald's uncle, working for MIT, had it for a whole year by himself just to go, yeah, this is cool, thanks government, and gave back, what he didn't use, right? And what the government did with it is they took it underground, and yeah, we got a few things, like we got Wi-Fi, and they've slowly trickled out a little bit of technology here and there, and we got cell phones, right? But Steve Jobs predicted the cell phone, right, the iPhone or whatever, in like the early 80s. So technology has been retarded. It has been held back. And it's obvious to me because there's a YouTube channel called Terrarium Pharma, and it's a little pink guy in a pink suit or something like that. And it's 3 videos. Technology is retarded. And it shows you how we've been like systematically held back. And they put out a new phone, and then they don't really tell you what they're doing. But when they update the phone, and it gets like worse and worse and worse the more that they update it, so that you get the new phone. There's like not that really great of technology coming out. Like more and more, Moore's law is like looking to be dead because how they hold us back.
Yeah, technology is getting worse and worse and worse, and you can even see this in other aspects as well. Like, for instance, houses being built in China are so badly built that they're collapsing 3 years later, 2 to 3 years.
And, there's still buildings in Egypt that have been around for, 3,000 years, give or take. Probably a lot of give. and a lot less take.
A lot of planned obsolescence in there. They try to build it half as good for, the same price, which is, price inflation, quality inflation. And, people want to innovate, but there's no market for the innovation. It's highly controlled. It doesn't have the energy to get off the ground, because of the suppression of, the free energy from the earth and Tesla and other stuff like that. It's just a nightmare. It's just a big stalling of innovation of about 100+ years.
Sure. They can build a cell phone that never breaks, but why would they?
It would just lose them too much money. They're getting money just being managers and administrators in a glutted, eternal bureaucracy that just stalls and goes nowhere. It's like being in Europe all over again, having to say what you're going to do in endless committees before you can even build a bridge or do anything. That's why people came to America, because we could get past some of that stuff and just act and build without all of that bureaucracy.
Lemon Bird in the house.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, trying to drop red pills. Dr. Mario over here. Lemon Bird came through.
That's why they like socialism, because it's endless social control and endless committee.
Yeah, for sure. I witnessed that firsthand too with the whole homeless thing. They get funding and pass these legislations where they'll hire somebody 6-figure a year to talk about ending homelessness, and they'll have all these committee members making all this money, and they don't do a damn thing to help the homeless.
It's like a blob. The only thing that's allowed to grow is the salaries and the bureaucracy. Pretty soon everybody's going to be a government worker, and either you're in or you're out. Either you go with the system or you are booted out.
Yep, and it's fair enough too, though. It's fair enough. They built this infrastructure and all these lollipops and fancy pants, as Owen puts it, right? They built all this stuff so they can take it away.
No, we built it.
Yeah, we built
it.
They
used and abused us, but we did it though. We took the loans, we did whatever, Not a lot of options, but when they build this beast system, all they have to do is say, get this blankety blank, or you don't get to participate in this system. So we need to recognize that and get out of that system.
That's so sad.
Before starving.
A beast doesn't stop unless it's killed. Jesus.
Yeah, but there's always going to be a beast.
Yep.
We have to fundamentally understand that. You know what I mean? The scorpion is the scorpion. And that's what scorpions sting, and whatever else they do, that's what they do.
But that's why you need the male archetype, the hunter. You need someone to stand up to the corruption. And that's kind of why you see that attack on the masculine and the family unit. It's all tied together.
100%. They wouldn't put that much effort into doing it if it didn't suit them.
So all we got to figure out is how to stop domesticating men and start undomesticating them.
It's funny you say that. I actually found out how they did that. There's a infertility video that I saw, and it was going down the list of chemicals, and the worst one was it's in plastics. I forget how you say it, but it's like PHALTUE. Something along those lines. It's a plastic chemical that destroys the body's way to regulate hormones and tell you whether or not you are a man or a woman when you're developing in the womb in the first trimester. And it basically goes over how every man starts off as a woman by default. And because of this, if you don't develop properly as a man, you get stuck in this limbo state where you're you're a man, but you don't have the testosterone to be a man, so you've defaulted almost towards a woman. So it's done this perfect thing where they can sterilize women and at the same time make men a bunch of weak pansies that don't want to do anything. And they said that this chemical that's in plastics, it's in almost anything that has plastic in it.
The BPA's, right? It's a estrogen mimicker.
Well, that's
phthalates
another one.
or phthalates or whatever.
Phthalates, yeah, that's how it said. But the interesting thing was it only lasts in your body for not even a day. So if a pregnant woman just decided for the first trimester to not ingest anything that got transported in plastic or put anything on their body that came in contact with any plastic at any point in time, it would fix all the problems.
And that's just one source. They bombard us in other ways also.
So you're telling me that we need to get our wives pregnant and go live off the land and then give birth and then come back maybe into civilization if we want to?
Yeah, the study it referenced was pretty crazy. It was going over just the process of putting milk from the cow's teat to it had the auto milker, right? So it goes through plastic tubes and then it gets put into milk cartons. And just that process alone was enough to destroy the milk and pollute it with all those chemicals just from running through that plastic. Almost makes you paranoid, but it's better to be aware than.
So just add that one to the list of the other chemicals that mess with people's hormones and cause men feminine, right? So it's a list of what, like 5 or 6 now that I know of,
including injected ones.
The hard part of that plan is it sounds really weird going up to a woman and asking her if she wants to run off into the wilderness and have kids with you.
It's definitely not the pickup line.
Poor guys don't have a chance. Not unless their parents are woke. They really don't. They don't have a chance. Not this generation.
Yeah.
I guess since we're talking on like a really depressing level, I have to mention the babies that are being born with black eyes, supposedly. Like the quarantine babies, they have black eyes. They start crawling around like the second day. Crazy.
Black guys or black eyes?
Black eyes. Black eyes. Yeah, like nightmarish type shit.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I know.
Have you looked into?
No, I've not heard of it either. Like I heard someone mention it earlier today, but I still haven't seen anything on it.
All right, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen it. To me, it sounds like the magnet thing at first, right? I just want to see more evidence of it. I want to see more people talk about it. But I don't know where the heck a baby gets its strength to walk around or even lift up its neck. They can barely have their head up for more than 20 seconds at a time.
Well, they build those muscles eventually.
Yeah, but if you drop an anvil, oh yeah, for sure. It's definitely gonna drop.
So have you guys ran into I'm sure you have, these people that obsess over the geodesy and all that with the alleged spherical excess of over 180 degree triangle nonsense, adding in arbitrary numbers on top of the observations and claiming it's more than 180 degrees of a triangle. This guy earlier was obsessed with that I was talking to.
See, everybody kind of finds their thing that they think debunks the flat Earth. Like some people, it's SP and S waves. Some people, it's the geodesics. You know, some people, it's the whatever, right? Everybody
The alleged
thinks,
southern pole celestial.
right. And I kind of think that it's like their one thing that they grasp onto. Like they're like, oh, this is it. This is the proof. But if you look, it's always nothing to do with the Earth.
Yep.
I mean, the
Their
P and S
strongest
waves
hitter
are like
is always
models. Right, yeah.
It's always a non sequitur.
Right. And P and S waves, it's just they're placing the data inside a model and going, look, it works on the model. It's like, well, you place the data in the model. That's all you did.
It's like in their minds, it's impossible to make observations of what happens in the sky and then make a mathematical model and predict based on that data. It has to be attached to a model of one grand unified cosmological model. It's like you can make observations and make predictions with math without anything to do with the Earth.
I just like to show them the cosmological constant problem. You familiar with that?
Yeah. How else do you word the cosmological constant?
Cosmological constant crisis. Crisis in cosmology. In cosmology, we have a crisis. Also,
Is that the chicken or the egg thing, or
no? Hold on, bro. The Casimir effect. So basically, it's where we get that number with 120 zeros behind it that Michio Kaku talks about.
Okay.
And that's when you compare, like, the theory where they try to reconcile Einstein's gravity with quantum mechanics or quantum physics.
Oh yeah, it's off by a massive amount.
Right. So it's like the double slit experiment debunked Newtonian gravity, right? And Einsteinian gravity, it doesn't work with quantum physics. And that's why they always say that nobody understands quantum physics. And if you claim to understand quantum physics, you certainly don't understand quantum physics. It's because it goes against their gravity, right? So everything that goes against their gravity, well, I don't understand.
Quantum physics is an interesting thought experiment. Like when I was younger, I thought it was interesting.
Well, quantum physics is just physics. I think they like to just put the word quantum in front of everything, like Joe Rogan says.
So that they can pretend that on smaller scales you have one type of gravity, and then larger scales you have a different type. I was running into that earlier too, where they were claiming that they were doing the whole Einstein built on the foundation of Newton with his gravity thing. And I'm like, so Newton, gravity was a force, right? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, Einsteinian, it's not a force, right? And they're like, oh, and talking circles. And then once I cited some stuff saying it's not a force, they're like, yeah, it's not a force in Einsteinian gravity. It's like, okay, so that's not contradictory. I'm like, well, can you please explain to me where you got that from, that it's just simply building on the foundations and doesn't contradict it? And it's like, oh, so that's just something you came up with. Okay.
So you're new to here. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. Yeah, you're definitely not new though. You've been around. You know your shit.
I think I know him from Wichita. YouTube chat. That's where I remember him. I think. Have you been on with its channel?
Yeah, I'm a moderator, one of the moderators on there.
Yeah. And you've been in
He's
and
the
out
one that
here,
brought-
but not really
he's the one that
active.
got me to come in here about a year ago or so.
Yeah.
A little over a year ago.
Yeah,
and then, what you saying?
You should come in more often, bro. You got a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I drop in time to time. I stopped. Well, I took a break for about 4 or 5 months once because I was I was having a conversation and just threw out there, not really a joke, but kind of just bullshitting about we should do a scientific experiment on the globe earthers themselves to figure out, even though I know that psychology and all that is not a natural science, obviously. And I was just kind of bullshitting about it. Like we should do an actual scientific experiment to determine the phenomena of them thinking pseudoscience is science or something like that along those lines. And people just had a meltdown, man. They're like, cite the exact steps of the experiment. So I explained the scientific method and like, oh, that's not the exact 7 steps. Technically, the 6th step is this and this. It's like, y'all nitpicking me, even though I'm a globe, even though I know the globe's a lie. And they got butthurt and changed. They went in and took the Spartan status and changed it to Agent Smith just to mess with me or whatever. I was like, and that's when I was like, man, like I can't imagine being a globe head coming in here, because even somebody who's obviously knows the globe is a lie, they're just completely triggered and over the top. And that by they, it's not everybody in here, obviously.
Yeah, I seen Brendan Schwab, whatever his name is, on Joe Rogan's, and they were talking about like drinking tap water. And Joe Rogan was like, "You guys drink tap water?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, grew up on that shit." And they were like semi-proud, you know. They were like, "Oh yeah, grew up on Kool-Aid, tap water, drink it all day, bathe in it, don't give a shit." And Joe Rogan's like, "Seriously? Like you like drink it? Like you put it in your mouth?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, dude. Since I was a kid, I ain't never had bottled water." You know, and it's like, maybe we should do that experiment. Like, see how many of them like.
I definitely drank tap water when I was younger, for sure.
Well, I did too a little bit, but you know, like I think these people are mainlining this shit. You know.
Yeah, I think where they were getting caught up was, I was talking about phenomena, and you starting with the phenomena, and then coming up with what you think the cause of the phenomena is, and making a hypothesis, etc. And some of the citations say that phenomena is either, what do they call it? Visual. I forgot the exact whatever it was. It was visual, societal, psychological, and natural, or something like that. Of course, in here we're talking about natural science. We're not talking about so-called psychological science or any of that, you know. So I think that's what they got caught up on.
That's actually a lot of the times that happens. It's more of a psychological battle than the actual facts. Even with facts, people will just still negate them and just want to believe in the flat Earth because they feel comfortable. I mean, round Earth because they feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, and it's with psychological stuff, it's next to impossible to eliminate variables.
Okay, since you spoke up again, Kitty Cat, I'm curious. Like you said, you've been in the flat Earth for like 4 to 5 years. So where did you hang out? Like, where are the areas, the communities, or like where have you been hanging out as a flat earther past 5 years?
So YouTube, forums, YouTube when it wasn't censored, and just communicating with in the comments section and debating with people, and I actually in a hard drive that I lost for some reason. I actually had all the videos that I collected that are no longer available on YouTube because I know it's a big thing to remove videos and stuff. But that's pretty much what I did. Just
I
research.
mean, like in YouTube chats or in like comment sections, like but where at?
You're casting for your phone.
Just in random like
Let's see.
Like in NASA, like NASA made this video about 10 facts or 10 proofs that the world is round, and I used to argue with people and I mean not argue, debate with people there but I was never part of a group like this or anything like that. No.
Yeah. Good night, Trace. It's good hearing you tonight. No, I'm just curious because you come in with a very deep passion and like, yeah, I appreciate the, you come in with a deep passion into the community before you actually was even in here long enough to even know if, like, you would think that you'd want to be in the community for a little bit before you would want to, like, working in it and helping to teach people in it. Because what if you just didn't know, like, everything that we aligned with, and then you found out later on after you chose to like, come in here and do work or help us out or help us teach or whatever. Right. So I was just trying to see which communities you came from and if you've been into it for 4 or 5 years, but you're just talking about like in NASA chats. But you have some videos and stuff, but they're all deleted. So, I mean, I get censorship is. Yeah, so I'm just.
Yeah, well, one thing I liked about the community and where it came from was that you guys use empirical science, and there's a lot of communities out there and a lot of in the forums or whatever that do not use empirical science, and they use speculation more than anything. I know a lot of YouTube videos I've seen use more speculation, and I kind of know what the basis of this Discord was, and it was really easy for me to just, okay, if I say something that's empirical, that's fine. I'm not going to speculate. I know a lot of people that are in flat earth like to speculate, and I do too, but there's a difference between speculation and empirical science. And I think empirical science is really effective, especially with the new people that are curious about it.
Your favorite cast? Like the person who had lost weight during his illness. After walking stages, the old woman began to fuss about.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's necessary, to have that empirical approach, because it puts you in a much stronger much stronger position than Globers, obviously, and I think we commend ourselves better when we stick to what can be proven. I really agree with you there, man.
That's the nail on the coffin for me. Like, that's one of the biggest reasons I got into flat earth. I like philosophy, critical thinking. I study philosophy on the side, and that's one of the things that attracted me the most, and that's how I became a flat earther. By flat earthers literally just saying, you know what, try this yourself, don't take my word for it. And NASA would never say that. They would never give you an experiment that you can do. And that's one of the things that was like, okay, there's something here.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That's true for me too. I mean, flat earthers are teaching people how to do science in the strictest possible sense. And that's a big deal, because we live in our educational institutions are not scientific.
People always, they say bad things, that the flat earthers are too strict for science. And it's like, well, wait a minute. We have too narrow of a view for science, and we're the flat earthers? Like, you would think that we would have more of a broad understanding of science, but it's actually the globe earthers that do. And they ridicule us on that fact like it's a downfall. I would much rather be more strict with what I call knowledge as opposed to more liberal with what I call knowledge, but that's what you get when you're arguing against people who are mostly leftist. I see that most of the people that we're arguing against, it's a stereotype of atheists, leftists, the anti-sovereign type. They think that there is no God and, the state is their God, right? And now that's not by and large every person, but it always seems to be that stereotype. Like, I used to debate with a guy who had a Monsanto shirt, and he was like so proud to be called Monsanto. right? And he said that he couldn't wait, to come to America so he could join like a think tank or some shit. And I was like, this dude, fucking Monsanto.
I've noticed that theme too.
What are your views on aliens? Kitty cat.
My views on aliens?
Yeah. When I say alien, what do you think? Like, what are your views on the mainstream version of aliens? Right.
Well, I don't believe in aliens because I don't think anything can leave Earth. But the mainstream media on aliens, I think it's just like I don't know. I honestly don't have a strong opinion on aliens. I don't know much about them or what people believe. I know that the disc thing is like everybody thinks UFOs are a disc. I think, it's just my opinion, speculation, that it's some government situation that it's some type of agenda. That's what I heard anyway.
I find it interesting that you're a conspiracy theorist now if you don't believe in aliens.
Yeah, when you see aliens reported in the mainstream media, a series of quote unquote stories, yeah, it's like it's just accepted. Now I don't know how many people accept it, but it's widely accepted that aliens come from different planets from the so-called from the cartoon heliocentric universe, and so now we're living next to a bunch of alien believers.
Yeah.
So, alien believers, I think it just pushes a propaganda of around Earth. I think it's just an extra to make the label conspiracy theory a trigger for a lot of people. I know alien conspiracy theorists usually tend to be like, they look loony or they look crazy. I think it's just propaganda to push on a bigger agenda, which is around Earth and whatever it implies.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it, I'm sure.
So do you have a YouTube channel? Sorry, Golden.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, do you have a YouTube channel?
I have one, but I don't have any videos. I was planning on making some videos, trying to convince people to, not convince, I mean, just show them evidence and whatever. I've done countless debates, and I don't like saying debates. I'm really passionate about showing people something I know, something that's incredible. And I'm really careful with what I say, what words I say, because I know there's so many triggers.
Are you in any other Flat Earth?
No, I'm not in anything other than the two channels. The other channel that I told you about, which I never even joined because nobody even talked to me. So this is the only channel that I'm active on Flat Earth, and it's the first community that I joined ever.
And so, how long have you known of this community? I'm sorry. Look, look. The reason I'm asking you all these questions, okay, I'm just going to be straight up with you. I'm very straightforward, so I don't beat around the bush at all, right? It's just this is your first day in here, and immediately, like the first thing that you asked is, as soon as you got verified, you hadn't even left verify yet, but I didn't think you were going to like be adamant about it right away. So it's like I was like, okay, well, I'll just wait and give him time and get to know him a little bit. But you wanted to automatically jump in, and start trying to teach people, and you hadn't even been in here really long enough to know what we believed or didn't believe, or what evidence that we had, or what claims we made or didn't make, right? But you were willing to hurry up before you even got in here and align yourself with it. And you said you've been into it for 5 years. There's no like evidence of any communities you've been in. There's no other servers that you're in. There's no so because when you come in here and you start addressing the new people and you start representing yourself, and I am welcoming you into the community. You're very welcome. I don't want you to feel like an outsider. However, when you address the new people who don't know that today is your first day, and you address them like us, as in us all as a whole, as if I really don't know you that well. So maybe just kind of just chill for a bit and just let us get to know you some before you start doing that, because just call me paranoid. that's fine. You can call me paranoid if you want. But there's like no evidence of any. It's like all of this. So that I don't have to keep prodding you, right? And trying to read you and trying to dig at you and find out stuff. And I can just let you organically reveal yourself to me, right? So just kind of like maybe since this is your first night and there's no connections that I know of with you at all in any other communities regarding Flat Earth, right? Can you just kind of like just chill for a bit? Let us get to know you before you start aligning yourself and representing like yourself as part of the community. That's all I ask.
Or we
So
could
that I
take him to Jim Pandas and see how he debates.
Yeah, that'll work. Or but so I can chill, right? Because I don't like to have this feeling like I have to watch and I have to read people. I like to just organically get to know you. Okay, so let's do that.
What's the name of the new guy, so I know?
Kitty Cat. He's been cool. Like he's not really. Yeah, I'm just.
Kitty Cat, you're most welcome here, bro.
Yeah, you are. Welcome. You're very welcome.
Kitty Cat, can I ask you what you think of Eddie Bravo?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Can I ask you what you think of Eddie Bravo?
Well, I think Eddie Bravo is fun, entertaining. He has some crazy ideas. A lot of them are speculation. He's enjoyable. I don't know. I always discern things from empirical science is really important to me. So if he says something that you can do and you can test, then I advocate that. I don't know if it's chill. I honestly don't know. But I do know how to discern whether somebody's speculating or somebody's talking empirical science. I know there's a lot of people out there on YouTube, and there's a lot of bad people that are propagating the opposite side in a subtle way. I know that's a thing, but I just try to be open-minded and discern whether this is a useful empirical or it's just speculation, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, he's more of like an emotional person, non-scientific, right? And
I think scientific.
You said you debated a lot. Do you have any debates that were recorded on YouTube that we can listen to?
No, I never debated on YouTube. I debated on
like
in person. I talked to people. I talked to countless amounts of people, and I've actually managed to persuade a lot of them to question this type of thing. I became really. I kind of know what to say and what to do to not trigger people. That's one of the, and just tell them facts and stuff they can look up themselves.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Answer my questions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything. I've been solo for a long time. I haven't been part of a community or anything like that. I know it sounds silly, or I mean, it sounds kind of suspect, but I didn't mean to.
Well, and it's not just that, but it's how you want to address new people and like represent the community as if you've been here forever, and we barely know you, and you did kind of like slip up and use in reference to people believing in the globe, and you said flat Earth, and it's like twice you slipped up and had to correct yourself. So yeah, just give us time to get to know you is all. That's it. And
okay,
you've been cool.
So let me say this: the problem's not you. It's just we've noticed. Yeah, it is. It's truth. The problem is that we've had a lot of people come in here, and when they can't defeat us in the arguments, what they do is they come in here and try to get a flat Earth roll, and then they go to other servers and they say a bunch of dumb shit on purpose to make flat Earthers look stupid because they can't defeat us in our arguments. So it's not really truth. I was just fucking with her a little bit because I like her. But
no,
the thing is, no, you're not paranoid. You're vigilant, right?
But no, you're right, because what's paranoid? Paranoid is unjustifiable. Fears, and it's not a fear; it's a concern, and it is very justifiable. Okay, so it's like there's like 15 red flags going off. Is all I'm saying. You know, it's like you're hitting every one of them. If it was The Price is Right and you were playing Plinko, you'd be rich right now. Is all. But you've been cool. Like for real, I'm not gonna lie.
I understand where you guys are coming from. I really do. I understand where you're coming from because I know there's a lot of trolls and there's a lot of situations that could happen. So I completely understand your concern and yeah, for sure, I'll chill. I didn't mean to interject. I just wanted to help out the community.
You're cool, and I understand. Like like when you did though, you didn't really like say anything drastically wrong. But you know, if someone were going to, they wouldn't like right in the beginning, right? They'd get everybody relaxed with them and like, but you know, so just yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to go through the whole tactics to use, methods or whatever. It's just yeah, you're cool. Because I don't like beating around the bush, and it's like I'm pretty straightforward. I'll get right straight. That's I don't want to keep poking and prodding at you and make you feel like I'm picking on you without you knowing why. So there you go. But
let me ask some questions, bro. What is the best evidence for the flat Earth?
Oh, well, there's a numerous amount, but I mean, for me, curvature is a good one. You know, weather balloons. You could use the mirror example is a great one. You know, I saw that done on YouTube with a mirror in a frozen lake, 10 miles out, and you could do that with objects in the sea, and that's one. I know there's tests.
Go back to curvature.
Air pressure.
You said curvature. Go back to curvature.
Wait, don't interrupt him. Come on, finish your sentence, bro. Go ahead.
So the curvature is one really big one, and that's one that really intrigued me. Just distance and how things aren't supposed to appear when and they do appear. That's one, and just I've seen so many videos on NASA just faking their stuff on the International Space Station. Shenanigans going on with blue screens or green screens or whatever. What else? There's just so much. Just the ways.
Well, how about you? Where are you from, bro? Where are you from?
I'm from California, San Diego.
Okay, I could detect a little bit of Latino in you, right? So, is it normal in your culture to just kind of jump right in and fit in with the people, like hacky sack? Like you don't really have to introduce yourself in Southern California. You just see people playing hacky sack and you just jump right in? Is it a cultural thing?
Yeah, I you know, I never been to a live stream, so maybe I just didn't know what to do. I thought it was just a thing that we could just talk and just be ourselves.
You didn't do anything wrong. There's no foul on your part as of yet, right?
Yeah, you have to understand we're sensitive because people LARP as us. They you know what LARPing is, right?
No, I don't know what that is.
They pretend to be us, right? And then they get the flat Earth tag and they go other places and make us look stupid. So we're just trying to figure out if you're a real flat earther or not. That's all. That's it, bro.
Yeah, and I'm open. I am completely open. You could ask me anything. I never joined a community. I don't know. I just never have, and I've been active in the sense of just going debating, obviously, and but local places like my family, for example, or like my friend's house or parties. I'm really passionate about the subject, and I really understand where you guys are coming from. I don't know by experience the Discord situation, but I'm pretty sure trolls come in here and opposite sides, and I know there's a lot of shady stuff going on. So I completely understand that. In fact, I was actually pretty pleased by having to go through a VC checkup because I actually told my friend about it, because that filters out like all the trash and all the people with bad intentions. I actually like that. So whatever you guys want me to do, I'll do. If I would never speak about something I don't or can't back up in general, and I wouldn't speak about speculation as truth. I'm very careful with that. But is there something I said specifically that maybe made?
I want to hear what that is, the specific part of what you actually did. I want to hear that.
Are you talking about?
Sirica, bienvenido, okay? Bienvenido a la comunidad.
Flat Earth, bro.
Thank you. Thank you very
for real,
much.
bro. For real. You're welcome
Yeah,
here. Everything's good.
Yeah.
And don't pedal back. Just give us everything you got and everything you know. Go ahead. Just bring it all out if you want. Don't hold yourself back for anything.
Yeah, I try, like I said, I'm going to chill a little bit so I could just relax a little bit. I guess Hill is right. I come from a culture where I'm just really expressive, I guess, and I guess I jumped the gun. I didn't mean to jump the gun. But if there's anything specifically I said, please correct me because I want to learn. Maybe I said something wrong.
No, look,
That's what I want to know.
Okay, well, Jimsy, if you want me to tell you right here, I mean, I can say it again in the live stream, or you and I can go into another room and I can explain it to you again because I don't want him to feel like he's done anything wrong. And I explained to him that he didn't do anything wrong, right? It's just that.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I'll go over it with you though here again if you want me to.
No, not necessary at all. He's good. Everything is
No,
good.
no. I don't. Yeah, I don't mean to.
He's pretty, pretty pleasant.
Yeah,
I don't mean to say. I understand. I really do understand where you're coming from, and I know there's a lot of stuff going on, especially nowadays with this culture of censorship and things we can't say. And I really understand your concern. So I really understand you. And I know that there's certain things we can't say. So I understand why you're checking me out because you don't know me, and I understand that. And I just want to let you know that.
All right, well, I'm going to go through some litmus tests with you, bro. What do you think happened on 9/11?
It's a true question.
– 9/11, 2021.
Do you believe the mainstream narrative of 9/11, or what do you think actually happened or didn't happen?
I believe personally it's just police speculation, but I believe it was an inside job. And I believe that, I mean, there's so many things that happened that were kind of sus in the sense of Tower 7 going down. But that's just my belief. I don't know.
Okay. Were there any other buildings that fell that day besides the two?
Yeah, Tower 7 fell from a random fire that was caused from the debris, supposedly.
Right. Do you think there's explosions? What do you think about the planes? Do you think there were planes or no?
This is going to sound crazy, but I don't think there was planes involved. I know it sounds crazy, but that's just what I think.
Yeah, no planes.
That doesn't sound crazy, bro. Show me a plane at the Pentagon. Oh, wait.
There's absolutely no evidence, no plane parts, and the whole footage of a plane hitting the towers is kind of, I don't know, there was a lot of weird stuff going on with that, so I don't believe there was anything involved.
Well, what I saw personally, I was flipping pizzas at my job when I was watching the TV, and I watched it live, and I saw the second plane come in and actually hit the tower like everyone should have seen. But what I noticed and what I screamed is I saw the plane go through the building.
Yeah.
Intact.
Pinocchio's nose.
And then right after that, it went to a black screen.
Like an aluminum
that's very
plane
weird.
Going through a reinforced
and it was
concrete
nothing
building.
Damaged too. No nose was damaged at all.
I remember seeing that nose going through the building, and I definitely questioned that. When I was younger, in the background of my mind, I was like, that doesn't add up in my mind.
That's kind of like getting punched by Mike Tyson. That's kind of like getting punched by Mike Tyson in his prime, right in the nose. And then, like, the nose doesn't bleed, the screen goes black, and it, like, comes back, like, a few minutes later, and, like, your nose isn't broken or anything. But, like, his hand is broken.
Or the screen comes back on, and you're not even there.
If I don't respond quick, sorry, I'm doing DoorDash while I'm talking. So
Please have patience with me.
You take care. You take
Yeah,
care
no
of
worries.
business. You jump in whenever you can. If you want
Hank's
to
on a
answer
forklift.
and make comments, it's all good. You're welcome, bro. You're welcome. Do your DoorDash.
Yeah, I'm delivering too, just not with DoorDash, with another company. I've been thinking about trying it though.
Did you guys ask him how old he was?
No.
Old enough to do DoorDash.
How do you? What does that matter?
Old enough to deliver alcohol.
Well, it's because sometimes people sound really old, or they sound a certain way, and then they go, "Oh yeah, I'm 16 in high school." It's like, oh, okay, some of what you said earlier makes more sense. Not that it matters or anything. I was 16 when 9/11 happened, and I was screaming at the TV, "Why the hell are they falling? Why are they falling?"
I didn't even know what the Twin Towers was. I was 18. I didn't even know what they were.
They asked the engineers if they would fall, and the engineers told them they would not fall.
Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't, because I'm not from New York or nothing, so I didn't.
It's like the Twin Towers. I was like, what is that? What's the Twin Towers?
Yeah,
No
same
clue.
here.
And instantly, it's like, why the hell are they falling? Like when it was live, it made no sense whatsoever that the towers were falling.
So a little update. A few years back, Fairbanks, Alaska, they did the study, 4-year study, and this is the structural engineering college. This is like, the bee's knees of colleges, right, for structural engineer. And they said that it was basically debunking NIST in the report on Building 7 about how it was supposed to be like, because of fire, a progressive collapse, right, is what a fire would do, right, because fire spreads, and as it spreads, different parts of the building are at different burn rates. And what they basically said was that it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the support columns and a near free fall speed.
Effect.
No pancake. They were debunking the official story.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah. So anybody who wants to know about Building 7, Fairbanks, Alaska, it's a really good tool for waking up people. Because I've been saying it for years, except for I said free fall speed, because I'm an idiot. And I said simultaneous collapse, because I'm an idiot. But now that I know it's near simultaneous collapse, because you can't prove simultaneous collapse, and you can't really prove the free fall speed thing.
Yeah.
It was clearly, to make a building crumble like that takes very specific charges. You can't just randomly stick some bombs or fly a plane into a tower and it collapses like that. Like, you have to know what you're doing to make a building fall in its own footprint that way.
I don't know if it's still available, but Larry Silverstein, the guy that owned the World Trade Centers, was admitting, like, we made the decision, now this is kind of like quote unquote, we made the decision to pull the building.
Yep, pull it.
Yeah, pull it. And he was talking about, allegedly he was talking about the firefighters to pull them back.
Allegedly.
Not demolish the building, right.
But
so
then
it
there's
depends
also
on what
a video of, like, them getting people out of the area, like, get out of the building's going to collapse. We got to pull the building. Like, there's actual footage of police and fire telling people to get away from the area because they were making the decision to pull the building. Like, there's footage of it from that day that I'm sure has been memory hold, but
oh yeah,
yeah. They had a string attached to the building, and they had to pull it. They had to take everybody out before pulling that string.
Somebody poisoned the water hole.
It's a total coincidence with the insurance claim or the insurance policies he took out and all that.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's Lucky Larry.
If you can't see through that, it's really tough.
Come
And
on,
his
you
name was
guys are gonna tell
Silverstein?
me. You guys are gonna try to tell me you never asked anyone to pull it for you?
His name was Silverstein, and the judge's name was Hellerstein. I wonder if they're related somehow.
Well, I have 2 kids, so I can't answer that question.
Imagine being one of the witnesses there at the scene and knowing that you didn't see any planes and that you heard an explosion. And then they just try to, and people that actually died. I don't know. Like, I mean, could you imagine being one of those people where you see it on the news and they're telling you that it happened a different way? You were right there.
Well, they covered in so much patriotism, right? That even those people that experienced what they experienced were probably so overshadowed by the patriotism that they didn't even want to speak out about the videos. I mean, there was videos of firefighters basically saying, we heard the explosions in the basement. We heard the doon, 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 the explosions as the building was coming down,
Yeah.
and they
Before coming down.
They give them such a hero. I mean, they were selling FDNY and NYPD merchandise across the whole entire United States, and those people were painted as the heroes of that day, and that makes them so much less likely to come out and speak about what actually took place because of how much patriotism was painted on that day. I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, but it's the only way
totally.
I can explain it.
That was a great way to explain it. Just like the hero nurses and etc. today.
Yep.
We all explain it a different way too, but it's all making sense. It always does.
Yeah, let's think about the truth, man. It just resonates with people. You know what I'm saying? Like when that guy said, this is going to sound weird, but I didn't see any planes. And I was automatically like, yep, I know what you're talking about, bro. Like, it does sound weird. But
that's what we were all waiting on, is planes or no planes.
Well, we know that the Pentagon, there wasn't much evidence for a plane, right?
Or in Pennsylvania. Or in
Shanksville, the plane disintegrated and just basically the earth swallowed the whole entire plane and all the remnants.
At the Pentagon, we didn't have enough cameras and good angles. The cameras back then didn't have the good capabilities too.
Right. One of the most heavily guarded and video surveillanced buildings in our whole entire country somehow couldn't manifest one video at all of a plane hitting the building.
Because oh, wait, sorry, wrong line.
Reflection. Category error. So I'd like to point out that this dichotomy is true as far as I can tell. Either A, the government likes conspiracy theorists, and a plane did hit the Pentagon, and they're just promoting our narrative by not showing it. Or B, the government doesn't like conspiracy theorists, and a plane didn't hit the Pentagon, and they could disprove us all, but they can't because they don't have a plane.
But the news channels had not one but both planes going into both buildings, perfectly angled shot.
Yeah, somehow the only footage from the Pentagon came from a Shell station that had a video captured snapshots every 5 seconds or some shit like that.
Was that the only gas station near it? Because I thought I heard a report of there being a gas station of some kind across the highway that the FBI showed up and confiscated the footage from minutes after the alleged plane hit the Pentagon.
We can release.
Is there more than one gas station?
We can release the footage from the Shell station, but it's a matter of national security that we can't release any of the Pentagon's footage of the plane hitting the building. Like who? I don't know.
Well, it just goes to show that you wouldn't need to rely on the government to produce that footage. You'd have to rely on a gas station to produce it.
Right. Just like when it's convenient, the body cam footage is lost, right?
Well, there shouldn't be body cameras on cops.
The battery died. The battery died in the body cam thing. It's not my fault, Cap. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, all the batteries should die all the time.
Like in the Waco thing, the central evidence was the door being shot through, and they got rid of the entire door. It disappeared. They literally just got rid of the evidence. And the two guys with the infrared technology that could, in the footage, they had new infrared technology that could show thousands of bullets, hundreds of bullets. They both wound up suiciding themselves before they could testify. It's like, I guess that's a coincidence.
So picture this in your mind: a world where cops have body cameras on, and just picture a scenario where a cop with a body camera on, and this part of his job is he has to have it on. He catches someone doing something illegal, but not morally wrong. You know, like say smoking weed or something in a state where it's still illegal. And, you know, if he wanted to do the right thing morally, he could look the other way and just, you know, do some kind of slap on the wrist, but not do any paperwork that really messes someone's life up. But the problem is, if he's in a world where he's required to record it all the time, you know, he doesn't have that option. See how this presents a moral hazard if the law is unjust?
Check out what I posted. That should be a gem for some of you guys. Especially you, Jimsy.
You know what pisses me off? When 9/11 happened, I figured this is going to be a significant event. So I popped in Wyatt Earp, VHS, and everything I had and recorded all day long. And someone jacked that shit from me. They took it. Pissed me off. They had them talking about the bombs on the Washington Bridge, all that.
Did you tell people you had it? Did people know you had it?
No one knew I had it.
But it got jacked.
Yeah. But they stole some other shit that I had too.
Did you hear it before the buildings went down? There was an explosion in the parking lot, and a guy came out of the elevator that was basically on fire, and his skin fell off. It was so hot. You know that story? Before the buildings came down, the explosion in the parking lot under the building, and the guy came through the elevator with skin falling off because of that heat from those explosions. I haven't heard that story since that day.
I remember them saying that it was like a foundry underneath there for a week or two afterwards or something like that. There was so much heat. And the psychological aspect is you could see reporters walking up to people who were near the area where it was like dusty, like near the towers in New York, and they would walk up to them. They're like, "Yeah, crazy explosions, the building's falling, da da da," and the reporter would tell them that it was an airplane. And then in live action, you could see their story change into airplane. Like they injected that thought into their minds. Nobody said airplane until it was told to them. They would say something like, "Yeah, on the TV it showed an airplane." They're like, "Airplane?"
Ruh-roh.
They injected that thought into people's minds that were even there. And now, to this day, they'll swear on their life that they saw an airplane.
It's like one of the only news broadcasts of footage right before right after the buildings fell was of a guy who actually worked at the station. Like he was a news operative, but he was basically posing as a guy on the street. And he's like, "Well, the buildings came down at near free fall speed because obviously office fires caused the heat to bend the steel to blah, blah, blah. And he goes through this whole entire thing, and it's basically the official narrative that eventually, quote unquote, came out, but it was all laid out day of by this guy. And when they cut back to the studio footage, or to the studio, one of the news anchors is like, I know that guy. He's a cameraman for us, blah, 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 blah. And basically blew the cover of the guy who was posing as just a random guy on the street who was laying out the whole entire narrative of the buildings falling at free fall speed because of office fires, mainly due to structural failure because of office fires. Like, he was so matter of fact in the script that he was reading, like, you go back,
I've seen that.
You know what I'm talking about?
It's like regular people do not talk that way.
Right. Like, he literally had the script that he was reading that was going to eventually be the 9/11 Commission report, and he was laying it out on the street that day, immediately after it took place.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of evil son of a bitch you got to be to do that, right? Because I have the official 9/11 Commission report book at my house. It's sitting right next to my fireplace right now. And it's like, when you read that shit, you're like, okay, let me get this straight. A couple of guys with, like, box cutters took out an IDF soldier.
Yes, box cutters. Mm-hmm.
Like a guy who's highly trained in Krav Maga.
Exactly, yes. And probably a black belt, too.
And a box cutter is only half of a razor blade. It's not even a full razor blade.
Come on, Hank. Man, why would they lie?
And, of course, not to forget, they found their passports. All of them.
Why would they not? I'm sussing the plot. I picked up the change that they all forgot.
Couldn't find none of the, couldn't find the building. Like, the building was completely just, vanished, right? Dustified. But they found that was the only thing that they could find was their passport.
And then they pulled a maneuver that a trained pilot could not do.
They couldn't recover the black boxes, but they could recover the passports.
Yeah, wasn't there videos of firefighters saying there was a bomb in the building as well? I mean,
oh yeah,
lots.
Sure.
Tons of firefighters saying explosions happened.
Yeah, and I don't think they were giving their opinion on that. I think it was based on their training, detecting bomb detonations and stuff like that.
Yep.
And you can see it visually. You can see charges going off on the different floors.
Yeah, like little puffs of smoke coming out before if it didn't get to that level. Yeah, it's crazy. For me, it was an obvious demolition, controlled demolition.
That's one of those, like I was talking about earlier, the will breaking things.
There was reports of
where they piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. You're like, I experienced stationary Earth and a sun that moves. They're like, no, you don't. You don't see that, and break your will. That's what 9/11 was like. It's like you have to submit your will entirely to not see that was a demolition.
Well, you're not patriotic if you don't believe the official narrative.
You see when they came in and told Bush exactly when it happened. You know, like the time he just sits there.
He had to pretend to be.
And the whole class is talking about plane and bomb,
plane,
and
steel,
and
steel,
fuel, and steel.
Kite.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a look on his face that made you it was one of those looks like I can't believe they actually did it.
It was a snicker, and it was like it happened. yeah.
I don't want to remember hearing that there was people that worked in the buildings that said that there was construction going on between floors.
Yeah, that was a thing. A lot of interviews, people saying that there was construction going on. They couldn't go to certain floors, like a hollow area in the building. It was crazy.
Working the elevators and all that.
And don't forget
students, of course, who were posing.
Don't forget the art students that made the video, right? Where they had the
Testing.
helicopter
So
taking
they were
videos of
slicing.
people waving out the windows, right? Pretty easy to Photoshop or manipulate video of all these people jumping out of buildings when you've already spent months videotaping that exact thing.
Yep. And they're
Yeah,
sitting
they
there,
did that shit
the
on
guy's
Home
a
Alone.
trained bomb expert, and he's posing in front of countless boxes of fuse holders for explosives. An Israeli guy.
So they were slicing the support beams before the demolition.
They were either that or setting up charges, right? Like, if you have free reign of a building for a month and a half to be able to set all the charges, like,
Yep, and there was bands coming in and out of the underground parking that weren't like labeled at all. They were just construction vans.
And let's not forget to mention about George W. Bush's expression when he heard about the Twin Towers collapsing.
And then the
That'd be funny if they actually didn't tell him. Like, he's just one of the useful idiots that they didn't tell what they were doing, and he was actually surprised. That'd be funny.
Maybe it was part of an agenda that he already read, but he didn't know the exact date or something. The days today.
That was bullshit.
It was a Yale prank. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
That was bullshit because when it happened, they went to the president, George Bush. He happened to be reading to school children. Like, that's what he would normally be doing. That's how I know it was bullshit. That was a setup. Reading to school children at the same time the bills are coming down. Like, what are the chances?
Yeah, of course. But I mean, they could send him to do that just to set it up. He probably did know, but I'm just saying it'd be funny if he's just
He's reading to our school kids. That's his job. Oh, look, he's doing his job. Oh, look, the buildings are coming down.
Look at the background of the Twin Towers, though. Like, who owned it, who operated in it, and who regulated it.
Yeah.
And
we
then,
don't even know if
glass of juice.
Yeah. But if you actually do, you can find out that they had problems with it. There was major problems with like asbestos and people getting sick and stuff because it was an old building. It needed to come down, and there was only one way: a terrorist attack.
It was built to be demolished.
It was built to be demolished and withstand planes hitting it. It was literally said to withstand a jumbo jet plane.
to me, like 9/11 and the moon landing are on the same level as, like, if you haven't figured these two things out yet, or one or the other, there might not be any hope for you figuring out what's truly going on in this world, right? Like, if you can't put the puzzle pieces together from 9/11,